This young man, during a heroic act, was unlucky enough to get punched in one eye, and from then on, Liu Day became extremely disillusioned. When he went for a fortune-telling, the fortune teller said that a good omen was emanating from his right eye, and that in about 3 days he would encounter a fortunate event that would change his fate. But Liu Day dismissed it as nonsense, because the doctor said that your right eye is basically incurable and it's about to spread to your left eye as well, but you didn't expect the fortune teller's words to come true so soon. Because on the way back, Liu Day suddenly felt intense pain in his eye, and then a system window appeared in front of him showing the completion of the self-evolution process and the upcoming nerve fusion process. All the objects and phenomena before Liu Day's eyes began to be encoded. You are extremely surprised and confused about what is happening. As Liu Day keeps staring wide-eyed at this surreal scene, a little kid suddenly appears in front of him. "Hello, Liu," the kid said. Liu Day suddenly jolted in surprise and stammered, "What the hell is this?" The other person introduced himself as Motan, a system in your right eye, and said that with the help of the system, Liu Day would become someone completely different from who he is now. Knowing he couldn't explain it to Liu Day in just a few words, Motan grabbed his hair, pointed at a nearby girl, and Liu Day could see an arrow pointing straight down at her head, just like a game guide. Motan said that she was about to be in danger, then showed you a possible future scene where a pen suddenly fell from nowhere, causing the girl to trip and fall onto the billboard in front of her. After witnessing this scene, Emperor Liu, with his noble heart, quickly rushed to catch the pen, and the girl remained safe and sound. Motan smiled with satisfaction. It seems that after just this simple example, Liu Day has understood Suang Suang. The fortune teller's words have come true, and in misfortune, he has gained luck, accidentally obtaining a system like the male protagonists in fantasy novels. "Wait a moment, Mr. Liu!" Motan suddenly changed his expression. "A few strong-looking vehicles are approaching you." As soon as it finished speaking, the car stopped. Several men in black suits stepped out aggressively, all looking very intimidating. They are heading straight for Emperor Liu. According to Motan's calculations, these people are physically much stronger than ordinary people. Based on the information it retrieved, they might be military personnel. Then Motan checked the other vehicle's license plate and found it was a silver Rolls-Royce with the A555, registration belonging to Hai Long Company. And Hai Long is one of the best medical companies in the world. According to Motan, he has not yet detected any danger from them, but Liu Day still needs to be cautious. At this moment, his right eye malfunctioned again, and another fake window appeared showing that body optimization and muscle enhancement were starting. But since it all happened smoothly, Liu Day didn't seem to notice any change. Hai Long Company's team approached him, confirmed that he was Liu Day, and then invited him to follow. Although unsure of their intentions, Motan confirmed it was not a threat, so Liu Day got into the car. As he opened the door, the system announced there was a beauty inside, though her expression was a bit displeased. Motan quickly adjusted the facial features according to the golden ratio. Liu Day didn't understand what it was trying to do, only feeling tense as he sat across from the beauty. Very quickly, the other person spoke first, asking if you remember where you were on this day 3 years ago. Liu Day nodded and said that 3 years ago he had saved a girl and ended up getting beaten up for it. During their conversation, the system was still working on strengthening his muscles and refining his facial features. On the other side, the opponent nodded for a while before reaching out his hand. "Yes, I am the girl you saved 3 years ago." "Hello, my name is Ngoklin, and upon closer look, I see you are really handsome." Liu Day was surprised. This was the first time someone had complimented his looks with such an excited expression he couldn't hide. It turns out that the motor tone face adjustment really means a lot. This system is truly useful. Returning to Ngoklin, after revealing that she is the girl from 3 years ago, she quickly apologizes to her benefactor. For 3 years, Ngoklin has been searching for Liu Day, but to avoid the media's attention, she could only meet him now. She also promised to repay him properly. Mentioning the media's eyes and ears, Liu Day guessed that this girl's background was not ordinary. Motor quickly activated to gather information about the target. Ngoklin, female, 25 years old, 170 centimeters tall, E59.95, with an excellent figure. Furthermore, Dr. Western Medicine, a graduate of Pinfano University, is the third daughter of Ngok Long, chairman of Hai Long Medical Group. Liu Day was a bit surprised, never expecting that 3 years ago, a random act of kindness would lead to saving the princess of a major corporation. "She said she would repay me, so how does she plan to do it?" he asked excitedly. "Even though you saved me, don't ask for too much." "I will thank you in many ways, like with money," Ngoklin replied calmly. At this moment, her phone rang. It was Long Ngok calling. Her father also knew about her searching for her benefactor, so after confirming she had found Liu Day, he urged her to bring him back to meet him. Ngoklin nodded and then hung up. "Can you come with me to meet someone?" She asked, "Who are we meeting?" Liu Day scratched his head. "My father." Liu Day silently muttered to himself, never expecting that one day he would meet Ngok Long, the richest man in Shanghai. "It seems you can't refuse this invitation." The car sped down the road and Ngoklin didn't say another word. Liu Day was quite puzzled. Clearly he was Ngoklin's benefactor, yet her attitude remained so cold. "Because ever since I was young, most people approached me with insincere motives," Ngoklin explained. Liu Day just hummed once and said nothing more. Basically, what she said also makes a lot of sense. Since the other party isn't talking, you also have time to think about what just happened. The appearance of Moton still remains quite hard to understand. You don't know exactly what it is or where it comes from. Moton quickly sent back an answer after reading these thoughts from its owner. It says it is a third-class supercomputer with weak artificial intelligence, and its current body is equivalent to that of an 8-year-old child. Moton can harness the power of the entire internet with precise calculations and provide the best advice. Regarding the second question, Moton also doesn't know where it comes from, only that its program contains a code called 9 Emperor First. After reading this, Lu Di temporarily lost interest in the matter and asked a different question. Forget it, I just saw a notification saying my muscles have increased by 268%. Is this really true? Mon firmly insists that Lu Day's normal punch now has a force of 100 kilograms. It's a pity I can't test it now. Sitting for a while makes me feel a bit bored. Lu Di stretched himself and reached for the book beside him, but it startled Ngoc Lin on the opposite side. Hey, what are you planning to do? She instinctively raised her hands to cover her chest and said, I was just taking a book. Don't be so guarded or no one will dare to take you. Lu Di chuckled, making Ngoc Lin a bit embarrassed, and though she didn't want to admit it, she felt that his smile looked truly charming. As for Lu Di, he didn't understand the other person's intentions and focused on flipping through the book to read, but as soon as he opened the first page, the system automatically activated the data eyes and switched to scanning the entire book. At first, Lu Di didn't understand what Mon was planning to do, but then the system scanned the entire content of the book and sent it into his mind, so that he could remember every line just by a quick glance. This truly was incredible. Lu Di quickly flipped through the pages, grasping the entire content of the book in an instant. The rustling sound of pages turning gave Ngoc Lin a bit of a headache. Hey Lu, are you really reading a book? If not, don't pretend to be impressive. The opponent has created this much but hasn't scored a goal, which is really a waste. But Lu Di is a humble person, so he only joked that he took out the book to fan himself because it was too hot in the car. The car sped further away before stopping in front of a magnificent and spacious manor. Now, in the yard, the servants of the Ngoc family along with Ngoc Lin's siblings were already lined up. I heard that it was Ngoc Long himself who asked them to come out and greet the benefactor of the Emperor's faction. Ngoc Long's 4th and 5th daughters seem quite annoyed because they see Lu Di as just a recent graduate with no job. Even if he is the benefactor who saved Ngoc Lin, it's not worth them coming all this way to greet him like this. The kids? My father must have his reasons. That kid is coming soon. Let's wait patiently. That's right. Try to act a bit more polite, or you won't have peace with your father. Hearing my older siblings remind them, those two spoiled girls finally stop talking. The silver Vroche screeches to a stop in front of the door. Ngoc Lin steps down, followed by Lu Di. As soon as he appears, Ngoc Long's 2 daughters immediately shift from their annoyed expressions to respectful attitudes. He is so handsome, they both exclaimed in unison. Thanks to the system, Lu Di was able to see their names at a glance. They are Ngoc Thi, the 4th daughter, and Ngoc He, the 5th daughter of Ngoc Long. At 23 years old, they are a passionate couple. Ngoc Hai graduated from Kin Chau Police and Criminal Investigation Academy. Meanwhile, Ngoc Thi graduated from HC Academy and is now a famous chamber under the name Baby Da. With such a beautiful girl, having 2 of them, am I seeing things? Lu Di stepped forward to greet them, and seeing his handsome face and smooth talk, Ngoc Thi and Ngoc He were already completely won over. Ngoc Lin Ten quickly introduced her siblings to Lu Di. The girl who looks the most gentle is Ngoc Phuong, Ngoc Lin's older sister, and the man standing next to her is Ao Duong Fong Lu, her brother-in-law. Ouyang Feng Liu politely extended his hand and Lu Di shook it courteously. But Manon warned that the girl just met Lu Di and her heartbeat spiked. She probably has feelings for him. As for the man who appears friendly now, he actually harbors a strong dislike for Lu Di. Based on what Moton said, Ao Duong Fong Lu is a 38-year-old retired archer, but it's unclear why he harbors so much hostility towards Lu Di despite their first meeting, though it's suspected he sees him as a rival for the Ngoc family's shares. Lu, father told me that from now on, you will be like family to us. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me and I will do my best to help you. Ouyang Feng Liu said enthusiastically. Ha ha ha! Liu Di forced a dry laugh, knowing the other person was lying. He's exaggerating. How could I possibly be worthy of being family with someone as noble as him? The Ngoc family has 5 daughters. According to Ngoc Lin, her second older sister is currently abroad and named Ngoc Diep. Lu Di bit ngoi nai vi ko ai la mot ngoi sao noi ting. After introducing her family, Ngoc Phuong invited you into the house. Now we just need to wait for Ngoc Long to arrive so we can eat. Lu Di was planning to obediently follow, but at this moment, Ao Duong Fong Lu, who might have some ulterior motive, insisted on dragging him to go archery. Lu Di, kin kan nghe theo lời, dong y theo anh ta ra sân sao. This person claims not to like showing off, but repeatedly mentions having won 6 times and placed second 4 times in international archery competitions. Hey Lu Di, do you know how to shoot a bow? If not, I can teach you. When saying these words, Ouyang Feng Liu Nam looked very dangerous. Liu Di had never been exposed to archery before, but now he was ready to face any challenge. His archery skills were imprinted into his mind instantly, allowing Lu Di, who had never shot a bow before, to master the divine art of archery with ease and defeat Ao Duongfeng Lu as easily as eating a cake. I know a little, then let's have a contest to see who is better, Lu De calmly replied. Before Ao Duongfeng Lu could respond, Ngok Ti and Ngok He beside him couldn't hold back and spoke up to remind him. Lu, you're really good at archery. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. Ao Duongfeng Lu seemed to have just heard a funny story. This was a perfect chance to embarrass the Emperor Lu. How could he miss it? So he agreed to add some spice to the competition, and Ngok Ti suggested including a punishment for the loser, like eating something while doing a handstand. Ao Duongfeng Lu didn't think he would lose, so he agreed very decisively. And Emperor Liu remained calm and did not oppose the punishment. The competition quickly began. Ao Duongfeng Lu was the first to draw his bow. His actions were very decisive, and he hit Hong Tam right from the start. Ngok Hai couldn't help but clap enthusiastically and praise him. As expected of my brother-in-law, his archery skills are still so impressive. Yu Duongfeng Lu was so pleased to be praised that he puffed up his chest. At this moment, Lu Day, who had taken his position, saw that his opponent had hit the red heart target and asked, "Now, if I want to win, I just need to hit a farther target." Just 2 words from Lu Day, "need only," sounded as light as a feather, making Ngok Hai and Ngok Ti giggle. They said that the bow in his hand was truly very heavy. Even professional archers like Ao Duongfeng Lu found it hard to draw, let alone a novice. Lu, I don't mean to look down on you, but with this bow, you probably can't shoot beyond 5 meters. Seeing how Ao Duongfeng Lu dismisses him, Lu Day boldly suggests a bigger bet, specifically asking him to stand in front of Hong Tam. Even Ouyang Feng Liu agreed willingly. Then Emperor Liu knocked an arrow, aimed carefully, and shot with perfect precision. Let me show you how skilled I am at archery. Lu Day decisively releases his hand. The cold arrow shot through Hong Tam, pulling out a lock of Ao Duongfeng Lu's hair, standing nearby. He was so startled he fell to the ground, and with just a little more force, the arrow could have pierced his face. Seeing this, Ngok Ti hurriedly ran over. Meanwhile, Ngok He was angrily criticizing Lu Day for being unreasonable, and said she had to tell Ngok Lin to kick him out. It's just a competition. Lu Day shrugged. Ngok Ti is now helping Ao Duongfeng Lu to stand up. Truly the eldest son-in-law of the richest family in Shanghai. He was just now so scared he turned pale, but now he quickly regained his composure. It's okay. You and Mr. Lu are just learning from each other. Don't be nervous. Then Ao Duongfeng Lu patted Lu Di on the shoulder, praising him for his excellent archery skills. Although he showed no outward signs, Moron warned him that the enemy's hostility might have reached an irreconcilable level. Then Ao Duongfeng Lu also turned away, telling them to hurry and get ready for dinner. Today's archery practice ends here. Master, I just saw him bend a steel arrow with his bare hands. This is not the power of an ordinary person, Moton reminded him again. Anyway, Lu Di still has to be careful with this man. A sumptuous feast has been prepared. The 5 members of the Ngok family and Liu Di had taken their seats, waiting only for the clan leader to arrive and start the feast. Ouyang Feng Liu sipped his tea calmly, with no unusual expression on his face. Liu Di secretly looked at him several times, truly unable to understand and discern where this person's extraordinary strength came from. Could it be that he practices some kind of demonic arts? Anyway, after you obtain the system, it's not impossible for someone to practice demonic arts in this modern era with Liu Day. As you were lost in thought, suddenly a hacking cough sounded. The head of the Ngok Long family has arrived. He is 75 years old this year and suffers from several minor ailments, but his position in Shanghai remains very solid. Mon said that Lu Day doesn't need to be wary of this person because he is kind-hearted and enjoys doing charity work. After greeting Lu Day and sitting down at the banquet table, Ngok Long quickly moved on to the main topic. First, I apologize to Lu Emperor for taking 3 years to find you, and then I have the most shocking proposal. Ngok Long wants you to become his adopted son. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was stunned. Ao Duongfeng Liu was the first to react strongly, standing up abruptly. Dad, this is an important matter. You should think it over carefully. Lu Di smirked secretly. It turns out what Moton said was not wrong at all. This person has been hostile to you from the beginning, truly because he's afraid you'll take over the Ngok family's shares. However, Old Master Ngok's attitude is very firm. He emphasized once again that he wanted to take Liu Di as his adopted son. At this moment, the entire room was extremely tense. Even Ngok Lin had to speak up. Dad, he really did save me, but there's no need to repay him to that extent. Ngok Long shook his head. What do you kids even understand? Liu Di had to give up his right eye to save Ngok Lin, and you have no idea how he has been living these past 3 years. He feels that the Ngok family owes Liu Di too much, so he wants to make it all up to him. At this point, even Ngok Lin is stunned. She has never heard of Liu Day losing his right eye to save her, and Liu Day seems quite embarrassed. You don't know how to explain to them that not only has your right eye been healed, but it also possesses an incredible power. But just then, the system suddenly reminded you of something else. Earlier, the motor helped reconnect your muscles, strengthening them, which also depleted your body's stored proteins and glycogen. At this moment, Liu Di is experiencing hypoglycemia and low blood lipids and needs to eat immediately. So regardless of the Ngok family arguing over adoption, he starts tearing into the chicken and devouring it. Seeing how starved you look, Ngok Thi and Ngok Hai felt that what their father said might be true. It seems that Liu Day has been living very hard lately. Despite their worried looks, Liu Di kept focused on eating to restore his lost energy, while Ouyang Feng Liu took the opportunity to whisper into his father-in-law's ear. He criticized you for lacking manners and coming from a humble background, saying that if you became part of the Ngok family, it would be hard to avoid embarrassing him, so instead of adopting you, he suggested Ngok Long give you a large sum of money to live comfortably. As he spoke, Ao Duong Fong Lu ordered someone to bring out a bottle of the precious Loft Reserve 82, first pouring it for Ngok Long, then serving everyone at the table. Everyone, try this wine and share your thoughts. As for you, Lu, you probably don't know how to judge, so no need to bother. Ao Duong Fong Lu intentionally tried to embarrass Liu Day, but unexpectedly, he shot back immediately. The 82 version Loft is just a marketing trick, only fooling wealthy people like you. Ngok Long, after hearing what you said, felt very interested and wanted to hear more carefully, so Liu Day continued while chewing. The 82 versions of Lo-Fi are extremely expensive because the vineyard faced a severe drought, reducing the yield and making them costly. But in fact, it's also due to natural disasters that year's grapes, regardless of their sugar content being 2 degrees or not, didn't reach perfection. So what? If I didn't know how to evaluate, how could I know what to say? Liu Di's final words directly targeted Ao Duong Feng Lu, leaving him stammering and unable to respond. Liu Day then took another bite of meat, pretended to remember something, and recalled the archery contest from earlier. Ouyang Feng Liu was afraid of planting a tree to eat, so he quickly backed down. Brother-in-law, there's no need to be tense. I was just joking. Seeing the flustered look on the opponent, Emperor Liu was very pleased, seeing that Yu Long seemed knowledgeable, unlike someone from a humble background with no education. He asked another question. This time, it's about the economy of China. Liu Day pretended to think for a moment and then replied, crossing the Yangtze River is like seeing the Chinese dragon. In 2023, the Chinese economy will enter a new era, undergoing transformations in 3 different directions. The first is in its international standing, with Lord Liu speaking smoothly like a machine. Your comments are not superficial at all. On the contrary, they are very unique. This makes Ngok Lin more curious, wondering what kind of person Liu Di really is. Mr. Liu, what are your thoughts on the business of our Hailong Corporation? Elder Ngok asked again. Liu Di was about to put the meat in his mouth when he was interrupted, but this time he didn't respond. Instead, he told the other person not to probe him anymore, because he would refuse the offer to become his adopted son. Ngok Long could only sigh when he heard this, but at that moment, with the incredible scanning ability of his right eye, Liu Day saw a message on Ao Duong Fong Lu's phone. This person not only intends to eliminate him, but also plans to deal with Ngok Lin. At first I thought he was just after money, but it seems Ao Duong Fong is willing to do anything for money. If that's the case, Liu Day can't help but play with him a little. Thinking of that, Liu Day continued and said that he refused to become Ngok Long's adopted son because he had fallen in love with Ngok Lin. He wasn't thinking about joining the Ngok family now, but he hoped to find a job to stay close to Ngok Lin and take good care of her. Ngok Long, disappointed that he couldn't adopt you as his son, now sees potential in Liu Day to become his son-in-law and is overjoyed. He then tells you to freely choose a position, and he will arrange everything properly with no one able to interfere. Liu Di is also very modest, choosing only the position of a personal driver for Ngok Lin despite such a great opportunity. Not only Ngok Long, but everyone present was very surprised. After a moment of shock, Ngok Old Man burst into hearty laughter. Alright, a driver is a driver, but to become Ngok Lin's driver, you must stay within the Ngok family estate. Be ready to wait for orders 24/7 and be available at any moment. It seems the idea of becoming this old man's family still hasn't faded. But staying in the Ngok family estate just happened to suit Liu Day's plans, as it could help him deal with Ao Duong Fong Lu, so he agreed immediately. He actually managed to stay at our house. Just look at how angry Third Sister is. We definitely have to find a way to kick him out. Ngok He and Ngok Tai whispered to each other. Emperor Liu looked at the shining gold card, secretly also wanting to accept it. But now, in front of him is Ouyang Feng Lu staring intently, and behind are Ngok Lin Diem Fa's 2 disdainful younger sisters. If he accepts this money, he definitely won't be able to lift his head high to live in the Ngok family anymore, so he reluctantly refuses. Mr. Ngok, I don't need this money. I save people not for rewards, but because I have no shame in my conscience. Liu Di's words sound righteous, but to Ao Duong Fong, Liu appears to be wanting more, both to marry Ngok Lin and to take control of the Ngok family's shares. It's a win-win situation, money and a beautiful woman. Ngok Long seems sad. The card shows 50 million yuan, which isn't too much for him. Moreover, Ngok Long also believes that for a talented and knowledgeable person like Liu Day, earning this amount of money wouldn't be too difficult. If you keep refusing to accept it, he will regret it immensely. Liu Day was extremely surprised by the figure of 5 million, but he still tried to suppress his emotions and not let the other person see that he was a money-hungry devil. Moten read your thoughts and quickly sent a message. Liu Di, if you want money, why didn't you say so earlier? Then, there are a series of other notifications. Please wait a moment while the system processes the data. You have successfully registered a securities fixed-term trading account. Your account has withdrawn 160,000 yuan. You have successfully registered a securities futures trading account. Your account has withdrawn 52 yuan. Liu Di didn't expect the system could go this far. According to Moton, it doesn't generate money but only manipulates the owner's account. When the stock trading account opens, it will buy at the lowest possible price at the fastest speed and then quickly sell for a small profit. Taking advantage of the time differences in these media to make money for Liu Di, that's how it earns. As for the card containing 5 million yuan, the Ngok family's butler advised Liu Di to accept it because Ngok Long is an honest person. If the benefactor keeps refusing, he might blame himself for the rest of his life. Liu Di no longer needs the 5 million yuan because with Moton, his account reached 7.5 million in just a few minutes. But since the butler said so, you had no choice but to accept it. Ngok Hai and Ngok Thi, seeing this, started whispering and gossiping. This guy clearly just wants money and plays hard to get. He's definitely a shameless one. Seeing you accept the money, Ngok Long's expression eased a little. Then he told his daughter Ngok Lin to take Liu Di to the shopping mall for a walk this afternoon. Anyway, you've already taken half a step into the Ngok family, so you can't dress poorly and let others mock you. After the meal, Ngok Long left first. Liu Di quietly left the card on the dining table and went outside, standing on the balcony to breathe for a while. It's just a meal at a wealthy family's house, but the pressure is overwhelming. Honestly, compared to the flashy wealthy life of the Ngok family, I prefer this simple, free, and easy life. Suddenly, a voice full of dissatisfaction called out from behind. Liu Di turned around and saw it was the twin siblings. A womanizer, your sister is waiting for you downstairs, so hurry and go down. After that meal, it seems their attitude towards Liu Di has noticeably worsened. Following the two young ladies' orders, he pretended not to notice their annoyed expressions and maintained his calm, relaxed demeanor. It's just a small gesture, but it makes Ngok Hai and Ngok Thi blush at the same time. In their eyes, Liu Di is truly a womanizer. This clingy guy is also quite handsome, surpassing Big B. As Ngok Lin's personal driver, Liu Di would naturally take on the task of driving. But when he stepped down into the parking garage, he was truly overwhelmed by the luxury of the wealthy house. Assuming Ngok Lin was sitting in the familiar silver Rolls-Royce, Liu Di approached and knocked on the car window. What's going on? The car door is lowered. Ngok Lin asked again with a very annoyed attitude. Liu Di pointed to the two-seater supercar behind and said that since there were only the two of them today, he wanted to drive that car. But that spoiled young lady refused to agree no matter what. After all, a driver like Liu Di had no right to choose. Ngok Lin, because of the meal earlier, felt some resentment towards him and was determined to sit here to stay a bit further from the driver. Liu Di sighed heavily, putting on a pitiful expression. This was a car I would never have dared to dream of driving before. Long secretly rises again, and in the end, Ngok Lin still gives in for Liu Di to sit in the car he wants. But before they get in, another convertible pulls up right beside them. It's Ngok Fuang and Ouyang Fenglu's car. Seeing Liu Di want to drive the sports car, that Ouyang guy mocked him. Oh, you want to drive this car? Have you already driven it? Or do you need your brother-in-law to teach you? Liu Di has really never driven because he doesn't have the money to buy a car. But Moron, like during the archery competition, quickly implanted the knowledge into his mind, mastering the operation of all kinds of sports cars. From then on, Liu Di could confidently stand his ground against Ouyang Fenglu. Brother-in-law, this is really the first time I've driven this kind of car. Then just go ahead. I'll do some research. Ouyang Fenglu stepped on the gas and sped forward, not forgetting to sneer. Liu Di is a country bumpkin who doesn't know anything. Then, he and Ngok Lin also get on the car. But Liu Di holds the steering wheel for 3 minutes and still can't start the engine, making her start to get anxious. Just as Ngok Lin was about to turn on the hairdryer and scold Liu Di, he told her to tighten her seatbelt, then suddenly stepped on the gas, and the car shot forward at lightning speed. Ngok Lin was so scared she didn't dare open her eyes and kept shouting at Liu Di for being crazy. The system also reminded him that data shows a man's good looks while driving can cause 12% of women to fall in love at first sight. Liu Di also works hard to absorb Moton's casual information. It seems today he has to showcase all his charm to Ngok Lin. Ouyang Fenglu was driving ahead and realized that Liu Di was trying to catch up. So he sped up, but still, Liu Di was fiercely pursuing him. This made Ouyang Fenglu furious. He clenched the steering wheel unconsciously and gritted his teeth, wishing he could create a car accident scene for Liu Di to see. Ngok Fuang sat in the passenger seat as the speed also started to become tense. She carefully observed her husband's face and then realized that his mood was clearly not quite right today. Not long after, Liu Di safely parked the car in the parking garage of Hangmao Shopping Center. Ngok Lin got out of the car, almost vomiting up her lunch. It seems Liu Di's plan to win the heart of the third young lady has failed. Ngok Lin's current appearance, let alone being fond of him, looks more like she's ready to drag him by the collar. Seeing that Ngok Lin was unwell, a group of men in black suits suddenly appeared, showing a very hostile attitude towards Liu Di. From the system, Liu Di learned that these people were orphans raised by Ngok Long, who had now become bodyguards for the Ngok family. They are so loyal that even though the third young lady only got carsick, they still look like they want to fight Liu Di to the death. Forget it, don't bother with him. Just let it be for your father's face. After Ngok Lin spoke, they finally stopped and then turned back to Liu Di, saying let's go buy new clothes. Seeing Ngok Lin's reluctant expression, Liu Di could only sigh silently. This time, because he was too impulsive and wanted to beat Ouyang Fengliu, he truly acted recklessly. It seems that in the future, I will need to treat this young lady more gently. The appearance of the handsome young man and woman along with a group of bodyguards quickly drew the attention of those at the shopping mall. Ngoc Lin wanted to leave early, so he took Liu Dai to a few prominent stores. But unexpectedly, a poor guy like him was very picky. Even Lu Wutong shook his head and refused. Leading Liu Dai to 3 stores he didn't like, Ngoc Lin's mood finally exploded. Liu Di, you're deliberately defying me, aren't you? Just look at this attitude. Liu Dai felt like this young lady might swallow him whole. But he didn't give Ngoc Lin that chance, because right after that, he pulled her into a casual men's clothing store. Ngoc Lin didn't seem very pleased, since the average price of items here was less than 500 yuan, and if he wore them outside, he would become a laughingstock. Ignoring Ngoc Lin's constant grumbling like an old wife next to him, Liu Di eagerly ran into the shop and loudly called a Jiap's name. The staff immediately rushed over and patted Liu Di's shoulder happily. Liu Di, it's been 3 years. Where have you been all this time? Weren't you supposed to have gone back? Are you here today just to support my business? My sales don't matter. Give everything to Lele. A Jiap scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Liu Dai frowned. A Jiap is your good friend. Since university, he has liked Tan Lili, a student from another school, but she has never shown him any kindness. I never expected that a talented student like him would become a clothing sales clerk after graduation. Yet he still remained so cheerful. Seeing Liu Dai again, a Jap was so excited he hurriedly called Tan Lili out, but her attitude was still as prickly as ever. When she saw Liu Dai, To Lili still looked suspicious. Hey, are you getting rich now? After saying that, she looked at the elegant young lady beside her. Lord Liu, is she your girlfriend? Aren't you going to introduce him? He's just my driver. Ngoc Lin quickly corrected herself. As soon as she heard the words, driver, Tan Lei immediately showed a look of disdain. Then she flicked her hair and walked away. Before leaving, she reminded Ajap to entertain the guests himself and not let Liu Dai buy anything over 300 yuan because she was worried he couldn't afford it. She apologized to Liu Di, saying Layla hasn't been in a good mood lately. Ajap still defended her and then personally welcomed Liu Di, quickly choosing a few suitable clothes based on his understanding of him. After Liu Dai tried on the clothes, Ngoc Lin was amazed. She didn't expect that these affordable items would look so high-end on him. When it was time to pay, the shirt was only 368 yuan, the pants 400, and the coat 330 yuan. Ngoc Lin instinctively frowned. Yes, they look good, but somehow they seem a bit too cheap. My invoice revenue will be credited to Armor A, right? Liu Dai asked. How much commission will I get with this pile? Hurry up and pay. Don't ask anymore. Tan Lili replied irritably. But then Liu Di said something that almost made her lose her footing, because for these 3 items, he wanted to buy 200 of each. A Jiap is a college friend of yours and understands your situation better than anyone. Seeing Liu Dai being so generous, he even thought you were being supported. Supporting you only costs 200,000. Pay up. Liu Di takes out his card. Since the last time Motan helped him control the stock market, this card now has at least 34 million. Seeing you spend money like that, Ngoc Lin felt a bit more satisfied. At least now she looked like a member of the Ngoc family. After buying some fancy clothes, Liu Di then took Ngoc Lin to the lighter shop. He spotted a limited edition lighter adorned with a 2-carat red diamond worth 1.03 million and immediately took out his card to swipe. Ngoc Lin was very confused. The outfit only cost 300 yuan but was paired with a lighter worth over 1 million. What do I know? I need a convenient lighter to smoke. Liu Dai replied, a man must always have something in hand that's easy to hold. This is what you call taking the bus to go to a bar. Save where you should, spend where you want to enjoy. After finishing, the 2 of them left the shopping mall. As they were about to get into the car, Liu Dai asked Ngoc Lin to wait for him for a moment. A few minutes later, when she started to get annoyed about waiting so long, he appeared again with 2 ice creams in hand. Ngoc Lin took his ice cream without realizing that this was a simple flirting tactic, but one with the most devastating effect. She didn't even dare to look Liu Dai in the eye, so she took a bite of ice cream to ease the awkwardness. And only then did Ngoc Lin realize that all this time she had been eating too much luxury at the Ngoc family's house. So now even the taste of a bad ice cream can surprise her. Ngoc Lin unconsciously smiles. You don't need to keep that annoyed look on your face all day. A young girl should have something of a young girl. Liu Di was about to flirt a little more when suddenly the sound of high heels echoed in. Both of them turned around at the same time, and it was Tan Lele. She used the excuse of being a long-time former classmate and still having no contact information. So she wanted your WeChat, even hinting that in the lonely night they could confide in each other. Liu Dai agreed, of course not because he was caught by this money-hungry woman, but because he wanted to teach her a lesson in the future. But before they could say much, Ngoc Lin angrily pulled you away. Hurry back to get your packed clothes. We have other things to do soon. From Ngoc Lin's tone, it sounds like she's not very happy. Probably jealous. So Liu Dai's plan to flirt with the 3rd young lady seems promising, right? Meanwhile, Tan Lele watched the 2 people leave. Her gaze always fixed on Liu Dai from start to finish. In the past, she looked down on him for being poor and never bothered to glance his way. But now, Liu Dai is both handsome and wealthy. Lele feels she can't let this man go. After returning home, Lei immediately texted Lu Day, being very careful in her message. Lu Day, are you there? I'll send you 2 Do-yen's contact information first. Lu Day only replied with a cold, Unaware of his indifference, she continued cheerfully to suggest, I know she's your ex-girlfriend, but 2 Do-yen now has a wealthy boyfriend. Are you asking or just testing yourself? But then she found out you had deleted her from your friends. So she got angry, threw her phone, and called you a bastard. At the same time, at the Ngok family's villa, Ngok Hai saw the bodyguard bringing back a lot of things and scolded irritably. How many clothes has that clingy guy bought, and how much of her sister's money has he spent? Ngok T also thought for a moment, then winked playfully. I have an idea. Maybe we should wait a bit longer. Lu Day, why did you bring me here? Are you reminding me of the time 3 years ago when you risked everything to save me? Do I owe you a great debt or something? She smiled involuntarily, and Lu Day calmly said, You scheming girl, your thoughts are pretty boring. Hearing this, Ngok Lin immediately protested. What do you mean, mischievous girl? Who gave you the right to call me that? Lu Day refused to comment and led the way inside. Seeing the scene inside, Ngok Lin's face lit up with joy. Is this a hospital scene from a horror movie? Liu Di, this place is where? Hearing the sound, the old man turned his head, looking annoyed as he reminded him, To tell your girl to be quiet, I am saving that person. As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed his staff into the man's chest lying on the bed. Seeing this, Ngok Lin immediately panicked and shouted. He has pleural effusion, yet the old man used this method to help him. There was no support at all, no sterilization, it was too irresponsible. The old man glanced at her and calmly said, If you know medical skills, you can do the bandaging from now on. Ngok Lin obediently stepped in while the old man went to the back to chat. Little Lu Day, did you bring me some wine this time? Lu Day didn't reply, only saying, Old man, I've earned some money. Ngok Lin, while bandaging, kept an eye on Lu Day to see what their relationship really was. Half an hour later, Lu Day and Ong Da finally finished their conversation, and he quickly said goodbye to head back. Lu Day and Ngok Lin hurried onto the car, started the engine, and drove away. Mr. Da, next time you come, remember to bring some wine for me. On the car, Ngok Lin still hadn't gotten her answer and asked suspiciously, Where was that just now? Lu Day calmly replied, Just a hospital. Dr. Da is the only doctor there, specializing in helping poor people who are looked down upon. Ngok Lin was a bit surprised and asked again, So what about the children? Lu Day explained slowly, They are all stray kids, and Mr. Dathu has been taking care of them. Ngok Lin furrowed her brow slightly and asked again, So how do you know that man? Lu Day recalled the past before finally speaking. 3 years ago, when I was blinded after being stabbed, Mr. Da saved me on my deathbed. Hearing this, Ngok Lin's face immediately changed color. She clenched her fist tightly. After a moment, she softly said, Lu Day, I'm sorry. Lu Day seemed indifferent and calmly replied, If you feel guilty, make it up to me by sleeping with me tonight. Ngok Lin's slight guilt disappeared at these words. She pursed her lips and cursed, shameless scoundrel. Seeing her reaction, Lu Day happily smiled and said, I was just joking. Ngok Lin glared at him in anger, then suddenly spoke again after a moment. I see Mr. Da and his hospital are short on money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have refused so quickly. He doesn't need it. I've already left 4 million for them. By evening, Lu Day and the others finally returned to the villa. Ngok Hee and her sister seemed to have been waiting there, and they ran out to greet them as soon as they saw. Big sister, they are finally back. But as soon as she saw Lu Di, Ngok Hee spoke with a displeased tone. Lu Di, your room is ready. Here is the key. He took the key, nodded, and said, Thank you. But Mo Tong reminded him that these two sisters were not to be trusted. At this point, Ngok Lin spoke up again, saying, You two, you really are considerate, even knowing how to tidy up the room in advance. Which floor is the room on? Ngok Hai smirked with malice and spoke. In the auxiliary second floor at the very back. The second floor auxiliary room is on the ground floor. Hearing this, Ngok Lin's face instantly changed color, but Ngok Ti remained calm and said, Third sister, don't forget, he's a driver. Does he really live in a luxury room? Ngok Lin hesitated for a moment, glanced at Lu Day, and stammered, Maybe we should just go back. You don't really mind. I'm just grateful to have a place to stay. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest now. Watching his figure walk away, Ngok Lin still felt very conflicted. Is it okay to treat him like that? Ngok Hai, sneered the man. Clingy puppet dares to deceive Sister Three's feelings? No way. On the other side, Liu Di followed their instructions into the basement room. Looking down the corridor ahead, he couldn't help but marvel at how surprisingly long this second floor corridor was. At this moment, Mo Tong asked softly, Do you see the cameras? He nodded slightly and replied, They're probably somewhere right now with my pathetic laptop. Just as you predicted, Ngok Hai and her sister are secretly watching you through the camera. Ngok Thai cheerfully says, Look at that guy clinging to her. He's heading down the corridor. I already cut the wires there. She looked extremely proud, saying, We're so naughty, but I really was looking forward to it. Just as she finished speaking, the hallway light flickered on again on the iPad. She exclaimed in surprise, What? Why are the lights on now? But there was an unexpected surprise behind him, as Lu Di easily avoided the electrical wire tangled on the ground and then dodged the pellets fired from a dark corner. He calmly reached the door of a room. Seeing this scene, Ngok Hai's sister smiled wickedly. How could he possibly escape this time? But to their disappointment, the iPad suddenly lost signal, and their faces immediately turned grim. It's a ghost. At the same time, Liu Day just stepped into the room and encountered a bucket of water placed on the door, which he easily caught with his hand. He placed it on the shelf, pouting and saying, really making it hard for the two girls, setting up all these kinds of traps. Then, Liu Day glanced around the room, and apart from the slightly warm outside, it was hard to tell this was an underground room. At this moment, he saw something placed next to the wall in the corner. He pulled back the curtain to look, and it was a piano. He gently glided his fingers over the keys, softly muttering, "My childhood dream was to become a concert pianist." Matan understood this perfectly and adjusted the skill fusion attribute for him. "Are you here to help me fulfill my childhood dream?" Then, Liu Day begins to play the first notes. At the same time, you sing your delicate voice. During those tough days, the howling wind passed by, but we were never afraid. Although the waves crash and the wind blows fiercely, I experienced the night wind and the soaking rain myself, with wings fluttering in the darkness and waves rippling across the streets. I am in a state of deeper reflection with the singing floating freely in the air. Liu D relished this feeling intensely, his hands swiftly gliding over the piano keys as soothing melodies kept flowing. Motong next to him also admired and praised. "That's amazing. Your artistic talent is truly unpredictable." The video has been uploaded successfully. Liu D was a bit surprised to hear Motong's words. Motong happily jumps and laughs beside him, saying, "I thought it would be a shame if only I listened to such a good song, so I edited it into a video and uploaded it online." Hearing this, Liu D sighs with a hint of helplessness. "I'm really at my wit's end with it. Denat, that guy's quite interesting too." At this moment, his phone suddenly lit up with a message notification. He was startled and opened it to check, only to find that his recently uploaded video had already reached 100 million views. Moreover, the reactions from netizens were extremely positive. Seeing these comments, Liu D couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The power of the internet in this media age is truly not to be underestimated, but sis is just too complicated. After saying that, Liu D sighed, truly wishing he could realize his dream of starting his own business. Meanwhile, in the room of the Ngok Hai sisters, Ngok T was still pondering over what happened with Liu D earlier. She kept walking back and forth, muttering, "Why is it that all the traps I set up are avoided by Liu Day?" No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. She looked at the person lying on the bed and suggested, "Let's go downstairs to help. I want to see his tragic situation." But she didn't get a response and irritably patted Ngok Hee's shoulder. "What are you looking at while I'm talking to you?" She pouted in disdain immediately after watching the video on the iPad. What's so interesting about this kind of flashy video? It's just that Ngok Hai handed her the earphone, smiling as she said, "No, listen to this. This person sings really well." Ngok T was initially a bit skeptical, but after listening, she was stunned. "Really good." "Hee hee, I'm going crazy." "Who is he?" Ngok Hai shook her head and replied, "I don't know either. He's very mysterious. Only one video called Emperor First, which now has 6 million views." Ngok T's eyes were full of infatuation as she happily said, "Hee hee, I've made up my mind. I will marry him." As soon as she said that, Ngok Hee immediately objected. "No, he was discovered by you. I can't compete for him with you." Then, the two of them started arguing over the husband late at night. Ngok Long in the next room heard everything clearly and muttered in annoyance, "What are these two fools up to now? It's so late and you won't let me sleep. Why are you shouting like that?" On another note, in Emperor Liu's room, he just finished reading and looked a bit tired, sighing and saying, "I'm so hungry. Just thinking about it drains my energy." Thinking, he stood up from the chair and muttered, "Looks like I can only go to the dining room to find some food." But as he opened the door, he saw 2 people blocking the way. The 2 of them even sprayed his face with a spray, causing him to fall to the ground in surprise. He asked, somewhat annoyed, "What are you 2 doing here?" "This is my room." Ngok Hai and her sister exchanged glances, a bit stammering and speechless. After a while, Ngok Hai finally opened her mouth to scold. "This shameless man clinging to her skirt staying at our house." Ngok Hai nodded in agreement beside her. "That's right, and he still spends our money." "I told you!" Ngok Thi's glare was meant to warn him. But unfortunately, Liu Day ignored their barking like dogs and didn't bother to reply before leaving, which made the 2 of them angry enough to call him back. "Where do you think you're going? You're not allowed to knock on our third sister's door." Liu Di didn't even bother to glance at them and left directly without turning his head. They're really just a couple of useless kids. Ngok Hee and the others watched his back in silence, while over here, Liu Di had already gone to the kitchen to prepare ingredients for cooking. Mo Tong still understood and combined cooking skills for him. Liu Day looked at Mo Tong with some gratitude, while outside, Ngok Hee and the others were sneaking around watching. Ngok Tai suspiciously asked, "Is this what you're preparing to cook rice?" "Hey, let's just let him do it. Wait until he burns everything to a crisp, then we can charge him for wasting food." Liu Day inside is focused on cooking and doesn't notice the 2 of them. He starts chopping onions, then beats the eggs. After preparing everything, he turns on the stove to cook. Outside, Ngok Ti was mesmerized. After a while, she realized she was lost in her thoughts, so she quickly snapped herself out of it, staying alert to avoid falling for this man's tricks. Then she turned to Ngok Hai and reminded her, He, stay alert. Don't forget why we're here." and Ngak-hee was slightly startled and instinctively nodded. Yes, we have to chase this person away. The two of them kept watching from outside, and before long, they saw Liu Day finish the dish. Ngak-hee looked at the plate of rice in front of her, her eyes filled with admiration. Liu Dee's result is a very eye-catching plate of egg-fried rice. After finishing, Liu Dee looked toward the door and asked if anyone wanted to try some. Your words made them startle, but Ngak-hee still coldly snorted, saying, "We don't care and we have our own dignity." Ignoring them, Liu Dee took a spoonful to taste and then sighed as he spoke. The rice grains separated with a springy texture and the lingering aroma of scallions filled the mouth, together forming a harmonious melody. Hearing this, the two Ngak-hee girls started to drool. Liu Day couldn't help but chuckle softly, raising an eyebrow and asking, "So what? Aren't the two noble young ladies still respectful to each other?" So the two Ngak-hee girls abandoned Zunlahim and rushed to the plate of rice to eat eagerly, clearly still very childish. After a while, the two finally finished their plate of rice, but these two sisters are really shameless. Ngak-tai raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying, "Liu Day, we won't be eating this meal. One bowl of rice costs one tael." Ngak-hai also nodded in agreement. He still owed us 499 yuan. Liu Dee was a bit speechless but nodded softly. "All right then, that's right. Why isn't brother-in-law Uyang here today?" Ngak-ti quickly replied, "My second sister and her husband have their own house. They're not here. So it's just us three girls here." Hearing this, Liu Dee frowned and said with a smile, "So it's just you three silly girls here. What do you want to do, Liu Day? What do you mean?" Liu Dee chuckled softly without saying anything else. He turned and left, pouting as he said, "Watch out and sleep well tonight." Both Ngak-hai and the others were immediately startled and said, "What? Why are you so serious?" Liu Dee left, leaving the two people standing there in confusion while he ran alone to the nearby building. His right eye emitted a faint pink light, allowing him to see everything very clearly. He frowned in silence. What exactly does that charming guy, Ao Duangfenglu, want to do to Ngak Lin? It's clear that Ngak Lin is definitely a strong rival for holding the shares of the Ngak family against Ao Duangfenglu. Hearing this, Emperor Liu immediately panicked, thinking he might want to kill Yao Lin. At that moment, Mo Tong jumped in to reassure him, saying, "Don't worry, I control the entire state, and if anything unusual happens, I will inform you." Emperor Liu nodded slightly and asked, "Can you keep an eye on that playboy?" Mo Tong immediately replied, "It depends on whether his place has cameras, but he hasn't done anything unusual today and is quite happy right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Tong showed him the scene from Feng Liu's room, where he was holding a beautiful woman tightly, clearly enjoying himself. He looked at the woman beside him, raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Compared to Ngak-hee and Ngak-thi, they're still a bit behind. Sooner or later, one day, when I take over the Yen family, I will make them obediently serve me." Immediately after, he tried to kiss the woman in front of him, but the scene was cut off here. Seeing this, Emperor Liu became furious. The beastly man who married his second sister still dreaming of his two younger sisters, and he returned to his room angrily. The next morning, Ngak Lin was still not able to see Emperor Liu in the yard and asked irritably, "Why hasn't Emperor Liu come down yet?" "Third miss, I've already knocked on your brother's door twice. It seems he's still not awake. If not, today let Lao Li take you there." "No, it has to be him. As my driver, he can't be allowed to sleep in." He kept knocking until he woke him up and then stopped. Thiet Tu immediately received the order to leave, but after taking just 2 steps, Ngak Lin called him back. Because she saw Liu Day return from outside, she was startled and frowned, realizing he had gone for a run. Liu Day immediately ran up to her and handed her the bag in his hand. "This is the baozi I ran an hour to bring back for you." Ngak Lin instinctively frowned and asked, "This baozi shop is more than 20 kilometers from our house. You went there and back in an hour?" But she still doesn't believe it, sneering, "How is that possible? Liu Di, what are you pretending to have done a morning run for?" At this moment, Thiet Tu's earphones buzzed with a notification. We followed Emperor Liu for a stretch, and he really ran back 20 kilometers in an hour. Hearing this, Thiet Tu immediately praised him. "Liu's stamina truly impresses me." Emperor Liu declined to comment, smiling and saying, "You're too kind. Are you about to miss a shot? Everyone wait for me a moment. I'll go take a shower and change clothes first." Then I turn around and walk away. Ngak Lin looked at his back and complained, yet there was someone with a driver who looked just like him. "Zetu, you too. Bang, bang, why are you surrendering to Liu Di?" Zetu instinctively frowns but says nothing. A moment later, after preparing herself, Liu Di drove Ngak Lin to the company. In the car, Ngak Lin was looking at something, her mind filled with emotion. She was tall and slender, wearing a white shirt. Even her figure was somewhat similar. But why was there such a huge difference? Who exactly is this top-ranking person? After a while, Ngak Lin's car finally arrived at the company entrance. Ngak Lin tidied up her clothes and quickly stepped out of the car. She led the way into the company, with Liu Day quietly following behind. Only after entering the lobby did Liu Di see something, the company's top sales chart with Ngak Lin in 3rd place. He instinctively frowned, thinking, does the chairman's daughter also have to compete in this business race? You don't understand anything. This is the company culture. All employees are involved in business, and everyone must create value for the company. She is no exception. This ranking still isn't enough. Hai Long Group's success today truly gives it an advantage over others. Lưu Đi nghe xong liền hào hứng nổi. Vậy, bây giờ tôi có thể phát triển sự nghiệp của mình tham gia vào bảng xếp hạng doanh thu anh sao? Tử lọ cho Minh Dị. Ngọc slightly pouted, then turned and walked away. The staff who saw her immediately bowed in greeting, and when she reached her office door, a woman suddenly appeared. President Lin, hello? Liu Day was slightly startled when he saw this woman. Ignoring your gaze, the woman approached and handed the document in her hand to Ngọc Lin. This is today's document. Ngọc Lin reached out and said seriously, Tian Tian, please help me arrange a meeting with President Li of Renzi Hospital. She frowned and asked, this person is Ngọc Lin, who immediately replied, my driver. Liu Day and Tian Tian were a bit surprised. So he was Lin's driver, not her boyfriend, but he was really handsome, with that physique and aura, definitely not to be missed. Thinking of that, she pulled Liu Day's hand and ran away. Don't disturb President Lin while she works. Follow me and wait in my office. A moment later, the two finally arrived at the general manager's secretary's office. Liu Day swallowed nervously out of habit. Bad boy, a goddess like President Lin isn't someone you can control, or try with me instead. While he was stunned, Tian Tian reached out and placed her hand on his cheek. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying, little brother, how about we become friends? Seeing this scene, Ngọc Lin spoke up to remind her. Tian Tian moved away from Liu Day's car and quickly got to work. Got it! Tian Tian immediately moved aside, then looked back at Liu Day to remind him. Little brother, you should stop looking too. Our President Lin has someone in her heart already. Liu Day frowned instinctively and asked suspiciously, that's a bit interesting. Who is he? Tian. Tian shook her head gently. I don't know his name either. Only that he saved President Lin 3 years ago and has always been a hero in her heart. She said she also didn't know if President Lin had found her hero yet. Hearing this, Liu Day was a bit surprised. Does she always see you as a hero? Meanwhile, Mo Tong suddenly jumped out to remind him, Liu Day, there's something unusual in Ngọc Lin's office. Liu Day slightly startled and asked, what's going on? Mo Tong calmly replied, don't rush. This strange thing is a bit funny to talk about. Liu Day, following its advice, looked into Ngọc Lin's room as Mo Tong slowly explained everything to him. The 3 vases contain 3 incense sticks in front of the grave. The picture in the room is a blue stele on the tomb, and there are 2 carved walls on either side of the mausoleum, and Ngọc Lin is the person inside the grave. Mo Tong continued, after analysis and comparison, this is a mortal trap formation called Tusat. You humans are really strange believing in such nonsense. Liu Di frowned slightly and asked, so the so-called death trap is completely useless. Mo Tong nodded slightly and said, I am very sure that there is no scientific basis at all. It is all just folk legends. That's good. Liu Di only then nodded in satisfaction, not knowing who this girl had offended again, and that someone had set up a deadly trap in her office. Thinking this, he looked at Tian Tian and said, Tian Tian, I need to go to the bathroom. She nodded casually. Liu Day then went to Ngọc Lin's room. Seeing him, she slightly furrowed her brow and asked why he didn't knock before entering. Liu Di didn't answer and moved to stand beside the 3 vases placed opposite. You smile and say, these 3 vases are pretty good. Where did you get them? Ngọc Lin calmly replies, they are gifts from the vice president of the company. You better be careful. If you break it, you won't be able to replace it. Liu Day didn't say anything else, and I continued to ask, what about this landscape painting? It's the product of Vice President Zun. What about the other 2 spheres? Liu Di glanced around and asked. Ngọc Lin casually replied, this is called Water Dragon Pearl, a very expensive handcrafted piece, and it belongs to brother-in-law Ao Duong. Hearing this, Liu Di realized that the Deputy General and Deputy General Tan were all allies of that Wu Yang, so he decided to break the deadly formation first and then proceed. He immediately moved, knocking over the 3 porcelain vases in a flash. Seeing this scene, Ngọc Lin immediately stood up angrily and asked, Liu Day, what are you doing? Stop. The vase shattered on the ground, but you still responded calmly, saying you accidentally slipped. That statement made Ngọc Lin so angry he couldn't refute. Easy. Hearing the commotion, Tian Tian ran over from the next room and asked, what's going on here? What's the situation? Ngọc Lin angrily looked at Liu Di and questioned him. Liu Day unconsciously smiled. Liu Di calmly said, it's just 3 vases, nothing serious. I'll pay for them. Read the account number. I'll transfer the money to you. The market price for this item is 60,000, but Ngọc Lin felt a bit helpless and sighed, saying, just record this as a debt for now. It will be deducted from your salary. Liu Day slightly pursed his lips. It's only a 6 million vase. I even found orders worth 100 million for some people. Ngọc Lin frowned after hearing that, thinking a 100 million order was just like 100 yuan. Where does he get his confidence from? At this moment, Tian Tian suddenly reminded her, Lin, we don't have much time left, so let's head to meet President Lai at Renzi Hospital. Ngọc Lin nodded slightly and ordered Tian Tian to find someone to clean the office. Liu Di, go drive the car. Meanwhile, at a stadium in the Ngọc estate, Ngọc Hai and her sister are playing tennis. Ngọc Hai glances at her sister and says, Thi, we've been playing so long I'm exhausted. Let's go back and rest a bit. Then, the 2 head back to the villa's dining room. At this moment, Ngakti suddenly saw something on the dining table. A card appeared under the plate. Ngakti exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the card that Dad gave to Liu Di?" Ngakti also happily said, "Oh my god, it's true." He returned the card. Could it be that on the day Emperor Liu took the card, he left it here directly? Did he not use the money in the card at all? Thinking of all this, the two sisters couldn't help but panic, remembering they had called him a clingy guy, set a trap to harm him, eaten his fried rice, and even deducted money from the 5 million. And they both felt more and more guilty as they sighed. He is so confident, so handsome, and such a talented cook. Why did we act so foolish? But before long, Ngakhi suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened and she exclaimed in shock, "So where did his clothes come from?" Hearing this, Ngakhi nodded in agreement. That outfit must cost over 1 million. He couldn't possibly have that much money. At this point, Ngakhi immediately clenched the card and said through gritted teeth, "He definitely used your money." She thought he deliberately left the card here so they would find it, making them feel guilty, while also using Ngaklin's affection to spend recklessly. "Huh?" Ngakhi said coldly, angry, pretending to be innocent but actually dangerous and unpredictable. Too terrifying. Ngakti hesitated and asked, "But should we leave this money here?" "That's 5 million. Enough for your pocket money for a few months." Ngakhi thought for a moment before speaking. "Otherwise we might spend it secretly." Then the two looked at each other with satisfied smiles. Suddenly, Emperor Liu, who was driving nearby, sneezed, suspecting someone was cursing him. At the same time, Tian Tian nervously said, "Lin President, the Humanity Hospital has refused us 3 times. I really have no more confidence left." Ngak calmly replied, "I must get this 1 billion order." "I've always felt that President Li has had bad intentions towards you," Tian Tian said worriedly. Ngak shook her head firmly. "I must get it. This matter concerns not only me, but also my father's honor." Liu Di in front also fell into silence. Hailong Group mainly produces medical equipment, and Rensu Hospital is a key target client, but that Mr. Li is a bit difficult to handle. A little while later, they finally stopped in front of a hospital. They met a man who, upon seeing them, smiled and said, "Miss Ngak, everyone's here, huh?" He said your order is quite difficult to handle, then suggested sitting down to talk later. At the same time, behind them, Liu Di called Mo Tong. "Help me investigate this Mr. Li." Immediately, Mo Tong showed the man's information for you to see. His name is Li Daihai, who started his career selling fake medicine. This hospital has previously reported false diagnoses, used fake medicines, causing over 100 patients to have incidents during treatment, but all of it was kept secret. Yet, the hospital has not faced any penalties. The more Emperor Liu listened, the angrier he became, muttering fiercely, "This hellish place is deserted. Evil spirits walk among humans. If these people don't die, then find out where justice lies." At this moment, Ngak Lin spoke again. "President Lai, if you are willing to reconsider our products, I can return to the corporation and help you secure some preferential policies." "Everything can be easily negotiated." Daihai raised an eyebrow and smiled softly. "Everything can be easily negotiated? This isn't something that can be explained in just a few words. Why don't we go to the nearby Tuinya Tavern and rent a private room so we can eat and talk there?" Booking a room, hearing this, Lord Liu immediately shouted loudly. He scolded fiercely. "A girl from someone else's family making a business deal with you and booking a room. If it gets out, how can you still have face to meet others?" Ngak sighed helplessly, glaring at him and scolding, "Liu Di, shut up." Then she looked at Daihai and softly apologized. "President Lai, please don't mind him. He's just my new driver and doesn't understand the rules." "So you're just the driver? Huh, kid, stay out of our boss's affairs and be a little smarter in the future." He raised his eyebrows and said with a smug tone, "If those big bosses above me are unhappy, there's no need to mention other matters. No one in High City will dare to cooperate with you anymore." As soon as those words left his mouth, Ngak clenched her teeth in anger. Taking a deep breath, she pursed her lips and said, "If I agree to have a meal with you, will the deal be signed properly?" Dan Mac nodded. Daihai calmly said, "If you come by yourself, I will do my best, but I have a condition." Ngak frowned and looked at him seriously, saying, "First, we're just having a meal, and second, I will bring my assistant Tian Tian along." "Of course." Daihai agreed without hesitation, buying one get one free. Tonight, he's making a big profit. A while later, they went outside, but before returning, Liu Di told the two to wait for him for a moment. "Who are you talking to? Did you tell us to wait for you?" Liu Di calmly said, "Are you saying that all the employees of Hailong Group are in business too? Do they all need to have achievements? Isn't this my driver?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving Ngak a bit stunned. Wait until she reacted. Liu Di had already gone far away. "In Disekai Sombaroe," and she could only shout in vain, "Stop for me." But he didn't even turn around and calmly said, "Give me 5 minutes." Liu Di walked straight to Daihai's room. As soon as he saw him, he looked at him with contempt and said, "The driver of the beautiful Miss Ngak? What's wrong? Is President Ngak getting impatient?" Liu Di's eyes burn with anger as he climbs onto the table and stands, coldly staring at him. Daihai, this scoundrel's name. This remark made Daihai furious. He slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "How dare you insult me? Do you believe I will break your leg?" Suddenly, Ludi sneered and said, "Before you break my leg, I suggest you check your email first." Daihai opened the email with suspicion, and immediately his face turned very grim. Inside is a video clip of him holding a stack of money, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely handle everything you've entrusted to me." And about those words that aren't from him, whether it's fake medicine or not, it's not a big deal. It won't kill anyone. If it can be solved with money, then it's nothing. Seeing this, Dahai's face was drained of all color. He was so scared he was trembling. How could that be? How could someone know about this? If these things were to be leaked, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Who is it? Who exactly sent this? But when he saw the sender's name, he was even more shocked. Who is Lu Di? Thinking about the person in front of him, Dahai raised his head and asked suspiciously, "What is your name?" "Liu Di, the driver of Ngoc Lin." Immediately, Dahai knelt down and begged, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare my life." Without thinking, Lu Di snorted and said, "If you know you're wrong, do something to make me happy. Don't hesitate." He immediately nodded, even though he didn't know what you wanted to do. A moment later, Luo Di finally stepped outside. As soon as he saw the boy, Ngoc Lin spoke with a disdainful tone, telling him not to go, as he had been rejected. "Drive back to the company, don't rush." Liu Di also didn't react, just told her to stay calm. But Ngoc Lin was too impatient to wait and coldly said, "You stay here alone." But at this moment, Daihai suddenly stepped forward and said, "Wait a moment, I already have the contract here. We can sign the contract now. I've signed and stamped it, you just need to sign your name." Seeing the contract in his hand, Ngoc Lin was so stunned she couldn't speak. Seeing her dazed, Daihai continued, "I feel that the 1 billion order is not enough. This contract is for 2 billion. I will pay the full amount directly." Tian Tian behind him was stunned to hear this. Oh my god, is this a business deal? This is just a desperate plea for some money. Ngoc Lin couldn't help but panic. Ms. Lin looked at the contract, saw that there was no problem, and spoke up again. "President Lai, are you serious?" Daihai nodded without hesitation. "Really, President Ngoc, do you think this is okay?" After a moment of hesitation, Ngoc Lin nodded and agreed. Okay. Then she signed her name on the contract. Even when she was sitting in the car on the way back, Ngoc Lin still couldn't shake her shock. Since she joined the company, this is the biggest contract. It's enough to make anyone rise to the top of the revenue chart. At this moment, Tian Tian cheerfully said, "President Ngoc, the Kind Hospital has transferred the money, the full 2 billion. Ngoc Lin nodded softly and replied, "Got it, I understand." Then she looked back at Liu Di sitting in the driver's seat and asked suspiciously, "What exactly did you and Li Daihai talk about? Is it because of me that he signed the contract with us?" Liu Di also didn't hide it and calmly said, "It's like this. I am actually a very skilled hacker. Just now, I discovered some blackmail material on Li Daihai, and then I used this blackmail to threaten him." But Ngoc Lin didn't believe it and thought he was joking, so she sighed helplessly and said, "Liu Di, can you be a bit more normal?" Seeing her reaction, Liu Di smiled and said, "Fine. Actually, Li Daihai is my uncle. Are you satisfied now?" Hearing this, Ngoc Lin fell even more silent, and Tian Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Liu Di pouted and looked at the two of them, then asked, "So how do we calculate the value of our company's roses?" Ngoc Lin calculated for a moment before speaking. "About 10 million, the finance department will transfer it to you when I return." But Liu Di shook his head in refusal. "No need. This order's sales will be credited to you as compensation for your vase." Ngoc Lin was stunned after hearing this, and it was true that he said he would take the order to compensate for the vase. Before she could recover from her shock, Liu Di continued, "The remaining 4 million is considered emotional damage for you. When you have free time, go see a psychologist. Don't keep everything to yourself and suffer alone. After all, I am your hero and great protector." That statement made Ngoc Lin panic. She blushed shyly and muttered, "What kind of hero are you anyway?" Tian Tian, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile knowingly at their conversation. These two definitely have something suspicious going on. Everyone was surprised that she secured the 2 billion deal. Some even knew about Emperor Lu, thinking she was supporting him. While they were gossiping about others, they were caught off guard when a hand suddenly rested on their shoulders. The visitor is Liu Di. He raised an eyebrow and spoke, suggesting that if she has no issues, she shouldn't criticize the male employees at the company, saying that one day that person might become the chairman's son-in-law. As soon as he finished speaking, Ngoc Lin pulled him away, telling him not to embarrass himself here. Tian Tian watched the two from behind, a slight smile curling on her lips, clearly sensing something shady about them. At the same time, at Daihai Hospital, he was calling someone, his tone a bit frantic. "The boss of the Black Wolf, all of my documents have been rummaged through by a driver from the Ngoc family." At this point, he gritted his teeth and said with a malicious tone, "That kid has to die, or I won't be able to sleep peacefully." After a long silence, Liu Di from the Ngoc family finally spoke. "That's interesting. Recently, someone paid 5 million to get its head. Another day passed like that, and finally it was time to go home. Everyone was excited to leave." Above the company building. After work, Ngoc Lin and Liu Di also left the room. But as they stepped out, they saw Tian Tian standing seductively beside the wall. "Whose younger brother? Where are you going tonight? Do you want to have dinner with me?" Ngoc Lin glared at her and coldly said, Tian, stay for the overtime. Lu Day will go home with me for dinner. She was a bit startled when she saw Ngok Lin. Lu Di didn't say a word and got into the car to go home. As soon as he sat down, he spoke. I found something very strange. He chuckled softly and raised an eyebrow, saying, Tian is seducing me. You're jealous. Lu Di, you're so shameless. Ngok Lin, angry after hearing that, didn't say anything else, just smiled and drove back home. By evening, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the Ngok family's dining table. Ngok Hee and Ngok Lin's eyes lit up instantly. It smells so good, now I want to dig in, but Ngok Lin is surprised. She didn't expect him to be so considerate this time. At this moment, Liu Di spoke up. Everyone sit down and eat. No need to be polite. Hearing this, the Ngok Hai sisters happily started eating. Well then, we won't hold back. They just haven't had time to eat yet, their eyes involuntarily shrinking in fear because across from them, Emperor Liu was devouring his food. This was told to you by Mo Tong. The next thing you need to do is break through your jealousy. The amount of food you consume can strengthen your body. After eating so much, you're now capable of crushing most of humanity and are on a completely different level from them. A moment later, Ngok Lin spoke again. Hi, Thi, you eat so much, let's practice. Hearing this, Ngok Hai immediately felt annoyed. No way. Third sister, you want to go fight boxing again? Ngok Lin nodded slightly, then looked at Liu Di and suggested, you should come too. She thinks she can definitely beat Liu Di to submission. The two sisters, Ngok Hee and her sister, also envisioned that scene and chuckled to themselves happily. Liu Day was startled and looked at her, asking back, are you sure you want to fight me? He nodded fiercely, and Ngok Lin firmly said, definitely stop talking nonsense. And then they went to the training room. Ngok Lin looked at Liu Di and asked, with your outfit like that, how can you fight me? Liu Di calmly said, I can take off my clothes, but I want to confirm once more. Are you really going to fight me? Ngok Lin snorted coldly and said, stop talking nonsense. As soon as she finished, Liu Day took off his shirt and threw it away. The three sisters, Ngok Lin looked stunned, and Ngok Hee quickly said, you're so handsome, this face, this body? Liu Day, reacting to their reactions, looked down at himself. Could this be the new human type according to Mo Tong's words? At that moment, Ngok Lin's eyes immediately widened in panic. Is this really him? At this moment, Liu Day spoke again, saying, so where should we fight? His words startled Ngok Lin, and she quickly shook her head to compose herself. How can she be so obsessed with guys? We clearly agreed to fight each other. Although she's a girl, his muscular build makes it quite difficult. Once he gets close, she simply cannot resist. Thinking of this scene, Ngok Lin suddenly hesitated. Seeing her dazed, Liu Day spoke again. Can we take a little more time? Hearing this, Ngok Lin immediately felt upset. You're really heartless. Are you really going to fight a fragile girl like me? Liu Day was a bit surprised. Didn't you say you wanted to fight with fists? I confirmed it twice already. Ngok Lin grew even angrier and shouted, you are such a straight guy. Liu Day shrugged indifferently and pouted. If Miss Ngok agrees to lose to me today, I will let you go. I, Liu, will not admit defeat. So let's go. The more Ngok Lin listened, the angrier she became, and she clenched her fists and shouted. But before she could finish, a noise sounded outside. A deep voice then sounded, saying, Miss Tam, I heard you and Mr. Liu are going to fight, so I came especially to watch. The visitor was Thiet Tu. He looked at Liu Di and said, Liu, it seems that Tam Tu Thu is no match for you. How about I fight 2 rounds with you, Liu? Ngok Lin frowned and looked at him. At the age of 10, he was adopted by the 3 women and was sent to martial arts training from a young age, defeating over 10 thugs without a scratch. 3 years ago, when she was surrounded by hooligans, Thiet Tu couldn't save her in time, and he has always carried that guilt in his heart. At the same time, Thiet Tu was secretly observing Liu Di. He ran 20 kilometers in less than an hour. You are definitely not an ordinary person, not only strange but also a bit cruel. With that in mind, Thiet Tu assumed an attacking stance. He raised his eyebrows and said, Lord Liu, let's get started. Lord Liu nodded slightly and replied, my apologies. Hearing this, Thiet Tu also clenched his fist. Seeing this, Ngok Lin spoke up to remind him. Thiet Tu, be gentle, know when to stop, and try not to hurt others. Thiet Tu immediately nodded in agreement. Young Lady Tam, rest assured. I joined the army at 15, served as a Special Forces soldier completing 163 missions, earning many medals. May I ask where you come from, Mr. Liu? Liu Day couldn't help but feel emotional. With 9 glorious achievements for his homeland, he slowly spoke. Brother Thiet Tu, I am just a humble city dweller with only some basic skills. Thiet Tu frowned at him and said in a deep voice, if Liu Day doesn't want to speak honestly, then let's fight to see your true skills. If you won't speak, then fight until you do. With that, he lunged forward with his spear. The thug swung his fist fiercely, but Liu Day caught it. As they fought, Mo Tong suddenly jumped out and spoke. Humans have an invisible magnetic field called aura that can influence others' minds or actions. Liu Di was slightly startled, then swept his leg toward Thiet Tu. Your quick response caught Thiet Tu off guard, and then he spun around to throw another punch. Liu Di also didn't hesitate to punch back. At this moment, Mo Tong had completed the fusion of subconscious control over aura. Immediately, a murderous intent flashed from Liu Day's eyes as he transformed into a demon, exuding an overwhelming aura that pressed down on Thiet Tu. This made him startled and step back, unable to hide his admiration. Is this Liu Day from the depths of hell? He's not an ordinary person. He must be someone from the military. And those in the armies of the War Kings are definitely the most outstanding. Thinking of this, Tietu immediately lowered his stance and said solemnly, "Brother Liu, Tietu has understood." Unconsciously, he smiled, and Emperor Liu shyly replied, "Understanding isn't enough. I haven't enjoyed the pleasure today yet." Tietu just now was incredibly powerful, just lacking a bit of skill, a brave man who could give some advice. Thinking this, he suggested, "There are many people here. We can go over there and learn from each other." Hearing this, Tietu suddenly realized and immediately hurriedly replied, "Tietu is willing to sacrifice himself for the righteous." But Ngoc here was very worried and said, "Tietu, enough, know your limits." Suddenly sighing, Tietu reluctantly replied, "Third young lady, do you think I want that?" So Liu Di and Tietu entered the private room, while the three Ngoc sisters pressed their ears to the door to listen inside. Ngoc frowns and asks, could Liu Di have gone in there and come out carrying someone? At the same time, inside the room, Liu Di was striking while reminding Tietu to use 70% of his strength, hold back 30%, stay flexible, and save the rest for the next move. Tute is very obedient, then continues fighting Liu Di, but soon gets knocked down to the ground. Liu Di raises an eyebrow and looks at him, smiling. "A warrior from the Eastern Divine Sword, truly deserving of your reputation, I admire you." Hearing this, Tietu's face immediately turned grim. How did he know about the Divine Sword of the Eastern Realm? This is an SSS level secret of Hoaha. Only 2 people know about this organization, one being a high-ranking 3-star general in Hoaha's military. Could the other person really be that person? Thinking of this, Tietu immediately spoke up. "Lord Liu, I wasted my previous worries for you, the great and mighty path. How could such insignificant characters matter?" His tone became more respectful. Dongfeng Tan Kim is divided into 2 parts, Heaven Law and EarthNet. The Heavenly Law organization, which makes all the EarthNet warriors admire, is probably Liu Dai's old army. Hearing this, Tietu immediately bowed deeply in respect. "Tietu, what happened with those minor characters you mentioned before?" Liu Di slowly said, "The underground world in High City has someone offering 5 million to buy your head." Liu Dai was slightly startled. Are they openly putting a price on your life? The past 20 years of my life have been nothing special. I had no enemies until I came to the Ngoc family and made enemies with 2 people. One of them is the person who thinks you are obstructing his plan to seize power, Ao Duong Fong Liu. The other person is the guy you threatened to sign a contract with at the Humanity Hospital, Li Daihai. Thinking of this, Liu Di couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding it interesting. Where does that 500,000 reward come from anyway? Tietu quickly replied. The one announcing it in the underground world's message relay is the Black Wolf boss from Hai Thi's underground scene. Liu Di was a bit surprised, so the person Ouyang Feng contacted that day was him. Thinking for a moment, Liu Di then said, "The reward thing, you don't need to worry about it anymore. Let's continue practicing boxing another day." Then he lifted his foot to leave, but Tietu called him back.
My old teacher Hack's son has also recently come to Hai Thi. 2 years ago, he was promoted to the Thian Law organization, and if he knew that you, Liu, are also here, he would definitely be very happy.
Really? Before Black Old arrives, please let my brother Tietu inform me first. Tietu immediately nodded. All right, I'll keep it. Liu Di stepped out the door, unable to hold back a sigh, and wondered if it was necessary to expose you so quickly. Once revealed, how will you explain your extraordinary power? Carrying a sense of confusion, he stepped outside. Ngoc looked at him and asked worriedly, Liu Di, are you okay? Liu Di, with a shy smile, said, I think it's not very good for a girl named Ngoc to do this in a crowded place. This made Ngoc upset. She snorted coldly and turned away, refusing to comment. Then Liu Di just bid farewell and turned to leave. Then, Tietu also stepped out from inside. Ngoc glanced at him and asked, what just happened inside? Then, Tietu recounted everything to her. She was startled and couldn't believe it, exclaiming, did Liu Di really hit him? Master Tayet gently nodded and said, I am sorry I cannot tell you too much from now on with Mr. Liu. There to protect you, you don't need to worry anymore. Over here, Emperor Liu later returned to his room, took a shower, and then casually browsed his phone for a while. He accidentally came across Ngokti's streaming account. He couldn't help but frown. Is that girl? Are you live now? Then he immediately clicked to check. During the live stream, Ngokti was happily chatting with her fans when suddenly a huge commotion erupted below due to the appearance of Diet Nyat. Someone crazily typed in Dinyat's name, wanting to talk to him. Everyone was very excited about this sudden appearance. And right after that, Ngokti's live stream also set a new record. Seeing this, Liu Di couldn't help but feel emotional and said, I just wanted to watch a little, but it caused such a commotion. It's crazy. Meanwhile, Ngokti was also very surprised and kept asking her sister, Thi, tell me the truth. How did you get to know Dinat? Ngokti somewhat helplessly said, I've said it 800 times. I really don't know him. As soon as she finished speaking, Ngokti received a call from someone. She pressed the listen button and a loud voice shouted from the other side, Thi, tell me quickly, how do you know Dinat? Ngokti really couldn't hold back her tears. Big sister, Why are you asking that question again? This is the 801st time I really don't know him. Ngokdeep didn't believe Ngokti's words and suggested, I have a new movie coming up. I want you to invite Diet Nyat to sing the song Tween Treen with me, and I really like Diet Nyat and want to meet him too. Please rely on me. After saying this, she didn't wait for Ngokti to refuse, immediately hung up, leaving Ngokti speechless and sighing. Where are you going to find a way to contact Dae for me? The next morning, as usual, Liu Dae went to the company. Just like the first day, people in the company still can't stop talking about you. Hearing this, Liu Dae couldn't help but sigh, feeling truly troubled. Thinking quickly, he hurriedly said, Motong, help me investigate Hako's information, and it seemed almost immediately. Motong provided the details. Hako's real name is Ton Diuvan, 36 years old, outwardly the president of Haithi Trade Department, but secretly the boss of an underground casino. Liu Dae glanced over and fell into silence, saying, This guy is really something. All kinds of bosses and businesses. It's a pity I accepted this assignment from you. Are you Hako's boss? Then you'll enjoy playing with him a little. An hour later, in a room of a large building, a man is lighting a cigarette while a woman serves him. While he was resting, someone outside suddenly pushed the door open and hurriedly said, Master Black Fox, something big has happened. So, does that mean we have a mole inside our organization? At first I thought so too. But when we were about to investigate, we received a strange phone call. The man on the phone said, Don't look any further. There's no mole among you. This is clearly an act of provocation. Hako angrily slammed the table and shouted, Looks like our enemy this time is not an ordinary one. At that moment, the subordinate's phone rang again. He hurriedly answered, and the voice on the other end said, Boss, it's him. Hako, grinding his teeth in anger, asked, What did he say? The subordinate stammered nervously. Sorry, boss, I said. Before he could finish speaking, Heihu snatched the phone and shouted coldly, Who are you? Wait until I find your phone and see if I beat you to death. On the other side, a teasing voice sounded. If you're brave enough, come find me. Kid, Hako immediately scolded and then angrily threw the phone in his hand. At this moment, the girl beside Hako softly suggested, Boss, why not try tracing the phone number? Hearing her reminder, Hako quickly issued an order. Go now and find the best hacker in the underground world no matter what it takes. Hurry up. A while later, Hako received a report from his subordinates. They said they found him. The person is at the gaming shop next to the Miss nightclub. Hearing this, a murderous intent flashed in Hako's eyes. He coldly ordered, Send me 20 men, no 30 to bring that kid back to me. Then he waited patiently for his subordinate's report, but at this moment he received a strange phone call. He frowned involuntarily. How could that be? His phone had just been changed, and the number was new too. With suspicion in his mind, he picked up the phone, and a mocking laugh came from the other side. Here's a reasonable advice. Send some experts over here. This statement nearly made him throw his phone in frustration again. 20 minutes later, at a gaming shop, a young man handed a black card to the owner and spoke up. Boss, chase out all the customers. 1 million. I'll cover it today. Open all the doors. This kind of VIP is exactly what the boss likes most. He took it and nodded repeatedly like a drumbeat. All right. Immediately afterward, he left, feeling overwhelmed and thinking to himself whether this was some wealthy young master or a foolish rich kid who liked to pick fights with others. Soon after, chaos erupted here, with the sound of hurried footsteps echoing continuously down the corridor. Soon after, a group of armed men surrounded the young man, and without a word, they all charged forward, with Liu Dae being the one trapped. He remained calm, leisurely smoking a cigarette, secretly hoping they could make him happy today. With that thought, he threw away the cigarette in his hand, seemingly casual, but it hit the scar-faced guy rushing toward him right in the forehead. Immediately after, Liu Dae charged into the encirclement, kicking the guy away, while another man with a knife aimed at him, but he seemed to be alert. You quickly turn around and punch him in the side. Your figure suddenly appears in the midst of the encirclement, beating the others into chaos. In just 5 minutes, more than a dozen people had been knocked to the ground by Liu Dae. He looked around coldly and said, Tell Heihu that I didn't have fun playing. Now I'm going to find him. Boss Liu Dae thought you really had to go there in person. A moment later, at Heihu's base, he stepped outside and saw Huo Hai's subordinate running over to report. Boss, it's bad news. The 100 of us sent out have all been beaten down. Did they all get beaten? How many people does the enemy have? If he can defeat 100 people, then the opponent must have at least 200 people. But he was wrong. His subordinate then told him that, unexpectedly, the boss was only one person and he was extraordinarily powerful. Is that person a freak? I never imagined this could happen. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly ordered his men to quickly find Dao Thiet Quyen Jock. I don't believe that all the elites of our group can't take down a little kid. The subordinate immediately received the order and picked up the phone to call someone. Swordmaster, the boss told all of you to go into battle. Defeat that kid. Over here, they quickly replied, Don't worry, we've already set out. Don't worry, boss. Those devils will definitely take out that kid. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly erupted behind them, and the door was shattered. When the two Black Foxes turned around, they only saw a figure standing there, and Black Fox hurriedly shouted, Jack, what happened to that kid? But as soon as he finished speaking, Jack collapsed face down on the ground, and another slender leg slowly stepped in. The person was Emperor Lu, who had already come straight here. The moment they saw you, Hako and the others felt as if they were in a deserted land, with intense heat emanating from afar making them break out in cold sweat. At the same time, they saw a majestic figure in the distance whose aura was so overwhelming that it made others tremble. Black Fox couldn't help but shiver intensely, his eyes involuntarily narrowing, and he quickly blinked twice to regain his composure. When he opened his eyes, the figure of Emperor Leo reappeared before him, and the subordinate beside him suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Boss, did you see a very strange painting just now? I almost kneeled just now." Hako also didn't reply, frowning as he looked at Lu Day. "This kid is really strange." Now Lu Day suddenly spoke up. "Tell me some reason. You come before Hako to question him, an honest man, a young man who wouldn't harm anyone, not even animals. Yet someone in the underground world is offering 5 million to take my head." I raised my eyebrows and asked him, Black Fox gang leader, do you think this still makes sense?" Under Lu D's physical pressure, Black Fox couldn't help but step back trembling and said, "This senior, I really do business at the night market, but we have no grudge against you. Maybe there's some misunderstanding between us." But Lu Day patted his shoulder and said, "This place isn't for you to talk. You said you're asking Hako." This made both of them tremble. "My boss standing right in front of you is our boss Hako." I can't help but scoff. Lu Day raises an eyebrow and coldly snorts. "You're indeed the boss of the Black Fox market. Your strategy and scheming impress me, but I only give you 10 seconds to come here and apologize to me." The fake Black Lake immediately panicked, daring not to speak. Even the subordinate beside him bowed his head and said nothing. After a moment, suddenly a loud knocking echoed down the corridor. Seeing the person, the subordinate immediately rejoiced. "Isn't this Nuok Diek, the maid beside the Black Wolf boss, supposed to be? Why has she become the Black Wolf now?" I only see the other person approaching Lu Day, bowing respectfully and saying, "I am sorry. Hako was mistaken with you. The boss is really behind Hako, but it's that fake woman next to Hako." Lu Day also didn't seem very surprised and calmly said, "I am holding all your information, including the true identity of Miss Black Fox here." Nuok Deep, on the other hand, was very pleased. "She doesn't know who you really are, how you could know her identity, or what you want to do." Thinking this over, she quickly spoke up. "We can immediately revoke the bounty order and bring the messenger in front of you, hoping you will give Nuok Diek a way to survive. If you don't mind, the Black Hawk gang will be willing to follow all your requests from now on, including Nuok Diek, as long as you promise not to reveal my identity." Lu Di also did not answer, only suspiciously asked, "Do any of you know who is behind the 5 million bounty on my head?" Hearing this, Nuok Diek immediately understood, and she thought, "Why does this sound so familiar?" So it was that person. She quickly replied, "His name is Zhao Jie, probably one of the vice presidents of Hai Long Group." "Isn't Zhao Ju the one behind the reward of 5 million for Lu Day?" Mo Tong immediately provided him with that person's information. Ju Ji is one of the people who previously arranged the death trap formation for Ngok Lin. Hearing this, Emperor Lu couldn't help but smile with a hint of meaning. Deputy General Zhao, interesting. Then he glanced at Ruo Yi and asked, "Do you all also have a mission to capture Ngok Lin?" Nuok Diek nodded without hesitation. Indeed, it was also entrusted by Trio Troc. Liu Day sneered. "It seemed Fong Lu is not stupid and knows how to use others as shields." Seeing that you didn't answer, Nuok Diek hesitated and asked, "Do you need to bring him here immediately?" Lu De immediately refused. "No need for you to leak the news, one of Trio Troc's teeth for 100,000. "This is easy." Nuok Diek nodded slightly but hesitated, asking, "What do you want with his teeth?" Lu De pouted and said with a knowing smile, "This is not your concern, and besides, your request is to take only one each day." Nuok Diek didn't respond, just nodded in acknowledgement. "All of your requests will be fulfilled by the members of the Black Lake Gang." Then she asked, "Do you want to meet our senior leaders?" Lu Di nodded slightly and replied, "The boss of the Black Lake Gang won't change. It will always be you or that stand-in. When we meet again, tell them to call me by my alias, Second Master Dai." After saying this, he turned and walked away. Lu Di, after settling that matter, leisurely returned home, but on the way back, he heard cries for help. He followed the sound and saw 2 men chasing after 2 girls. Upon closer inspection, I realized they are the Nok Hai sisters. They are surrounded by 2 thugs, their faces filled with fear. "Thugs, let go of us." Lu Day looked from afar and wondered, why are those 2 girls? Are they in trouble now? He sighed helplessly, realizing he probably truly owed Ngakra in his past life. Then he slowly approached and entered the building where Ngakhi and her sister were being taken away. There are many people inside right now. You look around among the crowd to find the figures of Ngakhi and her sister. You see a young man blocking in front of the 2 and say, "This game hasn't started yet. Why are you trying to run away?" "It's not very fair, is it?" Ngakhi snorted coldly and said, "We've already lost more than 6 million. Why did this happen today?" "Oh, it's because after finding Emperor Liu's card on the table, the 2 of them went to the casino to play. But how could 2 people possibly stand firm in this underground world? So they kept losing money. They didn't take long before they became afraid. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have come." Back in the present, the young man continued to laugh and say, "1 million yuan you owe me. If you're rich girls, pulling out a few tens of thousands to play is no big deal." Ngakhi shook her head coldly and said, "No money." The young man suddenly got angry and said, No money is fine. You can use your bodies to pay off the debt. He thought, after all his struggles, he had never experienced what it was like to be with the twin beauties. Hearing this, Ngakai turned and left. We will have money when we get home. Then we will come back to pay you. But after taking only 2 steps, they were stopped. Do you think this place of mine is a vegetable or fish market? He just talks and then leaves. The young man raises his eyebrows and warns them. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you don't get the money, I'll take you in legally. As they struggled, a sudden voice rang out. I thought it was something major. They looked over in surprise and saw Lu Day slowly approaching, coldly saying, So it's just a few million yuan. Seeing you, Gok Hee immediately shouted. Lu Di, help us quickly. The young man angrily said, Are you trying to be a hero saving a beauty? Lu Di coldly replied, Even though these 2 girls are a bit troublesome, I can't let you humiliate a living person like this. Hearing this, Gok Hee immediately got angry and scolded, We know you don't have money, calling your old third sister to borrow 10 million, and you dare call them troublesome, and where did you get so much money? Lu Di sighed helplessly and said, These 2 mischievous and reckless girls need a lesson to understand what respect really means. Then he continued, I can't help you pay the bill, but I'm willing to bet a game with you. As soon as these words were spoken, the young man was left speechless in shock while Lu Day quietly observed him. This person is named Nahat Bak Nguyen, a typical spoiled rich kid who plays cards and gambles whenever he has the chance. After regaining his composure, Bak Nguyen looked at the young man and spoke. All right, how do you want to play this? Lu Day was a bit surprised. This kid didn't care about 100,000. Today at the casino, he's mostly just messing around with those 2 girls. Thinking of this, Liu Di raised his eyebrows and smiled. Let's continue betting on the previous round. Then they headed to the card table in front of them. You take a quick look and then continue. Blonde kid, you've bet 3 million, I match 3 million. Hearing this, Ngak Hee immediately panicked. Luda, are you crazy? Not only refusing to pay, but also raising the bet. Do you have 5 million? Are you trying to kill us, right? Old Nguyen narrowed his eyes at Liu Di. That's interesting. Another show-off, huh? The card dealers here have been bought off for a long time, so your hand definitely isn't better than his. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he was, and he boldly said, 600,000. But Liu Di refused to back down and offered a huge sum. Do you want to take it or not? At this moment, Gok Thay behind them was truly terrified. Liu Di, do you want to die or what? At this moment, Bak Nguyen chuckled softly and said, I almost got tricked by a kid like you. You said 10 billion, so it's a huge amount. Have you exchanged the gambling card yet? I want to verify the source of funds. Call the casino manager out here. 10 minutes later, the inspection staff respectfully approached and spoke. This is your card. The fund verification has been completed. Additionally, we have specially issued a VIP black card for you. Welcome to visit often. Seeing this scene, Ban Nguyen quickly spoke up in a hurry. Did he finally get it or not? The staff nodded slightly and replied, This deposit of 100 million is fully valid. As soon as he said that, Bak Nguyen's face immediately turned grim, and he was dealing with a tough opponent whose entire fortune was only 10. 100 million. Not only him, but Ngak Hee and her sister were also very shocked. How does Liu Di have so much money? According to the investigation, your family is just an ordinary family. Bak Nguyen didn't want to lose, so he hurriedly called someone to borrow money. After a while, he hung up and placed the phone on the table. He loudly declared, 10 million! He's used up all his connections. Watch him bankrupt you today. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into silence. But before long, Liu Di spoke up. 1 million vans still won't open. Biting his lip fiercely, Bak Nguyen muttered under his breath, So what if it's a demolition? If your bet isn't bigger than yours, you still have no right to see the cards. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, clenching the betting token in his hand before picking up the phone to call someone. He hurriedly explained the situation to the person on the other end, then glared at Liu Day with a challenge, daring to come to his territory and cause trouble. This card game belongs to my cousin, who is also the second boss of the Black Lake Gang. Wait for him to arrive, and don't you dare cry. He sneered and pouted, saying, I will obediently stay here and broaden my horizons. Before long, hurried footsteps arrived at the casino. This place is surrounded by a group of people in black suits. Ngak Hai and her sister panic and mutter, What should Liu Di do now? At this moment, a man approached and said, Master Liu sincerely apologizes. The Feng family called and said no one is allowed to leave before he arrives. I'm really scared. Are you really this scared of him? Huh? I am feeling a bit sleepy now, so I'll rest for a while and call me when Mr. Feng arrives. Ngak Hai and her sister are still young ladies from a wealthy family and haven't experienced much. Besides crying and begging, they really don't know what else to do. We were wrong. We shouldn't have stolen your love to come here and gamble. As soon as he finished speaking, another person appeared in the hall. Ngak Hai quickly said, Liu Day, they are here. The person who arrived was from the Feng family mentioned by Bak Nguyen. As soon as he saw the other person, he hurried over to accuse. Uncle, you're here. I was really bullied. The kid who scammed me is over there. Hearing this, the Feng family immediately snorted coldly and said, I am here today to see who dares to bully my Feng family. Back Nguyen quickly waved his hand and gave an order. Everyone move aside for me. On this side, Ngoc Thi was extremely frightened and called Luo Di. What's that guy called? Black Lake or something? Wake up quickly. After his subordinates formed two lines, Ban Nguyen pointed at the person lying on the chair and angrily called him that kid. But the moment he saw Liu Dai leisurely closing his eyes to rest, the face of the Feng family immediately turned grim. He shouted in horror, "Your Majesty, the second emperor?" Baek Nguyen was a bit surprised and muttered in doubt. "What second emperor?" "Uncle, stop standing there idly and tell the brothers to rush in and cut him down." Then he looked at Feng's subordinates and ordered them all to attack Tao, but no one obeyed him. He hurriedly shouted, "Uncle, go ahead. I will bear the consequences if anything happens to him." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng's men punched him, knocking him out of the way. He lay on the ground, clutching his face, and sadly said, "Uncle, you hit the wrong person. He's right in front of you." But at this moment, the Feng family continued to give orders. "Brothers, beat up that blonde guy for me." Uncle Nguyen had no idea what was happening and was simply beaten up indiscriminately. 10 minutes later, he was beaten to a pig's head by that group of people. Then he saw Feng Jia approach Liu Dai, bowing respectfully. "Sir, it's done." Seeing this scene, Nagik Hai and her sister were both stunned and confused. What exactly was going on? Finally, Liu Di snapped out of his trance, showing no reaction at all, and simply nodded faintly. "Well, I'll take my leave now." Seeing you stand up, the Feng family quickly lit a cigarette for you and then said, "Sir, the kid who lost to you is a demon. I will bring him to the car. You can come get him anytime." Liu Di coldly took a puff of his cigarette before turning to the Ngak Hai sisters and saying, "Let's go." He didn't bother to look at the Feng family people again and walked out of the casino. Wait until he leaves. Then the Feng family finally gets angry and scolds Baek Nguyen. Why pick a fight with him? He's now the boss of our entire high city underground world. "Your Majesty, the second emperor." Liu Di paid no attention to their reactions and took the Ngak Hai sisters outside. He glanced at the two people and said, "Let's go." Ngak Hai and her sister, after some hesitation, changed their attitude. They sincerely said, "Sorry, we shouldn't have taken the 5 million that our father gave you to gamble. Thank you today." Liu Di refused to comment and calmly said, "The 5 million is still part of your Ngak family's relationship. Thanking me isn't quite right, and besides, I'm just staying here because I don't want to see the Ngak family fall apart." Hearing this, Gak Hee's sister and herself exclaimed in shock. "Why did you say that?" Liu Di covered his ears in frustration, then heard them ask, "What happened with the Black Fox gang earlier, and why are they afraid of you?" Liu Di casually explained, "It's just a friend of mine, someone I got to know without fighting." But Gak Hee's sister didn't believe it at all, pouting and saying, "Fine, go ahead and make your excuses." At this moment, Liu Dai's phone suddenly rang, and Ngak Lin's unpleasant voice immediately came through. "Liu Dai, where are you running off to again? It's almost quitting time. Hurry back to the company." Liu Di grunted twice, then hung up and took Ngak Hee and another person back home. A while later, at Hai Long Corporation's building, as Liu Dai arrived at the director's office, he saw Thien Thien blocking the door and smiled. "President Lin just went out and couldn't find a driver, so she's punishing you to go on a date with me tonight." "Damn her!" Liu Di snorted coldly, brushing past her and pushing the office door open. Seeing the person sitting in the chair, he couldn't help but startle. Because he saw her wiping blood from her hand, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Miss Ngak, did you just go out and massacre innocent people?" Ngak Lin tossed the blood-stained handkerchief onto the table before replying, "I just arrived to help Mr. Da with some procedures." Liu Dai narrowed his eyes at her, a hint of admiration rising in his heart, also recognizing her kind-hearted nature. As he was thinking, Ngak Lin had already taken out a pile of documents and placed them on the table. "Take a look at this list. Mr. Dia has a strange personality. I plan to donate some medical supplies to him in my own name." When he heard this, Emperor Liu calmly said, "You're doing it the wrong way. Next time, buy him some wine, and maybe he'll accept you as his adopted daughter." Ngak Lin instinctively frowned. Could Mr. Da be an old man who likes alcohol? Better to write it down in a notebook. Thinking of this, she immediately grabbed her bag and stood up, saying, "Emperor Liu, come to the bank with me." He frowned slightly and asked, "What for?" He subtly huffs and wants to say, "Of course, it's to withdraw money." While elsewhere at a bank in the city, a military vehicle is parked here.
The old man from Duanhua wants to fight my soldiers now?
And dare to sake, or suggest such a terrible idea as a bank robbery simulation? The soldier nodded slightly and replied, "Commander, forgive me for saying this directly, but Leader Donhua's soldiers are nothing compared to our organization members." The officer sneered and said, "I won't give sandface. The soldiers I brought are all rookies, but they're not fools. They're top experts in their country's teams." Great Bear looked at Hae-sun and said, "Teacher, the 6 fools are in position. When they succeed in robbing, we win. If they get caught by Commander Doan's soldiers, he wins." Hae-sun frowned and coldly replied, "That old man Doan is overconfident. He will definitely lose." Should we wait and watch the movie, or go now? At the same time, Liu Di and Jade Spirit also arrived at the bank. Tin tức lại dẫn ngân hàng Hạc Son rằng chuẩn bị diễn tập, vừa buộc vào cửa, một ông già lên tiếng nhắc nhở. Loser, theo dụ dõi của tội, ngắn hạn sau 5 phút nữa sẽ xảy ra sự cố. They are not ordinary people and are always watching everywhere. Based on the analysis of their appearance, there is a 69% chance that this is a gun, and the background information on these 6 people is all empty. Liu D heard this and raised an eyebrow with a slight smile. So someone is trying to rob the bank. And quite professionally too. Can't he have a peaceful day? First, Liu Day remained still and followed Ngoc Lin into the bank to withdraw money, which he did quickly. Ngoc Lin handed him a stack of money and said, "Take it. I know you're out of money. Just use it." Liu Day smiled playfully and said, "Consider yourself still having a conscience and knowing I am your savior, but I don't need the money. Just buy you a pack of cigarettes." Ngọc Linh hử lạnh rồi mang, Liu Day anh tên vợ lại giờ. Liu Day không phản ứng, cúi nhẹ rồi yêu cầu, "Tôi muốn một gói thuốc hoa tử nha." Ngoc Lin had nothing more to say, turned around and left, muttering as she went, "Go die from smoking, you bastard." A moment later, at the rest area, Liu Day approached the bench, looked at the man sitting there, and cheerfully greeted, "Hello, sir." The other person nodded in greeting as well. "Hello? Brother, the weather isn't bad today. Are you here to rob a bank?" The weather today is really... But before I could finish, the other person sensed something was wrong and furrowed his brows into a straight line. He stood up instantly, surprised, and asked, "What did you say?" Liu Day smiled faintly and said, "Sorry," I interrupted. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at the other person's face, knocking him straight out and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Black Mountain in the observation room was so shocked that he put down his tea and shouted in alarm, "What's going on?" Gray Bear quickly spoke up. Reporting to the instructor, "My squad has reviewed all the files and there is no one matching this description." At the same time, outside, after Liu Day's actions, some people rushed over to him. They quickly surrounded him. Without a word, they charged at Liu D, but as they rushed in, one was kicked in the mouth, spitting blood, one after another. Liu D, like a fierce demon, charged into the encirclement, knocking everyone away in an instant, leaving only him and 2 others in the restroom. The 2 of them exchanged glances, then nodded in unison, silently making a decision. But before they could act, Liu D rushed straight to their front. You showed no mercy and directly knocked both of them down. Looking down from above at the person on the ground, Liu D couldn't help but sneer. The operation was successful. This scene caught Hakson's eye, causing his face to turn grim. This can't be true. In just 12 seconds, he knocked out 7 of my war kings. Even Gao X can't believe it. Are you joking? Frowning fiercely, Haishan immediately ordered Gao X, "Go capture that kid alive and bring him back." Gray Bear didn't dare to delay, quickly nodded and accepted the order. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and ran out, rushing like lightning toward the bank. On the other side, in the bank's lounge, Liu D looked at the defeated opponents in front of him, sneered and said, "I have to admit, you're quite skilled for a robber. Too bad you chose the wrong path." But as he finished speaking, a pair of slender legs stepped forward. Sam Bear is now in front of him. Liu D muttered with a slight frown. "Still coming, quite composed. It seems you'll need to take this seriously with one punch." While he was thinking, the Gray Bear threw a punch, but he dodged, causing the ground to dent slightly. Immediately after, he punched the Gray Bear in the chest. A single punch sent the Gray Bear flying back, crashing hard into the wall behind him. The Gray Bear struggled to stand, clutching his chest, eyes filled with disbelief. How is that possible? How did you dodge? Even Black Mountain couldn't believe this, his face dark as the bottom of a pot, while Ngoc Lin had already entered from outside to interrupt the fight. Liu Day was slightly startled, quickly turned around and explained, "It's okay. This bank was robbed earlier." Then a handsome and skilled young man bravely defeated the robbers with ease, and at that moment he took Ngoc Lin's hand and ran away. "These things don't matter. Let's go first. We shouldn't stay here too long." Ngoc Lin was confused as he pulled her away. She vaguely asked, "Where is that young man?" Liu Dai chuckled softly and said with a smirk, "That young man is actually me." Unfortunately, Ngoc Lin didn't believe it. She scoffed dismissively and asked, "Did you just bring a gang to fight?" The Gray Bear inside watched the backs of Liu Day and the others run away, but he was blocked by the wall and couldn't follow. The pain in his chest was too great, and he could only begrudgingly curse under his breath. "Little brat, don't let me catch you again." 10 minutes later, the injured from the bank were all carried away on stretchers, and the inside had become a mess. Hay's eyes burned with fury. At this moment, another person suddenly appeared beside him, smirking mockingly. Old Hai had boasted to me earlier about how powerful his soldiers were, but unexpectedly, they were defeated by a brave civilian. Unexpected? He sneered and continued. In High City, this is not unexpected. Our civilians are brave, and our special forces are even braver. Soon after, Black Mountain returned to the observation room to review the fight video of Emperor Liu. He further sighed and said, "Kid, whether it's physical strength or reaction speed, you're definitely an S rank. It would be great if we could invite you to join our side." This is the conclusion he reached after some consideration. Think and act. He turned to look at Gray Bear behind him and ordered, "Gray Bear, give the kid 12 hours to bring him here." Gray Bear hesitated, but nodded in agreement, then asked with some doubt, "Commander, do you want to recruit him into the army?" Haksung firmly replied, "He not only has the qualifications to join the team, but might even replace me in the future. More importantly, with you involved, that plan can finally get underway." Just then, Donghua patted Haksan on the shoulder and said, Lao Hak, you've come all the way to Haithi. Tonight, I'll host. You just pick the place. The two of us must drink until we're not drunk and not go home. But Haksan unhesitatingly slapped Donhua's hand painfully, then coldly said, Fuck your mother, Don, old man. I'm not done with you yet, Gaozam. Let's go. Then, he immediately left with the gray bear. Donghua looked on with a pout and said, If I don't want to drink, I won't. What's there to be annoyed about? But only after the two of them left the room did Donghua turn around and gesture to the person behind him. He whispered, Director Tan, I give you 10 hours. You must find that kid in the video. Director Tan quickly nodded. Just like Heishan, Donghua also wants to bring Liu Di under his command, aiming to turn him into a war god of the Super Scene team. The old black man wants to compete with him, but he has no chance. Liu Di doesn't realize someone is secretly watching him. Right now he's driving to take Jingling home, but Motong knows everything and happily says, Liu Di, you're famous now. Hearing this, Liu Di couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smile softly. Liu Su nodded and left, hiding her strength to keep her reputation. Motong understood and responded, Got it, I'll do it now. At the same time, Heishan's team was tracking your whereabouts, and Donghua was doing the same, watching while returning home in his car. But it seems that at the same time, the data suddenly disappeared. Black Mountain shouted angrily, Where is the technician? This side of Donghua also got interrupted, and he cursed angrily, Damn it! The technician, after checking, immediately spoke in panic. All the video data related to that young man on the computer has disappeared without a trace. Haksan could only sigh helplessly. Master, please take a look at this document. It's quite interesting. Ngok Long reached out and looked at the company's employee revenue chart, with Ngok Lin's name occupying the top position. Afuk happily said, The third young lady has been doing very well lately. But Ngok Long sighed and said, I know very well how capable she is as a father. Then he stood up from his chair, gazing into the distance, and asked, Afuk, what do you think about this? Afuk thought for a moment before speaking. Master, the key point is Liu Di. He is a talented person. His talent is obvious to all. Ngok Long sighed helplessly. Afuk, I am old now, and no matter how much I do for the Ngok family in the future, I probably won't be worthy of having such a talented person for the Ngok family. And this Liu Di is truly a once-in-a-millennium talent, and an exceptional one at that. I obviously understand, but I hesitate to say that Liu Di doesn't seem very interested in our Ngok Jia. He is still too young. Ngok Long nodded softly and replied, So you have your own way to make him resolve and hold on tightly to the Ngok family. And then he gave the order again. Afuk, go do two things. The first thing is to inform the entire family group that the medical equipment project will be under Lin Lin's full responsibility, Afuk exclaimed in surprise. Is the old master not reconsidering? This project is a huge investment for us and a key part of our next strategy. Has Miss Tam only been working for 3 years? Isn't that a bit risky? Dan Mac shook his head. Ngok Long calmly said, Of course I can't just assign it to Lin Lin. I'm betting on Emperor Liu. And have you forgotten? Isn't Liu Day supposed to like that girl? Hearing this, Afuk immediately realized. Afuk quickly replied, I understand. I believe Mr. Liu won't disappoint you. Ngok Long let out a soft chuckle and said with satisfaction, Fortunately, my daughter is quite capable. She should have no trouble winning Liu Day over. The second matter is that 5 days from now, I will return to Haishi to host a family banquet at the Ngok family estate. This time, his 2 rebellious sons returning from abroad will also join. The young men gather together and interact more with each other. At this point, he seemed to remember something and quickly said, That's right, a good friend of mine just arrived in Haithi to take on a mission. He's also a high-ranking officer in the military. Afuk frowned and asked, Is the old master talking about General Black Mountain? Yes, that's right. Ngok Long nodded slightly, pouring himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he continued, This time I will give the young men a solid foundation, so I might as well call Donghua over. He and Haksan have been friends and enemies for many years, so they can meet each other. Meanwhile, at the Ngok family estate, Liu Day and Ngok Lin had just returned when they heard some noise, and the air was filled with a thick fog of energy. Ngok Lin frowned and muttered, What is that? Is it on fire? Liu Day doesn't know either. He shook his head and said, I don't know. Let's go in and check first. Then the two of them headed to the dining room. As soon as the source of the smoke was revealed, the smoke grew even thicker, and the two hurriedly covered their noses. Seeing the two of them, Ngok He and her sister stopped what they were doing. Third sister, Emperor Liu, you're back. Ngok Lin choked on the smoke and coughed twice before suspiciously asking, What are you two doing? Ngok Hai hurriedly smiled and said, We spent 2 hours preparing dinner for Liu Day. The two sisters made dinner for Liu Day and couldn't believe their ears. Ngok Lin asked in surprise. Dan Mac nodded. Ngok Hai sincerely said, Sister Ba, we used to do many wrong things before, so we have to apologize to Emperor Liu. To show our sincerity, this is the first time we cooked just for him. Then Ngok He and Ngok Ti took Liu Day's hand to the dining table, happily saying, Come and try it. Liu Day sat down blankly, then lifted the lid to reveal the dish. Looking at what's inside, he widened his eyes and asked, What is this? Ngok Ti hurriedly explained, That's the golden fried egg I learned from him, just a bit overcooked. Ngok He also nodded nearby and added, Lu Day, we really tried our best. Just take a bite. Lu Di stared in shock at the charred object before him, while Mo Tong suddenly stepped forward to warn that benzopyrene is recognized worldwide as a highly carcinogenic toxin. Lu Di's face grew even paler, and he hurriedly said, I forgive you both. Hearing this, Ngak He and her sister cheered happily, knowing that Lu Day was the best. Lu Di also said nothing more, quietly slipping away from there. Soon after, they turned to Nok Lin, who was confused about what was happening, and spoke, Our third sister has something she wants to tell you. She looked confused and asked, What is it? They handed her a card and whispered, This is our father's bank card given to Lu Day, which Lu Day left on the dining table earlier. They told Nok Lin that from the very first time, Lu Day never took this card, which means he is not the person they thought he was. Ngak Lin couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the card in her hand. He didn't take the money from the card, so he came to Nok for that reason, right? Could it really be about her? But as she thought about it, she shook her head to deny it. What was she thinking? Impossible. At this moment, Ngak Hai continued speaking. Third sister, in fact, Lu Day is very wealthy. Ngak Lin was shocked and exclaimed, What do you mean very wealthy? How much money is that? Ngak Hai started counting, then hesitated before mentioning uncertain figures. Emperor Liu could have up to 100 million or 200 million. Hearing this, Ngak Lin became even more terrified and exclaimed, Does Lu Di have assets over 100,000? Not only that, Ngak He shook her head lightly, doing some calculations before continuing. I think at least 10 million, but we don't know the exact amount. Ngak Lin's face instantly changed. This already places him among the wealthiest. How could it be? She hesitated for a long time before doubtingly asking, How do we know about this? Ngak Hai and her sister hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. We actually saw it at the casino. He once bet up to 1,010,000 times that. Ngak Lin, hearing the words casino, immediately got angry. What is he really trying to do? Seeing her reaction, Ngak Hai and her sister quickly explained. Third sister, don't overthink it. Lu Day isn't a bad person. We waited until Dad came back and told him. Ngak Lin wasn't even sure about this. She thought carefully before speaking for the safety of the whole family. We must investigate thoroughly. For now, let's pretend nothing happened and not expose Lu Di. Big sister, rest assured, we understand now. Ngak He and her sister nodded without hesitation, and they no longer harbored any ill will towards Emperor Liu. While the three sisters were talking, they suddenly caught a strong, fragrant aroma. Lu Day entered from outside, holding a plate of fried egg rice. Younger brother smiled and said, Ladies, you've been whispering for so long you're probably tired. Come and try this authentic golden egg rice. Seeing what he was holding, Ngak He's sisters eagerly ran over to taste a spoonful. Ngak Hai exclaimed in surprise, Lu Day, the taste of this fried rice with egg is not quite the same as before. Ngak Lin behind him watched Lu Day closely, unsure if he was a good or bad person, feeling a bit troubled. She sighed and then went to try it herself. As soon as the rice melted in her mouth, her eyes lit up. This rice was just too delicious. At this moment, Emperor Liu slowly explained, I changed an ingredient. This is the ginkgo biloba nut. Although it tastes a bit bitter, it can detoxify and clear heat. You said that today making this ginkgo rice dish might just help calm their anger. Hearing this, Ngak Lin was immediately startled. Lu Di, you eavesdropped on our conversation. Liu Di gently shook his head and calmly said, I was just listening but not eavesdropping. I just hope you girls can stop bothering me now. He said I do things systematically, and once he calms down, he won't stay even for a second. With that, he turned and left. Watching his back, Ngak Lin hesitated and muttered, Could I really have misunderstood him? Lu Day heard her words and stopped in his tracks. He calmly said, Don't worry. As a man, you must be generous and forgiving. I won't hold this against you. Lu Day returned to his room after leaving the cafeteria. He sat in front of the computer and then called Mo Tong over to talk, saying our plan should start now. Mo Tong immediately accepted the order, integrating high-level business thinking, and before long, he had completed 10,000 business models. At the same time, Emperor Liu was checking the news on his phone. The hype around Emperor 1 has finally cooled down. Now is the time. A moment later, he excitedly said, Mo Tong, post the message. The content of the post is the quiz with the reward. The riddles are 3 and 4, 5 and 23. Copy that. The first 100 people to solve the puzzle will each receive a reward of 50,000, and the one who sets it is the third emperor. Immediately, netizens began discussing this puzzle. It quickly became a hot topic online. But some people believe this is just a scam. In any case, the post remains very popular. At the same time, someone was trying to solve this riddle late at night. A girl stared at her computer screen, muttering nonstop. Isn't this the foreign mathematician who invented the multiplication sign? Not long after, an internet user named Xiaohua from Dream University provided the answer. Could it be 12 and 115? But some others scolded her for being too naive. This was just a prank. But no one knew that the girl's phone suddenly rang in the dark night. A message congratulating her on answering correctly. 500,000 has also been added to her account. Seeing this amount, the girl burst into tears of joy. But it's real. Mom, my university tuition has been taken care of. In just a moment, the news of someone receiving a prize exploded online. causing many previously skeptical people to panic and attract a lot of attention. This was all part of Emperor Liu's plan. Keep arguing, keep fighting. The more heated it gets, the better. His right eye suddenly lit up as the online information was released again. 100 reward recipients, all successfully transferred to those who checked their accounts. This news made those who doubted earlier scream in horror. A chance to make money was just like that missed by them. When it seemed like the online attention was starting to focus, Liu Di threw out a second bomb and ordered Motong to prepare the second question. Motong didn't dare to delay and quickly posted the answer. This time's question is the solution to the previous riddle and the theme of this one. The person who successfully solves the first answer will receive 100 million. The online community continues to explode, with some excited about the large sum of money and others thinking it's just a stunt to create the world's hardest puzzle. Liu Di's actions this time caused a sensation, with all 3 hot news stories of the night being dominated by him. Early in the morning, in a room filled with many people, a girl was thinking about the online puzzle, and after a moment of reflection, she realized it wasn't a math problem but a coordinate longitude 12, latitude 115, near a location already displayed. She quickly typed on her computer, searching by the longitude and latitude she just figured out. Sure enough, she found it right after that. The notification was sent immediately. Congratulations to Teacher Ha for successfully solving the second puzzle. The answer is the Mini. Netizens continue to buzz about the answer. No one understands why it's J Mini. One restless night passed like that. The next day, Emperor Liu was still staring intently at the computer screen. After a moment, he slightly smiled and said, Motong, it's time now to get to the main question. This time, Motong is greeting you. Stranger, are you like a star in the galaxy? This third question has no reward, only helping you find a soulmate, with the QR code below. Netizens saw the QR code and immediately stopped paying attention to the content, directly scanning the code. This QR code led them to the Z Mini app. Many people have downloaded this app. At the same time, in a room, a teenager was eating a sausage while quickly downloading Z Mini, and it only took him about 5 seconds to succeed. He followed the system's instructions and entered his nickname. Immediately after, the system began analyzing his personality. Seeing this message, the young man muttered to himself, "These apps nowadays are all unreliable. I haven't even entered any info yet, and they're already tricking me," but the system really did reveal his personality. Seeing these lines, his face immediately darkened. Isn't this talking about him? And it didn't end there. The system also announced that he was successfully paired with someone else, a girl with the ID of a fallen heart. Seeing the other person's avatar, the young man's eyes lit up. He definitely had to get to know her. As a result, Jinny's downloads reached 100 million, and the number of registrations hit 5 million. Netizens once again raised doubts about the innovative features of J Mini. Seeing their reactions, Liu Di was satisfied, relying on the algorithm that could analyze and match accurately. Not only can it avoid all illegal information on the Mini app, but it also ensures the purity and cleanliness of the app. At the same time, someone is admiring Liu Di's talent. This person must be a business genius. In just one night, with only 150 million in capital, they made this app wildly popular beyond imagination. Meanwhile, at a certain company's internal meeting, the leader angrily shouted, "Where did this Z Mini come from?" Mr. Lai, this is a tech company that just developed and launched this app. When Mr. Lai heard this, he immediately asked in disbelief, "A newly registered company with such strong capabilities?" The other person quickly nodded and said, "After the Mini was released, our user base dropped by 4% in an instant and the decline is still severe. 4% in one night." President Lee frowned, his tone full of anger. "We've never been like this before. I heard your Mini can analyze user personalities. Hurry up and copy that technology here for me." The other person's face grew even more panicked, and he stammered, "President Lai, we've already tried, but our technical team still doesn't have that capability." Hearing this, President Lai was so angry he slammed the table and shouted, "Useless! All useless!" Emperor Liu surprisingly didn't realize someone was furious about what he did. You are still carefully watching the reactions of netizens. After a while, you speak again. "Motong, J Mini is so popular right now, we should at least have an office. After all, this is still a company." Modem responded without hesitation. "What do you want?" Liu Di also had no high demands, just needed to be sufficiently upscale, imposing, and enough to make others hesitate. Motong, hearing this, said nothing more and began to open his eyes. Immediately after, an image of a building appeared in front of Emperor Liu. It was the tallest building in High City, the top 3 floors of the Vendong building, with a small golf course outside and a rooftop terrace, covering a total area of 5,432 square meters. Motong continued speaking. "And I, Motong, have also selected 300 outstanding employees in all aspects. The company's restructuring and approval process can be completed within 3 days, and we are currently in the contract signing stage." He suddenly smiled, and Liu Di cheerfully said, "Thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do alone. But what we truly lack isn't talent, but a trustworthy person." Meanwhile, at a GAP's workplace in the center, he was working as usual. At this moment, a GAP suddenly received a call. Seeing the caller's name, he answered without hesitation. "Liu Di, why did you suddenly call me?" Liu Di quickly replied. "A GAP. I remember in college, you had a dream of starting your own business, unafraid of heaven or earth. He chuckled softly and said happily, everything I said when I was young was just silly talk. But Luda here made a proposal. I just started a company. Are you interested in coming over to help me? Hearing this, a Jap instinctively frowned, his eyes full of excitement, but he still hesitated and asked, are you sure you're okay? Luda responded without hesitation. I trust you. This is absolute trust between good friends. But just this morning, Lele walked over from afar, glaring discontentedly and saying, what are you spacing out for so early? Start working already. A Jap frowned at her and said coldly, Ton Lele! 3 years have passed, and not once in all that time have you ever smiled at me. I'm done. And with that, he kicked over the table in front of him.
Then he took off his coat, snorted coldly, and said, Ton Lele, remember this. You have no right to call me a Jap. My name is Truong Teen Jap, so stop pretending to be friendly. And then he left the Ngok Family Estate Center.
Liu Di, let's head out a bit earlier. Liu Di turned around in surprise and saw that Yaelin had changed into a blue dress and was approaching. She seriously said, today an important guest is coming to the company. Hearing this, Liu Di couldn't help but sigh. Then he took out his phone again to message someone. We'll meet at Vin Dang Building at 4 p.m. Immediately afterward, the two of them got into the car and left. Ngok Lin pushed a box of buns toward Liu Di as she spoke. I was in a bit of a hurry today, so you probably haven't eaten yet. I brought you a steamed bun. Liu Di reached out and took a bun, still smiling and joking with her. Have you changed your attitude today? Unnecessary kindness is a sign of cowardice. Flirtation is just deception. He let out a soft snort unconsciously. Ngok Lin scolded in dissatisfaction. You know you can eat. I've already given you 30 buns. You'll choke to death. He chuckled softly and continued to play around. I wonder if this is the kind of successful man that girls like her admire. Ngok Lin glared at him again, scolding him for talking too much. But after a moment, she suddenly remembered what the two kids, Ngok Hee, had said earlier. She suspiciously asked, where did you get so much money from? He slowly explained, cooperating with friends to start a company called Creator. Knowing his name already makes it untrustworthy, Ngok Lin sighed helplessly, then looked back at him and suggested, Luda, if you need help, you can tell me. You don't really have to pretend to be so strong. Hearing this, Luda couldn't help but smirk and say, you saying that means I actually have a few secrets I want to tell you. Surprised, she whispered, what secret is it? Luda leaned close to her ear and casually said, actually, I sing pretty well too. Do you want to hear? As soon as he said that, a look of displeasure appeared on Ngok Lin's face. She pouted and said, I don't want to hear it. You'd better focus on driving. The atmosphere grew quiet again as the car continued on its way, and before long they arrived at Hai Long Group. As soon as they entered the company, they heard people whispering and gossiping. It has to be said, President Ngok and that young lady are truly a perfect match.
They didn't pay much attention and headed straight to their offices, with Liu Di also not paying attention. He glanced at Ngok Lin from his room and thought to himself, who on earth is this divine being arriving today?
Before he could get an answer, he saw Fong Lu push the door open with someone, and upon seeing the swollen face of the person, Liu Di immediately smirked, believing that He Hu's reward promise was indeed very effective. True Truck's teeth were taken away just as quickly, but these two weren't the people Ngok Lin was waiting for. Inside the director's office, Fong Lu sat down and immediately noticed something, quickly asking, Lin, where are the 3 vases that Vice President Tru gave you? Why can't I find it? Ngok Lin said helplessly. I accidentally broke it. Hearing this, Fong Lu's face immediately changed color. He exclaimed in shock, who broke it? Such a precious vase. Who could have done it? Isn't that the guy Liu Di? On his first day at the office, he already broke 3 vases. Upon hearing this, Fong Lu immediately cursed in his mind. This damn Liu Di is truly no ordinary person. The first time he comes, he touches nothing and breaks the deadly formation he bought for 7 million. Thinking this, he turned to look at Liu Di sitting opposite, gritting his teeth and glaring at him. Everyone is here. I still have to give you face. Next time, I will deal with you. How long does it take for that person to arrive? Fong Lu turned to look at her and calmly said, wait a moment. Over here, Liu Di waved at Tian Tian. Miss Tian Tian, come here. I have something to ask you. Liu Di frowned and looked at her suspiciously, asking, who is everyone waiting for with such a big setup today? Hearing this, Tian Tian pouted in disdain. You didn't know, did you? The Divine Emperor, do you know? He will be coming to our company soon. Liu Di's face suddenly darkened, and he cursed in disbelief. Motherfucker! Tian Tian looked at his reaction and couldn't help but mock him. Probably can't believe it. What's even more terrifying is that last night the chairman entrusted the latest mission entirely to President Lin's decision, and as she said this, she raised her eyebrows and smiled softly. Lin has an old friend who owns an entertainment company. Coincidentally, Diet Nyat is an artist under that company, and he said he could invite Diet Nyat to help us promote. I heard that person is Hoa Q, handsome and wealthy, and she also wants a boyfriend who looks like that. Hearing this, Emperor Lu could only force a smile. Well done. The imposter has met the real deal. At the same time, below the Hai Long Group, a convoy was gathering here. Immediately after, a pair of legs leading the way descended. It was the young man Hoa Q, accompanied by quite a few people. Looking up at the tall building in front of him, the young leader smiled softly. After 3 years of fighting abroad, from today on, no one in the Hai Long group or the Ngok family can look down on me, Lu Tzu-ming. He said this with pride and then entered. A while later, he appeared in Ngok Lin's room. Long Lin quickly stood up to greet him. Tzu-min, long time no see? Fong Lu also approached warmly, patting his shoulder and smiling. Tzu-min, still in good health? Is Master Diet Nut still not here? Everything today was spoken on his behalf. Hearing this, Fong Lu was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled in agreement. Tzu-min is right. Of course, Master Diet Nut can't go anywhere casually, or else our Hai Long group's doors would definitely be broken down. Tzu-min glared at him and smugly said, that's only natural. Master Diet Nut's influence now is at an international level. If Master Diet Nut can represent our company's latest household products, the sales volume will definitely be an astonishing figure. Tzu-min heard this and said seriously, Master Dinot only signed under my leadership because he is grateful for my initial help. Fong Lu nodded vigorously beside him, speaking in a sycophantic tone. It's all thanks to you, Tzu-min. Our group was able to cooperate with Master Dinot through you. This is a great honor. The 3 million he mentioned earlier, which Tzu-min quoted, is no problem, and today we can sign the contract. Hearing this, Tzu-min sneered and said that the 3 million fee was only accepted out of respect for Lin Lin. Then he raised an eyebrow and looked at Ngok Lin. The person who had been silent until now spoke up, saying, if the price has been agreed upon, then let's discuss the acting plan. Ngok Lin instinctively frowned. Luckily, she had finished preparing the plan all night, but before she could do anything, Fong Lu brought over a stack of documents and said with a smile, Tzu-min, here is the complete plan. Seeing this, Ngok Lin's face immediately darkened. This task is a Vietnamese to English translation of a video subtitle line, suitable for a manhwa recap with a cinematic neutral voiceover tone. The translation should be accurate, natural, and maintain the tone and terminology of the original. The target line is Ko Tram Gyong Chatvan, Hang Muk Ne Bada Chiden Jiao Choem. Fong Lu Kung Kong Huang Hot, Benten Kui Noi. Deo La Ngoy Mot Nya Fan Chia Gyai Chu. The English translation is, she questioned in a low voice, Dad assigned this task to me. Fong Lu remained calm and smiled. It's all family. We share everything. He let it out a soft and threw another stack of documents onto the table, then raised an eyebrow and looked at Tzu-min to speak. So Tzu-min, you choose. Tzu-min took 2 stacks of documents from the table and looked through them. After a while, he finally spoke. The performance by Ouyang Feng Li was very grand, but Lin Lin's charity dinner is full of genuine kindness. Damn. Mac nodded. Ngok Lin seriously said, yes, and our new product is a household device to prevent childhood illnesses, so the charity dinner theme fits perfectly. Tzu-min glanced at her, then sighed as he looked at Fong Lu, saying, your internal disagreements really put me in a difficult position. At this point, he glanced meaningfully at Ngok Lin and spoke. Lin, maybe you should consider the situation. I remember I chased after you for 2 years. He said that if you agreed to be with him today, he would choose you for the performance plan. Hearing this, Ngok Lin was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. After hesitating for a long time, she finally called out, Look, Tzu-min, work is work, we can't do this. Hearing this, Tzu-min's face immediately darkened. If that's the case, I will carefully consider these 2 plans. After saying this, he immediately stood up from the chair, coldly smiled and said, decide when you will. Wait until Ngok's banquet day. He asked them, if Ngok Long found out he rejected Lin Lin's plan, would he be disappointed? This statement makes Ngok Lin a bit nervous, but he smiles slyly. Why doesn't he look like the talented young man that Elder Ngok mentioned? At that moment, the sound of a lighter suddenly echoed in the room, and then Lu Day entered from outside. Are you blind or what? Have you ever seen a ghost smoking? This made him angry. He glared at him and asked, what did you say? You, with just that, dare to call me blind. Lu Day refused to comment and calmly said, yes, a new entertainment company just registered its license 5 days ago. You say you signed a contract with Dai Yi. Is he really Di? Tzu-min remained calm despite the accusations, took out his phone from his pocket and said with a smile, I know some won't believe this, but here's the authorized video from Master Diet. Take a look. As he finished, he played a video for everyone to see. Immediately, a singing voice comes from inside the video with a man sitting beside a piano. He finished the last note and then looked into the camera to speak. Hello, everyone at Hai Long Group. I am Singer Danate. Regarding the cooperation, I will leave the decision entirely to Min, and I hope to meet everyone soon. Mo Tong has already shared that person's information with Lu Di. This kid is a student of an A-grade music academy. Hearing this, Lu Day couldn't help but sneer. You look at Tzu-min, frowning and smiling, and say, I admire you. I admire you. How about we make a deal? President Luke? And then let out a small snort. Tzu-min sneered and said, tell me, do you want an autograph or a photo? I can do either. Lu Day paid no attention, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, then calmly said, let's make a deal. If Diet Not is fake, I will break your left leg or your right leg. As soon as these words left his mouth, Tzu-min's face darkened instantly and he shouted angrily, you dare! Even Fong Lu beside him was furious and scolded. Lu Day, the video is already in front of us. Why are you causing trouble for no reason? Ngọc Linh, dự biết tinh khi của cậu hay thay rồi. Những lần này cũng không thể nhịn ruột nữa, lên tiếng nhắc nhở. Lệu dề, chuyện về buổi biểu diễn, anh dừng bạn tắm nữa. Không phải nội tạng thiết bị y tế cho ông đa sao? Coming home early is fine too. Lu Day glanced at her and then nodded. He immediately turned around and left, casually smiling and saying, I have high expectations for everyone's performance. To everyone's surprise, Lu Day slammed the door and left. The door slammed shut with an extremely arrogant sound, making everyone in the room furious. A while later, at Mr. Daw's hospital, Lu Day sat down and started chatting with him after finishing his work. You really admire him, always so calm no matter when. Mr. Daw took a sip of wine before raising an eyebrow and asking, Did little Lu Day get upset because of someone else? Lu Day shook his head slightly and spoke softly, feeling a bit confused. Hearing this, Mr. Daw chuckled and said, You're old now, so your personality will naturally stabilize, but you're different. Young people dare to take risks and fight. So releasing your anger is definitely more comfortable. I would never dare to do that. I understand you best. You've been carrying the scars for years doing some work, and when you come back, you still smile and take care of the kids. I see the resentment inside you. Lu Day was slightly startled and didn't know how to react. At this moment, he continued, I want to say one more thing. If you are angry, be angry. If you want to hide, hide. You're just a spoiled brat, aren't you? The young banker being hunted by military forces everywhere. Hearing this, Lu Day finally realized it was about that matter. He chuckled softly, and Dahu coldly, Stop laughing. I'm sleepy. If there's nothing else, get lost. Lu Day biết ra không còn sớm nữa. Cậu đứng dậy dậy cửa, rồi gì? Ông Da cũng không quen tin cậu. Trước khi cậu dị con dặn do, nhớ kỹ, cho cố thì cố thể danh. Chuyện trai với luồng tam thì khổng ruột lắm. I know, Mr. Daw. Liu Day nodded softly and then left. In the afternoon, Liu Day had an appointment and was waiting under an ancient tree. While waiting, Mo Tong informed him of a matter. In just 8 hours, Jarini's downloads exceeded 400 million. Liu Day exclaimed in amazement, Is this really the peak? Mo Tong happily said, It's a small matter, I just updated Jenny's group chat feature, which categorizes over 3,000 unlimited interest types. As Mo Tong predicted, everyone online is marveling at Jarini's greatness. Liu Day grew more and more pleased. Once Jenny stabilizes, it will surely be invited for many advertisements. On another front, at the headquarters of the North Pole Giant Group, Lai Tong's team is in a meeting. He looks at his subordinates and coldly asks, Have you found out who is behind this mini-company yet? Manager Lee immediately responded, Chief Lai, we've confirmed the person registered with Emperor Tam is a newcomer, and this company isn't profitable yet, so they might not have enough capital. Hearing this, President Lee took out some documents to review. A moment later, he looked at the person beside him and said, Vice President Tudo, give him 10 billion to buy their technology. Vice President Tudo didn't dare to delay and immediately replied, Don't worry, Leader Lai, I guarantee it will be done. Lu Day, you look really good. Lu Day smirked and said, These days I'm doing some dim training while you're falling behind. With a slight snort, Thien Jiap pouted and said, Stop talking nonsense. Forget about this. The two quickly entered the building. Looking at the tall building in front of him, Tian Jiping couldn't help but sigh. So your little brother's company is here? The rent is expensive. He shrugged indifferently. Lu Day pouted and said, You'll see for yourself when you go in. And with that, he walked inside. Looking at your back, Thien Jiap hurriedly called out to you, Wait, hold on. But Lu Day had already gone inside, so he could only follow. The two quickly stepped into the elevator. Looking at the floor number, Thien Jiap exclaimed in amazement, Quite a high floor, huh? Lu Day didn't answer. The elevator continued ascending and finally stopped at the 87th floor. The elevator door quickly opens, and upon seeing the scene before him, Tian Jia's eyes involuntarily widen. What he sees is a spacious office filled with people. He couldn't help but exclaim, What kind of talent gets to work in a place this great? Lu Day, walking beside him, explained, Jiap, our company is in the internet industry, real-time information. The first version was released yesterday. You said you need to build a staff for reception and daily maintenance. Money and people, just leave them to you. Hearing this, Thien Jiap asked in disbelief, You're not bluffing, right? Dan Max shook his head. Lu Day calmly said, Of course not, my brother. Our strength is quite formidable. Thien Jiap's face suddenly darkened. You doubtfully ask, so how far are we talking? Lu Day raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, We can refuse anyone who wants to buy us. Too bad Thien Jiap doesn't believe it. He pouted in disdain. Having ambitions to start a business is good, but don't talk nonsense. Lu Day confidently said, If a company comes looking for us, you'll handle it, and I won't show my face unless absolutely necessary. Thien Jiap patted your shoulder, thinking Lu Day was joking, and quickly went along with it. That kid is really something. Then he continued to ask, Let's go into this office and talk more. Lu Day winked playfully, then smirked and said, The deal is closed. You're the CEO. I'm the behind-the-scenes chairman, responsible for counting the money. Hearing this, Thien Jiap couldn't help but laugh and joke, especially about these useless titles. CEO is just digging bricks here and there. Secretary is Jiap, and the cleaner is also Jiap. Lu Day thumbs up at Thien Jiap, whispering praise. You're still number one. They chat as they walk, and soon Lu Day leads Thien Jiap to the rooftop of the building. The Jiap gazed around the scene with shock in his eyes and couldn't believe it, exclaiming, Lu Day, did you do something illegal behind my back? Don't make me worry. No wonder he said that. Right now, the tallest building in High City is right in front of you. Lu Di also didn't reply. He looked down for a long time before slowly speaking. Jiap, you're the person I trust the most. No matter what situation I'm in, you've never looked down on me. The Jiap snorted in dissatisfaction. Nonsense, you just made a call and this guy ran over in his underwear. Come on, don't beat around the bush. Just say it straight. You're short on money, right? I've already prepared $150,000 in savings. Lu Di smiled emotionally and said, you can keep it. The plan related to the company has been sent to your email, enough for you to review for a few days. The Jiap raised his eyebrows and responded, well, look at that. You're already forcing me to get on board. Lu Di shook his head slightly and didn't say much. The Jiap continued, you've shown me around all 3 floors, so where is our real company? Lu Di raised an eyebrow, smiled softly, and calmly said, everything including the rooftop beneath our feet. What, the entire 3 floors? What kind of crazy company did you finally start? Lu Di calmly replied, the company's name is Creator, with a mini product in front of us. You really said it out loud. After hearing that, Jiap froze like a statue, unable to say a word. Seeing his reaction, Lu Di couldn't help but smile softly and say, Comrade Zhang Tianjia, now that you're the CEO of Creator, you should act like one, right? Only then did Tianjia realize that everything he had been through was real. He hurriedly scratched his head and replied, you're right, I need to transform myself. Lu Di happily said, I still have a villa and a car to give to you. There's a spare villa and car left over. The Jiap couldn't believe his ears and asked in surprise. Lu Di chuckled softly, offering no explanation as he slung his arm around Tianjia's shoulder and headed downstairs. After discussing everything with Tianjia, Liu Di returned to the company and, as usual, drove Ngoc Lin home. We were just passing by a clothing store when Ngoc Lin suddenly spoke up, Lu Di, wait a moment. He frowned slightly, puzzled, and asked, what's wrong? We haven't arrived at the estate yet. Ngoc Lin explained slowly, 4 days from now, my father will hold a banquet at the estate. The prominent and talented figures in the industry will be participating. My father wants you to join me. She said she thought your outfit was too sloppy and that some people prefer to judge by appearances, fearing you might be looked down upon. Then she looked at the shop on the street and said, I will give you a suit from the most upscale store in High City. Hearing this, Lu Di chuckled softly and said, I see. Thank you for thinking of me, but I don't think it's necessary. Those who respect me will be respected, and those who insult me, I will deal with them. Ngoc Lin squinted and looked at him seriously, reminding him, Lu Di, don't be too confident. I just want you to dress more politely. Then he drove past the shop and continued back to the manor. Ngoc Lin saw that he didn't accept nor refuse, so she raised her eyebrows and said, you don't need clothes. I prepared some fruit for you. I hope you'll accept it. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a wooden box, and Lu Di was stunned when he saw what was inside. A very valuable jadeite gemstone. He quickly reacted, frowning as he asked, this gem looks expensive at a glance. Are you trying to bribe me? Your words make Ngoc Lin a bit worried. She hesitates and asks, Lu Di, are you feeling very desperate lately? Unconsciously smiling, Lu Di pouts and says, what is this girl Ngoc talking about? Ngoc Lin looked at him intently for a long time before speaking, I hope your eyes don't go blind and you don't lose your confidence. Like this gem, it will never be swallowed by darkness. Hearing this, Emperor Lu realized she meant well. It turns out this girl also has a gentle side. With that in mind, he smiled and replied, I appreciate your kindness. Ngoc Lin snorted coldly at him and said nothing more. 4 days later, at the Ngoc family estate, because of Yen Tich, today was especially crowded. Ngoc Long sat in a corner watching for a long time before speaking. Oh, fuck. The more I look at Lu Di, the more I like him. His independence is just like mine when I was young. Fuck nodded slightly and added, I think this Lu is a bit too cautious. Hearing this, Ngoc Long couldn't help but sigh, feeling sorry for Lu Di, who had never attended such banquets before but needed to go through this. He hoped she would grow up quickly and take on the responsibility of leading the Ngoc family, unaware that someone was watching her from nearby. You are receiving information from Mo Tong. J-Mini's download count has suddenly surged to 800 million, and the company's operational progress is now at 100%. Articles about the company and the people behind it are increasing. After hearing this, Lu Di nodded with satisfaction. This is just the beginning. Soon after, a black car appeared in front of the Ngoc family house. It's Luke Tu-Min's car, and he is attending the banquet today. There is also another young man with him. Ngoc Long quickly turned his head to look when he noticed the two of them arriving, and Tu-Min and Thien Thun approached to greet him. Su-Min was the first to speak, saying, Hello, Uncle Ngoc. The young man beside him also hurriedly greeted.
Hello, Uncle.
At this moment, Ngoc Long waved his hand towards the distance and called loudly, Lu Di, come here! Lu Di quickly stepped forward, pointing to Tu-Min and Thien Thun as he introduced, These two are my old friend's sons. You young ones can get to know each other. Let me introduce you. This person next to me is the CEO of an entertainment company, currently negotiating a new project with the top idol. At this point, he glanced at Tu-Min and quietly suggested, Tu-Min, I won't treat you very well today, so please consider my offer. Two men chuckled softly and calmly replied, I can consider it. Hearing this, Fong Lu was pleased and happily continued to introduce the other person, the founder of the secretive company. The game company is going international, and Tian Than is seen as a shining example among today's youth. At this moment, Ngok Long smiled and said, what a coincidence, Two Min and Tian Than are college friends of Lin Lin, both pursuing her. Hearing this, Tian Than shyly said, I initially failed to pursue Van and was upset, so I traveled the world and discovered the 12 secret travel routes, then founded the company. Then he looked at Ngok Lin and smiled. Do you reconsider now that I'm different from before? Ngok Lin felt a bit awkward and didn't want to embarrass him, so she quickly changed the subject and pointed to Lu Day standing beside her, saying, let me introduce you. Tian Than cut her off coldly, saying, no need for introductions. Lu Di, the benefactor of Lin Lin. He glared at him with a look full of contempt and said, you're just a useless freeloader with no background. If you want to compete with me, you're just asking for death. Old Master Ngok even told me to encourage you. Do you deserve it? Lu Di frowned at him but didn't respond. Thinking he accepted his words, Tian Cheng chuckled proudly. Ha ha, Lu Di, there's a long way to go. Take your time to get along. He then shook hands with Lu Day, but the strength of his grip made him grind his teeth in pain and cry out. It hurts. Emperor Liu coldly withdrew his hand, pouting and smiling as he said, sorry, I rarely shake hands with women. This remark made Tian Cheng angry, but he couldn't say a word in protest. Seeing the situation getting tense, Fong Lu stepped in to help. Since this is Tian Cheng's first visit to the estate, I'll take you on a tour. Then Fong Lu led Two Men and Thien Tan away. Seeing this, Ngok Long couldn't help but speak up. Young men, just meeting and already full of hostility. Emperor Liu raised an eyebrow at him and said with a smile, Old Master, to be honest, they haven't earned that level yet. This only makes Ngok Long more pleased. He chuckled and said, no wonder you're a gem. Pride is good. Fight on. I'll back you up. At the same time, in a corner of the party, the three of Fong Lu were huddled together, looking like something was wrong. Fong Lu glanced at Tian Tan and warned him, you're too excited. How could you be so rude in front of Ngok Lao Jia too? He said that whatever kind of person Lu Di is, they all know. And if they want to deal with you, they have to stand on the same side. Hearing this, Su Ming and the other two asked in unison, what should we do? Fong Lu leaned in close and whispered, follow the tradition and don't give him a chance to show off during the speech later. Then he looked at Two Men and said, when you announce your choice of my plan later, I will add an extra 200 million for the appearance fee of Denyat. Two Men instinctively frowned and hesitated, asking, so Lin Lin won't hate me? He chuckled softly and shook his head, and Fong Lu casually said, no, outside. The old master entrusted Lin Lin with the responsibility, but in reality, it's all relying on Lu Day. The old master was already deceived by his sweet words. He said that by then, you would be defeated, so Two Men would have a chance to get close to Lin Lin. That makes sense. Two Men smiled and nodded, believing Fong Lu's words without a doubt, his face brightening significantly. Having achieved his goal, Fong Lu then glanced at Thien Tan and said, I promise your company's third investment will succeed. Just boldly announce your plan to go public later. Thien Tan looked at his still slightly sore hand, his face a bit grim, and said nothing. Seeing his reaction, Fong Lu continued, Thien Tan, small matters shouldn't be endured, or bigger ones will be hard to handle. We must use real strength to crush him. Fiercely biting his lip, Thien Tan nodded slightly and said, thank you, Mr. Fong Lu. If I had acted myself, it would have been too embarrassing, so just follow your plan later. Immediately after, they exchanged glances and nodded in unison, their malicious intentions thus confirmed. At the same time, Lu Day had no idea about their intentions and was still talking with Ngok Lin. Suddenly, someone called out to him, and he turned his head to look at the sound, only to see Thien Tan and Fong Lu walking over. Thien Tan sincerely said, Lu Day, I was rude earlier. He casually put his arm around Lu Day's shoulder and cheerfully said, you're a benefactor of the Ngok family, and you drive for us, so as relatives, we should be polite to you. Lu Day, knowing he had bad intentions, coldly pushed his hand away and pouted, saying, I don't need those superficial types. This made Thien Tan angry, ready to explode on the spot. Meanwhile, Ngok Long was still resting and observing the young people chatting when Ah Fuke came to report again. Master just received the call saying Miss Nam suddenly came to visit. Ngok Long frowned in surprise. Miss Nam? Which Miss Nam are you talking about? Ah Fuke hurriedly explained that she was Nam Nuok Diek, the daughter of Nam Thien Hai in the capital. Ngok Long's eyes involuntarily narrowed, unable to believe what he had just heard. Seeing his reaction, Ah Fuke continued, Lord, Miss Nam sent word that her father couldn't leave the capital, so she came to visit General Haksun, the head of the military. Hearing this, Ngok Long nodded in understanding. So that's how it was. A while later, the Trong Vien Ngok family welcomed another distinguished guest. The three of Fong Lu stood to the side, not daring to approach. Two men nervously said, Fong Lu, what should we do? Miss Nan has arrived, and our little skills will just make us a joke. Tianqing also nodded in agreement. The Nam family has immense strength in both politics and business, and this young lady is even called the most beautiful genius. How can we compare? That's why we need to show our strength. Maybe we'll even seize a higher position. The paving stone of the Six Emperors is about to be put to use. He slightly smiles and then steps forward. Let's go. We will greet Miss Nam with our best posture. At this moment, the car stopped at the Nok family and the door opened. A pair of slender legs stepped out from the car. Nyuk Jeep slowly approached and politely greeted, I say hello, to Uncle Ngok. Nyuk Jeep came uninvited. Please don't blame him. Hearing this, Ngok Long couldn't help but chuckle softly and say, Miss Nam, what do you mean? Your esteemed visit is truly an honor for the Nyok family. Nyuk Jeep politely bowed to him and asked softly, Uncle Ngok, do you know if Uncle Haksun and Uncle Don have arrived yet? Damn Max shook his head. Ngok Long calmly smiled and said, They might still be on their way, Miss Nam. Let me introduce you to some young men here. Feeling that his way of addressing her was too formal, Nuak Diek quickly suggested, Just call me Nuak Diek. Immediately afterward, Nuak Diek followed him to the banquet center to greet everyone. As she turned around, she saw 3 people from Fenglu waiting nearby. Seeing their behavior, Nuak Diek muttered to herself, This bunch is really useless. But Fenglu, unaware of others' expressions, stepped forward with a mature smile and said, Hello, Miss Nam. I am Ouyang Fenglu. Nuak Diek immediately stepped back, avoiding his handshake as if it were a plague, saying it's dirty. Fenglu slightly frowned, withdrew his hand, and tried to explain that the young lady's noble status meant her jade-like hands shouldn't be touched casually. At this moment, Ngok Long stepped forward to introduce himself. Nuak Diek, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Ngok Lin. Nuak Diek quickly turned her head and greeted politely. But at that moment, she noticed a figure behind Ngok Lin. The person was none other than Liu Day. He was elegantly holding a glass of wine as he approached, but Nuak Diek couldn't stay calm. She was so shocked that her eyes nearly popped out. Liu Day also noticed her and furrowed his brows instinctively, then smiled softly and approached, waving his hand to greet her. I am Liu Day. Hearing this, Nuak Diek instinctively frowned. You must not want to reveal your identity by using your real name. So I hurriedly spoke up, Hello, sir. Liu Day secretly observed the girl in front of him, feeling a sense of wonder. Who would have thought that the obedient girl in the eyes of others was actually the underground boss of Hai Hak-Ho City, and then suddenly unleashed his own imposing aura? Nuak Diek's face immediately changed color. She was sure this was indeed the aura of Second Emperor. Her attitude became even more respectful. Seeing her unhappy expression, Fenglu asked worriedly, Miss Nam, are you all right? But Nuak Diek didn't respond and still shamelessly suggested, Miss Nam, come with us to the tent for a rest. Unfortunately, Nuak Diek didn't take her seriously and straightforwardly refused. No need, I can go with Lord Liu. Miss Nam, Emperor Liu is not a nobleman. He's just their driver. She glanced at Liu Day with disbelief, but he paid no attention and continued drinking alone in the corner. Nuak Diek thought you didn't want to do anything too obvious with me, so he nodded in agreement. She softly said, Then Nuak Diek will follow the host's wishes. Fenglu immediately cheerfully said, That's good then. After welcoming a distinguished guest, the Jade Gem Villa was again receiving 2 other cars. This time, the imposing footsteps stepped down. Heishan got out of the car and slowly entered the estate, but after just 2 steps, he was called back. Old Hawk finally caught him. The visitor is Duan Hoa. Tell me clearly what happened with my phone. It's because of him, a national officer leading a fight, not afraid of his children laughing at him. Smirking slightly, Duan Hoa calmly said, Hak Lao Kui, you don't have to pay the phone bill, but tell me, have you found that kid yet? Old man Haksun widened his eyes in anger and coldly replied, I have intelligence. Stealing from this old man won't be that easy. Just then, Ngok Lin came out from inside and said with a smile, Old man Don, General Haksun hasn't seen you in a long time. Don Hua heard the sound and turned around, smiling as he said, Hey, rich guy. I don't understand why you like throwing these useless banquets so much. Ngok Long calmly replied with a slight smile. We've known each other for a long time. It would be embarrassing if we didn't make something of it. Then he pointed to someone in the distance and said, Today, there is also a distinguished guest. Haksun and Don Hua immediately looked over, their expressions changing slightly. The young lady of Prime Minister Xiao Nan. Ngok Long nodded slightly and replied, That's right, today my Jade family estate is truly honored, with all the powerful and influential people attending. At this moment, Nuak Diep also approaches from afar to greet them, bowing to Uncle Haksun and Uncle Don. My father told me to come visit both of you. Black Mountain nodded slightly and said, Good, thank you. Prime Minister Nam still remembers. Duan Hua also nodded in agreement. Indeed, a grown-up girl looks completely different. Ruoyi, you live alone in High City, so if you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. Feng Liu, from afar, watched this scene and couldn't help but feel emotional. She's truly the young lady, already speaking with the elders at such a young age. Emperor Liu also saw this scene and couldn't help but think of something. I wonder how the 2 leaders will react when they find out the true identity of the young lady. Of course, the group of elders here doesn't know what Liu Day is thinking. Heishan is still happily reminiscing, saying this estate looks truly magnificent. Duan Hua nods slightly, then opens a can of beer and laughs. Old Hades, our high city is not only beautiful but also full of talented people. For example, just as he was speaking, his eyes caught sight of a figure among the crowd, and the sip of beer he was taking suddenly sprayed out. Duan Hua was surprised and muttered to himself. Then he immediately lifted his foot and left. Hio-san suspiciously asked, What are you doing, old Don? But he didn't turn his head. Hacksun approached, grabbed his arm, and said irritably, "Stand still for me."
Manhwa pushed Hacksun's hand away, glaring warningly, "Don't touch me, Hak Lao Kui, or you'll regret it." Hacksun refused to back down, and the two stared each other down.
Ngok Lung, standing nearby, looked at this scene and was at a loss for words. What is going on here? After a moment, Haishan turned to Ngok Lung and said, "Old Ngok, there are quite a few young men at tonight's banquet. Introduce me quickly. The situation is changing too fast." Ngok Lung was a bit surprised, then nodded and replied, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, he led two people toward the crowd and calmly said, "Let me introduce you." The two from Black Mountain paid no attention to the others, only focusing on Emperor Liu standing in the center. Without hesitation, Manhwa quickly spoke up, not knowing what this friend does here, and Hacksun also refused to give up, anxiously asking, "Do you have any interests or hobbies?" Seeing this scene, the group of Feng Lu regained their composure. Why is the central figure of the Yanhui today Emperor Liu? They must do something about it. At this moment, Haishan suddenly looked at Lao Ngok and proposed, "Lao Ngok, it's been 10 years since we last played chess, hasn't it?" Ngok Long nodded softly and replied, "Let's go. Get ready." Hacksun whispered as he walked away, "If I win, you have to agree to one of my requests." When they left, Feng Lu signaled by slapping his hand. Everyone gathered and looked at him as he smiled and said, "The lunch party is almost here. Trung Vien has many entertainment options. We can have some fun." Two men nodded in agreement and added, "Sounds good. I've heard of you, Feng Lu, the archery champion. Let's go to the shooting range." Feng Lu hesitated for a moment, thinking maybe I should just forget it. Then he turned his attention to two men and the other person. "I heard that Two Men is a master horse rider and Thien Thun is a sharpshooter. The estate has both a riding arena and a shooting range." A while later, at the stables of Trung Vien Ngok, there are many rare breeds of horses. Tu Ming walks over to choose a brown horse with a very strong body, then turns to look at everyone, showing off proudly. This is a iron-hoofed horse born in the mountains, with extremely hard hooves, a war horse that all skilled riders desire. Seeing this, two men immediately warned, "Lu Day, be careful, this horse has a stubborn temper." Feng Lu outside also sneered in disdain. Tu Ming is right, this horse has been at the estate for a long time, and no one has successfully tamed it yet. Tu Min raised a slight smile, his eyes full of pride. "I've had the honor of working with it. It's very difficult to tame." Tu Min's face suddenly changed color, hesitating for a moment, but then he looked towards Nawak Diek on the other side and finally made a decision. He took a deep breath and said, "I will do my best to perform for Lady Nam today." As soon as he finished speaking, he went over to the horse, stroked its head, stepped onto the stirrup, and then jumped up. He sat on the horse's back with ease, and seeing this, everyone around clapped happily. Two men carefully patted the horse's rear, signaling it to run. But after a long while, it still stood still without moving. Tu Ming was momentarily startled and shouted, "Why isn't it running? Come on, run and see." The people outside are also at a loss, unsure how to react. Only Emperor Liu seems to have known everything in advance. He smirked and calmly looked at him, then said nonchalantly, "I advise you to get off the horse within 10 seconds. Hearing this, Tu Min was furious and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Liu Di, what do you understand? This is just a warm-up, wait a moment." But before he could finish his sentence, the horse suddenly went berserk. He was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by it. The scene shocked everyone outside, including Feng Liu. Tu Min here feels very embarrassed. He angrily criticizes and directly confronts Feng Liu. "What kind of useless horse do you have at your place?" Feng Liu doesn't even know how to respond. Liu Di interrupted, "And the point is, it's your fault. This is a steel-hoofed horse. The purebred Mongolian war horse was born for battle, charging for heroes, and will never submit to the weak." It seems the horse understood what you said and let out a neigh, as if laughing. Emperor Liu frowned and challenged him. "With a soul as twisted as yours, what else can you be but a fool in disguise? It's laughable to say you deserve to ride a Mongolian war horse." Two men heard this and immediately objected. "What right do you have to say that? This horse is obviously wild and hard to tame. Not properly trained to have a soul. Even Feng Liu here doesn't believe it." He snorted coldly and said, "Liu Di, if you say that, do you dare to call yourself a hero?" "Shall I try riding it?" Ngok Lin nervously looked at Liu Day, worry evident in her eyes. At this moment, Liu Day spoke, "I don't need to ride it." As soon as he said that, two men immediately snorted coldly in disdain. "So it turns out to be a fool." Liu Day also didn't argue, just squinted at it. The horse let out a neigh and then sat down, clearly tamed. Seeing this, Nahuak Diek immediately said, "The young master truly is a gentleman." Ngok Lin was also very surprised. She wondered what kind of person he really was. Feng Liu, feeling a bit resentful, gritted his teeth and said, "I won't hide it from you two. This kid used to beat me at shooting. Now he's just showing off." Thien Then wasn't in a hurry either. He smirked and said, "Shooting is a game for the wealthy. Someone as poor as him probably won't get many chances." Feng Liu hesitated for a moment before speaking, his tone full of malice. "Fine, let me think of a way to make him play." As promised by Feng Liu, he really wanted Liu Day to compete in shooting with Thien Thun, so he took everyone to the shooting range. Thien Then boasted proudly, "I've been shooting since I was a kid. I consider myself pretty good." He then pointed to a gun and said, "This clay target shooting machine here has 2 sides firing, and if you shoot at it once, you'll hit 70 out of 75 shots." He also said he's only slightly worse than the Olympic champion. Hearing this, Ngok high-sighed and said, "This clay target shooting machine fires bullets all over the sky, and hitting it within seconds is really difficult." Ngok Tai nodded slightly. "I tried practicing but couldn't hit anything, so I was so frustrated I threw the gun." Tian Cheng became even more proud upon hearing this, raising an eyebrow in provocation. "I hear Lu Di has top-notch archery skills, but I wonder how he does with guns." Fang Lu also spoke, his tone laced with mockery. "That's right, Lu Di has great talent, but if not, just keep moving forward." Lu Di didn't answer, waiting for Mo Tong, who was merging his super skills with a gun for him. Mo Tong also asked if he remembered him. Lu Di raised an eyebrow and smiled softly. "I do remember, but when will you finally mature? I don't need to hold a super cool gun stance." Mo Tong raised an eyebrow and said, "Everything has to be perfect. Everyone likes to be flawless. I'll keep leveling up." Then Lu Di walked forward coldly and said, "Stop talking so much. If you want to lose face, let me help." Then he randomly picked a gun and lifted it. Hearing this, Tian Then chuckled proudly. "Let's open 2 beer stations, each shooting 30 rounds. Lu Di ignored him, casually loaded the gun, then coldly said, "I'll shoot first, the rest is up to you to play with." Without hesitation, Lu Di began aiming and shooting. Feng Lu looked at his back from behind, his face a bit grim. This familiar feeling. Could this brat be a hidden master? I thought Lu Di would shoot directly, but instead he suddenly suggested opening both beer taps and firing 70 rounds randomly without stopping. Tian Then thought he was showing off and sneered, "Lu Di, can you really do it?" These twin-barreled guns aren't toy guns. Even the staff operating the targets hesitated and asked, "Sir Lu, are you sure about this?" "I've never heard of this method of fighting before," but Lu Di nodded firmly and said, "Just follow my instructions." There was no other choice, and the shooter kept firing at the targets non-stop. Lu Di's eyes immediately sharpened as he kept firing his gun, smoke billowing in the air and bullets falling from the magazine. Liu Di quickly pinched it with 2 fingers and directly shoved it back into the gun barrel. His movements were so fast that everyone barely had time to see before he aimed and shot again. Smoke and fire burst out from the gun again, and all the targets shot out were hit by him. Seeing this, the people outside were stunned. He completed the entire action in just 1 second. Is he that disciplined? Even Tian Tun was quite shocked. "What kind of exam is this then? You're no longer one of us." At the same time, the continuous gunfire from Liu Di drew the attention of the 3 elders playing chess nearby. Haitian wondered who could shoot with such skill, twice as fast as his top marksman. Thinking that, he immediately looked toward the shooting range and then saw Lu Di holding a gun with an extremely precise stance. He became even more terrified. It's definitely that crazy kid. Haitian finally couldn't hold back anymore and hurriedly spoke up. "Old Master Ngok, today I have to risk everything to win this game of chess against you." On the other side, at the shooting range, all the targets had been shattered and lay on the ground, with spent shells scattered around Lu Di's feet. He put away his gun and casually lit a cigarette, then raised an eyebrow as he looked at everyone and spoke. Everyone played leisurely. "I'm going to check on those uncles over there." After saying that, he didn't wait for anyone's response and turned to leave. Ngoklin watched as he turned and left. In the Ningok estate, the chessboard of the 2 elders was almost at its final stage. Haksan places a white piece on the board and then says, "I'm afraid you've lost this game, old Ngok." Haksan, seeing this, became even more pleased, so I won't hold back on my request. At the same time, Duanhua watched the 2 from outside, sighing silently. It's true that powerful officials can dominate others. Even in a game of chess they have to concede. It seems someone is about to lose. Right now, Ngok Long hesitated and asked, "Haksan, I don't understand. You're a general. Why do you need to ask a small businessman like me for help?" Haksan chuckled softly and said happily, "Your Ngok family estate is full of talented people. I envy that. Honestly, I need someone." Hearing this, Ngok Long instinctively frowned and angrily said, "You really are two-faced. I tortured you for a long time before you finally responded to the Iron 4. Now you're asking again?" Haksan shook his head lightly in disagreement. "No, I didn't touch the Iron 4 gang. I only need one person." Ngok Long grew more suspicious. "Who do you suspect?" He Shan without hesitation points at the person coming this way. Ngok Long looked in the direction he was pointing and immediately saw Emperor Liu approaching. Ngok Long's face suddenly changed in disbelief and he shouted, "He wants to take Lu Di but immediately shakes his head to dissuade him. Don't you know, old black, Lu Di is fragile. Why put the kid in the army? Is he a driver? Stop joking around." I can't help but laugh a little. If that kid is weak, my subordinate wouldn't even be considered a man. Then he confidently places another piece on the board. "Your white pieces are locked in by me. The formation is complete. You lose. While you're at it, tell Ngok Long that your move is the 9 dragon board. Even Master Go players can't solve it." Ngok Long slightly protested, "Old hack, you can't do this." But at that moment, a pair of hands suddenly appeared, picking up a chess piece and then confidently placing it on the board. "Lu?" Lu Di glanced over and exclaimed in surprise, "Haksan." Lu Di ignored him and smiled at Haksan, saying, "Please take another look at the chessboard." Hearing this, Haksan also looked back, his face suddenly changing color. He looked at Lu Dai in surprise and asked suspiciously, "Little brother, what is the name of this move?" Lu Dai confidently said with a raised eyebrow, "It's the thorny hedgehog stretching out." Donghua nodded in praise, initially showing only a soft and weak belly, but then able to trample enemies with sharp, pointed steel thorns. Very good. Hakusan also nodded in admiration. Well done. If this chess game has been solved, old Ngok, then it's our turn to see who comes out on top. Upon hearing this, Ngok Long shook his head in refusal. Competing to see who is better? I'm hungry already. Is the feast ready yet? Immediately afterward, the group arrived at the dining hall in the estate where a variety of delicacies and luxurious dishes were beautifully arranged and incredibly tempting. Ngok Long and the two elders sit at the central table. Ngok Long, smiling, says, "Tonight's banquet welcomes the esteemed Hakusan and Donghua. Let's enjoy the meal and chat with the juniors." The atmosphere instantly fell into silence, and the expressions of Tiancheng and Ziming also showed signs of worry. Seeing no one spoke, Ngok Long looked at Ngok Lin and said with a smile, "Well then, let's start with you, Lin Lin." She smiled and said to everyone, "Thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, the two elders of Black Mountain nodded slightly, showing their approval. Ngok Long also approved of her plan, but at this moment, a hand suddenly raised to interrupt. Wait a moment. The speaker is Fong Lu. He glares at Ngok Lin and questions her. "Lin Lin, do you mean to see us as a charitable organization?" Then he looked around at everyone and calmly announced, "I want to inform you all that President Lu has already signed a business contract with me." Hearing this, two men also nodded in agreement. Yes, the reputation of Tathan Day is renowned. Everyone probably knows that when the time comes, the welcomed products will be a given. Fong Lu seems confident of victory, looking at Ngok Long on the other side, seriously saying, "Dad, there can be no mistakes this time, so let's prioritize business." Yuling grew more anxious, hesitating as she looked nervously at her father, her face showing worry. Just then, Emperor Liu suddenly yawned, breaking the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, a round of applause sounded. Tiancheng raised an eyebrow and spoke up. "I've also achieved some success in business. I won't hide it from you. Soon I will also launch a secret company." Hearing this, Donghua spoke in a low voice. "Today truly broadened my horizons. The younger generation is indeed promising." Nuak Diet, seeing everyone had finished speaking, stood up with a smile and said, "Everyone, Nuak Diep is just a small antique dealer. I apologize for any embarrassment caused." Tiancheng glanced at her and smiled playfully, saying, "Young Lady Nam is too modest. Even if you combine all of us, you still can't compare to you." Wulong also nodded in agreement. "That's right. With the abilities of the young lady, there's really no need for much explanation." But as he finished speaking, Lu Dai snorted coldly and cursed, "Good for nothing." This statement made Fong Lu and two men angry. Fong Lu looked at him irritably and asked, "What did you just say, Lu Huan?" Emperor Liu was unfazed and calmly repeated his words. "I said, Aoyang, Feng Liu, Chu Tiancheng, and Lu Zimin. All of you are just trash." After biting fiercely, Fong Lu angrily shouted, daring to insult people in the bright daylight. Indifferently shrugging, Lu Dai took a bite of chicken thigh and pouted, saying, "Your achievements are only worth trash in my eyes." As soon as those words left his mouth, Thien Thun regained his composure, sneering disdainfully, "You are just an unskilled driver. What right do you have to comment on our achievements?" Lu Dai put the sword down and calmly said, "I didn't really want to show off anyway." Fong Lu glared at him and sneered, "You're just a clown dancing around to entertain us." With a cold sneer, ignoring them, Liu Di calmly said, "I happen to have an elder who once taught me that as a young person you must dare to think and do. You can't let everything slide." While everyone was stunned, he continued, "Isn't everyone planning to hold a concert? Then it will definitely become the biggest joke of the year in the future." Fong Lu was furious at these words. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Lu Di, are you trying to bluff? What gives you the right to say that?" Ngok Lin also felt quite awkward. She didn't expect him to say such things, but Lu Dai was very confident, claiming it wasn't mockery, just honest words, because he only wanted to help Lin Lin organize a charity party and suggested holding it on a seaside street 1 kilometer away from Wangtian Square. Hearing this, Fong Lu sneered contemptuously, only based on the ruined buildings on the seaside street, yet daring to compare it to the Wangtian Square of the Hao family. Thien Thun also mocked Lu Dai. "Have you suffered such a great blow that you're starting to talk nonsense?" Lu Dai calmly said, "Do you really dare to laugh, a treacherous merchant like you? The tourist route damages agricultural land and even seizes farmers' land without any compensation." Thien Thun's face suddenly changed, trembling with guilt. "Do you have any evidence to back up your accusations?" He frowned at him and Lu Dai calmly said, "Then just wait. Someone will return your 500 million debt within an hour." The party had spiraled out of control, and finally Ngok Long couldn't hold back anymore and started to scold. "Lu Dai, what's wrong with you today? Speaking such nonsense, I am truly disappointed." Tiancheng also nodded and suggested, "Why not take Lord Liu outside first to calm him down?" Lord Liu slightly pouted and said, "I haven't finished speaking yet." As soon as these words were spoken, a furious bang on the table echoed out. Fong Lu glared at Lu Dai in anger and reproached him, "Enough already. If you mock us, then fine. But do you even dare to slander the young lady as well?" Tiancheng also added, "I'm still a bit curious. For someone as perfect as Miss Nam, what else could you possibly fabricate?" Lu Dai glanced at Nuak Diek beside him and muttered, "Miss Nam?" When Nuak Diek heard him mention her, She suddenly sat up straight, tense and waiting. Ngok Long, now anxious, hurriedly warned, Liu Day, be careful with your words. The young lady is not someone you can comment on. Liu Di just nonchalantly took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Tian Chung, enjoying the spectacle, smirked and said, Liu Di, are you crazy? But just as he finished speaking, an astonishing scene unfolded. Liu Day's cigarette suddenly lit up, even though he hadn't touched it at all. The one who lit his cigarette was Ruok Di. Emperor Liu was unfazed and casually took a puff. This sudden change made everyone at the table start whispering and speculating. What is young lady trying to do? Why did Yu Chudong light his cigarette? Tian Chung looked at her in panic, his eyes full of disbelief. The young lady must be mistaken, right? He's just a driver. So why did she take the initiative to light his cigarette? She slightly smirked and calmly said, It's nothing. Just that this gentleman here wanted to smoke. Ngok Long was so shocked he stood up abruptly. Nyuk Diek, do you call Liu Di, sir? Yes. Damn, Ma nodded. Nuok Diek calmly replied, Don't say I lit a cigarette. Even if the sir wants me to die, I am always willing. At this moment, Ngok Long could no longer hide the fear in his heart. He hesitated before asking, Nuok Diek, may I ask, what is your relationship with Liu Day? Nuok Diek glanced at Emperor Liu and then spoke with understanding, saying, The gentleman does not permit it. Nuok Diek couldn't say more. At this moment, the ringtone suddenly sounded, breaking the tense atmosphere. It was Tian Thun's phone, and he hurriedly answered. Over there, a panicked voice quickly transmitted. Chu total. It's bad news. We're about to go bankrupt. Tian Thun was struck by a bolt from the blue and, in disbelief, asked back, What did you say? Say it again. How is that possible? Mr. Chu, do you know about Mini? Travel enthusiasts on Mini just responded to us, saying our travel route has destroyed the ecosystem and seized land from the locals. Gnashing his teeth, Tian Thun angrily said, If these pieces of evidence are made public, won't our company go bankrupt? The other person continued reporting. And along with exposing the incident, they also had to restore 120 completely new tourist routes, with the main point being that they wanted it all for free. At this point, Tian Thun lost his composure, the phone in his hand slipping to the ground, as the voice on the other end continued to say, Chu boss, someone is causing trouble. Help me. Tian Thun sat down in panic and terror, unable to speak a word, and no one at the table dared to make a sound. After regaining his composure, Tian Thun pointed at Liu Day and questioned him. Are you the one responsible for this? What is your relationship with Jinny? Hearing this, Nishuak Diek suddenly thought of a question. The gentleman said they had to call the person the second emperor. Could it be that the divine emperor is the number one? The founder of Songtu de Tam is also him. But before she could confirm her suspicion, Liu Day spoke up. What a coincidence. The CEO of Z Mini, Trong Tien Jap, was my college friend. Fiercely biting his lip, Tin Then grew even more furious. It's indeed you. Why didn't I realize sooner that you had connections with other characters? Because you reap what you sow. Liu Day raised an eyebrow and smiled, but inside he was very pleased, thinking to himself that he only needed a hint of thought. At this moment, Tian Thun couldn't hold back anymore and suddenly jumped onto the table, launching a claw attack. He roared, If I have no way out, you won't be allowed to live either. Without waiting for Liu Day to act, a slender foot suddenly kicked forward. Wei Diek pressed him down on the dining table with his foot, then without hesitation kicked him away. Liu Day narrowed his eyes at him and coldly said, If you blame anyone, blame yourselves for insisting on making trouble during the concert. As soon as these words left his mouth, Feng Liu was immediately shocked. Even Zi Ming was trembling with tension. At this moment, Ngok Long was filled with respect as he looked at Liu Di, and he hurriedly said, Liu Tianxin, I truly failed to see Mount Tai. I apologize for my rudeness to you. Liu Di immediately went to help him, saying, Old you, there's no need for such courtesy. Ngok Long carefully asked, Mr. Liu, do you have any plans for the future? Then, I might as well stay in Ngokra for a few more days. Emperor Liu shook his head slightly and calmly said, I always do my work thoroughly. Once I eliminate the evil, I will leave willingly without shame. I knew I wasn't mistaken after all, young Master Liu, arrogant and domineering, yet loyal and honorable. Having spoken, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Emperor Liu, saying, If the family matters are settled, then let's continue discussing national affairs. At the same time, many military vehicles suddenly appeared outside the Jade Manor. They took turns entering the manor, and soon after, soldiers with weapons also stormed into the dining room. In an instant, this place was surrounded by soldiers. Heishan glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, Today I have gathered the national army here, but those I have always trusted are not qualified to obey me. Follow me and the army for a trip. Atian saw this scene and couldn't help but feel dissatisfied, saying, Heavenly Black Demon, you're too cruel, bringing the army here. Haksun coldly replied, Haksun, I can only stand here today because of my strength. Then he looked back at Ngok Long and spoke, Old Ngok, tell your juniors to step back, all of them. They have no right to know about this. Master, please escort the guests out first. Under a Fuck's guidance, those inside the dining room gradually left. Nuok Diek still hasn't gone. She is behind Liu Day, softly calling. Sir! He gently shook his head to reassure, saying, It's okay. In the end, only the three elders and Liu Di remained here. To break the tense atmosphere, Liu Day took the lead and spoke. Commander Hawk's the junior, really wasn't wrong. He couldn't win the door fight earlier. Young Lord Liu, you have once again earned the respect of the younger generation, and I cannot help but admire you. Now, straighten your back and answer promptly, young one. Hyo-san looked at you intently and calmly said, I guess I have begged you. Liu Day was completely confused. Awkwardly scratching his head, General Hyo-san hesitated for a moment before speaking. I truly want to tell you that I have always valued talented people as my life, but this time I hope what you do will not cost lives. The more he listened, the more confused he became. Liu Day looked at him uncertainly, unsure how to react. Before Hak-sun could respond, Donghua spoke in a deep voice. There is a project in our army that has been carefully planned for a long time, which for ordinary people would surely mean death, but perhaps not for you. Liu Day glanced at him and asked, I want to know the details. Donghua really wanted to speak, but Hak-sun raised his hand to stop him, saying, No, this is a state secret. If you hear it, you must go with me. Hearing this, Liu Day didn't insist, pouting, saying fine. I won't listen then. As soon as those words left his mouth, both Hak-sun fell silent, wanting to speak but hesitating, looking extremely awkward. He snorted coldly and said, I'm so angry I could die. At the same time, outside the manor, a figure slowly approached. The guard immediately reminded him, Sir, this area is under martial law. You shouldn't be wandering around. The visitor, however, was the old man, now dressed in a formal outfit. The old man smiled and said, Boy, I told you I would only decide whether to let me in after showing you this item. The gatekeeper looked at him in surprise and asked suspiciously, What do you want to see? Mr. Daw also said nothing, took out a badge from his pocket and pinned it on his left chest. As soon as the gatekeeper saw this, he immediately straightened up and saluted respectfully. Hello, old hero? With a gentle smile, Mr. Daw calmly said, This was just when I was healing the children on the battlefield. What old hero are you talking about? Just let me visit some old friends. The gatekeeper nodded slightly and quickly responded. Please wait here. I will inform them first. At the same time, inside Trung Vien's dining room, Hei-shan, unable to be gentle, resorted to using force to pressure. Ludi, if you want to go today, then go. If you don't want to go, you still have to go. Little Black. Hearing that familiar voice, Black Mountain immediately turned around, his face changing from anger to surprise as he exclaimed, Big brother, why are you here? Even Donghua and Ngoklong also respectfully call him Big Brother. Liu Day glanced and, seeing Ong Da, was surprised and called him Lao Jia. Mr. Da raised an eyebrow at him, smiling as he said, Before Liu Day even poured you a drink, Donghua respectfully served you. The boss invites you. Yet Mr. Da snorted coldly and didn't take a single sip. Seeing this, Emperor Liu took a bottle of wine and said with a smile, Lao Jia, I prepared a top-quality ahead for you. Please try it. Mr. Da nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Liu Day van Huta, Hearing this, Hak-sun quickly said, Big brother, I have a military duty I must fulfill. You should also give me some face. Old Da snorted coldly and pouted, no. Ngoklong also spoke up to advise, Hak, if you don't decisively eliminate him, those who don't know will think I, Ngoklong, have committed a serious mistake. Hak-san, pushed to the limit, clenched his jaw and said, Old Nok, do you really think that young Liu Di is just an ordinary guy? Ngoklong slightly furrowed his brow and asked, Is that not the case? Hak-san also didn't answer. He suddenly asked, Do you know what level the army under my command is? Ngoklong nodded vaguely and replied, I know. Hak-san glanced at Liu Di, then looked back at Ngoklong before continuing. A few of my soldiers had some misunderstandings with Liu Di before. A team of 6, 43 seconds. He then pointed at Liu Di and confidently added, They were all knocked down by him. Ngoklong couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Liu Di. Seeing Ngoklong's reaction, Hak-sun continued, Don't think that today's many soldiers here mean anything. If a real fight breaks out, they might not be a match for Emperor Liu. Ngoklong couldn't believe his ears, glanced at Liu Di for a long time, then lowered his head and respectfully said, It's my old eyes that have failed me. Right now, Mr. Da interjected again, saying, Little Black, everything your big brother knows about what you want to do. Mr. Da sighed deeply and continued in a serious tone. I understand that the country's affairs are urgent now. Heavenly Mountain exclaimed in surprise, You really are the big brother after all. You knew such a secret, and you are definitely busier than us. Mr. Da nodded slightly and calmly said, The rise and fall of a nation is everyone's responsibility. And as an old man, I also wish to contribute my part. He hurriedly asked, Really? Dan Mack nodded. Mr. Da continued, As for Emperor Liu, I will arrange it when the time comes. He spoke, and Hak-sun no longer insisted, agreeing without hesitation and following the elder brother's instructions. Then Hak-sun looked at Liu Di and asked, Are we just going to discuss this without you having any questions? He chuckled softly and calmly replied, I am incompetent, but I have probably guessed 9 out of 10. How could that be? Hak-sun's face showed a hint of surprise, and he couldn't believe it, exclaimed. If I'm not mistaken, Master Ye Long also participated and even has connections with the Hai Long Corporation. Gathering all the remarkable news from international websites, In other words, transforming humanity. Ngok Long stared intently at him, stammering incomprehensibly. Haitian and Duanhua also exchanged glances, as if they had thought of something. Sensing their thoughts, Old Da immediately waved his hand to deny it, saying, "I didn't say anything." Lu Day glanced at them and smiled, saying, "Looks like I wasn't wrong, right? But you'd better advise Ngok Long to be cautious around Ao Duong Fong Lu." After hearing the warning, Ngok Long sighed and said, "Fong Lu comes from a cold martial arts family, so he can't help but be tempted by the Ngok family's wealth. I'm also hoping you can help me keep an eye on him." "Me? I have nothing to do with this anymore." But thinking of something, Emperor Liu finally smirked softly. "You confidently said, 'Just a you young Feng Liu, what big thing could he possibly do? I can make him suffer eternal humiliation right now.'" "Lu Day, this matter doesn't need to go that far." Realizing his rudeness, Lu Day spoke in a softer tone. "I admit I was a bit reckless. All the soldiers are in disguise, so I can't tell who they really are." Hak-sun nodded slightly in approval, saying, "Your observation skills truly impress me. Not taking part in our reconstruction plan is a bit of a waste." Lu Di only chuckled softly without replying and said, "You keep calling him Mr. Da, and as for the army's experiments, I, on behalf of Lu Day, guarantee they won't be leaked outside." At this, he glanced at Lu Day and spoke. "Lu Da, I'm tired. Take me back now." "Yes, sir." Lu Day nodded without hesitation and went outside with Mr. Da. Heishan quickly followed and whispered, "Big brother, why don't we go back with them to discuss the plan more clearly?" However, Mr. Da outright refused, saying it wasn't worth the trouble. Hak-sun's 3 men were a bit unwilling, but there was nothing else they could do, so they had to follow along. On the other side, outside the courtyard of the residence, Fong Lu and his group looked somewhat panicked. What is going on now? At first, the armed forces surrounded the Jade tightly, but now Lu Day and the 2 great figures have stayed inside ever since. Fong Lu clenched his teeth angrily and said, "Lu Day must be a person too arrogant, inviting trouble upon himself." But as soon as he finished speaking, the large door suddenly opened, Mr. Da and Emperor Liu appeared from inside, and the soldiers standing on either side immediately saluted them, or rather him. The 3 of Fong Lu saw this and quickly shut their mouths, also standing straight with serious expressions. Lu Day basically didn't care about them and looked at Nuok Diek to give instructions, saying, "I will think of a way to change some things regarding your career and will contact you after returning." Ro Tien Sin. Nue Diek nodded without hesitation and agreed. The Yen Tiek Ngok family disbanded just like that, and the 2 men, Ongda and Lu Di, went out together. Master Liu gratefully said, "Thank you for helping me out of trouble." Smiling softly, Old Da calmly replied, "Your young friend. If I don't come, will they really let you go?" Lu Di hesitated and asked, "So what about the old man?" Mr. Da slowly replied, "You are talented and have unlimited potential. While my reputation still holds, I will help you establish connections with the army." Lu Di couldn't help but be stunned, then nodded and replied, "Thank you, sir." At this moment, a convoy behind slowly approached. The white carriage drew close to Mr. Na's side. It was Hak-sun's vehicle. The boss from the back seat sticks his head out and says with a smile, "Let me see you off a bit." Mr. Da glances at him, snorts softly, and dismisses him. "Go on quickly. Little Emperor Liu, your progress has exceeded my expectations and is truly capable of defeating Hak-sun's army. That year, when he saved me, he discovered my special physique, and with such a complete gene code, simply put, I was chosen by heaven." Emperor Liu shook his head in denial and said, "I was just lucky." "Old master, where did you get the fake eye you gave me?" That made Emperor Liu feel a bit helpless, and he could only smile faintly. "All right then." At this moment, Mr. Da suddenly placed his hand on Lu Di's shoulder and then seriously said, "Lu Di, with your talent, you are a blessing for our China. When the country needs you, I hope you can shoulder some of the responsibility." Emperor Liu looked at him in surprise, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes, and after a long silence, he nodded softly and said, "I will do my best." Meanwhile, in a small forest area beside the garden, the 3 Feng Liu were gathering there. Because of what happened at Trang Vien earlier, all 3 of them were furious, especially Tian Chung, who angrily punched the nearby ancient tree and gritted his teeth as he cursed, "He caused me to lose everything. I will definitely not let him live well." "So what can you do to him? Don't you see the solid support behind him?" "Solid support?" He snorted coldly and said coldly, "Can you protect him for a full 24 hours? I will find the most dangerous criminals and secretly take his life." The more Fong Lu listened, the more pleased he was, truly a fool with no brains, which suited him even more. Suddenly, an aftershock struck the ground, startling all 3 of them. They looked into the distance and saw the forest continuously engulfed in smoke and flames. Black Mountain soldiers were surrounded by smoke, obscuring their view. While they were not paying attention, a figure slipped past the army truck and arrived. The soldiers realized too late. The man in black swept past them, using his inner strength to knock them aside, then charged straight at the nearby car, unleashing a powerful burst of inner energy to shatter the window. At the same time, on the cliff, this entire scene was witnessed by Mr. Da and Lu Di. Mr. Da calmly said, "I suspect someone is trying to assassinate Xiao Heizi." Then, he looked at Emperor Liu and asked, "Can you stop her?" Emperor Liu didn't answer immediately, silently observing her. Her speed and strength were not ordinary, but he wasn't afraid. He stomped the ground and then his figure vanished from the cliff, rushing down like lightning. In the forest, the female assassin broke into the car and quickly stuck her head inside to look for someone. But then a strange phenomenon appeared, causing her eyes to widen in horror as Hei Shan burst out from inside, unleashing a powerful internal force toward her. She quickly raised her hand to block, and in that moment, her left hand drew out a dagger, aiming to ambush him. However, things did not go as she hoped. Someone suddenly appeared and interrupted the battle. Emperor Liu charged down from the cliff, fists clenched tightly. Without hesitation, he punched straight into the female assassin's chest. This single punch sent her flying away. At this moment, Mo Tong jumped out and spoke, and after comparing physical data, he estimated a 95% similarity with her. Hearing this, Liu Di couldn't help but frown and mutter, "It's her." At the same time, on the nearby cliff, the three Feng Liu were also watching the battle. The three of them almost had their eyes pop out. Tiancheng trembled and asked, "Am I seeing things?" Two men pursed his lips and said, "You're not mistaken, Tiancheng. Didn't you say you wanted to die together with Emperor Liu?" Remembering what he just said not long ago, Tiancheng became even more panicked, trembling as he said, "I didn't say that. I take back what I just said." He finished speaking and turned to run away, not forgetting to remind them, "Liu Dai is someone you can't mess with. You two better handle this yourselves." "Are you okay? I wonder, General Haksun, can you tell who was behind the assassination attempt?" Haksun thought for a moment before speaking, saying that being assassinated was quite common, and based on her clothing, she probably belonged to an international assassin organization, but it was unclear which one exactly. Liu Dai frowned in thought, about to ask something when Mr. Da's voice suddenly rang out. "Haksun, you owe Emperor Liu your life." Haksun was slightly startled, then nodded in response. "I will never forget your act of saving my life." At this moment, Haksun's men arrived to report that they had checked all surrounding areas but couldn't find the assassin. Haksun didn't expect anything and quickly ordered the scene to be cleared. This must not be leaked outside. The soldiers nod and leave. After giving his orders, Hei Shan looked towards the two men and spoke. "It seems the enemy's strength is not to be underestimated." General Da replied in a deep voice, "I understand. I will investigate as soon as possible." At this moment, Emperor Liu suddenly interrupted. "General Haksun, this happened right within the Ingok family's grounds. Don't you find that strange?" Haksun shook his head without hesitation and said, "Liu De, I can confirm that old Ngok is not that kind of person. I could encounter a killer anywhere myself." Liu De didn't ask further. Upon hearing this, he smiled and said, "Haksun, General truly has extraordinary demeanor, remaining calm in the face of danger. I am impressed." Haksun refused to comment, frowning as he said, "The only reason someone would want to kill me is to obstruct our Chinese experimental plan. Instead of wasting time hunting the assassin, we should focus on speeding up our research." Liu Di also didn't want to interfere much, quickly bidding farewell to the elders and returning to the Jade Villa. He called Mo Tong to show him a video about human modification. After reviewing everything, he fell into silence. What happened at the Ngok family is truly an unimaginable, thorny problem. You need to plan carefully. The night just passed like that. "Good morning, President Ngok. Where are you headed today?" Ngoklin looked at him in surprise and quickly said, "Lord Liu, my father said that I am currently a guest of the Ngok family, so I am not allowed to raise my voice." Lord Liu leaned in close and said, "I have something to discuss with you today." Ngoklin hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right, then let's go to Dr. Makangan's psychology clinic." Liu Dai didn't ask further and followed her as they went down to the yard and got into the car to leave. The two cars sped down the road, with Liu Dai still driving. But inside Ngoklin's mind, something seemed to be bothering her as she kept clicking her pen in her hand. Liu Dai glanced at her through the mirror and hesitated to ask, "Miss Ngok, is something bothering you?" Ngoklin looked up at him, frowning, and asked, "I want to know who you are. I also want to know how many misunderstandings about you there have been before." Hearing this, Liu Dai hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to say. Ngoklin saw this and sighed, shaking her head. "I have no right to ask if you don't want to tell me." Liu Di didn't reply, only sneered with a slight smile. His identity truly an interesting thing. His attitude has changed. Not hearing a response, Ngoklin spoke up again. "As for the concert, you're not planning to become a laughingstock, are you?" Liu Dai sneered and pouted, saying, "Do I look like someone who enjoys chasing after things?" Ngoklin hesitated before firmly saying, "Even if you lose, I won't blame you." Liu Dai playfully replied, "So just take me out for a snack then. Why bother snacking or buying snacks?" Liu Dai glanced at her and calmly said, "So the kids can eat too. No one will help you perform." Ngoklin's face slightly changed, and she asked in surprise, "So you want the disabled children to perform at the clinic?" Liu Dai nodded without hesitation, and hearing this, Ngoklin became even more determined. "So I will bring the children to the party and have them participate in his performance contest." While they were talking, the car stopped in front of a small clinic, and Ngoklin was the first to get out. "Liu Di, I hope you will keep my journey a secret." Ngoklin puffs her cheeks in anger, but can't do anything to him. With no other choice, she walks to the clinic door and presses the doorbell. It wasn't long before the beautiful woman stepped out from inside, and upon seeing the visitor, her face briefly showed a look of surprise. Mo Tong now stepped forward to remind Liu Di her appearance seemed polite, but her inner nature was extremely cruel. This woman's name is Lai Mok-ngan. She is 26 years old, a psychology PhD at Galen University, and a senior master of enlightenment. At this moment, Mo Kong walked up to Ngoc Lin and said with a smile, "Lin Lin, come here quickly." Then she noticed there was someone else beside her. She frowned and asked, "This is Ngoc Lin," who hurriedly introduced herself. "I already told you, he is Liu Di." Mok Ngan blinked in disbelief, staring at him. Liu Di nodded politely and greeted her. "Hello, miss." But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw her looking at him with shining eyes and licking her lips with excitement. After greeting them, they entered the clinic. Inside, everything was arranged neatly, and Liu Di did nothing but sit on a chair waiting for the two girls. Just then, Mo Tong suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, "Liu Di, you're startled and say with displeasure. I was so scared when you suddenly shouted." Mo Tong doesn't pay attention and quickly says, "Liu Di, I found some very interesting things on Dr. Huang Dai's computer." "Dr. Huang Da," Liu Di muttered with a slight frown. "What woman? Now, what is that?" Mo Tong calmly replied, "Everything is in the records. Very detailed behaviors related to you. What Mo Tong mentioned is an analysis chart from Liu Di's recent interest to actions." Mo Tong slowly said, analyzing each behavior in detail, including the underlying motives and psychological states, then summarizing into a hypnosis plan. Liu Di frowned and asked, "Analyzing me? Check if there are any records from Ngoc Lin. The data from the computer shows that Lai Mok-ngan is a real doctor." Liu Di couldn't help but sneer and say, "A real doctor, really?" Even so, Liu Di did nothing, only sitting quietly and waiting. Sure enough, soon after, the prey voluntarily came to him. Lin Lin has been under too much mental pressure lately, so let her take a break. Soon after, she also sat opposite Liu Di, looking somewhat arrogant. Liu Di smiled smugly as the first step of the hypnosis plan disturbed his mind. At this moment, Mo Ngan spoke again. "Liu Di, being Ngoc Lin's driver must be exhausting, right? Would you like to relax and take a break?" She said she could guide him into a deeply relaxing sleep through psychological suggestion. This is the second step of the plan, pretending to hypnotize as a deep sleep service. Liu Di didn't say anything, and Mok Ngan gently touched the remote control nearby. She leaned close to him and said with a smile, "Liu, normally people don't get the chance to experience this kind of service." She said that today she only allowed you to experience that out of respect for Ngoc Lin. Mok Ngan glanced at Liu Di with a slightly coquettish look and whispered, "Do you think it's okay, Mr. Liu?" If it hadn't been for Mo Tong's reminder, Liu Di might have fallen for her gentle trap. He was wary inside but still nodded in agreement. Having achieved her goal, Mo Ngan was even more pleased and smiled brightly, saying, "That's great, Mr. Liu. You can lie down in the position that feels most comfortable for you." Liu Di casually nodded, then also leaned his head back on the chair. Now Mo Ngan takes out a watch from her pocket, holds it in front of Liu Di, and calmly says, "Focus your attention on this watch." Liu Di also obeyed, focused on the watch flickering in front of him. Mok Ngan thought her plan was already successful, but she didn't know that Liu Di had seen through her scheme, and he called Mo Tong outside while she was already beginning the hypnosis. Mo Tong understood perfectly and quickly integrated the ancient Greek hypnosis into his subconscious, also possessing the ability to resist hypnosis. Mok Mong was unaware of the actions of the machine and continued with her hypnosis process. She slowly said, "Liu Di, listen to me. Your body is now relaxed and very comfortable. You are now barefoot, walking on warm sand as the sunlight from afar grows brighter and brighter. I will go against the 3-hour limit, and you will trust me completely, telling me all the secrets." Seeing the disintegration in your eyes, Mok Ngan began the countdown. But just as the countdown reached 1, a sudden change occurred, and Emperor Liu calmly lit a cigarette. He took a puff and exhaled a cloud of smoke toward the woman in front of him. "Lai Mok Ngan, tell me, are you a lesbian or not?" Because she had lost consciousness, Mok Ngan honestly replied, "I am not. The first time was in the student dormitory with the senior, and the next few times were in the clinic." The more she spoke, the more Liu Di felt he couldn't listen anymore, so he ordered her to stop. "What kind of reckless life is this?" "I don't know either." Taking a deep breath, Liu Di continued to give orders. "Tell me, why did you come up with a hypnosis plan for me?" Mok Ngan answered blankly. "Lin Lin wanted to uncover his secret, but yesterday she changed her mind. But I am very curious about your story, so while she was sleeping, I came to see you." Liu Di didn't think much of it and continued to ask, "Why did Ngoc Lin come to your clinic?" "Muốn biết tình trạng hiện tại của cô ấy như thế nào?" It's very difficult to resolve because deep down she feels that her true personality is not lovable. She needs someone to acknowledge her. Liu Di nodded softly, then continued to ask, "How did her condition develop?" Mo Ngan replied mechanically, "There are two possibilities. One is excessive strength leading to a distorted personality due to lack of recognition, and the other is congenital. Multiple personalities are formed in the genes." Hearing this, Liu Di couldn't help but sigh and said, "With all your abilities, you should cure her quickly." Mo Ngan nodded without hesitation and replied, "Yes." Then, Liu Di stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. "Before warning you from now on, do not target me anymore." Liu Di's consciousness implant was successfully hypnotized by her. As soon as he finished speaking, he extinguished the lighter in his hand. It seemed that immediately, Mok Ngan suddenly woke up. To deceive her, Lu Day also pretended to have just woken up, stretching and yawning. I've slept too long. Muốn làm gì thì làm, tôi còn có chuyện phải xử lý. Lin Ling, wake up, I just successfully hypnotized Lu Di there. Aren't I the one who told you not to do that? Mockingon said calmly, not feeling she did anything wrong. Don't you want to know what exactly Lord Liu was like? Ngoklin hesitated, but after a long while, she couldn't hold back and asked, so what exactly is going on with Emperor Liu? Mockingon involuntarily smiled and said, Emperor Liu has more than 80 personalities. He's simply a pervert. Ngoklin's face suddenly changed color as she exclaimed in disbelief. Mockingon found her words uncomfortable. She frowned and asked, do you not trust my medical skills? Ngoklin quickly shook her head to deny, no. So what about his identity? Mo Gwen calmly replied, Lu Day is just an ordinary person who knows many talented people. Ngoklin was about to say something when her phone suddenly rang, cutting off the conversation. She immediately reached out and answered. The person on the other end said something, and her face immediately changed color. She quickly went outside, glanced at Lu Day sitting on the chair and said, we have to go home now. Something has happened at home. Lu Day gently frowned and said, let me guess. Did Ngok Phuong, the second sister, get into an accident or fall, causing injuries to her shoulder and arm? Ngoplin Kingak Hai. How do you know? Lu Day Quinye, Dup Moket Line Dum. I've noticed that your sister's forehead has been very dark lately. I guess there will be a bloody disaster. Ngoklin puffed her cheeks in anger and complained, Lu Day, you're using this trick again, but she has no other choice and can't force you to reveal your secret. She sighed helplessly, turned around, and left. Let's go quickly. I heard that last night my second sister was attacked by gangsters outside her house, but Lu Di refused without hesitation. He calmly said, I am not going anywhere. If I go, I doubt her wound condition will improve either. Ngoklin glanced at him, then pursed her lips and said, well then, I'll go alone. She hurriedly left the clinic, and at this moment Mo Tong suddenly spoke up, pointing out that this was the only route to see it without cameras between the site of General Black Mountain's assassination and second sister Ngok Phuong's villa. After hearing that, Lu Day fell silent as the belongings of second sister Ngok Phuong could also be hidden here. This search task should be assigned to Tiet Tu. He will definitely find it. As he was thinking, Mockingon stepped out of the room holding a plate of fruit and quickly placed it on the table. Liu Di smirked and said, not bad, there's fruit to eat now. Are Muo Nong's eyes shining like the moon and stars? She excitedly said, honestly, you're the most handsome man I've ever met. Hearing this, Liu Di sighed with a bit of helplessness. Didn't you say before that you are a man who never submits to others? Mo Tong keeps mocking others' pain, but it seems you forgot that her hobby is adventure and exploration. Mumon, unaware of Liu Di's thoughts, shyly asked, can we add each other as friends? Liu Di glanced at Ma Kui on her phone, who had supported his work, and decided to agree. Immediately after, he took out his phone for her to scan the QR code. As soon as she saw his name, Mockingon exclaimed in shock. Lu Day, so your real name is Day Tam, pretending to be a tech genius? Aren't you afraid of getting your account blocked? He said with a faint smile. Lu Day confidently replied, if my account gets blocked, I can only show off cooking dishes that I simmer myself. Your words successfully made Mongon laugh. She covered her mouth and said, you're really funny. Lu Day declined to comment, then his phone buzzed with a message from Tiet Tu. You found the thing, right? Seeing these words, Emperor Liu smiled and quickly responded, carefully keeping the message. After the performance ended, I needed to use it. A few days later, the news headline was dominated by Dai Yi's upcoming performance. This made Fong Lu very happy. Z-Min really did help, and he was able to make the Emperor first publicly announce the concert. Then he held a press conference. Hello everyone, I am Ouyang Feng Liu, Vice President of Hai Long Group and in charge of the performance by the legendary singer Diet Not. I am representing the company to announce that on the evening of June 19th at 8 p.m., a concert by the superstar Diet Niet will be held at the outdoor stage in Vong Hai. The outdoor stage allows fans to attend without tickets, and his press conference quickly caused a stir online. Everyone is very excited about Diet Niet's appearance, and many advertising contracts are coming into Fong Lu's pocket because of it. But on the other hand, there is someone who is quite confused, and that is Tu Min, who thinks he's seen a ghost. He's a bit puzzled about why Danyat posted this. Meanwhile, at the Ngok family estate, chaos was erupting as Ngoklin arrived and saw a group of people moving a bulky object covered with a cloth that fluttered in the wind. She realizes this is not an old forgotten piano kept in the basement, but looks exactly like the one from the video of Diet Nut she watched earlier. Suddenly she guessed that Emperor Lu was Emperor 1, but she quickly dismissed the idea since this old piano had been out of tune for a long time. Thinking of this, she hurriedly spoke up. Wait a moment, everyone. Without hesitation, she walks over and sits down beside the piano. She also used to study piano, and as she lightly touched the keys, she realized that this piano had already been tuned. This surprised her a little. As they were carrying goods, they hurriedly reminded her, Miss, please don't disturb us while we're delivering the goods. Ngoklin's suspicion continued to grow until the 19th, the day of Diet Nyat's performance. As expected, the outdoor stage in Vong Hai was packed with people, all shouting Diet Nyat's name. Hearing the noisy sounds outside, Feng Lu and Zi Ming inside the stands are very happy. In contrast, another area is also hosting a performance, but unlike the bustling noise over there, this side is much quieter. This is the venue for Ngoklin's charity performance. While she was waiting, a banner was hung up with a message thanking the gift from Hylong Company's sister Ngok. Seeing this, Ngoklin and Nuok Dik happily clapped their hands. After a while, the two boys ran over from behind and called out, "Sister!" The little boy still innocently told Ngoklin, "Remember to clap your hands later." She couldn't help but smile and cheerfully say, "Of course." The two boys happily ran off. "Miss Nam, I truly appreciate your presence, but the setting is a bit desolate. Please be generous and forgive us." With a slight smile, Nuok Diek said indifferently, "Ngok Tio does such good deeds. Nuok Diek greatly admires her, but she feels that where there are men, there is no place for ruin." Hearing this, Ngoklin felt a bit awkward and didn't know how to respond. Meanwhile, two other guests appeared here. Ngoklin glanced back in surprise and asked, "So Thithian, hi, why are you here?" Ngok Hai slowly said, "Third sister, your place is so hard to find, we almost got lost." Ngok Thi beside her also nodded in agreement. "Third sister, we really want to see Emperor 1, but your performance is more heartfelt, so of course we have to support you." Hearing this, Ngoklin was immediately touched. She hugged her two younger sisters and thanked her obedient little sisters. She glanced at the kids and said with a smile, "You should also get ready. The show is about to start." But one of the boys raised his eyebrows and said, "Wait a moment, Lord Liu?" At the same time, on the outdoor stage at Vonghai, everyone continued to cheer loudly while waiting. After a while, host Truong stepped out and spoke.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone to the performance of Lord Ta Dei. Immediately, the crowd below the stage erupted with enthusiasm.
The host became even more excited and shouted, "Let's invite the #1 singer to appear." The stage curtain opened as he said, and a blurry figure appeared. Seeing the crowd below stir up again, everyone kept shouting, "Emperor Yi, my godly singer Yi." At this moment, the person on stage picked up the microphone and began to sing. The melodious singing echoed, but it no longer satisfied the ears of those below. They no longer felt as excited as before. Someone has already started to suspect that the singing voice doesn't quite match, reacting very uniquely. Meanwhile, at the charity performance area, Ngoklin is performing. Time is almost up, and Ngok Hee and her sister are still walking around, pushing a boy in a wheelchair. The other children are also happily playing, and Ngoklin is nearby, having fun with the kids. But as time keeps passing, she starts to feel a bit anxious. She frowns and says, "Is this Lu Di going to keep making the kids wait for him forever?" But little does she know, at that moment on the rooftop, the lights suddenly blaze, and a figure with a guitar appears in the night. Without hesitation, that person's hand begins to glide over the strings. This person is none other than Emperor Liu. He also begins to sing. Immediately, his singing reached the Vonghai area, causing the viewers to momentarily feel a wave of suspicion. Why is someone singing next door? And they're singing much better than here. Someone even pointed out that this first one is fake and the one next to it is real. It seems that immediately after, people quickly left Vonghai area and ran towards the neighboring zone because of this remark. A series of pounding footsteps rushing toward this place causes Ngoklin to tremble with fear as the ground beneath her shakes. She panickingly shouts, "What is happening? An earthquake?" She hurriedly ran to open the window and looked outside. Before she could understand what was happening, she saw a crowd below rushing towards this place like waves, shouting nonstop, "Emperor Yi, I'm here! Soon, a sea of people surrounded the area below the building. Nuok Diek saw this and remained calmer, immediately ordering her subordinates to inform everyone to protect the stage and keep the children safe. In an instant, the scene here transformed from gloom to a lively place filled with people and melodious singing. Not only the divine voice of Danat, but also the harmonies of the children from Mr. Da's hospital, making the performance even more extraordinary. The beautiful sounds like paintings keep playing, and everyone listening is extremely satisfied. Some even can't help but marvel at what kind of divine voice this is. I'm totally goosebumped. His singing was amazing. Meanwhile, Mr. Da inside the room was leisurely drinking wine. He looked out the window, couldn't help but smile and say, "Keep going, kid." After a while, Emperor Liu's performance finally came to an end. You stand on the rooftop with your back to everyone and speak. This is a hospital that helps patients without money for treatment, and also a place looked down upon by others. Care is the innate goodness of human nature. Today I am here to thank those kind-hearted people, and also to call on everyone to act from the heart and live virtuously. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Di threw a wooden box. It quickly flew toward the window and landed directly into Ngoklin's hands. At this moment, he finally spoke. "The young lady of the Ngok family sends you a message. Do a good deed without worrying about the future." After saying this, his figure vanished without a trace, leaving only a crowd below discussing Ngoklin. The two sisters and Ngok Hai were very surprised by this and quickly approached Ngoklin to ask, "Third sister, do you know Emperor 1? Hurry and see what Emperor 1 gave you." Ngoklin nodded slightly, then opened the box in her hand to reveal a pearl inside that looked very familiar. Seeing this, Ngok Hee immediately exclaimed, "Third sister, I really admire you. The gift that Danat gave you is a pearl." Ngoklin shook her head and said, "This is not a pearl. This is called the Eternal Eye." Ngok Thai, hearing this, exclaimed in amazement, "The Eternal Eye? That sounds so familiar." Ngok Hee also remembered something and quickly exclaimed, Third sister, isn't this the treasure you spent hundreds of thousands to get before? Ngok Lin nodded slightly and replied, That's right, and then I gave it to Lu Day. Hearing this, Ngok Hai was even more astonished. Why is it in Emperor Yi's hands and then thrown back to you? Ngok Ti, upon hearing this, frowned and scolded, Are you stupid or what? Lu Day is Emperor 1. In an instant, Ngok Hi's face suddenly turned in shock, unable to believe, and exclaimed, How could it be Lu Day? But just as she was about to speak further, she couldn't find the words. At this moment, Ngok Lin sighed and said, Hi, Thi, this is not something you can tell others. Lu Di probably doesn't want others to know his true identity. Then she glanced at Ngok Hi and her sister and reminded them, Do you know why we misunderstood Lu Day earlier? The two sisters looked at her intently, asking with doubt, Why is that? Ngok Lin looked up at the sky for a long moment before speaking, because we and him are completely not from the same world. When I was live streaming, it was only because he entered that I became the hottest person. Ngok Lin continued to look at the sky, took a deep breath, and then spoke again. Now you believe that Emperor Liu has over 100 million in cash at the casino. Ngok Hai looked at Ngok Thi anxiously and asked, Do you think Emperor Liu will forgive us? Ngok Tai trembled slightly, pursed her lips and said, Don't even think about forgiveness. He probably doesn't care about us at all. The more she spoke, the more frightened she became, and Ngok Hi and her sister looked at Ngok Lin and said, We have to go home now. Why is that? Ngok Lin asked softly, frowning in confusion. Ngok Hi and Ngok Ha hurriedly replied, We need to move Lu Di's room to the luxurious room on the 5th floor. Then they quickly ran off, leaving Ngok Lin a bit stunned. After a moment, she frowned and muttered, Lu Di, will he come back? Then she looked back at the wooden box in her hand. At the same time, outside the outdoor stage, Vong Hai looked at the crowd suddenly vanish, and Fong Lu's face turned grim. 50,000 people are gone. It's all over. He clenched his fists in anger, biting his lip fiercely, and cursed through gritted teeth. Lu Da, I'm going to die with you. Then he roared loudly, Where has that bastard Luke Tu Min gone? The person he's looking for is now fleeing with his fake emperor. Su Min and the others quickly slipped away when they saw the situation was unstable, afraid of retaliation. At this moment, while rushing to escape, the fake emperor tripped and fell. He looked up at the person running ahead and tremblingly begged, Help me! Tu Min, don't leave me behind! Tu Min gritted his teeth and cursed, Get lost! I told you to train well, and you didn't listen. I don't care about you anymore. You can die on your own. And with that, he lifted his foot and ran forward, feeling even more triumphant inside. What if everything gets exposed? 30 million is enough for me to live a lifetime. But he didn't stay happy for long as someone blocked his path. Ahead. Nuok Dek and his men slowly approached. She raised an eyebrow at him. Where do you think you're going, buddy? Seeing the person in front of him, Zi Ming became even more frightened. But it wasn't over yet, as a group of people appeared behind him, their faces twisted and menacing, looking very much like thugs from some alley. He said you have a bet with him. I don't accept that. Nuok Deep didn't care either. She pouted and said, He told me to tell you. Su Min's face slightly changed as he asked nervously, What is it? And Nuok Ditch slowly pointed at him. She coldly said, He said it was automatically assumed to be the right foot. As soon as she finished speaking, the people around her rushed forward, and in an instant, the alley was filled with his screams. The next day, after a tumultuous night, everyone at Hai Long Company gathered together. News about Emperor Yi was everywhere in the newspapers, and some people started questioning Feng Liu, saying, Vice President Ouyang, please explain. But his face remained very calm, and he calmly said, What explanation? What is there to explain? I was just blind. Ngok Long glared at him warningly and said, What kind of attitude is that, Feng Liu? You have disappointed me too much. Luckily, Ngok Lin's performance saved them from quite a loss. Feng Liu was furious, grinding his teeth and cursing Lu Day, that treacherous bastard who played one trick after another behind his back. Ngok Long was so angry that he could no longer tolerate it and started to scold. Feng Liu, I see you're not in a good state. Don't worry about the company anymore. Just focus on taking good care of Ngok Fuang. So you're dismissing me? Feng Liu replied coldly. Fine, it's up to you. With that, he arrogantly turned and left the meeting room. The shareholders in the room were angered by his attitude. That kid is getting more and more unreasonable. Messing up and still acting so detestably, President Ngok should also control his son-in-law. Ngok Long didn't say anything, just snorted in anger, but he had already guessed it. Outside, after leaving the room, Feng Liu stepped into the elevator. He still carried anger in his heart as he kept pressing the button to go down, and the elevator quickly stopped at the 4th floor. As soon as he stepped out, someone from his team was already waiting. President Ao Duong, those old men didn't give you a hard time, right? Feng Liu said indifferently with a cold snort, The way those old men look at me no longer matters. I just want to defeat Emperor Liu now. He then turned and entered a laboratory. The research professor hesitated for a moment before advising him, President Ao, I'm afraid you can't handle this. This drug has only just been developed and hasn't undergone any tests yet. I wonder, but before he could finish speaking, Feng Liu coldly interrupted, How high do you estimate the success rate of the enhancement? The professor slightly frowned and whispered, Less than 10%. 10% is enough. Feng Liu nodded without hesitation. The The professor frowned slightly and hesitated before speaking. President Yu, this still hasn't been approved, and even if it succeeds, it would be illegal and violate human rights. Didn't you also use it on General Manager Duong before? Now you're talking about humanity? What happened before has already been done, pretending to be kind and righteous. At this moment, Feng Liu also slowly spoke up. Professor Lee, I have always believed in you. Your talent is being buried. Didn't he always aspire to success? This is a very good opportunity. Professor Lai's face looked a bit grim, hesitation still lingering in his eyes, but compared to his desire, that hesitation was nothing. He nodded in agreement. Understood? Half an hour later, Feng Liu's subordinates had him strapped to the operating table. Professor Lai was ready for the enhancement process, holding a syringe and reminding him, President Duong, whether this succeeds or fails is still uncertain, but you have a chance. But before he finished, Feng Liu interrupted. Stop talking and let's do it. Professor Lee sighed, then quickly moved to inject the substance into his arm. After administering the contents into Feng Liu's body, he simply stood by, tense and silent, as the surrounding beeping machines continued their steady rhythm. In less than 2 seconds, Feng Liu's body reacted, cold sweat covering his forehead, as if he was in great pain. Seeing this, his subordinate nervously asked, Professor Lai, President Duong isn't dead, right? Professor Lai's face now looks a bit serious as he purses his lips and says, This seems to be a completely new reaction. Duong's physique is different from that of ordinary people, and if the experiment succeeds, Feng Liu's physical condition will surpass expectations. At this moment, Feng Liu suddenly shouted loudly on the operating table, causing his subordinate to become even more frightened. President Young, is... But before he could finish speaking, Feng Liu suddenly opened his eyes, then immediately sat up, breaking the restraints on his body and muttering non-stop about being thirsty. Feng Liu's subordinate was even more terrified, trembling as he said, This power is too strong. At this moment, Feng Liu's body had successfully been enhanced, and he kept laughing triumphantly. Ha ha! This is the feeling of becoming a demigod. At the same time, Professor Lee was monitoring the data on the machine during Feng Liu's enhancement process. After a moment, his eyebrows relaxed, and he happily said, President Young, this medicine suits you perfectly. It's hard to imagine. But Feng Liu paid no attention to this, directly jumped off the bed, changed his clothes, and was about to leave. Seeing this, Professor Lai quickly suggested, President Duong, hurry up. Let's go to the testing ground to see your strength. His subordinate suggested another plan for him. President Duong, we should go find that Emperor Lu to take revenge first. Feng Liu heard this and shook his head, a sly smile curling on his lips. Not rushing, he couldn't be too easy on that kid. As he finished speaking, he reached out and crushed a corner of the surgical bed. A while later, in the Hai Long Corporation meeting room, Dong's meeting was still ongoing as they reported the sales figures of Thang Company to Ngok Long. But Feng Liu pushed the door open and interrupted them. Ngok Long glared at him with a clearly displeased expression. Feng Liu, what are you doing here? Are you trying to cause trouble? Dad, we did it. The drug development phase has been successful. As soon as these words left his mouth, Ngok Long's face changed color. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, What? How is that possible? At this moment, Feng Liu's subordinate placed a stack of documents on the table and said solemnly, Chairman, please take a look. Feng Liu nearby slowly explained, Dad, I just tested it on a person earlier and it was really successful. Hearing this, Ngok Long immediately scolded with displeasure. You're so bold. Do you know what the consequences will be if the experiment fails? I understand, but because I am fully committed to the company and willing to take risks, he truly managed to turn the tide. The shareholders who just criticized him are now praising him profusely. Feng Liu grew more confident the more he heard, smirking as he said, Dad, we can invite General Black Mountain here to witness our research success. Ngok Long hesitated briefly at these words, but given the importance of the matter, he could only go along. Aksan quickly descended from the helicopter onto the company's rooftop and hurried into the elevator to go down to the 4th floor. There's also a gray bear behind him. He looked at Ngok Long waiting in the room and asked, Old Ngok, are you sure the experiment was successful? And you're still on your son-in-law? Ngok Long nodded slightly and answered in a low voice. He tried it and knew immediately. Hearing this, Black Mountain looked intently at the person standing on the other side before giving the order. Gray Bear, you go now. Punch. Gray Bear immediately nodded and accepted the order. Yes. Then, he quickly stepped forward, facing the measurement device, and focusing his power into his palm to form a fist and strike. This punch directly hits the measuring device and the number 200 quickly appears. Seeing this, Ngok Long couldn't help but marvel. The Thienla organization is truly extraordinary. This is the level of the World King of Fists. At this moment, Ngok Long also prepared, took off his coat and calmly said, It's my turn now. Then clenched his fist and charged forward, throwing a punch at the measurement device. Unlike before, this time the machine kept jumping numbers without stopping, and soon showed signs of damage. Ngok Long's face immediately turned pale as he exclaimed in disbelief, This has exceeded the measurement capacity of the device. Black Mountain also frowned and said in a deep voice, Gao Zam, Feng Liu, fight each other. I want to see the effectiveness of your combat skills. But Feng Liu suddenly spoke up, saying, I apologize, but I must be blunt. The leader of the Gray Bear is no match for me. With that, he revealed a sinister smile. Isn't there a young junior in the Nock family estate who is watched by the senior officials of the military? Or should we call him here? As soon as those words left his mouth, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared in Ngok Long's eyes. He gritted his teeth and warned, "Do you mean Lu Di? Don't cause trouble." But Haksun here, after thinking it over, nodded and said, "I don't think so, old Ngok. That kid Lu Di is also a little pervert. I want to see what his limit is." When I said that, Fong Lu immediately cheered up. He chuckled softly and said, "General Black Mountain's decision is correct." At the same time, on a clear beach nearby, Emperor Lu was relaxing leisurely on a cliff. But someone else was not feeling very happy. He is monitoring through the surveillance system, then sighs in frustration. Immediately after, those around him also complain irritably, "It's really unlucky. Anyone who hacks into the computer ends up messing with our system. Someone so skilled must exist." The leader stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and said in a deep voice, "It's been a whole night. Either the Emperor or the hacker. At least one of them should have been found by now." As soon as he finished speaking, someone ran over to report that the team leader had found the hacker's IB. Hearing this, the team leader immediately became happy. He pursed his lips and ordered, "The address? I want to catch him myself." But the person who just reported was a bit panicked, trembling as he said, "He's sometimes at the Egyptian pyramid, sometimes in the far north." The team leader immediately realized he was being played and angrily slammed the table. "How dare he mock me?" Seeing his reaction, the subordinate immediately kept silent. No one dared to breathe heavily. Only the other person continued speaking. "Captain, he has left another method. We can communicate with him." Then he opened the computer on the table and placed it in front of the captain. Immediately, a line appeared on the screen saying, "Hello, team leader Lai Min." In an instant, the team leader's face turned grim. He pursed his lips and asked, "Why does he know my name is Li Ming?" But no one answered, and the words kept scrolling on the screen. "I'm really sorry. Yesterday I wanted to surprise my friend. I went a bit too far, but luckily there were no losses." Li Min then reacted, quickly typing on the keyboard, asking where the other person was to go to the bureau to file the report. But all he received in response was a long, irritating laugh, which made him angry enough to throw the ashtray on the table. However, at this moment, the other person sent him a data file. Seeing this, Li Ming was a bit confused. "What is this?" Sensing his thoughts, the other person quickly explained, "This is the file on the major money laundering case you're investigating. Based on the information I found, you can successfully solve the case and redeem yourself." Initially, Li Ming was a bit surprised, then quickly responded. But the other person, very teasingly, said he wouldn't catch him, yet he knew the other person's name was D2, which made him furious and slammed the table. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "He's definitely from Huaxia and a fan of Diet Nut." He hurriedly recorded the dossier of Day 2, his eyes full of determination. I clenched my teeth and said, "This kid, I will definitely catch you. If not now, then half my life will be tied to you." Meanwhile, Lu Di finished enjoying the sea and stretched, taking a deep breath. "It's also time now for you to deal with Aoyang Feng Liu." Just then, Ngok Long suddenly called, and you quickly answered, not knowing what he wanted. Ngok Long quickly asked, "Where are you now? There is an experiment at the company. Come over here." Emperor Liu nodded slightly and replied, "I am taking a walk in the Vonghai area. Please wait a moment." After hearing his response, Ngok Long quickly hung up. He looked at Heishan and said, "Lu Di will arrive in about an hour." But just 10 minutes later, the elevator on the 4th floor of Hai Long Group opened again. Someone who was just at Vonghai suddenly appears now. He raises an eyebrow, smiles, and says, "Hello everyone, I've been waiting for a while." Seeing you walk in so casually, Black Mountain immediately changed expression. He frowned and asked, "Isn't it supposed to be an hour? Why did you arrive in just 10 minutes? Lu King, can you explain to me how you managed to get through the Forbidden Gate? This is a security system worth 200 million. Emperor Liu chuckled softly and calmly said, "I know the system, can break it and improve it, adding a few more fake walls." Then he suspiciously asked, "Isn't everyone calling me here to defeat Aoyang Feng Liu?" Hearing this, Feng Liu behind immediately snorted coldly in disdain. "Beating me is just a dream." As soon as he finished, his body was enveloped in a golden light. His body also swelled up, his clothes torn apart. He gritted his teeth and said, "You weak chicken, I can beat you like a punching bag." Lu Dai narrowed his eyes at him and pouted, saying, "I've told you to stop talking nonsense so much. Are you done yet?" Feng Liu heard this and immediately sneered, with murderous intent in his eyes. "Are you in such a hurry to die? I will make it happen for you." Then he immediately stepped back, using his left foot as a support. In just a moment, he darted forward like lightning. Seeing this, Black Mountain immediately shouted in panic, "Lu Dai, run away quickly!" But you still standing there makes Ngok Long scared. "Lu Dai, what are you doing right now?" At this moment, Lu Dai stood there like a majestic Buddha statue, completely fearless. When Feng Liu finally reached him, he casually kicked him with his foot, sending Feng Liu flying into the wall behind with a loud crash, causing it to collapse. As for Feng Liu, he is unconscious and lying among the wreckage. Lu Dai nonchalantly withdraws his foot, pouting as he scolds. "What kind of experiment to change the Yi Shejai is this? It's trash. Such powerful transformation technology should be used on righteous people. I've already sent an email to your company's legal department. Ngok Lung instinctively frowned and asked suspiciously, "What email is that?" Before he could reply, his subordinate called to report President Yo Young Fenglu has been accused of abusing his power to embezzle company assets and planning to frame Ngok Lin. Ngok Lung's face suddenly darkened, and at the same time, someone came to help Fong Lu up, worriedly asking, "President Ao Duong, are you okay? Wake up." Thanks to his efforts, Fong Lu woke up, but he was like a fool dancing endlessly and singing silly songs. "The sunlight shines in the sky. Flowers smile at me." Ngok Lung at this moment didn't care about him at all. What he cared about was the email just now. He looked intently at Liu Di, hesitating before calling out. Liu Di interrupted him. Da said, "Everyone has a responsibility for the nation's destiny. I will help reform the soldiers. Give me some time." "You said that, and the two elders didn't force you to stay." As Liu Di left the group, you couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh. The aristocratic family is indeed full of trouble. From now on, you might be hunted by international assassins, and you won't be returning to the Ngok family for the time being. At this moment, Mo Tong suddenly spoke up. "Liu Di, my plan has been upgraded. We need to find a place to hide and mechanize." Liu Di asked suspiciously, "What do you want me to do?" Mo Tong quickly suggested a location. "This place is the best, but currently it belongs to Haishu University." Liu Di looked around and then nodded with a smile. "So this place? Leave it to me. It's time to reconnect with old contacts." Meanwhile, at Haishu University, a professor is teaching in the lecture hall. With powerful artificial intelligence capable of integrating all knowledge and developing consciousness, the key issue is controlling them. Liu Di listened outside as Mo Tong boasted, and the artificial intelligence also had its levels. For example, once I upgrade my rank, I will be comparable to the artificial intelligence he mentioned. But right now, the upgrade process is only 1% complete, and I'm not sure how long it will take to finish. After a while, that professor finally came out. The moment he saw you, the professor immediately called out, "Liu Di," he happily said, "Is that really your kid? Where have you been all these years? You haven't even contacted me." He chuckled softly and casually said, "I just had a small matter, teacher. Isn't it true that I have already returned now?" The professor slightly curled his lips and said, "Tell me, am I a guest invited to give a speech for Quach Thien's kid?" Quach Thien Liu Di, surprised, frowned, quickly denied, saying, "I just want to buy back the abandoned experimental product exhibition hall." Hearing this, the professor understood immediately. He calmly said, "Let's not argue about who makes more money, but instead see who can contribute more to the country." Liu Di watched his back and hurriedly asked, "Teacher, is it like when we were students? You need to get your homework and improve your grades before you can negotiate with the teacher." Hearing this, the professor sighed with a hint of helplessness. "I know your head is injured, so you should find a diligent job and work hard. If you're short on money, just tell me." Immediately after, he turned and left. Liu Di also didn't force him anymore, and as he left the university, Mo Tong also displayed Quach Thien's information for him to see. Liu Di couldn't help but frown. I didn't expect this kid to have become the chairman of a real estate company after 3 years. Thinking, he took out his phone and called Quach Thien. "Quach Tu, this is Liu Di." The suspicious sound quickly came through from the other side. Could it be Liu Di? "So, what do you want from me? Just get to the point. I also plan to buy a plot at the cemetery. We can negotiate a bit, but what you get is just mockery. Your brain is useless. Who would want to be friends with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately hung up, leaving Emperor Liu stunned for a long time. At the same time, in the professor's office, the professor who had been reviewing files earlier was muttering in frustration. Could it be that his university in Haishi City couldn't obtain a prestigious patent? At this moment, he suddenly received many emails. He instinctively frowned and asked, which kid sent so many documents at once? Immediately after, he quickly opened and examined these documents, which contained bio-oscillating materials, capable of absorbing radar detection signals, even invisible structures, as well as three-wave optical refraction and optimization of solar energy generation technology. The professor's face instantly turned panicked, but the final letter was even more surprising, mentioning Professor Wang Nguyen and student Liu Dai's academic achievements and willingness to share success with the school. Professor Wang was so surprised that he stood up quickly from his chair and hurried to another professor's office. He quickly asked Professor Wang, "Let's call Liu Di here to discuss the patent matter." A little while later, Liu Di actually came to meet the two of them, happily chatting. "Don't worry, professors. I am willing to publish the 6 patents to the public as a student of Haishi University." Hearing this, the professor with Yuan Kui immediately smiled with satisfaction and said, "Liu Di, with your sincerity, you now have the rights to use the experimental zone." Having achieved my goal, Emperor Liu also smiled and said, "It's just what I should do. I am also willing to donate an additional 100 million to help Haishida build a science and technology exhibition hall with the most advanced equipment. Your performance has pleased the professor." He nodded in approval towards Nguyen Kui. He trains his students well, truly a student who values loyalty and righteousness. Nguyen Kui shyly nodded. "It is my honor." After receiving the approval from Haishi University, Liu Di went to the Haishi forest area. He wandered around and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. No wonder so many people are fighting over this land. After walking for a while, he stopped. In front of him was a large laboratory. and at the same time, Mo Tong's upgrade process had reached 99%. Liu Di pushed the door open and entered, finding an empty room with only some remaining materials. Liu Di looked around and then called Mo Tong loudly. Mo Tong quickly appeared, yawning deeply. I'm here. Liu Di nodded and said, Mo Tong, let's go find something interesting. Then he wandered around inside and was immediately attracted to an experiment displayed on a board. He frowned and muttered, That's really special. Mo Tong glanced over and nodded, indicating a minor issue caused the failure. Liu Di thought for a moment, then after a long pause, he asked, Can I? Mo Tong understood his intention well and merged his advanced repair skills into him, then he skillfully fixed the failed experiment from before. After a while, Liu Di finally spoke. The value of these defective products far exceeds the price of this land. The device you mentioned is an internet booster that can increase speed tenfold, create an independent zone or network, and also includes a sunlight simulator to grow plants in the dark. Liu Di nodded slightly, then suddenly noticed the two dog-shaped robots at his feet. Surprisingly, drones suddenly appeared all around him. He frowned and asked, Is this a camera? Mo Tong immediately replied, Yes, this can observe a 360-degree blind spot at this experimental cemetery. Liu Di and Mo Tong walked around the experiment area until in the evening there was a knock on the door outside. The delivery person called loudly, Are you Liu? The high-quality bed and mattress you ordered have been delivered, but no one has responded for a long time. Is it possible that someone is gambling here? Someone actually lives in a place like this? But at this moment, Liu Di peeked out from inside and said, Yes, this is the place. The sudden appearance startled the two delivery people, causing them to jump in fright and cling to each other. Right after that, the two moved the mattress inside for him. After finishing, the delivery person asked suspiciously, Liu, how can you be here alone? Liu Di calmly said, I was chosen to stay here to watch over the fire. Hearing this, the two delivery people looked a bit awkward, unsure how to respond. A moment later, they hurriedly prepared to leave. Well then, we'll be going now, Mr. Liu. After they left, Liu Di jumped onto the soft bed alone, happily exclaiming that this was truly his own territory. He knew how to enjoy himself as he turned on the music and listened. The soothing music continues to play in the experimental area, and at this moment Mo Tong suddenly jumps out and says, There are 1,100 malfunctioning experimental machines here, and once they are fixed, they will have infinite value. Liu Di nodded slightly and suggested, Mo Tong, go register an investment company and transfer 100,000 to the researchers working on experiments here to encourage them to continue creating new inventions. Once they achieve good scientific results, the company will provide further support. Mo Tong agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. Emperor Liu enjoyed the comfort here, smiling casually. This really is a world of its own, but it's only just the beginning. On the other hand, at the Ngok family estate, a family meeting is underway. Ngok Long sits at the center, sighs, and says, After so many years, has no one realized that Ao Duongfang Lu is a wicked man? Everyone silently lowered their heads. No one responded, then he looked at Ngok Fuang and asked, Do you live with him and not notice anything unusual? Ngok Fuang sighed softly, feeling guilty, and said, I'm sorry. Ngok Long calmly shook his head, sighed, and said, Luckily there is Lord Liu. Otherwise, this family would have fallen apart sooner or later. Hearing this, Ngok Lin finally realized, so Lord Liu was protecting us. For the past 2 days, Liu Di hasn't come back. Based on what he said, he has no regrets with Luang Tom and has helped wholeheartedly. At this point, he immediately stood up and said solemnly, We all need to find Liu Di to thank him in person. The family meeting lasted for a few hours, and Ngok Lin, feeling conflicted, stepped outside. She usually intended to call Liu Di, but upon seeing the person standing in front of the car, she froze. The driver now is not Liu Di, but someone else. Seeing her, he hurriedly greets her. Third miss, it's already late, let's go. Ngok Lin nodded slightly, but she had already noticed the noisy sounds from over there. She frowned and asked, Are they the drivers? They hurriedly explained, they are Liu Di's helpers carrying his luggage. Ngok Lin was slightly startled, then quickly came up with an idea and hurriedly got into the car to give orders. Mr. Li followed their car, unwilling to refuse, and nodded in agreement. Yes, third miss. Is Liu Di here? Mr. Lai nodded and replied, It seems so. Ngok Lin fell silent, thinking for a long time before sighing reluctantly. Mr. Lai, let's go. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory warehouse, Liu Di was unaware of Ngok Lin's arrival as planes kept flying overhead. Liu Di relaxedly lifts weights while Mo Tong keeps reporting beside him. In an hour, the renovation workers will arrive, having signed a confidentiality agreement, and will complete the work in 3 days. Liu Di nodded slightly and calmly replied, I trust what you're doing. It's the right time to buy a car. Running around like this isn't very good. There are many famous car dealerships in High City, including the Tudui International Car Dealership, which sees a lot of visitors every day. Liu Di also chose Tudui dealership to buy a car as planned. As soon as he saw you, a staff member spoke up. Xiaolan, there's a customer coming. The staff member next to her immediately looked over and then pouted, saying, Don't get too excited. There's no one with him, and he's dressed so poorly, he must be someone without money. Xiao Hui heard this and was displeased, quietly reminding her, President Ta has said many times not to judge customers by their appearance. If you won't go, I will. But at this moment, Xiaolan suddenly changed her mind. Wait a moment, even though he's poor, he's really handsome and has a special look. I don't care anymore because this is my way. Then she gracefully approached Liu Di, smiling professionally and saying, Sir, I am Xiaolan, the manager of CU Business, very pleased to serve you. Liu Di nodded casually and said, I am here to buy a car. Xiaolan quickly led him to a display area and professionally introduced, this is the Foring's showroom, the Tamso exhibition area. Would you like to take a look? Sir, Liu Di refused outright without even glancing over. Look at something else. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaolan's expression changed, her tone filled with disdain. If you still haven't found a car you like, feel free to look elsewhere. I have other matters to attend to, so please go ahead. After saying that, she immediately snorted coldly and walked away. But as she turned her head and bumped into someone, she stammered, President Ta. That President Ta glared at her before ordering her to go pour a glass of water so he could continue. She didn't dare to argue and quickly left. President Ta approached Liu Di and smiled as he introduced himself. I am the business manager here. I can take you to the VIP exhibition area to browse. I hope it will suit your taste. Liu Di also didn't refuse, letting him lead the way. As they passed by an exhibition area, he suddenly stopped. Liu Di's eyes focused on a classic car. Noticing his gaze, President Ta immediately introduced, this is the 1970 ACBGS 99, the most iconic muscle car. Its mission is to run in a straight line and defeat anything that can generate speed, but it's an antique car they display, so it can't be sold. Hearing this, Liu Di couldn't help but smile softly and say, I like the concept of defeating everything, so tell me what it takes to qualify to buy it. President Ta immediately replied, only high V, IPs, who spend 30 million can do so. Liu Di không cần suy nghĩ nhiều, trực tiếp lấy ra một tấm thẻ rùa cho anh. Thắng nhiên nổi, vậy tới mua chiếc xe này cùng với chiếc trực thăng thuần dân vừa dị ngang qua. Máy bay thì cứ dễ trên danh nghĩa công ty Creator là Duos. Nhận lấy tấm thẻ trong tay, Tạ Tông nở nụ cuối chuẩn mực nổi. Anh cứ yên tâm, mọi thủ tục nguyện chính tối dậy sẽ cố gắng hết sức để hoàn thành. Hai Long nodded. Liu Di casually said, leave it all to you. A while later at Vinh Dong Tower, the headquarters of Creator. After leaving Mokgon's clinic, Liu Di went to the company. The elevator quickly stopped again on another floor. Liu Di quickly stepped outside, followed by a group of strangers he didn't know, and the sound of machinery suddenly echoed. Miss Haidina from Fox Capital, we welcome your presence. The staff inside also greet you warmly. Miss Haina, welcome to Creator Company. Please follow me to the office so we can rest for a while. Haina quickly led the person inside. Just then, the sound of machinery rang out again. Sorry, many can't identify you right now without an appointment profile. Hearing this, a female employee snorted coldly and scolded, is this kid just trying to stir up trouble? Liu Di silently looked at her without saying a word, letting his subordinate J-Mini handle it. The staff started whispering among themselves, but there was one who remained calmer. She softly reassured them, don't worry everyone, they are all clients. I'll handle it. She then approached Liu Di and said, Sir, this is the office. Liu Di calmly replied, I am also an investment company, and the company name is The Witness. The female employee was quite surprised, but then handled the situation very professionally. We have checked your information. Although there was no appointment, everyone who arrived was a customer. Please follow me to the lounge. Understood. Thank you. Liu Di nodded in satisfaction, and the female staff signaled for him to leave. Both Liu Di and Haina were taken to the resting room, and the female staff kindly brought Haina a cup of coffee. Miss Haidina, this is the coffee for your father. There's also the violet flower earrings you like. I hope they make you happy. Haina nodded slightly, took a sip of coffee, and then calmly asked, Is President Zhang still busy? I hope you can help me arrange a meeting with President Zhang quickly. The professional female employee smiled and gave a neutral response. I'll try my best. Then she looked at Liu Di and asked, Sir, our information warehouse can't find your preferences. What would you like to use? With a slight smile, Liu Di calmly replied, a glass of water is enough. After all, the person I want to meet will be here soon. The staff member nodded and left, leaving only Liu Di and Haidina in the lounge. Liu Di quietly checked his phone. Tianja had already sent him a message to go eat. At this moment, Haina suddenly spoke up. How can we successfully negotiate the contract like this? Jenny can't find any information about you and you don't even use their products, showing no sincerity at all. Hearing the sound, Liu Di looked away from his phone and smiled politely. Indeed, so Miss Haidina, what do you think I should do? She slightly smiled and calmly replied, Of course I need to understand it thoroughly, both its strengths and weaknesses. With that, she set down her coffee and continued seriously. You see, this creator company is good everywhere. It seems to have no flaws. Only the ambition of the leaders is not strong enough. As soon as she finished speaking, the secretary beside her hurriedly reminded her, Miss Haidina, with all that you've said, does he understand? She smiled faintly and replied, I think Mr. Liu has an excellent appearance and definitely has the potential to become a public relations sales staff. I wonder if he's interested in changing jobs. At this moment, Thien Jiap pushed the door open and stepped in, and Haidina along with her secretary quickly stood up to greet him. President Trong, hello! But Tianjap didn't pay attention to the two people and went straight to Lu Di, smiling happily, saying, Mala Hot Pot is at the school. Lu Di nodded slightly and said, Let's go. After talking with Lu Di, Tianjap finally realized there was someone else here. He hurriedly introduced himself, saying, Yes, Manager Hadina, this Lu Di is the chairman I mentioned earlier who isn't often present. As soon as he said that, Hadina's expression immediately stiffened. She apologized, saying, President Trong, President Lu, I was rude earlier and didn't recognize you. Lu Di declined without comment and turned to leave with Tianjap. Just a few steps away, Hadina hurriedly called back, Manager Trong, Manager Lu, wait a moment. She ran to stand in front of the door and whispered, Would you mind allowing us to join you for lunch? Lu Di refused without hesitation, saying, Let's forget it. We've already arranged to go to Mala Hot Pot. Then the two of them brushed past her and headed for the door, but she didn't give up and continued to ask, So, Mr. Lu, could you leave your contact information? Lu Di glanced at her and softly said, If you're interested, add my Z mini account. A while later, at the Mala Hot Pot restaurant, Lima brought 2 large plates of food and scolded as she walked. You two kids, since graduation you haven't come here for a meal, you've all become so thin. The 2 boys she mentioned are Lu Di and Tianjap. Hearing her words, Tianjap could only smile apologetically. Lima, because we didn't get to eat proper meals, we got sick. Discontented, she huffed and pouted, saying, I knew it was because you guys refused to eat properly, so today you should eat a bit more. After saying that, she set the food down and left. The 2 young men then started a bet. Whoever finished last would have to stay and clean up. Tianzhong eagerly shouted start and then began eating, but his speed couldn't match Liu Di's. He muttered in annoyance, You pervert, are you the one vacuuming? Liu Di slightly raised his head, then sneered, And you're a girl, why are you eating so slowly? After a while, both large bowls of food were completely finished by the 2 of them. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, the company will hold a founding meeting. Come back with me. Liu Di immediately shook his head and refused. I won't go, I'll stay and clean up. Hearing this, Tianjap couldn't help but scold him. What is this kid doing every day? The company's situation is good now, and you still don't want to participate? Is it really true that you're into stock trading like Professor Wang said? Liu Di didn't explain much. He just casually said, A Jiap. Among all my recent decisions, the best one was inviting you to help run the company. He smiled softly, and Tianjap also replied with a smile. You haven't already given me a chance to chase life? Your matter is my matter. He said it's fine to leave the company matters to you, but there's one thing Liu Di must be present for. Liu Di instinctively frowned and asked what it was. Tianjap slowly explained that on behalf of the creator company, he sponsored this year's reunion, which was held on the company's rooftop. Liu Di was a bit surprised and muttered in doubt. You don't seem like someone who craves vanity. Feeling embarrassed, Tianjap scratched his head and continued. We're not involved, but our friends have to be. You don't know how they've been talking about you over the past 2 years. I can't stand it. He wants everyone to know that Liu Di is someone none of them can compare to. Liu Di was a bit speechless, but he didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. All right, then we'll be moderate about it when the time comes. With your answer, Tianjap smiled and said, I'll go study first. Cleaning is your responsibility. Then he turned around and left, but after just 2 steps, he suddenly looked back and said, The racing car is still yours to keep. It's too noisy. The sound is too loud. Don't forget about the gathering with friends tomorrow. After that, Liu Di stayed at Mala Tavern and started cleaning up. You were happily singing, and the small shop became much more lively. But your joy didn't last long as someone appeared to interrupt. The visitors were Tu Do Yin's family, her father Tu Do Chu and her mother Lai Nguyen Tu. Seeing you, Du Chu pretended to be familiar and approached, holding your hand and smiling. Xiao Liu, long time no see. Yue Tu behind also hurriedly spoke, after years apart. Xiao Liu, why have you come to this? I don't want to hear your nonsense, so before you finish, just tell me what you want. Nguyen Tu glared at you and with a knowing smile said, Let's find a place to talk for a bit. The emperor was reluctant to go, but he didn't want to affect Lima's business, so he had no choice but to follow them to a restaurant. As soon as she sat down, Nguyen Tu started rambling about old times. Don't blame me, Xiao Liu. Maybe knowing she talks too much, her husband directly interrupted. Nguyen Tu, stop talking. Then he looked at Emperor Liu and said, I'll be honest with you. I have a favor to ask, which is really asking for help. If not, would people like them even bother to seek out an Emperor Liu they once looked down on? He said, Du Yen knows you have a good relationship with Tian Jiap and wants to ask for your help in recommending him. He has come many times but still hasn't met the main person. Hearing this, Liu Di couldn't help but chuckle softly. If you're trying to buy them out, they obviously won't meet with you. Tu Chu looked serious, sighing helplessly. You really have no other options. The corporation has issued a death order, and he still pretends to ask for help, but Yue Tu won't. The tone she used was extremely contemptuous. Trong Tianjap is a noble figure. He has long forgotten a friend like you. Liu Di shook his head and pouted. A Jiap is not like the others. Seeing that you wouldn't give her an answer, she started nagging again. This is the money for helping to recommend, and after success, an extra 50,000, which is probably equal to several years' salary at that restaurant. After saying that, she placed a stack of money on the table, like throwing bones to a dog. But Lu Di didn't even bother to glance and coldly stood up saying, I will negotiate with AJAP out of respect for 2 do yen. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. This attitude of his made that shameless old woman in Guetu furious. She looked at her husband with dissatisfaction and said, What kind of thing is this? Can't do the job and still act like this? I think he's not trustworthy at all. Chu sighed with a slight frown, reluctantly saying, Looks like that's the only way left. But I have to say, this whole family has quite a thick face. When others are in trouble, they keep their distance like a stray dog. But when they need help, they turn around and look for you. The city is filled with howling winds, but it's extremely hot. At the marketplace, people come and go very bustlingly. Lai Min said to Lu Di, This gathering is like a vampire family party in a movie. Lu Di laughed and said, Lai Min, you haven't been doing too well lately, huh? Lai Min, smoking his cigarette unhappily, replied, Recently, I've been after a really skilled hacker, trying to find him, but I can't even touch his shadow. Lu Di patted his shoulder and advised him to stay calm, saying maybe the distant horizon is closer than it seems. Hearing that, Lai Min, full of determination, took out his cigarette and replied, I will definitely catch him, or I won't do this job anymore. Someone from afar approached with a taunting sound. Lo, Quach Thien is accompanying a group of people who are provoking. Lai Min, what are you doing with that idiot? Can he still talk normally? Li Min snapped angrily. Quach Thien, are you crazy? Are you guys really that bored? Go drink your fancy champagne and stop bothering us here. Hearing that, the person behind quickly advised, All right, Quach Thien, let's just have some drinks. They turned and walked away, and Lai Min still looked annoyed, saying those contemptuous dog-eyed people just point at him and curse, each one with a tiger's mouth and a rabbit's courage. Thien Jiap, dressed in a suit, approached and called him over, but he, as usual, standing in a corner. What's the point of that? He suggested to Emperor Liu to go over there and take a look. Emperor Liu couldn't refuse. On stage, Li Ming confidently introduces and welcomes everyone to the annual reunion, first thanking our sponsor, AJAP, Trong Tien Jiap. Tien Jiaping stepped onto the stage and began to speak. Hello, everyone. Today, I want to introduce an important person to everyone. He smiles happily and introduces himself. That is my good brother, Liu Di. What's so special about a contemptuous blonde and a pathetic, slow-witted guy worth introducing? Tien Jiap paid no attention to them and continued speaking. Now, I will reveal the true identity of Liu Di to everyone. Outside the hall, screams can be heard echoing. What are you doing? Get out of the way. My parents are arguing with the security guards. Let me and my daughter stay inside. She is your director's classmate. Thien Jiap firmly told him that our 2-do uncle and the others are in a class reunion, so we will talk privately later. Duchu looked very proud and replied, With President Trong, but you'd better hurry up. I'm afraid you'll be quite confused in a moment. Thien Jiap no longer pays attention to him and continues speaking. Among those below the table, no one can compare to Emperor Liu. Nguyen crossed her arms and sneered. Tong Trung is really honorable. A waiter like Liu Dai talking about status? Hearing that, one of the people below laughed loudly and said, A waiter is worthy to compare with us? A plane flies through the sky with a roaring sound, gradually becoming clearer to the people below. Liu Di smiled and said, You know I don't have a car, and the one I like can only be bought if it's a high-level VIP. So just keep it and enjoy it. After all, it's a gift. A man jumps down from the plane. He respectfully handed over the contract and said, The private jet and vintage car you ordered have been delivered. The car is downstairs. Please check it out. Liu Di praised, Manager Ta's performance is excellent. I am very reassured. A blond man proudly approached to compliment. These students are becoming more and more outstanding. I shake hands with Emperor Liu and say, The 3 patents you handed over to us are Kim Hoa Science and Technology Awards patents, and they are our school's greatest pride. He holds the shining certificate and says this is the donation certificate, the only thing the school can use to express its gratitude. Thank you for the 100 million you donated to help build a brand new science and technology exhibition area for the school. Hearing this, everyone was amazed and whispered among themselves. Yu Tu patted her husband's shoulder regretfully and said, Choosing a son-in-law for so long, yet you look down on the most outstanding one. Truly inviting karma. Suddenly, everyone gathered around Liu Di, flattering him. A genius is always a genius, still outstanding from start to finish. Do you remember when Emperor Liu brought you lunch in college? Chu pointed upward and told Thien Jiap, President Trong and the others are not allowed to be disrespectful. EO Li Dao Duke's plane hasn't taken off yet. A figure suddenly appeared swiftly above the private jet flying overhead. He shouted loudly, Trong Tien Jiap! I am Li Dao Duke from Xinga Group. I have something to discuss with you. Thien Jiap below couldn't hear clearly and responded vaguely. Huh? A river wants to row a boat? Liu Di clasped his hands and couldn't help but laugh, saying, You're quite something. The people inside are getting impatient to give orders. Enough, land the plane on the rooftop for me. Dao Day immediately obediently replied, Yes. The plane successfully lands on the rooftop, and from there, a figure descends. It's Deng Hualong. He is the CEO and also the founder of Xinga Corporation, and Long Hua is also the second richest person in Hoa. He politely said, "Good morning, everyone. Young and talented President Jung Tianjia has managed Creator smoothly in a short time. I truly admire him." He stepped forward and directly stated his request. "Today, I'm here to meet the true founder behind Creator." Yudi, playing the role of Tian Jiaping, responded to him. President Deng of the Sina Group truly lives up to his reputation. Under the bright sun, Liu Dai confidently introduces himself. "I am Liu Dai. Pleased to meet you, Dong Tong." He then begins to converse with Hua Long. "President Deng personally coming here surprised me a little." Hua Long replied seriously, "Young Master Dai is so young. Even I am very surprised by his talent." Emperor Liu smiled and replied, "Acquiring a small-scale company like Creator doesn't warrant your personal involvement, General Deng." Hua Long responded straightforwardly without hesitation. "Why bother with an acquisition that would take up so much of my time? I've just been resting for a long time and wanted to see something new." Liu Dai no longer held back. "My mini-Joe may be small, but Shinga definitely can't buy it." Hua Long chuckled loudly. "In the past 10 years, countless companies have declared war on my Shinga empire, but they all ended in disastrous failure." Liu Dai confidently replied, "Then this time President Deng will probably be disappointed. Today I, Liu Di, representing Creator Company, officially declare war on your enterprise." Hua Long listened and became serious. "You and I will compete fiercely to see who wins. If you lose, call me master and I will consider guiding you." Liu Di also stated his demand. "If I lose, I will willingly hand over Ma Loi Jia." Hua Long smiled, his voice full of amusement. "Very well." The incident quickly spread at a rapid pace, with several articles being published continuously. The headline is about two people standing here, two major companies betting against each other, ultimately sparking a fierce battle. The two rising business stars have just encountered a formidable and destructive opponent, which is the only possible outcome. There are also clear photos of Hua Long and Liu Dai going up. Tian Jiap, eyes wide open, reading the news, as the story has spread everywhere in just a few hours. "I'm really curious, who took this photo because I don't remember anyone being in that angle?" Liu Dai replied excitedly while smoking. "I suddenly received a message from Hadina asking if Mr. Liu is available tonight." Liu Di happily told Tianjia, "Tomorrow is a day off. There will be work to do in a few days then." Then he turned around and left. Tianzhong asked, "Where are you going?" He just replied, "To flirt." Inside a large building, the sunlight is still very bright. Hadina sits on the sofa and says, "Jinny has declared war on Xingya. I wonder if in this difficult time, President Liu wants to discuss investment." Liu Di calmly replied, 500,000 million in assets included in our company. I can offer 10% of the shares. The company is the witness." "Mr. Liu, are you sure you're not mistaken? Jinny is about to fall apart and you still want to call for investment?" "I am not begging you. I am informing you." Suddenly, Hadina's phone buzzed with a message. She picked it up and saw it was sent by Liu Di. "You see, she has received it and quickly explained. This is a set of documents assessing the company's investment risk levels. You can review them, which could also be beneficial for you." Hadina looked at the document she just received and said, "The company I think is the best is actually forging documents. How could you have investigated this?" Emperor Liu, extinguishing his cigarette, replied, "That might be your observation skills." With a keen eye, she said, Hadina was very pleased and praised him. "President Liu, you truly are a born investor." There was a knocking sound outside, and Hoak Diek entered along with several huge bodyguards. She spoke directly and without much ado. "Sir, you said you wanted to guide our group." Hoak Diek has been waiting tirelessly for 5 days and hasn't gone anywhere. Emperor Leo lifts his glass and replies, "I have been very busy lately. I will come to see you when I am free." Nuak Diek quickly, obediently replied, "You are the one Nuak Diek trusts the most. Nuak Diek will come back and wait for you." As she turned and walked away, the clattering sound drew attention. Hana wondered, what was that just now? Liu Di is calm, which is a different kind of business experience. Among the many buildings in the city, the Shinga Group's skyscraper is the tallest. Hao Long looked somewhat dissatisfied and said, "The battle hasn't even started yet and Kid Liu Di is already at the top of the trending list." His face showed displeasure and he asked, "What is the plan for countering Liu Di?" Dao Duke Thuanthuk replied, "We have implemented a comprehensive ban and informed all cooperating apps to freeze Z-Mini entirely." Hearing this, he asked, "Do we have any strategies regarding the product aspect?" Dao Duck nervously replied, "Tomorrow our company will launch a live voice chat feature to compete with Mini Ho Long." After hearing this, decisively slammed the table and said, "I entrust this competition with Creator to you and to Do Chu. If you fail, immediately get out." Elsewhere, the door to the meeting room is also tightly shut, and inside they are fiercely discussing plans. Tianjia leads the meeting, beginning to introduce Emperor Liu. "Everyone, regarding the declaration of war against Jia, I have invited the founder of Creator and the creator of the important code for Do Mini here, Emperor San." From outside the meeting room, Emperor Liu enters, and I have to admit that Xena is very strong, so it hasn't been easy for over 10 years. As soon as he entered, he showcased J-Mini's remarkable achievements. Please take a look at J-Mini's accomplishments. I believe that everyone present here is among the chosen few, but at the same time, you are all making a mistake. So as not to keep everyone waiting, I will immediately clarify that mistake. Everyone has forgotten how talented they are. Emperor Lu looked down at those standing below and said confidently, "Everyone looks up to the strong, hoping to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. But the one who truly accomplishes great things is the person who defeats the strong," a girl below wondered. "Emperor San, what should we do next?" Emperor Leo didn't answer immediately, but asked them a question. "I ask everyone what is the most important thing in an important relationship." A middle-aged man quickly responds with consumer needs. Emperor Lu is satisfied. Yes, as everyone has seen, it is the friend circle feature, which can accurately match people. The mini-stage can help you find a kindred spirit in just a minute, but then he feels a bit worried. But I encountered a difficulty. With limited time, I only wrote the core code. To successfully implement the mini, there are many steps involved, such as code compatibility, testing the final product, and advertising to users. You haven't finished speaking yet, but everyone below is already in an uproar. "I can. Lord Emperor Tam, I can." He lowered his head, speaking in a voice that revealed no emotion. Then it's a lot of trouble for everyone. At the creator company office, everyone is fully focused on their work. "Emperor Third, I'm having some trouble with my work. Could you please come over for a moment?" Liu Di immediately went over, patted the young employee's shoulder to comfort him, and said, "Relax a bit. Let me do it." Watching Liu Di take his place and start typing rapidly, the employee was surprised and couldn't help but exclaim, "With this speed, it must not be a person, but a god." After a long while, Emperor Lu pressed the final key on the code. He exhaled, "It's done," and everyone's mood was so joyful they couldn't hide it. Meanwhile, Shinga Group's products have been listed online, and many extremely negative comments have appeared, with people chewing on curly hair, thinking they found a soulmate. But it turns out to be all call girls, angry about speed enthusiasts, questioning why they are advertising cars when my hobby is off-road vehicles. Beef Fat, Sushi angrily scolded that his heart isn't well and to advertise the combo of death and burial mud without complaints, just saying that the big boss of Shinga is waiting because bad reviews are coming. Dao Duke looked at those reviews and wondered what on earth was going on. The staff next to him responded in a panic. Ginny's technical director can't copy anything, so do whatever you want. After listening, he angrily shouted, "Get out! Just get out of here!" The staff member didn't hesitate and left immediately. While he was yelling, Dao Duke's phone suddenly rang. He lowered his head and answered, "President Dang, I haven't finished speaking." But the person on the other end was already cursing loudly. "Son is just a joke, giving you one last chance. If you fail, quitting won't be that easy. I want you to take full responsibility." Dowdy just put down the phone when another employee came in to report that Z Mini had just been fully launched on our Z Mini stage. Dowdy's face darkened as he said, "Our creator techniques can't reach that level, but I can destroy it." Elsewhere on the screen, the activity level of Z Mini is continuously rising. Liu Di hugs Tianjia happily. It's a success. Everyone around keeps cheering. The boss has succeeded, the stage is a success. Inside a computer belonging to Xinga, there are countless files used to blackmail others. A smug voice from the head of the organization confidently says, "As long as the money is in hand, I can disable that many in just a few minutes." The chat screen pops up and someone asks, "Are you Cal? Have you finished your plan yet?" The brothers are all feeling intense right now. "What corner?" "I'm thinking here, so hurry up. I'm playing now. Afraid that if I get too attached, I won't want to scold you later." He may act tough, but on this side, Doc Howe is extremely confused. Could it be that this is not done by a person, or is there no way to find a loophole? Suddenly, the app on his phone lit up. DeCal's eyes widened in surprise, speechless. Inside the app, the words "Hope that here you can completely relax and return to the tranquility of your soul" appeared, and after reading it, Dagu was deeply moved and started to cry. "Actually, I don't want to hurt others, but I've run out of options." He snorted and continued his monologue. Immediately, a reply appeared on the app saying, "Being kind to others in this life is also being kind to yourself. I hope you will soon find your way back to a peaceful and tranquil mind." Zhao Song keeps the secret. Later, Doc Howe sends a message in the group chat asking everyone for one last favor, and the other side responds quickly, very willing to help. Finally, Dai Kao started a live stream. "Hello, everyone. I am the Water Army King, online named Dai Kao." He wiped his tears and said, "I have done many wrong things and told many lies, which J-Mini made me face myself." On the big screen at the Shinga Corporation, his live stream is showing him tearfully saying, "Someone transferred 20 million to me and told me to destroy Z-Mini. But Z-Mini made me feel warmth. I cannot blacken J-Mini." Lord Liu Di and his people are also watching the live stream. Doc Howe admired and said, "Master Emperor San, no matter who you are, I, Doc Howe, am your fan." The live stream was still ongoing when the police knocked on his door. One of them said, "Mr. Zhao, someone has reported you for spreading false rumors and defamation. Please come with us for an investigation." After the live stream, a series of comments quickly appeared. "That lazy sheep keeps wondering who paid for this and whether they have a conscience. Can you guess who Ginny's opponent might be? Thank goodness Doc Howe still has a conscience." An employee rushes in panic. "President Lee, the big fool, has confessed. What should we do now?" Dao Duke replied unhappily, "What are you panicking about? It's just a fine. The important thing is to get the J Mini Core code back." He wondered how it was possible, not whether it could be copied or not. In response, Dao Day just smiled mysteriously and said, "Wait and see the show." He bowed his head and looked at the calculating computer. "This is only temporary. It's all because of you guys forcing me." "Then don't blame me. Emperor Liu stands before countless employees of Creator Company. They are all monitoring J-Mini's data together," and Lu Day reminds them. "With so many users supporting us, we shouldn't celebrate prematurely, but remember our main task." Then, Lu Day asked them, "What is the most important thing when we develop software?" Everyone responded in unison, "Put all users at the center." He was satisfied. The meaning of Zini is to help users find their soulmate. Visual writing can create emotional resonance combined with what makes the communication process more mysterious. One of them spoke up about music. Liu D agreed that music is the best representation of the next mood Z Mini will enter the music industry. An employee raised his hand and asked, "Do you want to make a song to overthrow Cena?" Liu D confidently replied, "I hope everyone will allow me to be a little autocratic. I just want to give users the best experience." Anyway, making a song to overthrow Xena is just a trivial matter. He stretched out his hand confidently and declared, "Now I officially announce that Nguyen Luong Cat will be in charge of developing the music division of J-Mini." Liu D keeps encouraging the company's staff. The strong can turn the tide. "Luong Cat and his 400 colleagues here. I will wait for your Z-Mini music." Liu D snapped his fingers and a J-Mini data display appeared. He confidently told them, "Of course, excluding me, there are over 1 billion users waiting for your breakthrough." Luong Cat immediately replied, "Don't worry, boss. We guarantee to complete the mission." The other staff quickly responded in unison, definitely completing the task. After everyone was excited, Luong Cat told Lu Di, "Please forgive our urgency. We need a place to gather and discuss." He responded very satisfactorily. "Very well." Then Tianja and Lu Di went up to the rooftop to give them some space for their discussion. The Njiap hesitated and asked if this mission was too difficult. Lu Di, smoking, replied to him, "Why is that? Don't you trust our creator soldiers?" He confidently replied that it was because he personally interviewed them. "I know better than anyone how good they are." Emperor Lu smiles and explains, "Why did you do that?" "I dare to entrust this project to them partly because I trust them and partly because I trust you, Zhang Tianjia." You added an extra comment, but if you say you understand them completely, I have some doubts. "What does this mean? Are there any corporate spies in the company?" Emperor Lu smokes calmly. "If we don't catch the spies, how can we use them?" At Xinghua Corporation, the tall building remains as imposing as ever. Dao Duke looked at the computer and said, "Daring to make music, isn't that like pointing a gun at your own head?" The staff next to him suggested that once a creator uses our songs, it would violate copyright and we could sue. As soon as this idea came up, Dao Day was very excited. "Tam Day, you're too inexperienced." "Over there," Chenja pondered and said to Liu Di, "You need a huge copyright library for music. Haven't you thought of that?" Liu Di casually responded while holding his phone, "I'll take care of it now." You post a notice on Mini saying that the Mini music team wants to collect high-quality music files once they've signed a generous deal. The NG app worriedly tells you, "Kid, not everyone can pull off this music thing you're trying to do." "Now I will immediately contact the copyright team." Liu Day stops him. "Don't rush. I just started developing the music master category. Just upload the high and low quality music works currently available." After hearing that, Thien Jap turned and left. "Hey buddy, this function isn't available, but someone still needs to handle the works, so I should go contact the copyright owner." Seeing TNG is back, Leo D shouted to remind him, "Don't forget the music master function." He turned back with a smile. Of course he would use it, just worried it might flop. The information posted by Liu Di quickly attracted a wave of attention, and Zhang Hu was eagerly awaiting comments, as music could pair emotions and create hopeful conversations. Meow Meow asked curiously, "Why does withdrawing music mean there's no music memory?" Pai P excitedly said, "Hurry and see that Diet wants to sign a work for Mini Music." Liu Di is sitting in front of the piano reading user comments. "I was once shocked by a singer's voice. In a regular bar, if you have the courage to sing, you'll eventually get applause from everyone." Then, Liu Di posts a message on the app saying, "I officially declare here. My hopeful future song and I have officially signed a contract with the Mini Music." The phone kept ringing nonstop, showing there were many requests for signing contracts. Chen Jia is very happy. This master of music is truly a musical tree that can operate independently even at a high level. In the afternoon, in a neighborhood, the sun shines on the tall buildings. Morality sat at a small table with only 4 people, and he spoke. "This time we must cooperate to defeat Z Mini." He frowned seriously and continued, "If not, we have no way out." One of them agreed, "Okay, President Lee, this time we'll follow your lead. Ethical Q1 Matt is cunning, hiding many dirty schemes. Great, let's just wait. As long as 4 people violate the copyright, we will sue together." One punch to knock down the dirty Mini. As the discussion inside grew lively, there was a knocking on the door outside. A police officer asked, "Is this Mr. Lai Tong Li Dao Duke of the Xinghua Corporation?" Dao Duke, feeling a bit confused, stood up and replied, "It's me." The police officer and his colleagues behind him firmly said, "Your Ga music app is accused of infringement. Please assist us with the investigation." Dao Do sweat profusely and asked, "Are you sure there's no mistake? Our company's app is officially licensed." The police officer explained that Shinka D8 was just signed with the Mini Music, which also streams his music, so Creator has sued your company. Many people outside are crowding to get the latest news. As soon as Dao Day stepped out, he was surrounded by a crowd of reporters and the clicking of cameras non-stop. One reporter asked, "Why did you commit such a shameful act of copyright infringement?" Dao Do squinted into the distance and saw Tian Jiaping standing out there, gritting his teeth. "Damn you, Chuang Tian Jiap." Tian Jiap confidently replied, "Vice President Lai, I have already apologized to the company for infringing on the copyright, and I will definitely demand compensation." Dao Duke confidently said again, "It's just 2 songs. I can't even pay more than $1 million. Tian Jiap Quinyet Dub. Our company doesn't need much, just a token compensation of $1. This clearly isn't compensation, it's an insult." The red-haired person spoke up, wanting to clarify. "Everyone is in the same line of work. There's no need to go that far, right?" Tian Jiap replied without any emotion. "Ending your career? Don't think I don't know what you 3 are up to." He just pointed at them warningly. "I'm already merciful enough not to sue you," the man asked. "So what do you want?" In response, Tian Jiap made no unreasonable demands. "When Mini Music is released, I hope the 2 of you can proudly send your congratulations. There's no reason for them not to respond immediately. That's fine, as long as you don't sue us." Tian Jiap looked at Dao Duke smugly and said, "And you, besides paying a token copyright fee, you also have to make a public apology. So it's only me being sued like this?" Tian Jia smiled and replied, "That's right. Who told you you're our rival?" Dao Do couldn't accept hearing these words like a thunderbolt, but since he couldn't do anything to him, he had to bow and apologize in front of dozens of cameras pointing at him. The newspapers kept reporting sensational headlines, revealing that the Shinga Corporation, which had been playing with fire for 10 years, had finally fallen. Creator Company files a lawsuit against Shinya admitting guilt and paying a token compensation, defending righteousness. The copyright for the Mini Music song is released, causing a complete upheaval in the online music industry. After reading the latest news, Dao Duke's face turned purple with anger. He slammed all the documents on the table to the ground, then grabbed his phone, gritting his teeth as he typed a message. Soon, forums were filled with announcements of compensation from the Shinga Corporation. 18 hours later, all the songs available for free on the Shinga app for 1 month were removed. In an instant, customers rushed to Shinga's homepage to leave comments. The account named Usi La La excitedly expressed, "Although Shinga's reputation isn't good, they have a lot of songs." The American user Na's account also agrees with Usi La, complimenting, "Free music is just too good." At the same time, Mini Music announced that to protect the rights of songwriters, it will adopt a membership model costing 15 yuan per month. The profit share will be split 50-50 with the author. The customer with the Sick Cat account strongly supports this decision by the creator group. Charging money is not wrong. After all, the authors need to make a living. The account named Excellent also agrees, sharing half of the collection with the singers. This mini is really good. Even users with a Lazy Sheep account confidently declare that the remaining membership fee at Xinga can be transferred to Jinny without any problem. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Shinga group, Dao Duke sat at the back of the table, speaking seriously as Mini Music was released, determined to make it hot and attract everyone's attention here. He ordered 100 million as an activity fee for the lucky draw and also invited the 2 hottest singers right now. In 18 hours, Shinga would hold an online concert on schedule. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside, and Zhang Yang slowly stepped in. As soon as he saw him, Dao Day was a bit surprised. "Why are you here?" "I didn't call you." "President Lai, I bring you good news." Hearing this, Dao Day quickly ended the meeting. "Everyone go back to work now." After the staff leave, only Zhang Yang and Dao Day remain in the room. Trung Dung quickly took out a USB and handed it to Dao Duke. The J mini-core code is inside. Taking the USB, Dao Day cupped Trong Duong's shoulder and said with satisfaction, "I won't let you down on what I promised then." Trong Duong plugged the USB into the computer, hurriedly accessing Jeremy's data. Dao Duke and Teacher Kwong stood behind him, anxiously waiting for a few minutes before Trong Duong took out the USB and plugged it back into the computer. Sweat suddenly beaded on his forehead. As Trong Duong typed on the keyboard, he muttered doubtfully, "It was still okay when I took it out." Thay Kwong stroked his chin. "Everyone stay calm. Adding extra security is very important. I can decode it." Dao Duke smiled and told him, "That's great, Teacher Kwong. I apologize for what I said earlier. I am useless. Please decode quickly." Teacher Kwong happily approached the computer and said, "This will take some time." Dao Duke smiled and urged him on. "The faster you go, the better. Start moving quickly." Meanwhile, at Z-Mini's headquarters, the countdown screen displaying the Mini Music is broadcasting. 10 minutes left. On stage, Tian Jiap confidently announced, "We are confident in the product we have poured our sweat and tears into." He firmly asserts that, based on the following, absolute experiences crush Xinga's music. Below, the creator's staff all listen intently. At this point, Tian Jiap excitedly shouts, counting down 1 minute to start the free event. At the same time, in the ethics department office, everyone was waiting for Master Kwong to hack into J-Mini's computer system. As soon as Master Kwong pressed enter, the entire Shinga Corporation building shook in response to Ethic's terrifying scream. What the hell is going on? The employees of Shinga are also panicking and shouting out loud.
Did the office explode? Jinny's staff cheer excitedly.
This is incredible. All the users who didn't go through Shinga's side have come here instead. Just then, a Germany employee received internal news that the headquarters of Shinga had lost power and was in a state of paralysis. Everyone immediately became agitated. How could this be? One of them suddenly exclaimed in shock, saying it was the computer launching fireworks. At this moment on stage, Emperor Liu sneered and said, "There's no fireworks. They're just scheming and will face retribution." He whispered, "Everyone, today has been hard work. The mini-music has achieved a great victory, so let's rest for now. There are even more difficult tasks ahead for everyone." Hearing that, all the Germany staff cheerfully shouted together, "Yes, boss." At the same time, Zhang Yang's phone received a message from Liu Di. "Comrade Truong Duong, congratulations on becoming the first employee to be fired from the mini-music. A reminder, Batley Dao Duke is unethical." After reading the message, Dao Day hurriedly warned Zhang Danyang that no one was allowed to leak this information. Nearby, Teacher Kwong was typing on his keyboard and said, "President Lee, from what I see, there are thousands of units outside, and each one needs to enter a password." Angry, Dao Day stepped forward and kicked Teacher Kwong to the ground. "Get out of here, relying on you. Why don't you add some fireworks too?" Suddenly, a message appeared on Dao D's computer screen saying, "User activity level 3 million. The announcement stated that Creator Company would officially launch their newest live stream feature in 3 days, inviting streamers to register. Dao Day angrily knocks over the computer and growls, "Not finished yet. You still want to do what our Shinya's live stream feature does." He pulls out his phone, gritting his teeth. "This time, if you don't die, I will." Then Dao Day called a well-known older brother in the underworld. He got straight to the point. "The thing you mentioned last time, you can find an international assassin. Anyone can be killed." On the other end of the line, the gangster directly named a price, if I'm not mistaken. It's Emperor Tam, right? 40 million. Dao Day immediately gasped and shouted, and the boss chuckled softly. "Have you heard of this? That international level, they kill without leaving a trace." Dao Duke finally agreed to the boss's price. 40 million is no problem. I want you to kill Emperor Tam within 3 days. The guy said to Dao Day sharply, "Chief Lee is indeed generous. I will arrange it immediately." At Jeremy's headquarters, the user pays 60 million for the mini-music. Tianjia excitedly declared, "You colleagues, brothers, soldiers, everyone has achieved a miracle." Emperor Liu stood beside him and added Jinny music. "From the beginning until now, each of us has been a miracle." At this point, both Liu Di and Tianjia bowed towards the stage. Tong Than shouted loudly, "Thank you all for your contributions." Then, Liu Di continued speaking, "Everyone, please don't blame me for being straightforward. Bonuses start from 300,000 and above. Those with outstanding contributions from 1 million and above." Immediately, all Jinny staff cheered enthusiastically. "Amazing. Long live the creator. Long live Emperor Tam. Long live A. We're rich now." Meanwhile, at the gathering between Longkat, Tio Duong, and her mother immediately expressed her gratitude upon meeting. "Longkat, what exactly do you do?" "I haven't seen you in 3 days and nights. Are you dating someone?" Longkat ruffled his hair, a hint of confusion on his face. "What?" "Ah, the company is currently in its most critical phase, so he's a bit busy." Of course, his reason isn't acceptable to Tio Duong's mother. She snapped at him angrily, "Be quiet." After finishing, she looked around J-Mini's office and squinted, assessing this company as well. Then she turned to Luang Cat and asked directly, "Luang Cat, if you marry my niece, do you have a house to ensure material stability?" He hadn't even had a chance to reply when Liu Day's familiar voice rang out. "Of course, I do." Liu Day stepped forward, placing his hand on Luang Cat's shoulder with a look of trust, and the company decided to reward him with 2 houses, a 2-story apartment in the city center and a villa in the suburbs. Hearing this, Chu Duong's mother couldn't help but exclaim, "You're not joking, right?" Liu Day replied calmly. "The value of Luang Cat in our company is enormous." Xiaodong also turns to her mother, gently shook her, and said, "I believe that Luang Cat will achieve great success in the future." At this moment, Mo Tong suddenly appeared, bringing bad news to Liu Day. "Comrade Liu Di, congratulations! Someone is trying to assassinate you again!" Mo Tong quickly summarized the assassin's background. His name is Sake, a European decoration designer, single, orphaned, who had an accident 3 years ago that scraped his bones, was hospitalized for 18 months, and then miraculously recovered. Then, Mo Tong showed a video of Sake focusing on his design work. Mo Tong shrugged. The person in the video was Poker from the assassin organization known as Secret Master, with no information available online. After watching the video about Sake, Liu Day's face was contemplative. "It makes me feel very much like someone, Yen Ngok Fuang." Mo Tong Sirius told Liu Di that he would come to take your life in 3 days. Liu Di turned and walked away muttering to himself, "It's time to uncover the mystery of Yen Ngok Fuang. How strong is the 9 Bish force?" Mo Tong let out a long sigh and fainted. Seeing Liu D about to turn and leave, Xiao Tong quickly called after him. Wait a moment, Lord the Third. She handed him a letter and suggested that he strengthen his security detail over the next 3 days. Mo Tong quickly provided a brief overview of Totio Duong. 3 years ago, she graduated from Binib Medical Academy. He emphasized that Binib was also where Yen Ngok Fuang pursued her advanced studies. Liu Di secretly suspected that this was the place where people were reformed. He directly refused and did not accept the letter from Xiao Dong. At the same time, he reminded her, Luang Kat is a good person. Don't hurt him. Tu Duong furrowed her brows and asked, Don't you care about your own safety? Liu Di snorted coldly. Just a small 9 batch, even if it's a full deck, don't think about returning intact. Hearing this, Tu Duong's face showed surprise, and Mo Tong made a judgment based on subconscious psychological analysis, suggesting she's connected to the poker club. I am not the person you imagine. I truly love Luang Kat.
Liu De coldly told her, I know you love Luang Kat, otherwise you would have disappeared already. Then he ordered Mo Tong to follow her closely.
He nodded. Then Liu De turned to say to Luang Kat, We've gone a bit further, Liu De said quietly. Luang Kat, your girlfriend is not normal. Luang Kat smiled innocently. Of course, she is my goddess. Soon after, all the newspapers reported on the mini stage. The mini music was seen as a breakthrough in human technology, with hundreds of millions of users and a super social media platform emerging. There are no limits in the future. Who is the creator's mind? The tech god? The business genius? Is the 30 ratio the end of the corporate battle? At this moment, in Dowdy's office, a cigarette is lit. President Deng, how do you want to punish me? Feel free to do as you wish. Hualong shook his head and said, Dao. Day, this time I do not blame you. Creator is too strong. He calmly made a request. You go do something for me. To everyone's surprise, Moral dismissively replied, Let's see how I feel. Hoa Long was truly furious with him. He stood up abruptly, grinding his teeth. What is your attitude? I gave you a chance to redeem yourself, to represent me and admit defeat to the creator. Surrender? There's no way out. I won't hide it from you. That bastard won't live much longer. He sneered and said, I will never admit defeat in my life. Hoa Long, unwilling to argue with Dao Duke, decisively ordered his subordinates. Someone get him and bring him to me. As he was dragged away by 2 guards, Dao Duke still laughed hysterically like a madman. Hoa Long muttered in disgust, He's gone crazy. Truly crazy. You happily whistle and get to work, while the robotic arms are diligently carrying out their assigned tasks. The sound of metal clashing and tools shaping echoed steadily. At that moment, Liu Day's mobile phone rang. It's Hadina. She frowns and asks Liu Day, Can you lower your camera a bit? You wondering what's going on? I have good news for you. The collaboration project you asked me to handle is all settled now. Liu Day nodded with satisfaction and gave Hana a thumbs up, saying, Great job. She sighed. Now only the company owner and the witness need to come sign the contract. Liu Day's lips curled up, waiting for Trong Tien Jap to arrive and carry out the witness company's specific tasks. Hearing that, Hana suddenly leaned closer to the phone screen, her eyes full of affection, her tone playful. President Liu, I do so much work. How do you plan to thank me? Liu Di stroked his chin, considering. The Vin Dong building across the street has a 3-story office, which is the witness's office address, and her position is CEO of the witness. Then he waved goodbye, saying I have other matters to attend to. Bye-bye. On the other end, Hadina's mother pouted and said, Does that guy not see the signals he's giving? After a few days, Sake-K's plane from Ha arrived and landed. Sitting in the cabin, Sake-K sniffed irritably. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, he put on an arrogant attitude, speaking condescendingly, with the foul smell of low-class people lingering in the air, prompting the morally upright driver sent to pick up Sake to hurriedly step out of the car. Stuck in traffic, Sake-K opened the car door and ordered, Take me to find a girl, a high-quality girl from China. The driver smiled and said no problem at all, but inside he secretly mocked Sake, a foreigner who was so ignorant. Today I'll let you experience a bit of the rural flower in this city. 22 hours later, in a cheap hotel, women's underwear is scattered all over the floor. Sake-K holding a cigarette with an angry expression, wondering if he's been played. Next to him, a voluptuous young woman is snoring loudly. Feeling movement, the girl woke up, rubbed her eyes, and said, Prince, you're awake! Sake suddenly shouted harshly at her, Get out! On Liu Di's homepage, a notice appears saying, Hello everyone, tonight at 12 o'clock. D-Tam, I will be live streaming the mini on time. Unfortunately, I have many enemies, and someone hired a hitman to assassinate me, so tonight's live stream will be about killing online. When the shocking news broke, the entire forum erupted in chaos. The account named Stingray shout loudly. The third emperor is live streaming a murder. Can this even be streamed live? Even customers with accounts that don't eat meat are joining in to have fun. Isn't this a bit too provocative? At Dao Duke's office, he also just saw the notice from Emperor Liu, and for a moment, his face darkened considerably. He quickly calls the driver responsible for picking up Sake. Where is that stupid assassin Lao Ho? It's been exposed. Quickly cancel the plan. The voice of Lao Ho, panic-stricken, came through the line. I'm also very confused and can't reach 9 Beach. I suggest you quickly gather your belongings and run away. On a dark night with the bright full moon, Sai sneaks through a forest near Liu Dai's villa, moving like a shadow among the dense trees. On a street lamp, Xiaohua quietly observes every move of Sake through binoculars. The boy quickly reports back to Liu Dai. That idiot has arrived. Liu Dai nodded with satisfaction. Take a rest for a moment. At the same time, dozens of surveillance cameras in Liu Dai's office keep displaying images capturing every move of Sak. Liu Dai relaxed and clasped his hands behind his head. He officially started to Tam's live stream, an online murder broadcast. In just a moment, millions of people tuned in. Liu Dai calmly spoke. Hello everyone, I am Emperor 3. The viewers immediately started to make noise.
Hello, Emperor Sandai. Your Zo-Many products are really good. Was the assassination attempt real or not?
Where is the assassin? Liu Dai calmly smiled and said, Next, just wait and see, the assassin is outside my door. The viewers gasped in shock, saying, Emperor Tam, you should run now. Your life is more important. Emperor Tam, I want to send you a gift, but it might not be very ethical. At this moment, the camera angle was adjusted, giving viewers a chance to see Liu Dai's study. Everyone marveled. Could this be the perspective of a god? Did they set up this camera like that? This must be the house of the wealthy? At this moment, the camera suddenly focuses on Sake. Just as he is sneaking into Liu Dai's house through the water pipe, the online world officially erupts. Look, a foreign assassin, there really is one. This is the coolest live stream I've seen. Amazing. So exciting. Sake still doesn't realize that his movements have been exposed. He quietly thinks that as an international assassin, he must choose the safest route. This sewer can be entered silently. Emperor Tam, you're definitely doomed. Thinking that, Sake grimaced with a sinister smile while Liu Dai continued to stir the excitement of the viewers by suggesting that, to make the viewing more interesting, the video had added a psychological guessing activity. As expected, the viewers are really enjoying this, even doing things like this. It's so funny. I wonder how the assassin would feel if he knew we were watching. Sake started the timer and calculated. Assassinate Emperor 3, I have to break the record. Then he used all his strength to lift the manhole cover. Assassinating Emperor Tam, I have to break the record. Seeing Sake struggle, Emperor Liu sneered and said, Sorry, this path is blocked. After trying hard but still unable to turn the drain cover, Sake clasped his hands together, looked up to the sky and muttered, Lord, please help. May this drain cover open. Then he tried to lift the drain cover again. This time he succeeded and Sake cheered with joy. All right, Sake carefully steps inside the pipe. After breaking into Emperor Liu's house, Sai coldly snorted. The design of this drain has been in my mind. Emperor Tam, you're lucky to wait for death. At the same time, Emperor Liu directly ordered the water to be flushed, and in an instant, the rushing water flooded the drain pipe, terrifying Sake and making him lose his composure, while the viewers couldn't help but laugh. Third Emperor, is this flushing the toilet? Poor assassin, a missile fired from the heart. Seeing Sake vomiting violently, someone expressed sympathy. This assassin is really having a tough time. Sake clenched his teeth in anger and said, Tam, Emperor, I will tear you apart. After regaining some strength, Sake continued to follow Liu Dai to his office, watching his every move. The viewer anxiously urges Emperor Liu, don't let him do it. When Sake arrives at Emperor Liu's office, loud barking from inside makes him annoyed and mutter, Damn it, there's a dog! Sake quickly pulled out a silenced gun, silently determined that since wealthy families often keep dogs, killing it was fine. Inside, there was indeed a very adorable second-generation dog barking. The viewers couldn't help but marvel. Robot dog, so adorable. Please, Link, buy it. Of course, Sake didn't feel the same. He kicked the dog fiercely. Get out, see! A moment later, the dog's paw suddenly underwent a remarkable upgrade. In just a moment, the little dog completely changed its appearance. Only then did Lord Liu calmly say, Everyone, I will now introduce you to my demon. Second-generation dog! Woof woof. Seeing the fierce appearance of the dog, viewers all exclaimed, Oh my god, does the Emperor Third accept a subordinate? Some innocent people comment that this can't be on the spirit realm, and facing the strong dog, Sake hesitates for a moment. Without giving him time to regain his composure, the dog charged in, slashing fiercely and making him reel. Sake had no choice but to turn around and look for an escape route. Liu Dai cheerfully tells the viewers, Everyone, the good part is still coming. The assassin has already started to run away. Sake rushes to the escape route and hurriedly opens all the doors. Outside, a strong police force was already waiting for him. Sake, you're surrounded. Sake took a risk, rushing forward with a knife to attack a police officer. Suddenly, a nearby officer acted swiftly, kicking Sake away into a tree, witnessing Sake beaten to a pulp. The viewer's comments, No path is greater than the righteous path of our Huaxia. The greatest failure of a killer in history, the first to inspire, outstanding, brave. In the end, Sake was knocked out and quickly taken away in a police car. The international assassin finally has to pay for his crimes. The next morning, at the factory, Lord Liu smiled and praised Xiaohua, saying he performed very well today. He told the boy to be proud but not lose his true nature. Then, Emperor Liu took out a robotic arm and handed it to Xiaohua. Today I give you a bit more of my proud nature. I told the boy this is my first work. Technology at least 60 years ahead of the world. And as for its limits, I'll wait for you to tell me. For a moment, Xiaohua couldn't hold back his tears and called out to him with a pout. Xiaohua hugged him tightly, sniffling, "Thank you." At 7:30 p.m., Emperor Liu met with Hualong at J-Mini's factory. "I just met Liu Dai, and I immediately spoke first. President Liu, I am completely defeated." Liu Dai calmly reassures him. "President Deng, relax, the performance has begun." Hualong's face showed clear surprise. A star performance? At this moment, a system screen suddenly appeared in midair. A moment later, Emperor Liu was sitting by the piano, smoothly playing a melodious tune along with an emotionally moving love song. I have always believed that stars can talk and stones can bloom. Through the summer wooden fence, sweet singing drifts with the clouds and wind into the ears of the city's people. A teenage boy, followed by a girl, gently pushes open the window, searching for the owner of the singing voice. Even Germany's staff were stunned by CEO Liu's captivating singing with Hua Mai in winter. I have finally arrived. On the rooftop, Hoa Long couldn't help but express his admiration for Liu Dai. Liu Tong's mind, I truly admire it to the fullest. He happily told you that your true goal isn't to defeat my Xingya, but to beat all the companies on social media. Liu Dai just smiled politely and said, President Deng is too kind, we are just starting from the perspective of users. Finally, Liu Dai's solo piano performance ended and the system screen disappeared, leaving the starry night sky. Hoa Long exclaimed, I am not only impressed by Mini, but also by this magnificent technology right before my eyes, the most impressive I've ever seen. He directly proposed, President Liu, I want to cooperate with you. With our company's talent, capital, media channels, and the support of the startup company, we can definitely become stronger and stronger. Do you think I lack what you just mentioned? I already told you. Just point downwards. The 3 floors below are my witness company. Hoa Long shouted, What's the use of just the office address? Are there any talented people? Do you have a research and development team? Liu Dai confidently replied, I won't hide it from you. I have a whole warehouse of inventions like that. Hoa Long looked stunned. So, President Liu Dai simply shrugged and replied casually, the future he spoke of could come at any time if I wanted it to. Hoa Long, with a cigarette in his mouth, asked skeptically, I still don't believe it. I need to find at least one point or aspect where you're not better than me. And eventually, you will reach the highest level. That level is not as simple as others think. At this point, Hoa Long slowly lights his cigarette and gently exhales a faint cloud of smoke. He directly asks Liu Dai, have you heard of the person who rehabilitated you? He pointed at you and said, I am also very ashamed and disappointed about the assassination case, but I cannot deny that you are clever, yet you lack any fighting ability. Hoa Long's hand clenched, the joints cracking loudly. He confidently declared, I can't beat you in business, but when it comes to raw strength, you're no match for me. Click, Hoa Long suddenly let go, and the lighter he had squeezed in half had already been broken. I can understand everything about the highest level. As he spoke, Liu Dai picked up the lighter. He clenched his hand again, and the sound of cracking echoed once more, while the corner of Liu Dai's mouth curled up. After gaining wealth, of course he would seek other benefits as well. Soon, when Liu Dai spread his hand, the lighter had already transformed into a steel ball in his bare hand. Hoa Long couldn't help but exclaim, Liu Dai just smiled faintly, and every word he spoke was sharp and piercing, only concerned with himself and not making mistakes. But if this power is used to oppress the weak, it will surely face deserved punishment. Suddenly, Liu Dai's eyes lit up, his spirit instantly heightened. With a swoosh, the iron ball in his hand tore through the air like lightning, crashing directly into a shadow hiding on the roof. Don't worry, that person came to kill me, so they probably have some hidden card up their sleeve, right? Hoa Long carefully looked at Liu Dai, then asked cautiously, Are you also a reformer, Liu Dai? Liu Dai did not answer Hoa Long's question. Instead, he asked about something else. Right now, every expression on his face is inferior to mine, so he's probably admitting defeat. Hoa Long then takes out a black ring. This is the certificate for all high-ranking individuals. Only the dragon among humans can possess it. He hands the ring to Liu Dai as a gift. Whenever I have free time, I can work to make you proud. After returning to the headquarters of the Russian company, Hoa Long kept his promise to Liu Dai. He straightforwardly posted the status on the company's official homepage, saying he had a conversation with Emperor 3. Impressive. I bow my head in defiance. From now on, the creator will stand firm and strong, inviting all social media startups to develop their technology and prepare to welcome the strongest player in the market. The countdown is 1 year. Major newspapers are all reporting that Liu Dai, the inventor and witness, is making a miracle in the business world. After reading the news, Ngok Long's face lit up with joy. Truly a hero born in his youth. He quickly composed a message to Liu Dai. I want to meet and talk with you. Please agree to meet me. In an instant, Ngok Long received a response from Liu Dai. Okay. Ngok Long hurriedly set out to meet Liu Dai. But unexpectedly, his car was suddenly blocked head-on by another vehicle. The driver couldn't react in time to the sudden situation and crashed directly into the vehicle blocking the road. A deafening crash echoed as his car was thrown into the air, rolling several times on the ground. Ngok Long was seriously injured, bleeding all over his body. Meanwhile, at the police station, Duan Hua and Liu Dai are facing Saji. Duan Hua turns to smile and says to Liu Dai, We have interrogated this person. In just 6 hours, he confessed everything after you arrived. Liu Dai smiled softly as he received a blue electronic card. From here, Luda speculates that this is probably his identification card. The Black Dagger also has one. Motong suddenly appeared, examining the card and whispering into Liu Di's ear. Maybe this is the source of the destructive power that these assassins possess, worth investigating.
Brother, can I borrow this evidence for a moment? Donhua's eyebrows unconsciously furrowed.
You knew it was evidence and still wanted to take it. Liu Dai whispered softly, I'll agree. I owe you a favor. Donhua naturally agreed. At this moment, Mo announced some bad news to Liu Dai. Liu Di, Old Master Yen has had an accident. Liu Di immediately exclaimed, What? He quickly informed Duanhua that something had happened to the chief officer. At Anqi Hospital, Liu Di followed Duanhua into the hospital. When they arrived at Ngok Long's emergency room, Liu Dai told Donhua, Captain Don, go see how Yen Lao Dia is doing. I'll talk with Yen Ngok Fuang for a bit. Donhua nodded. All right. Liu Dai walked up to Ngok Fuang, who was still lowering her head into a book. He suddenly snatched the book from her hand, and she glared at him in anger. Liu Di sneered, You Miss Yen, I still look down on you a bit. Ngok Fuang was truly provoked, her face twisting with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, Give it back. Ngok Fuang and Liu Dai maintained the tense atmosphere between them. Ngok Fuang was already in an attacking stance but still hesitant to act recklessly because of Liu Dai's strength. Glancing at the book in his hand, a deeper smile played on Liu Dai's lips. It turns out her real purpose in doing charity work at Vieng Phuc Loi for children was to send messages to the assassin. Ngok Fuang's face turned purple with anger as she silently stared at Liu Di. What surprises me most is that you have a child, but not with Ouyang Feng Liu, right? Liu Dai directly said it straight, considering you've refused many assassins. Explain yourself to me and I might consider sparing your life. At this moment, an emergency alert is coming from Ngok Long's emergency room. The patient is in a coma and in critical condition. Liu Di and Ngok Fuang temporarily stop their confrontation. Ngok Fuang hurriedly pushes open the door to the Ngok Long's emergency room. Seeing Ngok Long lying still on the hospital bed, Ngok Fuang anxiously shouted, Hey! Ngok Long's face at this moment is extremely pale. Ngok He and Ngok Tai anxiously begged the doctor, Please save our father! The doctor observed Ngok Long's face and remained silent. Right now, the most important thing is for Elder Yen to regain brain activity, so we can find a way to treat him. Liu Dai quietly asks Motong, Do you have any ideas? It's not available for now unless I upgrade the nanorobot control, but it will take 5 years. Liu Di's left eye suddenly flashed. Did you find the documents I asked you to look into? Then Liu Dai said to the doctor, Please help me with this, and then approached Ngok Long's bed. Emperor Liu whispered into Ngok Long's ear, and Liu Manvan's ECG immediately showed a positive change. The doctor was amazed and said, That's truly a miracle. Ngok Ti exclaimed with joy, Is my father saved? Liu Dai then turned around and ordered Ngok Hai and Ngok Ti to focus on caring for the vegetative state patients in Huangchao City. Room 305. Bring the woman named Liu Manwen here. She has a role in the old master's condition. Ngok Ta expressed to Liu Di, Thank you, Liu Di. He smiled and said, No need to thank me. Old Master Yen has spent his life doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. Helping him is only natural. Ngok Long's heartbeat finally became steady. Ngok Lin suddenly questioned Liu Dai, Where were you when my father was in Tanhan? Hearing Ngok Lin's strange question, Donhua frowned and asked her what she meant. Ngok Lin immediately took out her phone, which was playing a video showing the moment of the accident. Everyone look, when Ngok Long's car was hit, the back of a man who seemed to resemble Liu Dai was captured on camera. Ngok Ti and Ngok He couldn't help but be stunned. Could this be Ngok Lin continuing to question Liu Dai? The last message their father sent was also to you. Liu Dai, explain yourself. Hua, standing aside, stepped in to speak for Liu Dai. Ngok Lin, I've investigated. This was just an ordinary accident. Liu Dai, on the other hand, shook his head. This was not an ordinary accident. We are all familiar with that person in white. After hearing Liu Dai mention this name, everyone present was greatly shocked, and the most frightened person was Ngok Fuang. She kept muttering about Bak Min. Liu Dai calmly continued speaking, and as for the reason why he appeared there, I invite the young lady to explain. Immediately, all eyes turned sharply toward Ngok Fuang. She stammered in denial. I don't know. I've never met him. Liu Dai sneered and said, It's pointless. Later, when I catch Bao Min, everything will be clear. Let's go. Seeing Liu Dai about to turn and leave, Ngok Fuang hurriedly stopped him. Wait a moment, she said, looking directly at Liu Di and defending Bei Ming, saying he has nothing to do with this. Liu Di glances at Ngok Fuang. Why hide it anymore? That child is surely yours and Thu Bak Min's, isn't he? The child in Ngok Fuang's eyes suddenly twitched violently. Liu Dai's tone sharp. They hid Yen Lao but unintentionally caused their own child to fall into the hands of the re-education organization. They used the child to threaten her and Thu Bak Min, forcing them to become re-education assassins. Ngok Fuang asked nervously, How did you know? Liu Dai shrugged. It's just my guess, but your reaction also proves that I was right. He calmly explained that she refused the murder mission and Thu Bak Min took her place. As Liu Dai's analysis continued, Ngok Fuang's face grew more and more frightened, her hands instinctively clenched into fists. Liu Di firmly said, I won't let Thu Bak Min wander outside the law. Ngok Fuang reminded him, You're no match for him. I've fought him before. My rank is A7, you're at most a 9, and he's already above level 8. Liu Di nonchalantly told Ngok Fuang, "Don't worry, just focus on serving Yan Lao." Liu Di asked Mo Tong, "What is the rank of that reformer?" He carefully considered and said, "You're in the first stage of the new humanity, and rehabilitators are different. Simply put, you're above them. They're below." Liu Di silently thought, "So I am actually that powerful?" Mo Tong reminded him, but he also should optimize himself a bit. "Let's go." Then Mo Tong presented a series of real combat images of Bei Ming for Liu Di to review. Liu Di's lips curl into a smile. It's time to appreciate Thu Bak Min's talent in a remote rural area with dense trees. Standing in front of a grand house, Liu Di looked up and immediately saw a figure on the balcony watching him for a few minutes. The figure still not making any move, which made Liu Di even more anxious. Strange indeed, able to watch for so long, so he directly leapt up and stormed into the building. Liu Di easily lands on the porch and, looking into the bedroom, sees Bei Ming standing silently in front of a stranger's bed. Seeing you arrive, Bak Min was not surprised. "Liu Di, you're here now. Considering your time joining the Yen family, you're actually my junior." Behind the curtain, Liu Di chuckled gracefully. "You know a lot, huh?" Beijing narrowed his eyes and confidently extended an invitation. "I know you're very talented. Let's build a great career together." Emperor Liu sneered, "You're not worthy." Those words truly made Bei Ming furious enough to burst a blood vessel. He roared, "Then you might as well just die." Mo Tong sat with his chin in his hand beside Liu Di, whispering into his ear. Northmen can directly release electric waves and hypnotize through his body. As Mo Tong predicted, in the next second, Northmen indeed performed hypnosis. "Liu Di, I order you to raise your fist and punch yourself." Bak Min immediately activates the brainwave, repeatedly uttering strange words to intensify the mind control. While Bak Min is hypnotizing Liu Di, Mo Tong takes the opportunity to study how he operates, discovering that he uses technology to assist in releasing brainwaves. Liu Di stands still. "Let me do some research." Following Mo Tong, Liu Di doesn't resist at all, his left eye turning white. Seeing Liu Di standing still, Bak Min smirked confidently. "Liu Di, this is as far as you go." Suddenly, the door burst open. Ngok Fuang rushed in, quickly stopping Bak Min. "Beijing, stop killing people. Emperor Liu is not a bad person." He then turned around to warn her, "Ngok Fuang, don't be foolish. If you don't kill him, the poker club will kill you and harm the baby." At that moment, a deafening noise suddenly rang out and the wall collapsed instantly, revealing a tall, muscular man who appeared out of nowhere. Ngok Fuang immediately recognized him as Dak Dao Tsier. Dak Dao sneered, "My Hua Queen, 3 days of pursuit. It's been more than worth it. You've given me more surprises than I expected." Bak Min quickly used his psychic wave to hypnotize Dak Dao Ka, but unexpectedly he was unaffected and instead sneered calmly, "This thing is really powerful, but it can't do anything to me." After finishing, Dak Dao Ka viciously stomped on the bricks and stones beneath his feet to intimidate. Liu Di was very displeased with Dak Dao Ka's appearance. "You wipe your sweat. You're really annoying. Interrupting my scientific experiment." Da Dao Ta looks at Liu Di and sneers, "Don't worry, it's your turn soon." At the same time, Mo Tong urged Liu Di to release his fighting consciousness for 3 seconds. "Give it a try." Following Mo Tong's advice, Liu Di directly unleashed his fighting consciousness, his eyes shining brightly, electricity crackling around his body, and in a flash, he swiftly kicked the chin of Da Dao Ta. Your incredible speed caught him off guard. A moment later, Dak Dao Ka was defeated by Liu Di. He lies collapsed on the floor, his eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. Mo Tong then asked for Liu Di's opinion, as the energy in his body still wasn't enough to sustain the consciousness release for 177 seconds. "Did he hit Bei Ming?" Emperor Liu shook his head, not fighting anymore. "You happily told Bei Ming to keep eroding his brain so I could keep studying." Bei Ming shouted in anger, "Ngok Fuang doesn't kill people, it's all my fault." After saying that, he charged at Liu Di. You only needed one punch to hit Bak Min's weak spot. His whole body suddenly flew out the window. Is Liu Di going to chase after Bak Min? Want to run? Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly grabbed Liu Di's ankle. It was Ouyang Feng Liu, who begged Liu Di not to leave and to stay and play for a while. He angrily kicked him, causing him to vomit blood. Get lost. Liu Di hurried to the balcony, but Bak Min had already escaped without a trace. Mo Tong watched him run away and sighed. This Northern Min guy is like a ghost, able to bypass all surveillance. Liu Di nodded in agreement. Not bad. Truly a worthy opponent. Just learn from him. Quickly complete the first stage of control for me. Be aware of the fight. In Liu Di's laboratory, Mo Tong suddenly appears. Hello? Mo Tong has come back. Seeing the change in Mo Tong's attire, Liu Di suspiciously pointed at him. Mo Tong, is that you? Mo Tong coughed softly a few times. I've leveled up now, it's your turn. Liu Di, he explained everything, saying that if you don't criticize the consciousness of fighting, then the most important thing is the body. Your current human body can't handle it. Liu Di hesitated for a moment and said, So I need to change to a different body, but how to do that? Mo Tong quickly helped answer. Based on material metabolism, blood, gas, internal organs, yang, a cycle repeats every 7 years. Liu Di stroked his chin, looking contemplative. So, it's been that long? How can I speed up the metabolism process? Mo Tong pointed out 3 ways. 1 is to absorb a lot of energy, 2 is to consume energy recklessly, and 3 is to rely on external forces to boost the activity of the treasure body. At this moment, a voice from the delivery staff called out from outside the door. "Is Lord Lu at home? I'm delivering food." Motong chuckled softly and said, "A kind person like me already ordered a whole car of food for you." "Those 2 machines are still controlling it," Lu Day said. "You're really a demon." Then, the system kept updating, upgrading digestion functions, absorption efficiency, and muscle metabolism rate. Lu Day needs to increase his food intake to prepare for the body regeneration phase. Gao Gao Dog asks the second person to bring him a black coat. Motong excitedly introduces the masterpiece, electronic clothing that can generate resistance against his muscles, helping his body consume energy. Then he points to a glass pillar and continues. "This is called the Hell Bath, which can activate cells and accelerate metabolism. Soaking in it will make your cells feel like they're tearing apart, leaving you relaxed." Ludi smirked and said, "All right, challenge. I like it." He quickly put on the electronic suit. Motong stands beside him with a sinister smile, feeling the pain. "Be more gentle next time. The hell bath can be quite painful." Ludi smiled confidently and said, "I will show you the true nature of humanity." Then he directly immersed himself into the hellish bathtubs. Seeing how calm and composed Emperor Lu's face remained, Motong couldn't help but admire him. "Emperor Lu, your patience surpasses 99.99% of humanity. Is this what you call perseverance?" he said with a satisfied smile. "Next, I will prepare enough food for your cultivation. Keep going, Lu Day." The fast food delivery worker muttered as he ran to Ludi's door. "How many people can this house hold? I've delivered here dozens of times." At the scene of a fatal accident that has been cordoned off. According to the forensic report, the victim is Thu Bok Min, 30 years old, with severe bruising on the right chest and shoulder, multiple scratches on the bones, and internal bleeding. The injury occurred 20 days ago, and death happened about 3 days ago. He listened carefully as the police officer summarized, wondering why young Lu Day still hadn't arrived. It's been an hour, and the police officer standing nearby suddenly adds an important detail, noting the muscle tone and skin suggests this is a modified person. Just then, a familiar laugh of Liu Di comes from outside the cave. "Captain Donghua, I've been under a bit of pressure lately. I'm here now. Look at this corpse. I was about to catch Thu Bok Min, but he ended up dead." He simply glanced at the body and immediately dismissed it. He's not Thu Bok Min, just a body double with a voluntarily inserted consciousness. Donghua turned to you, his words implying, "Why do I feel like you're a bit excited?" Liu Di didn't deny it, and you calmly smiled. "Really? Maybe it's because I've been into working out lately." At the same time, at Anchi Hospital in High City, Nungaklong remains unconscious after serious injuries from a car accident, with news constantly updating on major news outlets. The leader of Anchi Group accidentally becomes a vegetable, causing the company's stock to plummet. In the conference room on the top floor of Anchi Corporation, Ngoc-Lin sits at the center, her face showing clear signs of exhaustion as key employees keep urging her on. Lin, we have to support our families. Please understand." Hearing that, Ngoc-Lin's eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. "Are you all trying to ruin this company by selling low-priced shares to the Yui Dot creature?" "I insist. Please trust me. I will definitely turn the situation around." Suddenly, Fang Lu's mocking laughter echoed from outside the meeting room. As he entered, he immediately mocked Ngoc-Lin. "So, how do you plan to save this company?" Ngoc-Lin coldly glared at Fang Lu and asked what he was here for. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down slowly and said, "I am in charge of the Yuidak merger department and I am here to buy today. Here is the translation of the target line." Then Fang Lu took out a pre-prepared stock contract and held it up confidently. "Everyone, I've prepared the stock agreement. You can sign it now." Immediately, Chi's senior staff all picked up their pens and signed Fang Lu's contract without hesitation. Ngoc-Lin shouted in despair, "Don't sign!" And watching the backs of the former veteran members of Anchi Corporation, Ngoc-Lin helplessly sank to the ground amid Fang Lu's triumphant laughter. Ngoc-Lin painfully collapsed to the floor, her face blank. A fuck gently helped her to her feet. "Miss Tam, cheer up." Ngoc-Lin sadly looked at him. A fuck gently helped Ngoc-Lin sit on the chair and chose his words carefully to comfort her. "Young lady Tam, don't be discouraged. You still have a chance. Let's buy up the shares before the Yuat Dat group gathers the funds." Ngoc-Lin bowed her head, her voice sad. "You're right, I can't give up yet. But this amount of money isn't easy to get." Just then, Ngoc Ti and Ngoc Hai rush in from outside. Ngoc Hai shouts loudly, "Only 3! Well, young Feng Liu is a bastard. He took our house and kicked us out suddenly." Ngoc-Lin's phone screen lit up with a notification. The investment company under the creator's umbrella is once again spending money to acquire an internet business. Then Ngoc-Lin seemed to see a light at the end of the tunnel and exclaimed, "Yes, Datam, I can find Datam." At the creator headquarters, Liu Di leisurely walks into the office. As he passes the reception desk, the receptionist bows and says, "The boss has arrived, and a GAP has gone out for a social engagement." Liu Di nodded and said, "If someone comes to see me later, just let them into my office." She obediently replied, "Yes, boss." As Liu Di predicted, a few minutes later, Ngoc-Lin led Ngoc Hai and Ngoc Ti into the lobby. "As soon as they saw you, the receptionist invited you into Lord Lu's office." "Hello, Sir Tam has asked me to invite you to follow me. When they arrived at the door, the receptionist introduced, "This is the office of Lord Emperor 3. Please feel free to go in. I won't intrude." Behind the swivel chair, Liu Day's familiar voice slowly echoed, "Sit down." Goklan had no mood to sit. She hurriedly got straight to the point. "Mr. Emperor Tam, our corporation is facing difficulties, and we hope you can help us retain our shares. Any conditions are acceptable." Liu Day calmly lit a cigarette and replied coldly, "Miss Yen, what you're saying doesn't impress me at all." Goklan's eyes showed determination, and she asked, "Sorry, Lord Tam, what do we need to do for you to help us?" Liu Lord still did not turn around, simply speaking indifferently. "There is a document on the table. Answer the question above. I will only help if I am satisfied." The document contains only 2 lines. The first point is the weakness in the traditional model of Anqi Corporation. The second is how to solve the internal low performance issue. After reading, Ngok was secretly shocked. These issues all target the weaknesses. It's truly frightening. At this moment, Liu Day coldly said, "If these problems aren't solved, the Anqi group will eventually be doomed." He reached out to extinguish his cigarette and said, "Ngok, my email is on the document. Send me a solution that satisfies me before the share transfer. I will help you. Now go." Ngok quickly stepped forward, pushed the office door to leave, then suddenly turned her head back, thinking to herself that the sound of the lighter just now resembled the limited edition Jeepo 1 million copies from Liu Day. Behind the office door, Liu Di was indeed sitting at his desk, watching Ngok and her sister. When she reached the elevator, Ngok suddenly stopped, her face contemplative. The legendary deity king, the business tycoon of Daytam, is all Liu Day. Seeing Ngok enthusiasm, Ngok Hai softly calls her. "Are you okay, sister?" Ngok Tai beside her also asked. "Sister, have you seen Emperor San's face yet?" Ngok smiled. "Yes, very handsome, even more so than Liu Di." Ngok Ti and Ngok Hai both exclaimed together. "I see, then for Lord Tam, Sister 3 and I will take Lord Liu and Lord Not." Hearing the innocent words of the 2 sisters, Ngok only felt dizzy and foggy. Meanwhile, in Liu Day's office, he curiously asked Mo Tong why Yen Ngok wasn't affected by the mind invasion. Mo Tong adjusted his glasses and explained that the other shareholders of Anqi Corporation each had a single personality, but Yen Ngok was multiple personality. If the personality changes, then the mind invasion becomes ineffective. At this moment, Liu Day took out his phone, typing a message while sneering. "North Beiming, if heaven won't help you, don't blame me." The voice of Hoa Long quickly came through the line. "Hello, Liu. Do you have any instructions?" After hearing Liu Day's proposal, Hoa Long was a bit stunned. "Are you borrowing money, I heard correctly?" Liu Day smiled. "If you want to buy some things and keep capital out of it, I want to do it myself." Hoa Long remained silent for a moment, then reached for the water bottle and took a few sips. Meanwhile, Liu Day straightforwardly said, 20 billion right now. Hearing that, Hoa Long spat out all the water in his mouth without hesitation and agreed to Liu Day. "Okay, when will you pay back? Let's talk about it later. Consider it as me owing you a favor." Hoa Long also didn't ask further. He told Emperor Liu, "Give me some time. I will try to be as fast as possible." You quickly bid him farewell. "Goodbye." As soon as he hung up, Hoa Long immediately pressed the call button and said, "Gather all departments' funds, deposits, and reserves. I need 260 billion in 2 hours." Instantly, the departments of the Xinga group mobilized all personnel to raise 260 billion as quickly as possible. 2 hours later, Hoa Long sat in his office muttering, "This calculation method can target customer needs precisely and offer personalized suggestions. It's so powerful." Just then, Hoa Long's phone screen displayed a message notification. After reading the message, Hoa Long's eyes gradually lit up. So that's how it is. He stroked his chin and said, "Would it be better if he owed her a favor?" At the intermediary stock auction center, Ngok Ngok Tai, and Ngok Hai arrived very early. Fang Lu and Boss Pham were already seated in the waiting area. Fang Lu secretly snorted coldly. Ngok Hai leaned to Ngok and whispered into her ear, "Sister 3, if your plan doesn't satisfy Lord Tam after working so hard all night, what should we do?" Ngok sighed and decided to wait and see. At this moment on stage, the auctioneer announced clearly, "Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, 52.13% of Anqi Corporation's shares will be auctioned, both online and in the hall. Please prepare." A few minutes later, he slammed the gavel down and loudly announced, "The auction begins." Fang Lu signaled to Boss Pham, "This time we're going to make a big profit." Just as the auction began, Boss Pham decisively raised his hand, and soon the host announced that the online bidding was successful. The hammer in his hand struck down forcefully. "Congratulations on the successful auction. Congratulations," he enthusiastically announced. "Congratulations to Mr. Liu Di for successfully bidding 52.13% of Anqi Group's shares." At this moment, the auction room door swung open and Emperor Liu welcomed himself. Congratulations on my successful bid. As soon as I saw you, Ngok Thi and Ngok Hai cheered with joy. Liu Day, Director Pham, doesn't seem very happy. He snorted coldly. "In this day and age, anyone can get in here? Have the security guard kick him out." Liu Di calmly sat down. "The security guard has no right to kick me out." As he spoke, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out an object. In Liu Di's hand is a square box, and the entire hall suddenly erupts in chaos. Fong Lu sitting below claps his hands and murmurs, "That's impressive." The guests suddenly become stunned. They looked around in confusion, asking each other, "Where are we? Why am I here?" Lu Di calmly stood up and introduced himself. "I am Lu Di, the largest shareholder of Anqi Corporation and the only one with decision-making power." The host also confirmed Lu Di's statement. It was him who bought 52.13% of Anqi Group's shares for 260.3 billion in just 0.03 seconds during the online auction. After it ended, Ngoklin approached Lu Di and softly said, "Thank you." "Lu Di, don't worry. I will gather the money and recover the shares quickly." Lu Di's lips curl into a smile. "I've already bought Anqi. I won't let go, but I promise to keep the Yen family in Anqi." Ngoklin Ten asked him, "Lu Di, what exactly are you planning to do?" Lu Di didn't answer her. Instead, he succinctly ordered, "You have no right to know. Just follow my commands. First, immediately put Tong Aoduang Fong into the cabinet until he's blind. And second, inform the senior members of the group to attend a meeting in an hour. As for Yen Ngoklin, she is to revise the plan for me." At Anqi Corporation on the 29th floor, as the elevator door opened, Lu Di immediately saw Thien Thien, who was teasing him upon his arrival. "You little brat," she asked, "where you've been lately." Then Thien Thien suddenly pressed close to Lu Di in a flirtatious tone. "Do you miss me?" Lu Di quickly raised both hands, forcing a fake smile. "Thien Thien, let's catch up another day. I have something to do today." Then he hurriedly rushed into the meeting room. Thien Thien regretfully called after him. Today the new boss arrived, and Ngoklin isn't available. Finally, Lu Di safely entered the meeting room and turned to close the door. At this moment, the senior staff of Anqi Corporation were all present. Ngoklin stood up and greeted Lu Di. "Welcome the new chairman of Anqi Group, Mr. Liu Di." Everyone applauds enthusiastically to welcome him. Just then, Tian Tian also arrived and was stunned to realize that Lu Di was the new chairman of the board. Ngoklin handed you a folder of documents. "Chairman, this is the revised plan I prepared. Please take a look." Lu Di sneered coldly at a quick glance and called it trash. Ngoklin was unimpressed and seriously asked Liu Di what he meant by such treatment. Liu Di stands up, throws the documents aside, and calmly says, "The things on paper are just trash in my eyes." He then addresses all the staff clearly. "You do nothing but stand and watch. See how I try to save the situation. So what's the point of keeping you here?" This is the attitude of a cowardly weakling. At this point, Liu Di turned to Yen Ngoklin and asked her, "Do you know why I only acted at the last moment?" Yen Ngoklin pursed her lips shyly and looked down. Liu Di now continued, saying, "Because only through despair can a person truly grow." He declared firmly, "I announce two things. Mo is only involved in Project M069 of Anqi Group, and Yen Ngoklin is the new chairwoman of the board, fully responsible for operations, all to support each other. Liu Di reminds you to remember that from now on, only contact me in good news." You also didn't forget to remind them that Anqi Group doesn't support idlers. If you want to stay, prove your worth to me. After being enlightened by Lu Di, all the employees of Anqi Corporation shouted in unison, "Thank you, Chairman, for awakening us." Seeing Lu Di about to leave, Ngoklin softly called out to him. Then she bowed before Lu Di to thank him. A day later, in the freezing snowstorm, Lu Di nonchalantly performed a handstand. Motong observed and evaluated. "Lu Di, your body is breaking through faster than I expected." A smile curled at Lu Di's lips. "Have you seen my perseverance?" Motong nodded with satisfaction. "Your current consciousness release is at 75%. I really want to see how it works." At this moment, a swarm of flycams suddenly appeared in the sky like a giant hive of bees, approaching en masse. Motong explained that these flycams carry airburst grenades that can cause concussions within a 50-meter range. Hearing that, Liu Di somersaulted and landed on his feet. He smiled confidently and said, "Then bring it on." Immediately after, the flycams all released compressed air bombs into the sky. A few minutes later, Motong asked with concern, "Liu Di, what do you feel?" Liu Di replied calmly, his skin slightly numb but nothing else. Motong explained that this was the initial sense of danger, and he couldn't detect the target because he hadn't perceived an attack threat. Sure enough, a second later, the flycam suddenly changed direction and flew away. Liu Di immediately sharpens his alertness, his pupils constricting suddenly as a powerful laser strikes his body, causing his brows to furrow involuntarily. Motong stands beside and explains, "Liu Di, your physical strength has increased significantly, and the pain will be greatly reduced." Hearing this, Liu Di's eyes light up. "So that's how it is. Look at this." Then, thousands of laser beams alternated firing at Liu Di's body, and his figure moved so quickly that he spun left and right, with the naked eye unable to see his movements clearly. Liu Di said to Motong, "I feel like my body can't keep up with my thoughts, as if it's being restricted." Motong smiled, because it's being blocked by this hellish armor. After a while, Liu Di was soaked in sweat and kept panting. "I'm done!" Motong excitedly reveals that the more he pushes his limits, the more comfortable he becomes. He can unleash his fighting consciousness, and no one can be his opponent. But to do so, he needs to gain insight through real combat. Just saw some vague things in my mind like a very intense light. Motong's expression grew serious as he pushed up his glasses. Maybe that is the future of humanity, because he is considered an evolution of mankind. A new kind of humanity, Liu Di asked Motong out of curiosity. So what is a reformed person? It rubs its chin, causing the natural order of evolution to go against the law. Liu Dai asked further, "Are there any other new humans besides me?" Mo Tong shook his head and said no. It takes 2,000 years for a new person to appear, and this chosen one will drive the world's evolution. His mission is to accelerate the technological progress of the entire world. Liu Dai attentively listens to Mo Tong, his face momentarily contemplative. The chosen one. He looked up at the bright sunlight on the horizon, as if seeing the light of hope, the hope of all mankind. 2 months later, Mo Tong watched Liu Dai train and nodded with satisfaction. His rate of evolution still exceeds my imagination. The system reports Liu Dai's current transformation level at 99%. At this moment, the buzzing of the mosquito reached Liu Dai's ears, and he could feel it hovering around his arm. Smack! Liu Dai precisely kills the mosquito. Mo Tong suddenly called out to him, "Hey Liu Dai, it seems your girl is in trouble." At the same time, the system screen quickly displayed the current scene at the MISA headquarters. An hour ago, a fierce battle broke out at the MISA Assembly, the top-tier organization in High City. Liu Dai smirked, just as he was itching to try out a new human skill, but Mo Tong quickly warned him, "Don't get your hopes up too much, they're just small fry and won't help your plan at all." Liu Dai, on the other hand, believes that even the smallest are still meat. Currently, in a small town by the Lao River in Germany, Mr. Bach is focused on drafting documents on an old computer. "The main content I sent is fine. Are you still well?" Suddenly, the door burst open and his subordinate shouted out loud, "It's broken, Mr. Ban." Mr. Bach slowly adjusts his glasses, speaking calmly and unhurriedly, saying everything at his own pace. His subordinate obeyed, stabilized his breathing, and calmly reported that Heidao Ka was captured in High City of Hua, and the culprit was Emperor Tam. According to the observation, Emperor Tam is a reformer. Mr. Bach softly calls him over, saying, "Come here, your subordinate is more than enough." "Yes." A second later, the sound of gunfire rang out, splattering fresh blood everywhere. Mr. Box coldly looked at the subordinate's body. He snorted coldly and said, "Idiot, how many times do I have to tell you not to come looking for me, and you should call me Mister?" Suddenly, the computer on the desk unexpectedly issued a notification. "Dear Mr. Box, access control in Huoha has been loosened. We can continue our actions." He stepped forward, pressed a button, then Mr. Box suddenly shot and shattered the computer. On the screen, the computer shows the final lines listing the poker club victims. HC Dao K, Hao 9, Hao 7. The more he reads, the tighter Mr. Box's jaw clenches. In the 5th floor of the Demon Hall, "If you kill my son, I will bury you alive." After the surprise attack, Duit Van broke his arm and had to wear a cast. His subordinates, unwilling to accept this, gritted their teeth in anger and said, "Boss, they've come to our doorstep. We can't swallow this rage." Du Van remained silent. Then suddenly his phone rang, and from the other end came the voice of Uncle Seven. "Aho, your side already knows about this. Those people also came to cause trouble for us and hurt your third uncle." Hearing that, Giovan gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Do they dare to attack you? Aho, listen to what Shubei advises. They have a notable background, but let them take the territory. I have never been humiliated like this in my entire life. The brothers mobilized their men. Today we wipe them all out." Duvan's underlings Dong Thon shouted loudly, "All right, boss, we'll go with you and risk it all together. Just leave this to the men to handle this time." He frowned, trying to persuade her gently, "Hurry up and pack your things and go home, whether as a young lady or a wife. Just don't stay here." Nuak Diek disagreed, stepping closer to Duvan with a firm tone. "If you want to risk everything or die, then die together." "What are you talking about dying for, all of a sudden?" "You calmly declared, 'No one has to die. Just sit down.'" Seeing Liu Dai arrive, Diovan brought up her grievances to him. "Master Tam, you have to stand up for us." His junior also added, "Master Tam, a gang suddenly appeared in High City, led by a foreigner, and they are extremely domineering." Liu Di casually takes out a cigarette, and Noye helps him light it. At this moment, Liu Di's gaze suddenly lingers on the wound on her cheek. Your eyebrows unconsciously furrow. Liu Di gently caresses the wound on Nuodi's cheek. "Who caused this injury?" She looked away and said, "It's nothing, just a scratch." They are the Crazed Dragon Society, led by 3 brothers, with the second and third brothers as martial arts masters, and the eldest never revealing his face, rumored to be a divine being. You grind your teeth at Liu Dai's arrogance. "Damn you all." Liu Dai asks, "Who hurt Nuak Diek?" Nuak Diek was sad and didn't respond. Duvan, on the other hand, was furious and accused. "The third brother often reports he led the others to attack us, and during the chaos, he injured Nuak Diek." Liu Di coldly said, "Then start with him." Nuak Diek saw Liu Dai turn and leave, so he quickly stopped him. "Sir, don't go. If you interfere, it will affect your future." Liu Dai lowered her eyes, her tone cold. Someone reckless has hurt her. "This is the matter of the second emperor. I won't just stand by." Your words moved Nuak Diek deeply. She softly called, "Sir." Emperor Liu gently picked up a cotton swab, applying medicine to Nuak Diek while reassuring her. "Nuak Diek, trust me." Hearing Liu Dai's confident tone, Diovan grew more assured and also comforted Nuak Diek, saying, "It's fine. A hero deserves a beauty." Then, Liu Dai ordered his brothers in High Thi to go. at a foot massage parlor. As Liu Day was about to step in, Du Van's subordinate hurriedly ran in to report that the boss from the news agency had brought 30 henchmen today, but Liu Day remained calm and composed. You told the brothers in Haishi to wait for you, but everyone disagreed, each one saying a word to stop you. Sir D, are you going alone? The opponents are all experts. Liu Day didn't bother, still walking into the foot massage parlor alone. 2 minutes later, Liu Day still hadn't come out, and Nuok DX started to worry. Is it okay that Day and Hai has been inside for so long? Dewin snorted coldly. Let's rush in together. Before they could enter, the usual report was already dragged out by Liu D. Looking at the muscular young man with no clothes on and his eyes rolled back, everyone was momentarily stunned. Emperor Liu pointed at him and said, "This is the messenger." He casually ordered to take him back while puffing on his cigarette, and Du Van's subordinates couldn't help but admire Liu Day. After resolving the situation, Lord Second is truly extraordinary. A powerful person needs no words. Then the two of them hurriedly went to take the usual messenger back to the Misa headquarters. After being taken to the Misa headquarters, Thuong Bao was tied up with his hands behind his back. He kept coughing and asked, "Where did that brat come from?" Taking advantage of me sneaking around like a sneaky bastard, Liu Day stroked his chin, just saving time. Thuong Bao grits his teeth and threatens you. "Do you know who my brother is? My brother will settle the score with you." Liu Day naturally isn't afraid. He snorts coldly. "Perfect timing. Go to hell." Du Van held out his phone in front of Thuong Bao and shouted fiercely, "Call your brother! Tonight at midnight at the abandoned stadium in the northern outskirts, no excuses, no return." Thuong Bao arrogantly warns, "Don't forget you made the appointment, and don't back out then." Du Van angrily kicks him. Our Black Lake gang has never backed down. Tonight, under the pouring rain, our subordinates from both gangs arrived on time. From above, you can see that the Kuang Long gang is larger than the Hak Ho gang. Thuong Bao is now gagged and can only make muffled sounds. Thuong Long's underlings just arrived and ordered him to release the boss. Du Van angrily pointed at his face and scolded, "Thuong Long, Thuong Ho is here." He really looks down on everyone. Emperor Liu still maintains his relaxed demeanor, smoking his cigarette leisurely. On the rooftop of the building across, Uncle Seven sighed as he watched the scene before him. The Black Lake gang had become smaller and was also injured. It looks like this time Teo Tung is doomed. Seeing Uncle Seven so worried, Fifth Brother spoke up to reassure him. "I heard that the Black Lake gang invited a boss named Second Emperor, whose methods are extraordinary." Uncle Seven just shook his head sadly, saying, "Brother Wu, it's best not to hope too much. The gap is too big." Seeing that it was getting late, Liu Di calmly stood up and instructed Diao Wen Heihu to tell the brothers if he fell, everyone should move on. Hearing this, Jiao Wen hesitated briefly. "Here," Liu Di calmly hands the coat to Nuok Diek. Holding your coat in his hand, Roshia hesitated and said, "Sir?" Liu Di, while flexing his fingers, softly reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Liu Di calmly took a black silk cloth to cover his eyes. On the rooftop, the old man saw the fierce members of the Crazy Dragon Society, and combined with Liu Di's strange behavior, he couldn't help but marvel. If not dead, then surely a hero. And so, in the pouring rain, Liu Di faced over 600 armed thugs alone, while Mo Tong beside him couldn't help but marvel. Wow, that's impressive. 600 determined people, plus the rain making it even harder. Really a great test of willpower. A moment later, the battle officially begins as hundreds of fierce enemies rush in to attack Emperor Liu. He swiftly leaps into the air, using lightning-fast speed to charge at them, as screams and clashing weapons fill the air with an overwhelming aura. Liu Di was as fast as lightning, knocking out each enemy with a punch or a kick in an instant. He thought to himself, too slow, even Mo Tong would be shocked. The speed of nerve transmission reaches 240%, and in an instant, a surge of immense power is unleashed by Liu Di. Your shout contains powerful inner strength, and your attack speed has reached a new level. The overlapping figures make it impossible for the ordinary eye to see how Liu Di strikes. Mo Tong excitedly cheers for you, with an overall transformation rate of 99% and still holding strong. The thugs beaten by Liu Di are left with broken jaws and teeth, still not understanding why they were beaten. Soon, they all fell unconscious one by one, collapsing as if they had been struck by a powerful blow. At this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out, and the sound of a bullet whizzing through the air reached Liu Dai's ears. He easily tilted his head, and the bullet just grazed his temple. In an instant, Liu Dai had vanished. The marksman with the gun was stunned, confused, and asked himself, "Where did he go?" Suddenly, he heard Liu Dai's familiar voice from behind. Here it is. Before he could even turn around, Liu Dai directly pressed his head down, face to the ground. He sneered coldly and sent you on your way. After eliminating all of the Kuang Long Hoi's followers, Liu Dai slowly removed the silk blindfold. Mo Tong happily reports that the body transformation rate is 100%, and he can continue leveling up. Uncle Seven watches Liu Dai from afar, muttering, "The underworld of High City will have to be united from now on." Nyuk Dik happily runs over to Liu Dai with her umbrella. "Sir, the Black Wolf Gang has made a name for itself this time." Liu Dai smiled and said, "This battle was both to train myself and to show others the consequences of messing with her. This truly moved Nuok Diek." Her cheeks slightly flushed. Miss Li Shi bowed and said, "Thank you, sir." At this moment, Uncle Seven confidently announced that the Black Lake Crazy Dragon challenged the war. The Black Lake team won all, truly deserving of the #1 gang in High City, the hero Second Emperor. Hearing that, the entire Black Lake gang cheered together. In Duanhua's office, he was now focused on reading the report from the battle between the Black Lake gang and the Crazy Dragon Society. The nickname, the city's war god, blindfolded, fought off 600 enemies quickly and caught the assassin. Did you get any video footage? The others quickly followed suit, and everyone was injured. Duanhua's gaze became distant, as if he had guessed the identity of the Second Emperor, involved in the underworld. What is this god planning to do? Get in the car. Duanhua drives straight to Liu Di's house. He politely reached out and knocked on the door. After a few knocks, Emperor Liu finally opened it. While nibbling on an apple, he asked, "Who is it?" When he saw Liu Di, Duanhua greeted him warmly. "Did the great Emperor Erzi sleep well last night?" Liu Di directly dismisses Duanhua's assumption, saying you have the wrong person. Donghua nodded and said, "Well, yes you are Liu Di, the boss of Song 2, the darling of technology. How could you be so reckless as to become a mafia boss?" Liu Di calmly replied to Donghua, "Look, even you are contradicting your own opinion." Of course, Donghua knew that Liu Di was just pretending, so he agreed to cooperate and play along. "Have you heard the legend of the Second Emperor hero from yesterday? I've ordered a temporary halt to the investigation. Little Emperor 2 should be grateful to me." Liu Di silently chewed the apple. Before leaving, Duanhua deliberately told Liu Di, "If I were the Second Emperor, I would help the benefactor investigate the international human trafficking case." He turned back with a suggestive tone. "Do you want to learn more about the case, kid?" Liu Di firmly shook his head and said, "I don't want to. I am not the Second Emperor." "Officer Duan, I guess the Second Emperor doesn't have a girlfriend, right?" Hearing the teasing implication from Officer Duan, Liu Diang was annoyed and pointed at him, "You're acting unprofessional." Then, Duanhua took out his phone, and the screen displayed a picture of a young, pretty girl. He smirked. "Isn't she lovely?" Liu Di stroked his chin and said, "Well then, Chief Officer Duanhua, when you retire, you could do matchmaking services." Duanhua angrily scolded Liu Di, "Your mouth, kid. You really repay kindness with enmity." Liu Di also stopped teasing Duanhua and seriously told him, "I, as the second prince, would handle the immediate matter first and then help him catch everything in one go. This all comes from Dani's good heart." Master Liu Di agrees to help me investigate. Duanhua nodded satisfactorily and said, "Well, very well. Then I will reluctantly give Dani a chance." Liu Di cheerfully told Duanhua, "I have a gift for you today." Duanhua asked curiously, "What fruit?" Liu Di calmly replied, "An international assassin." Duanhua's brow furrowed slightly. "Where?" Just then, a car suddenly sped straight toward Liu Di and Duanhua. Luckily, Liu Di reacted quickly. Both Yu and Duanhua leapt at the same time, avoiding the car's blind spot. Liu Di quickly kicked the door, shattered the glass, and directly kicked the international assassin driving the car in the head. In a flash, the car lost control, and the international assassin had to break the window and rush out. As he rubbed his head and cursed, he hadn't even regained his composure when he was hit by a fiery punch from Liu Di. The international assassin immediately collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Liu Di took a 6 card from his person. Duanhua walks over from behind, teasing Liu Di. "Come on, what rank are you in the rehabilitation system?" Liu Di burst out laughing, saying, "If the chief inspector wants to give me a rank, it must be his younger brother." Duanhua thought seriously, but this rank doesn't exist in the system. "This time it's Liu Di's turn to tease you. Commander Duan, I'm giving you a killer. Will you reward me with a medal for my contribution to the people?" Hua snorted coldly. "Your kid has gone after the assassin, or should I send someone?" Halfway through, he suddenly shook his head. "Forget it. With your twisted nature, even my people wouldn't be of any use." Liu Di then suggested, "Do you have a legacy that allows you to break through in the field of modification? You are determined that within a month you can help him reform 10 super soldiers from A7 or higher, enough to pressure the Heavenly Law clan of the Black Mountain General." Deletion nodded with satisfaction. "I like this idea." Then Liu Di turned around and said goodbye to Duanhua. "That's all. I'll take my leave if there's nothing else." "Do you plan to leave first?" "Today has been troublesome." Duanhua angrily shouted, "You said you are not the second prince." Liu Di confidently declares, "If you have proof, I will accept it." When he arrives at the Misa nightclub headquarters, Diu Van's followers cheerfully greet him. "Sir, Second Emperor has arrived." One of them steps forward to update Liu Di for clarity. "Second Master, the Black Wolf boss is trapped in his office, his life and death unknown." Liu Di calmly steps inside, boldly kicking open the door to reveal a battlefield inside. The Hak Ho gang brothers lie scattered on the floor, while Diu Van is restrained by Xiao Xuan in the center. A Thuong Long's subordinate sits arrogantly on the table, smirking as Liu Di enters. The big fish has arrived. Diu Van was now seriously injured, with Xiao Xuan gripping his neck tightly with one hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Liu Di silently sighed, and Xiao Xuan suddenly released his hold, causing Diu Van to collapse to the ground. Thoroughly looking down on him, the thug of Thuong Long sneered. "Street warlord is just so-so, huh?" he arrogantly declared. "Today with the berserker, I can crush whoever I want." Liu Di slowly stroked his chin and said, "Xiao Xuan, come here. The crazy warrior doesn't suit you." Hearing the name Xiao Xuan, the thug was momentarily stunned. He had no idea that Xiao Xuan was standing behind him, and a single move dislocated his jaw. Thuong Long's follower immediately spat blood, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Xiao Xuan shyly told Liu Di, "They said they would help me investigate my background, so I agreed." Liu Di gently patted her head and said, "I don't blame you. They are human traffickers and are very good at deceiving people." At the headquarters of the Black Lake Gang, a series of prominent members wearing sunglasses gradually entered inside. The room quickly became crowded. Uncle Seven praised him, saying, "Master Yei is really quick. He's already gathered 2 of the Kuang Long Gang's bosses. Please don't rush. There's still one more guest who hasn't arrived yet." Sure enough, in less than a minute, a member of the Black Lake Gang rushed in to report that the boss of the Crazy Dragon Gang, Thuong Long, had arrived. Hearing that, Uncle Seven couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" Soon after, 2 young men pushed in a wheelchair covered with a red cloth from outside. The one among them spoke up, saying, "Boss, if we talk about the second highest position, the Crazy Dragon should also have a celebration." Then both of them pushed the wheelchair straight ahead. The red cloth suddenly fell away, revealing a blood-stained goat's head underneath. One of the 2 young men continued, "The boss said this fresh flavor will be even more special and exciting." Xiao Xuan immediately charged at the 2 young men, her right hand delivering a punch to one's face while her right leg simultaneously kicked the other. In an instant, both of them collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Emperor Liu faintly said, "These 2 guys are too arrogant. They must have prepared for this." Exactly 1 second later, the glass door of the room shattered and the boss of the Crazy Dragon Gang officially appeared. He boldly entered inside, and upon seeing Liu Di, Shuang Long pointed directly at his face and loudly criticized him. "You are the second emperor, a relative who disrespects ordinary disciples. I am ashamed of you today. I will deal with your little pest." His words made everyone in the room break out in cold sweat. Xiao Xuan, furious, charged at him, but Thuong Long only needed one move to strike directly at Xiao Xuan's weak point. He roared, "If the food is served on your plate, don't blame me for not eating it." Xiao Xuan grimaced in pain, clutching his stomach and quickly stepping back. Lu Da then stood up and softly said, "Xiao Xuan, rest now." Just a glance at Cheng Long, Mo Tong immediately recognized that this person had activated his subconscious power, which was the hypnotism of Northmen level A10. Lu Di immediately understood. No wonder Xiao Xuan lost. He sneered coldly, "I wasn't planning to get involved in your affairs, but you keep rushing headfirst like moths to a flame." Thuong Long sneered at Lu Di. "Trash is still trash. No need to boast so much. Today you will die. Surrender your life." Then he aggressively attacked. Lu Di's lips curled up. "Let's see if you have the skill first." In just a moment, Liu Di easily defeated Cheng Long, who then slammed his entire body into a wooden cabinet, completely losing consciousness. After defeating Thuong Long, Liu Di sternly ordered the members of the Black Lake Gang, "Sit down." His face suddenly turned grim. "I just want them to know that if they touch someone close to me, I will make them pay 10 times over." Liu Di silently thought, "Then let's see." He pressed the pen, and immediately a circle of energy radiated out. "You order Thuong Long." Hearing his name, he replies, "Yes." Emperor Liu used his power to question him. "Have you ever met Thu Bok Min, Thuong Long?" Thuong Long quickly bowed his head. "Thuong Long from the dark web pays respect to the masters of Bok Min, as foretold by your prophecy. Thuong Long must complete it even if it costs him his life." The system displays the words North Ming Guild related to folk religious organizations and deities. Liu Di was quite pleased and found it interesting that Bok Min had established a superstitious organization. He remembered Fang Lu's words saying, "I will report to my superior for credit and rewards." He secretly thought that Mo Tong was investigating the transaction between Thuong Long and Lam Kan Tan, the chairman of the Ware Group. Mo Tong deduced that every 5 days, Thuong Long and Lam Kan Tan would both visit this church. Lu Da looked at the ring and sighed. Interesting. He thought, Dang Hua Long said, "This is the key to the highest level. Does it also help me play?" After a while, Don Hua looked through the documents so quickly and realized this was just a part of the criminal organization's case files. He sighed, regretting that this was only the tip of the iceberg. Subordinate of Duan Hua rushes over with a stack of documents and says, "Boss, there's new intel from the underground world. Many factions are suddenly shutting down nightclubs, bathhouses, and casinos under their control." Duan Hua was confused. What do they really want to do? He reported that they supposedly want to run legitimate businesses like bars, cafes, restaurants, bookstores, and even high-tech industries. Duan Hua frowned. Do they know or what? And there's high technology too. The underboss of Duan Hua said, "According to informants, it's said to be because the second boss made the decision." Duan Hua reasoned, "If that's the case, then there's no need to monitor the underground world anymore. Just let them do as they please." Anyway, it's a matter of the royal party. He asked, "Where is Miss Lai?" My subordinate reported that she has been playing all day in High City since she arrived, and we have no other way with her. The waiter places the cappuccino on the table. "Here is your cappuccino, sir." Liu Di lifts the drink and thanks you. He calmly takes a sip in front of the church door as the church bell rings. Ding dong. A pair of feet step in front of the church door. The gatekeeper asks for the token before handing it over, and Emperor Liu confidently raises his hand to reveal the ring. The believer then points to a device mounted on the wall. Welcome. This believer invites you to hand over the communication device on your person for verification by the Eye of Fate. The system displays.
This is the iris scanner device, which can match the member's information. Don't worry, I can handle it.
I will replace Chang Long's information for you. The cry from the Eye of Fate sounds out. Tinh thần nhận kính trọng, hoan nghênh ngài gia nhập làn truyền giao này. Lưu Dê buộc vào trong, cử dầu chào hai tin do canh cửa. Chào mừng thần nhận gen nổi. You secretly thought that Thu Bachman's organization was quite strict in protecting the identities of their members, as Lu Dê was given a cloak by a follower. The envoy raised both hands to the sky and shouted, "The ninth sect of the Divine Net is spreading the doctrine outside, so I will complete this mission." Lu Dê sneaked among the believers and thought, Bachman's forces are quite powerful. The envoy ordered, "Everyone report on your mission progress." A follower responded, "The arrangements at the bank are complete." Liu Di looked at the resume provided by Motong, secretly thinking this person is the president of Hoa Bach Bank. The blonde disciple said, reporting to the envoy, "The work of the 12 media companies is ready." Another believer reports to the envoy, "I have arranged 3 divine beings and the army, and will cause a disturbance in public opinion." Canton, in his cloak, stammers, "Envoy, the purchase of the medical equipment group has been halted on my side, but please give me another chance. I will quickly find a better new target." Lu Di realizes this person is Lam Kan, the chairman of U Biological Now. The envoy remains calm, and the benevolent North Ming god allows his subjects to make mistakes, perhaps this time not punishing, but warning. After finishing, he raised both hands and shouted, "Prepare yourselves and welcome the unification of the North Ming Palace." Emperor Liu silently thought, such a grand chessboard. All realms are intertwined on this game. Emperor Liu removes his cloak and approaches the messenger using his hypnotic ability with the support of a pen. "Everyone, I am the celestial emperor of the divine realm, and North Ming god is my general." The disciples, under the influence of the power, bow respectfully and pay their respects to the heavenly emperor. Malton looks happy. "Emperor Liu, it seems the effect of this hypnosis is quite good." Emperor Liu announced that today I am specially appointed as an envoy to oversee the training during this descent of the Northern Bright God. You must continue to keep this secret from Min Than so as not to affect him. In the future, when he sees my purple magic eye, all the followers of the Northern Bright Palace will have to obey unconditionally. Obey my order. The followers immediately clasp their hands together and follow the divine command. What is the divine title of the deity? Lu Di responds, "The divine emperor of the 5. A voice echoed throughout the church, and Cantun followed the command of the divine being, the 5th emperor. Motong praised, "Lu Di, this is good. Just wait for the fishermen to benefit." Lu Di silently thought, "Motong, your style is quite good from now on." A moment later, Lu Di closed his eyes to meditate, while Motong flew around saying, "The new stage of humanity has achieved the liberation of the fighting potential. In terms of physical combat, no one is my match, but Bei Ming Shu's special abilities are quite difficult to counter." She pouts and says, "If you're interested in these little tricks, you can learn them. But only after reaching the 2nd stage of humanity will the restrictions be lifted." Motong crossed his arms again, but he said it could only be done after I upgrade the gene analysis and translation program. Lu Di turned around and ordered him, "Then why don't you hurry up and upgrade the program?" Motong pouted in anger, only knowing to regret. They are still children, so what if they missed a few assignments? "They don't care about you, I'm leaving now." A hand knocked on the door from outside. "Lu, your food has arrived." Lu Di immediately went to open the door and only saw the delivery guy say, "Here's an extra glass of water. Enjoy your meal." Without hesitation, Lu Di delivered a powerful kick to the guy and knocked him down. He took the water bottle and praised him, "Your Chinese is pretty good." Then, Lu Di shoved the water bottle into the delivery person's hand and used this pathetic murder method. He looked at the corpse and smugly waved his hand. Suddenly, a person with a walking stick approached and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Kon Tang. I joined the poker club to challenge the strong. Let's have a fight." Lu Di straightened his collar and looked for an excuse to refuse. "I have plans today and no time to play with you. The system shows that this character is level B or higher, has a 6th sense, and can assist with precise attacks." Liu Di walks straight past him and gets into the car. Kon Tang grits his teeth in anger. "The mighty emperor of the 3rd realm. If you don't want to fight today, don't even think about leaving here." Lu Di, hands in his pockets, waited confidently for you to defeat my brother before speaking. At the coast of Hong River Sea City, in a crowded area filled with nobles, young ladies, and wealthy gentlemen, that is Kiss 2. Liu Di stepped out of the car and looked directly at the main entrance. The 2 girls greeting the guests then envied and looked for that lucky boy. Lu Di tried to enter but was stopped by Kiss's security. "Sir, this place is very crowded and we need to check assets. A minimum of 300 million is required to enter." Lu Di nonchalantly hands him the card to scan. Seeing the amount displayed on Kiss's security scanner, he could only gape in amazement. He thought to himself, over 100 billion, this is a big shot, not to be offended. The security guard of Kiss 2 immediately let you in. "Sir, please go ahead." On the stage, Na Fi is singing now, lost in her performance. Lu Di takes a sip of water and quietly praises her, saying she's not bad at singing, but she's missing the spirit of Day Not, when suddenly a hand rests on the table in front of him. Nafi's brother sitting next to him is chatting with Lu Di. He looks so handsome. "My name is Nafi. What's your name?" "Lu Di. Do you also want to know what I do for a living? Lu Di generously said, I am a program researcher and my part-time job is in the underworld. In-Ha Fi chuckled. That's really interesting. After arriving in China, I met the greatest singer I love, the amazing J Minnie, and today I also met Lu Di. A fascinating man, this trip was truly worthwhile. Watching Lu Di and In-Ha Fi walk away hand in hand, a few jealous men wondered why that poor guy was taking the goddess with him. Does he deserve her? Suddenly, a figure stepped in their way, a man with a group of guards, bitter about Na-Fi following Lu Di, and challenged them. Kid, you must be tired of living if you dare to lay a hand on my woman. Emperor Liu quickly made an excuse to leave. Miss Na-Fi, these people are in your hands. I have some matters to attend to. Na-Fi looked embarrassed on the surface. Brother, aren't you going to be a hero and save the beauty? Liu Di avoids the long night and quickly leaves. I believe in her. Later, one of them was knocked out by Liu Di pressing his head against the wall, and he let go, allowing the body to fall heavily to the ground. Liu Di glanced at the system and thought to himself that Na-Fi handled the thugs quite well. When he turned around, he saw that she had arrived silently from somewhere. She smiled and said, the guy suddenly had a conscience and left. Liu Di lit a cigarette.
Well, then, I hope they see the light of day soon. Na-Fi leans towards him.
Where did you go just now? Why did you leave me alone in front of those bad guys? Liu Di replied, I took the chance to go fight some assassins. Na-Fi looked at him admiringly and said, you're so heroic. I thought you were scared and ran away if you didn't say anything. Let's go home now. Liu Di led Na-Fi to the car, and she said, how can a car like this match your aura? Na-Fi suggests, my driver will take you. Liu Di happily agrees, completely willing. At this moment, Mo Tong appears. This girl's family is very wealthy, one of the oldest trading families in Europe. Later, a luxury car speeds down the winding road. Na-Fi happily raises her hand to catch the cool breeze at the hotel entrance and says, big brother, I have a presidential suite. Let's go up and have a few drinks. Liu Di immediately refused, saying, it's hard to explain a young woman and a man alone. I better head back. Na-Fi then sighed, showing her disappointment. Brother, can you go with me tomorrow? I want to go to the Black Gang. Liu Di turned around confidently and said, maybe. Later, the car sped down the road when suddenly he received a notification. Opening it, he saw Na-Fi had sent a picture of her pajamas with a question. Big brother, do you think I look good in this pajamas? Mo Tong appeared from behind you, revealing mostly flesh. What kind of person are you, Liu? Liu Di hesitated. Mo Tong, stop staring and drive. I need some peace and quiet. A moment later, Xiao Ha was exchanging attacks with Confronting when suddenly someone stepped forward. Well done, Liu Di calmly said. It seems the two are having a great time. Xiao Ha excitedly said, brother, this guy is so persistent. He's really fascinating. Confronting still remains calm. The three strongest emperors, I admit your brother is very powerful, but I believe I can defeat him in 3 days. Liu Di gestured into the distance and said, Xiao Ha, if Confronting is thirsty and tired, go inside to drink water and eat. Mo Tong added, Confronting's perfect aim is also a form of subconscious awakening. Liu Di communicates with him telepathically. I see Confronting is still constantly improving. You quite highly regard Tu Ha's abilities. Although Xiao Ha has no special abilities, it's not easy for Confronting to defeat him. Mo Tong sighed, human endurance is truly terrifying. In the morning, Confronting sat eating bread under a tree, while Tio Ha, the boy, was cleaning his robotic arm. Liu Di and the second-generation Gao Gao dog approached. At this point, both of them are tired from fighting. So let's eat something first. The second-generation Gao Gao dog opens the bag on its back, revealing delicious food inside. Xiao Ha and Confronting immediately start eating ravenously. Liu Di says, I still have things to do, so I won't stay here to watch your savage eating anymore. Although Confronting's face was covered in food, he still didn't forget about fighting. I will challenge you after I deal with this TPR guy tonight. A car is parked in front of the hotel. Na-Fi smooths her long, glossy hair. She sat in the passenger seat and asked, Brother, how do I need to do to make you fall in love with me? Mo Tong appeared, saying something that made Emperor Liu feel embarrassed. Liu Di, your heartbeat is speeding up again. This girl has an unusual magnetic field and the ability to hypnotize. He immediately choked and cleared his throat to regain his composure. Na-Fi, leaning on the door, asked, All right then, finding the answer yourself is more satisfying. Big brother, do you like the female version of the underground boss? Liu Di replied, I guess so. She happily drapes her arm over his shoulder and says, Let's go then. Handle the recent chaos caused by the Long Bang fanatics first. Liu Di tried to hold back her excitement. No, I'm driving. Later, a pair of high heels gently touched the ground. Na-Fi walked ahead and said, Brother, just stay behind me. She forcefully pushed open the door, revealing a group of people covered in scars sitting inside. Na-Fi approached and asked one of them, Where's your boss? He replied, Our boss has been defeated. We were beaten by a demon. Hearing that, Na-Fi felt helpless, wondering if the intelligence was wrong. Was Thuong Long really overthrown? Suddenly, a dashing man with styled hair approached. Beauty, are you being bullied? Help me go avenge, then we'll go drink and celebrate. He smiled lecherously. Liu Di walks up behind her. Hey, those two guys panicked when they saw him. It's him. He already killed the leader. Immediately afterward, the crowd scattered in panic. Running quickly, he turned to her and said, Miss Na-Fi, it seems the person you're looking for isn't here anymore. Yafi asked, "Is the demon they talk about you?" Lu Day immediately denied. "They got the wrong person." Yafi turned away. "Well then, brother, I'll go do my makeup." In the women's restroom, Nafi types a message on her phone with a serious expression. She asks someone to investigate Lu D's background. The car passes along a winding road through the mountain ranges. A notification appears. Lu D, the organization behind L, is investigating your personal information. Lu D casually ordered them to create a fake identity for him. Meanwhile, Nafi looked at the information provided about Lu Day, which roughly stated that he was named Lu Day, 26 years old, an ordinary citizen of Hua, a single employee at Anchi Corporation with no bad habits, a house and a car, and they even found out his height, weight, and hobbies. Yafi looked at the information on her phone and thought smugly. Following her preferences, this time she had won. She turned off her phone and proposed to Liu Di. "If the Guanglong gang is not an option, then we will go to High City to find the biggest gang." He immediately agreed, no problem. Later, Liu Di let Nyafi get out of the car first while he parked the vehicle. I parked mine first. Nyafi walked in alone. The receptionist asked for her name, work experience, and the position she was applying for. Nyafi said, "I want to meet your boss." The receptionist agreed, "All right, I'll take you there." He cheerfully said, All right, Miss Nyafi wants to join us. It's our honor." He pointed, "Boss, I was about to appoint her when Lu Di entered from outside." Nyafi, not recognizing, asked what she was assigned to do. Lu Day signaled him to stay silent and said she was appointed as the path leader. Nyafi took Lu Day's arm and said, "Brother, from now on we should focus on the main task. Let's go." Then, at the Vendong building, Nyafi suggests that your company's algorithm is leading the world and hopes you can help find some children. Tianjiang Pia looked puzzled and asked why they didn't contact the hospital directly, since this wasn't a small matter. Nyafi crossed her arms and said she trusted her friends. As she finished speaking, Thian Jap and Lu Day exchanged ambiguous looks. He said, "I need 2 days." A little later, Nyafi stood in front of the hotel door and said, "I can go up by myself. Thank you for coming with me today." She asked directly without hesitation, "Do you like female police officers? I'll come find you when I solve the case." Lu Di Tricot, I wish you success in your mission. Hearing that, Nyafi couldn't help but be lost in her thoughts. Doing so much, Lu Di probably likes me too. The car gradually drove away and Nyafi waved goodbye. Good news! The phone shows a notification that the chief has confirmed the preparations are complete, and the plan remains unchanged. 3 days later, the demon that eats children will be captured. Are you teasing Emperor Liu in the car? Is that true? Helping her go smoothly like that? You don't really mind, considering it as repaying the debt you owe to Duanhua. The wind blows over a hill. Kontang speaks up. "Tepar, let's pause here for now. We need to conserve some energy." Xiaosha turned back to look at Tuiyun. "After all, he's no match for me." He looked at his beloved staff and thought to himself, once I kill a few useless players from the poker club, it will prove I'm strong. Then I might have a chance to fight the third emperor. Lu Day gazed into the distance and asked, "Kontang, is there nothing you want to say to me?" Kontang admitted. "Elite of the third emperor, you can't hide this from me either. 12 assassins from the Poker Society will arrive here tonight at midnight to carry out the assassination order." He continued, "I didn't want to tell you. I wanted to handle everything myself." Lu Day smirked and lit a cigarette, revealing there are actually 30 people. Foreigners? 27 men and 3 women, pointing far away, separated into groups there and over there. Lu Di pointed towards the forest, and there were also 2 people hidden in the grass on the other side with their eyes closed. Kontang confirmed, "Kwang Jiadatam, you must also have some awakening potential." Lu Di turned to look at him. "Kontang, haven't you always wanted to fight me? Today, I give you a chance." Kontang was a bit cautious, comparing the number of assassins killed, "but I don't know where they are." Xiaosha quickly put something on his hand, attaching it securely. Kontang marveled at this advanced technology. Hacking technique. Nyafi looks at the notification on her phone, warning of an SES-level Special Forces operation. A large number of modified individuals appearing in the city she is in, including 25 A-level mutants and 5 B-level mutants. Please cooperate quickly with the High Shi special team to avoid a large-scale incident. She worriedly said, "Captain Doan, we need to take necessary action." Donghua calmly replied, "Don't worry, we have the divine deity who can handle it quickly." Master Wei ordered everyone to prepare rescue vehicles and stretchers, and there are 30 empty detention cells ready to welcome our international guests. Duanhua turned to Nafi and said, "Forget about the SS level warning. We should figure out how to catch that child-eating demon. Captain Doan, your laziness will only bring disaster to our organization." Tonight, Kim Fat, filled with revenge, is relaxing with beautiful young women by the pool. He reminded his sister that tonight he must kill a mouse, and after that, he will come back to play with the girls. The girl in the pink dress lying next to Kim Fat blushes as she praises him. "Kim Fat, your muscles are so bulging and you're really strong, right?" Hearing this, Kim Fat suddenly lifts the girl next to him with one hand. "Of course you're a god among humans." Lu Day looked down from above as he rushed quickly toward Kim Fat. When he heard the noise, but because Lu Day's attack was too sudden, he couldn't defend himself, and the boy plunged straight into the pool, splashing water and himself everywhere. Kim Fat was easily defeated by Lu Di. He calmly walks away as the girls scream in shock after winning the 5th card of the poker game. Meanwhile, Confronting also leaps down from the high floor. He aimed straight at the white car and swung his stick. With just one strike, Confronting shattered the entire vehicle. He was excited to have solved 3 black envelopes. Confronting was stunned. The powerful Emperor III is so fast he quickly pulls out a grenade. I have to save time. As soon as he finishes, Confronting hits the grenade with his stick, making it fly away. The grenade explodes towards the direction of movement, hitting the opposite building. Confronting is pleased. The first floor, 6 soldiers have finished the job. While he was celebrating, Liu Day's curse echoed from the phone. Confronting, your crazy ass can't use hand grenades in the city, hurting innocent people, losing points. Confronting is helpless. Got it. 20 minutes later, the sound of sirens blared.
Manhwa saw many injured people being carried into ambulances. Nafi recognized 26 of them, all of whom were A-level reformed individuals. Manhwa took a sip of water, realizing it was all caused by a single punch, probably not very high level.
Niefi is worried. The 4 strongest B-level assassins haven't appeared yet, and she wonders if the deity he mentioned can handle it. Does Manhwa know what level that deity is? Make it a bit more common. The 27th letter. N. He bent down, and Manhwa pointed to the symbol on the ground. This is the rank of the God King. The fragrant aroma rises from the skewered grilled dishes. Ludi and Teo-ha camped together on the mountaintop. Teo-ha turned to say, Brother, Confronting seems to be injured. Don't worry, he's fine, just cut by a piece of broken glass. Confronting, holding the bottle, sat behind Ludi and said coldly, I already checked on him. The assassins I've killed don't have small tattoos. He lifts the bottle, realizing that I still remember the long-held wish of my assassin. I'm really impressed by you, Ludi asked. How much do you understand about the Poker Society? Are you trying to find Mr. Ban? I have tracked some of their members before. He recounted that in Europe, Texas discovered a telegraph machine. Emperor Liu was pleased. What you said is enough, and the sender's range has also been locked. Modon steps forward to take responsibility. I can handle this. Confronting advises, as a powerful 3rd emperor, you'd better think about how to deal with the Poker Society's killing order. The 4 aces along with the 2 strongest bluff cards from the poker club haven't appeared yet. Xiaoha couldn't help but sob upon hearing this. Confronting. What do you mean by the strongest chess move? At your place I would have already died. Ludi looked up at the faint moon in the night sky. Those 4 aces will probably arrive soon. Confronting, holding his staff, stands up, so I have to warm up. Liu Day warns of killing intent, and suddenly, Teo-ha shatters a bottle of wine. System notification. An unidentified change is occurring in Xiaoha's body. His physical strength is surging. He has a special talent. Confronting is trying to transform. Is this TPR's plan? Liu Day quickly slaps Teo-ha on the neck, causing the boy to faint. Xiaoha, you should go to sleep for a while to avoid harming innocent people. In the distance, a group is watching every move of Votuang and the Chain People. They all speak out together. Without a trump card, it seems everyone else is afraid. Only you and us. Votuang affirms that the Chain People are also useless. The head of Emperor 3, no one but me can take it. The Chains all said together, once I deal with Emperor 3, we will settle the score. Votuang ignored them and left, as the bright moonlight shone down on the forest and the flames flickered fiercely. When did the group of Daeshich and Votuang stand there? Their gazes fixed straight ahead. Liu Day and Confronting also showed no fear, standing with commanding presence. Daeshich frowns and criticizes, 2. You traitor, how could you side with the target? Your assassin's career ends here today. They become more excited and tell Votuang, if you kill Emperor Tam first, I will deal with the others and then kill you. Votuang confidently declares, Emperor Tam, today you can only die at my sword. He called out once more to Emperor Tam, then split into multiple clones, rushing forward shouting, I am Wu Tuo from Poker, here to take your head on the orders of the God King. Motong announces the start of monitoring the burning of amphetamines on Wu Tuo's body, using a spray device that can induce hallucinations in his brain. His throat is mutated and can resonate with 3 chambers, which is why there is an echo. Liu Dai was disappointed and thought to himself that he had expected to meet a real expert, so what was his voice like? So, you criticize when you realize they are freaks and boring, then wonder in your mind, Motong, what are these guys like? He replies, these guys are connected in a chain and can control the magnetic field. The chain group fights fiercely with Confronting, unleashing fiery attacks with each strike to destroy the sharp darts they create. Confronting clenched his staff and charged forward, breaking the link. Accept your death. The chains must work together to form a barrier. They glare fiercely with anger. Then we'll see if you have that much patience. Suddenly, a trembling hand on the ground revealed Xiaoha, who had just woken up and immediately rushed over. The boy frowned and asked, Bak Vo Thuong, what's going on? Then a punch shattered both the shield and the chains. What are you doing? Suddenly running out to scare people. Go to hell. Confronting saw this and laughed, saying Tepar's connection was just like that, and you broke it? Teo-ha, losing all reason, spoke in a numb voice. Confronting, isn't he just looking for a fight? Come and fight here. Seeing that, he hesitated and refused. Xiaoha wasn't in a hurry and waited until he was fully awake before speaking. But the boy immediately rushed over and burst into a crazy laugh. Come here and fight. Confronting had to use his staff to block and scold that little Jew, you perverted kid. Confronting and Xiaoha just charged into a martial arts exchange. Emperor Liu watched quietly, thinking that old Da had already started training Xiaoha. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward, revealing that it was Vo Tuong, clutching his sword and charging forward in a furious rage. That damn brat, how dare you look down on me? Come watch someone else's fight and see this. Despite the chaos, you still calmly turn around and hold the opponent's sword tightly with one hand. Sorry, I forgot that you and I are fighting. Then I used a little strength to crush the corpse's nose with the sword. Liu Di quickly grabbed something near Vo Tuong's face and experienced his own sedative firsthand, causing him to collapse on the ground foaming at the mouth. He contemptuously said, "That's all there is. Over here, the clever ones are weak, running and shouting. Help me, I don't want to die like this." So Emperor Liu stepped in to take over. "Xiaoha fights with you." The boy eagerly agreed right away.
You got it.
Elite of the third emperor, be careful. The boy grew more excited and his strikes became stronger. Alright, just as I launched my attack, Emperor Liu jumped up to dodge. Mo Tong reports the opponent's current strength, excluding the support power of the metal gloves. Xiaoha's strength is A7, but now he's at least at B4. Hearing that, a faint smile appeared on his face as he secretly marveled at how terrifying it was that he had increased 7 levels in just a moment. That night, after the boy finished fighting, he fell into a deep sleep on the ground. Moon Tong sat curled up next to the twisted fire, witnessing everything. The entire Datam family has become twisted. "Luda, come here and let me check your strength a bit. You're already cautious, but act tough. I'm worried I might hurt you." Then, he handed him a small stack of papers and said, "You're too talented. This is all for you." Emperor Liu took it, his face immediately grimacing as he asked, "What is this second stack of papers about?" Kontang sadly lowered his head and recounted, "My wife was truly Hayo. She was killed by Jocko. Hearing this, I understood the situation and smiled. So you keep challenging top fighters to improve your strength and avenge your wife. He has loyalty. My friend's partner is together with him, and if there's a chance, I'll take you to meet Mr. Da. Just keep poker for now." He asked curiously, "Is Mr. Da really that powerful?" Liu Di turned around and softly said, "I was raised by Mr. Da with Xiaoha. Take good care of Xiaoha." Seeing the other person walk further away, Kontang wondered if he could become as strong as them. The cards are laid out on the table. Mo Tong explains that the black material is poker's anti-counterfeit technology. Liu Di asks what it does. He smiled and asked, "Wait for me a moment." An hour later, a vial of concentrated liquid appeared in his hand. Mo Tong explained that it is a metal from an illegal mine in North Africa. He said seriously, "This material's atoms are extremely active, with positive and negative charges influenced by magnetic fields, allowing it to change shape at will and be both incredibly durable and as flexible as flowing water." Hearing this, I smiled to myself. No wonder Yingok Fuang's gloves are so sharp and thin that they can pierce through car doors. Mo Tong explains that using this material as a coating is its most obvious application. Additionally, its research value is extremely high. Udi suggested, "Mo Tong, take some time to buy the mineral mines in North Africa." He eagerly agreed and accepted the order. Mo Tong slowly flew over and analyzed. The linked sequence of the gene chain is very special. This is also the key to controlling the magnetic field. He seriously said that the difficulty lies in copying the DNA sequence, but we can predict it in advance. Until you reach the second stage of the new humanity, the genes will no longer be restricted and can be analyzed. Liu Di pointed to his face and asked, "So you mean I can obtain that linked symbionate gene?" Mo Tong nodded and said, "Yes, if you can collect level B modified genes, you can use their abilities." He was very pleased to hear that. "Finally, I understand what you mean. The new humanity doesn't need to admire anyone's abilities. On a winding and dangerous mountain road, 3 cars are driving along it. Captain, regarding the assassination attempts from yesterday, we have received the report today. You should prepare yourself mentally. The report indicates those assassins are not easy to deal with." Duanhua frowned and replied, "I hope that kid stays out of our way so we can do some research right now in the forest. A man is lying face down on a tree trunk, motionless on the ground. The wise monk is still training his body." 1923, 1924, 1925. Yuffie saw the scene and said the situation was a bit complicated. Donghua looked stunned and thought to himself, "This kid is really impressive. It would be great if he could work for me." Then he immediately ordered the scene to be cleared. The people behind obeyed the order. Yes. The scene shifts to an area across the ocean, Texas, Europe. A voice from the communication device echoes in the office. "Dear Lord Bonini, I am sorry to say that out of the 30 assassins we sent, except for those who are already dead, all have been captured by the Ha police." Mr. Box, clutching his chest, lamented, "Why is this happening? My poor children?" The old man poured some pills into his hand, swallowed them quickly, then tried to regain his composure and said, "Contact our construction site." "This is the time to inject some new blood into our power society," the voice echoed again. "Lord Ban, I have contacted the construction site, but just in case, should we reach out to the 2 great masters now?" The old man gritted his teeth and said, "One is an uncontrollable madman, and the other needs to sacrifice you. My dear Flying Sword, you're not at that level yet. Even if that Demon King is very strong, so what? He also can't find us. What we have is time to deal with him. The scene shifts to Texas, where Lop Cow questions, "What's going on here?"
Chief, our system has been compromised and we can't do anything.
Another staff member exclaimed in shock, "This is a hacker intrusion into the surveillance system. The frequency is the band frequency, the wireless transmitter band." He frowned and told the hacker to leave a message saying there's no need to panic when borrowing the system. Lop, with a loud voice, ordered everyone to check the hacker's identity. 5 minutes later, the restricted system was unlocked and the computer screen displayed the word "Then." The staff member said again, "Commander, he's gone. The control of the system has returned to us." At this moment, the landline rang. Someone was calling, so Lop immediately answered. Fortunately, this time it was just a scare and nothing serious, or your network would have been hard to protect. He said seriously, "I am willing to accept any punishment to find DC." The angry voice on the phone scolded, "You idiot! 2 Emperor hacker of Ha China. You don't even know his name. How can you find him?" The young officer bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Commander, I will follow your instructions. If there's anything to command, I will do my best." The voice announced, "I have gathered 168 top hackers across Europe to launch a covert attack on China's network." At that moment, 2 Emperor, with a bit of patriotism, will definitely take action. With a serious expression and rolling his eyes, he declared, "If I can locate D2, please trust me once more. I will personally capture him." He then returned to Duanhua's office, satisfied and praising. "Lai, you're really talented. You've become the head of the Black Lake Hall so quickly." She placed her hand on her chest and smiled in response. "Isn't completing the mission the most important thing? With this identity, I can even make the child-eating demon trust me more." He sternly said, "The kid still refuses to show himself, but no matter what, I will send someone to protect your safety." After discussing everything, Na-Fi got into the car and sped away. Duanhua looked up at the figure standing on the roof and smiled quietly, feeling satisfied, so I can rest assured now. At the welfare home in the sunlight, she stopped the car and got out, her mood unhappy. These bastards are using the welfare center as a shield again. Suddenly, Lu Day appeared behind, coughing a few times to let them know he was there. Na-Fi was a bit startled and quickly turned back, saying, "Lu Day, speak up, I'll go with her." She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "This time it's no joke. I'm really a special agent, here to solve the case, and this time it's very dangerous." Luda confidently said, "I know, but with me here isn't the danger turned into nothing?" Na-Fi seemed unconcerned and just reminded him, "All right, your heroic aura is very attractive, but now is not the time to show off that heroism. Listen to me. Now you stay here quietly until I finish my mission, and then you can do whatever you want." He pointed at Liu Di and asked, "But we agreed that you would come alone, so why bring a kid along? The girl here doesn't seem to know what to say and is just stammering." "I see now. A beauty like her bringing a bodyguard is normal. Boss Na-Fi, let's go inside now." She forced a smile. "Then, let's go in. They're all people I trust. You might as well go along with it. Let's go."
Then both of them entered a spacious office. A slender leg approached. Hong-an opened the door and stepped in, encountering the demon lord who eats children.
Na-Fi was very surprised to see this and wondered why it was a woman. Hong-an sat upright, her gentle face opening the conversation. "It would be an honor for us at Vien Phuc Loi to cooperate with the largest gang in Hai Thi. Here is the batch of goods we brought. Please take a look first." I accept it with a satisfied smile and say, as expected of the Black Lake gang, "Just a wave of your hand and you have over a dozen top-quality documents. I'm also very curious." Suddenly, Hong-an's expression changes, her eyes shining as she questions intensely, "What exactly is your identity?" Hearing something was wrong, she pressed on and asked, "What is it?" "Is there anything strange about this?" Hong-an smiled again and said, "No." "Well, actually, Special Agent Na-Fi, I'm very curious about what position you hold in the Hai Shi Special Operations Organization." Then, with a snap of my fingers, the black-vested guards raised their guns, aiming directly at Na-Fi, causing her to stare wide-eyed. Hong-an stepped forward to warn her, saying, "I advise you not to act recklessly. Outside, there are 4 Barrett M95s, and even if you are a modified person, they will fire straight at you, turning you into a wasp nest." She glanced at Emperor Liu and blamed herself for harming him. "Meanwhile, you were quite excited, so the boss is really here. I, Hong-an, humbly bow my head and say I have met His Second Majesty." Na-Fi was stunned and turned around. "Second Emperor." Luda chuckled and said, "I didn't expect to be so famous that even in the capital someone recognizes me. Ah, I've heard that your reputation has spread far and wide, and today meeting you truly lives up to it." He then sat down right next to Na-Fi. Master Hong said, "I think this female cop is really a cop, or an agent for both sides." Lu Day took a cigarette in his mouth and replied slowly, "Where did my goods go after you delivered them to her?" She calmly smiled and said, "I understand, but Lord Second, you are really impatient. You previously announced a purge of the Black Lake gang, and now you turn around and want to do business. That made you angry, your eyes full of killing intent, and your tone sharp as you demanded, 'Where exactly are you guys taking this cargo?'" Hong-an then focused on the main point and said, "We are transporting this cargo to Beneb Medical in Europe, but only we are doing it." Lu Di threw the lighter away in anger. "Enough." It caused an explosion in the room. The lighter quickly flew over, lightly touching the cheek of the nearby guard. knocking out his teeth, then collided with the other guy's chest, making him spit blood. He didn't hold back and slapped Hong An hard across the face, calling her a bastard. Emperor Liu quickly grabbed the lighter. Yafi next to her quickly asked, "What is really going on here, Liu Dai?" He calmly replied like a demon devouring children, "I am the second emperor." She incredulously asked, "How is that possible?" "I investigated you. You're just an ordinary person," Liu Dai explained as he walked away. "Nothing is impossible. Everything you see is what I want you to see, even if it's just a fake. And you managed to open the safe with your bare hands." Yafi watched the scene unfold, breaking out in a cold sweat and thinking to herself, maybe he's not also a reformer, right? At this moment, many footsteps were approaching. Ludi immediately sensed it and asked, "Step aside, guys. Handle her a little." They burst open the door to question them. "What are you all doing?" Then she rushed forward and kicked one of them in the face. "Ludi, you have to tell me the truth. Why are you hiding your identity from me?" he said seriously. "Oh, there's no hiding it. I already told you when we first met that I am a programmer, and my part-time job is with the underworld." Yafi was stunned to realize that everything he said was true. 3 minutes later, he placed the sheet of paper he found on the table and cursed, "A bunch of bastards." Seeing Liu Dai raising his foot in front of Hong An, Yafi flinched. What is he trying to do? She is a suspect of the crime and must face the judgment of the law. The foot decisively stomps down with a deafening crash, revealing a large pit beneath, and he says, "She is from China. Let the law decide." Liu Dai angrily declared that not a single one of those cruel Europeans would survive. After finishing, the two of them left together. Just then, Tiet Tam jumped down from above, smiling as he introduced himself.
Hello, Commander Liu. Hello, Special Forces Sniper. I am the squad leader of the Urban Special Operations Sniper Team, nicknamed the Needle, following orders from the security chief to protect both of you.
You are pleased and compliment. Your shooting skills are quite good. 3 seconds, 4 kills. She smiles and replies, "Thank you." Tiet Tam pats his head and says, luckily with Liu Dai's reminder, I would have had a hard time locating the entire target otherwise. Enafi is stunned and thinks to herself, no way. Just the light from the lighter reflected the sniper's position. This is really too much, crossing the line. Tiet Tam slung his gun over his shoulder and said, I've known for a long time that Brother Liu Dai is a member of that army, and today's meeting truly lives up to its reputation. Hearing that, he frowned and asked, Brother, you just introduced your identity. I am the third son of the Tiet family. You can call me Tiet Tam. After hearing this, Liu Dai turned and walked away, making Tiet Tam curious. Luda, where are you going? To Europe, the den of the monsters. I insist, Liu, I will go with you and help you out. Liu De Thang Thung commented that your sniping skills are really good, but still not enough to deal with those bastards from Europe. Tiet Tam was very dissatisfied and immediately raised his voice, saying, Sir, you must not underestimate me. He then took out a bullet and said, Just now, you were 0.3 seconds slow. If I hadn't blocked the bullet, Lai would be dead by now. Ludi continued, But you're also a promising talent. When I return, I will recommend you to someone. I put my hand on your shoulder and smiled, explaining that the officer was sent to protect Lai, and after this raid on the welfare center, I still have many things to handle. At that moment, Tiet Tam spoke seriously, saying that he would handle any child trafficking cases in China thoroughly, and would not let you down. Enafi behind him said, Wait for me, Mr. Liu Dai, you have to take me to Europe. She nodded in agreement. Okay, you're a Special Forces operative from Europe, so you might help me finish my final tasks then. Hearing that, she told Mr. Liu Dai that if he didn't have a car, he could ride in her car since the airport was far away. He firmly declined, saying, I don't need it, I have a private jet. Liu Dai stepped up the stairs, urging, Hurry up, Li. She was stunned and thought to herself, No way, he is not only the second emperor, but also the third emperor. The scene shifts to Peterborough Academy in Europe, where the silent corridor is lined with many rooms with closed doors. In a room, 2 children sit huddled together. The boy, looking sad, asks, Sister, do you think we will die here? After death, can we meet Grandma in heaven? The girl only looked sad and didn't answer. Then, someone stepped in, glaring fiercely at the 2 children and speaking in a deep, hoarse voice. Good kids, Uncle is taking you for an experiment. If it works, I'll buy you hamburgers. At Peterborough Medical Institute, a helicopter lands. Emperor Liu and Nahafi step out slowly. Everyone around them started to get excited. They seemed to be the famous celebrity. Could they be filming a movie? Mo Tong reports abnormal data from the ground's rebound, surely hiding some secret beneath your feet. Mo Tong, what kind of people are these? It replies, These are for the bones after being embroidered by others. Yafi anxiously asked, It's so big here, where can we find that place? He seemed to have found the direction and then said, Follow me. When they arrived, a man in a black vest loudly stopped them. What are you doing? This is a restricted area. He was immediately defeated by Liu Di and then opened the large door. Yafi looked around and said, This room is covered in dust everywhere, but the path beneath her feet is spotless. It's a bit strange. She said, You're still the clever one. Let's find the way in together. Liu Di dismissively said no need, then stepped forward, shattered the glass beneath his feet, and decisively jumped down. The 2 continued down the long corridor. Yafi, feeling uncomfortable, said, The hot, bloody smell is too much. Liu Di opened a door, and his eyes widened in shock as he saw 3 doctors conducting experiments. Mo Tong reminded them that their success rate was much lower than expected, and when the others realized their presence, they immediately questioned them. Who is that? Before I could understand what was happening, I got punched right in the face. One of them presses the alarm bell. At this moment, Emperor Liu looks like he's gone mad, his anger clearly visible in his eyes. No one will escape, you all must die. The demons in disguise then charged in and beat up the crowd. Nyafi watched the scene in shock, suddenly stopping and wondering if this was still the gentle and polite young man from her memory. Book was sitting in the office when he heard the loud noise and found it strange. Has someone broken in? A panicked person runs in to report. Professor, this is bad. Someone has entered and is killing people, now slaughtering our research staff. He stands up grim-faced and gives orders. Lieutenant, take 10 people and go see if you can break through the limit of envy. The footsteps echo down the long corridor. Lieutenant Yi leads the group with murderous intent as toxic fumes seep out from the ventilation shaft, causing Na-Fi to collapse to the ground in continuous coughs. Moton explains, this can emit bioelectric waves and osteoptodasa against those with high physical qualities. Immediately, someone breaks the door. He steps inside calmly. The renegade infiltrator, now completely drained of his strength. Tuang Wai, expressionless, warns that if he doesn't surrender and accept the torture, he will only face death. Lu Di's corner of his mouth curled up and he said, Who told you I am a clone? I am not a clone. You guys are pretty strong and you have probably packed up quite a few places here. A man spoke up, Captain, isn't this guy a bit off? The person next to him added, It seems like he isn't affected by the limiter device. He gritted his teeth and roared, No way he has killed so many researchers. He must be a reformer. Inside, he thought, Luckily I listened to the professor. This kid is really strong. Emperor Liu boldly stepped forward and declared, Today, I will show you what true demons really are. Shang Yi charged forward angrily with a thunderous fist. Fake god, fake demon, you ugly yellow dog, go die. He calmly clenched his fist and then struck with a headbutt that made him want to drop his brain. Shang Yi couldn't withstand the blow and collapsed to the ground. The crowd behind charged forward, killing him. Emperor Liu easily takes down each person one by one. I won't kill them that easily. I want them to see what truly matters. As he said that, he sneered with a sinister smile. Hell on earth. Liu Di decisively kicks a guy who underestimates his strength. One of them, seeing his side's defeat, immediately ran for his life. But, of course, I wouldn't let such a juicy target escape, so I charged forward to eliminate him instantly. Blood from those people poured out like a stream, flames slowly rising fiercely, swallowing them in an instant. Liu Di held up a lighter and started burning, feeling a bit of their pain. Nyafi still lying motionless behind, wondering what kind of person he really is. Then she suddenly turns around, startling her. Liu Di moved closer and said, I know you can't understand my actions, but Na-Fi has already collapsed to the ground. This is the way to survive. Then the two of them walk out of the fire-filled room. Then you kick open the door to Book's office. He shouts, How can this be? How did they get here? Liu Di said with a murderous look, Now it's your turn. The Book doesn't know what fear is and is still arrogant. What are you guys still standing there for? Catch them. The two guards immediately charged forward like crazy. You only need to throw a punch to take down both in an instant. He stood up abruptly to question and stepped back. What do you ultimately want to do? I want your life. At that moment, the Book was so scared it wanted to pee its pants and humbly begged to be forgiven. I can give you all my achievements. You reject everything. Stop talking nonsense. Just feel a bit of despair. Finally, a strike sends him flying out into the flames. Mo Tong appears and announces that this base is called Hakwin, originating from a demigod from Greece.
The reason for not using the internet is to adhere to the Final Era Pact. Emperor Liu replied seriously, So they want to create a demigod. I noticed something special. Before Yen Ngok Fuang was transformed, she was pregnant, and after the transformation, she gave birth without any defects or abnormalities. Truly a born goddess. Liu Di asked suspiciously, So the boy is in this room? It nodded and replied, Exactly behind that hidden statue. Mo Tong pointed straight ahead, revealing a secret base, and the two of them entered without hesitation. The space inside was extremely spacious and decorated with countless children's toys. Far away, a young boy, my younger brother, was sitting alone and playing by himself. Seeing that, I approached and sat down next to him to play together. Yafi thought he was teasing, so she reminded him that he's still just a kid. What are you doing? Liu Di explains that he's playing international chess against himself. Now I play with it. She was stunned and thought, with just these things, can you imagine chess? Suddenly, Yafi heard a cry of pain and hurriedly followed the sound to a room with a large cage holding a person inside. Teleria lay sprawled on the ground, blood flowing from her mouth. Na-Fi opened the cage, her gentle voice sounding like that of a pitiful person, then turned and walked away, unaware that his hand was still moving. On this side, the younger brother gently stroked his head and said, The black demons have never beaten me even once, but you have beaten me 13 times. You've won, so I'll follow you. And what is your name? The emotionless boy replied. My name is Ma Dong. That's the name they gave me. Mo Tong appears puzzled. Ma Dong, just like my name. I smile suggestively. That name isn't good. Give me a new one. Liu Di enthusiastically said, My name is Liu Di. Follow me or call me Liu Tio Di. The kid grimaced and criticized mercilessly.
saying the name he gave was really too ugly. Hearing that, he could only smile apologetically and quietly justify himself, as his nickname was also one of the best. At this moment, Nafi stepped in and said, "I think we should go now or else it will burn here later." The kid bluntly replied, "This thing speaks straight to the point and is very realistic, but this pink dress doesn't suit anything. It makes her angry," and she scolds him. "What do you mean what? Call me big sister." Little brother shrugged awkwardly and agreed, "Fine, sis. Even though deep down I don't accept it. But I know that the one who knows the times is Trung Tuan Ki." Emperor Liu decisively tore off the iron door with one hand, then held Nafi in his arms while she was holding little brother, and they left together. Then all three quickly ran outside as the flames erupted, engulfing everything in sight. The helicopter is still parked outside. He pats the little brother's head and gives a warning. "Just stay with Auntie in the pink dress for a little while. I need to handle some things," Nafi said anxiously. "Ludi, don't abandon us." He turned back, smiling as he explained, "I'm going to meet an old friend of mine, and also you have your mission now. Use your connection with FIC to block all information." Then, the helicopter started to take off, a hand raised amidst heavy breathing. Teleria beneath the rubble, not only unhurt but also laughing with delight. "The goddess saved me. Wait for me." Liu Di calmly and unhurriedly walks forward, while Ko-Fi, lying on the hospital bed, looks very weak, speaking in a trembling voice, aiming for the third target. You sitting beside him can't help but marvel. As the leader of the poker club and a spy, I never expected you to end up in such a tragic state. You won't have much longer to live, so why do you still carry out these orders to kill? He chuckled and asked, "If you already know I am a spy, why did you come to find me?" Liu Di glared and replied, "For peace and to eliminate future trouble." Do you know what? No one dares to kill me. At this moment, a letter printed from the nearby machine caught both of their attention. Emperor Liu, laughing mockingly, read aloud to the opponent, "Dear Lord Kofi, have you heard any news from those goats tied to Wu Tuang? When can I get the head of Emperor Third, my beloved Bani Ni?" He sat up excitedly and said, "You are so stupid, you will never understand the true power of the poker club. Joker will kill you." Coffee grasped the wires attached to his body, a sly smile on his face as he declared, "I am waiting for you in hell," then decisively pulled them out. Liu Di looked pleased and said, "Well then, since you're already dead, you might as well be forgiven." Then he approached the typewriter and began composing a reply. "The chains with Votuang have gathered and are on their way to meet him." Mr. Box received the news and thought it was real, pondering what reward to give them. "My child wants to see me and even brought the head of Emperor 3. I don't know if they like to eat candy." Suddenly, there was a noise outside. "Mr. Bonnie, we're here. Come play cards with us. Open the door quickly." The old man carefully holds his gun for protection. "These old men, today whoever beats me, I will send them to heaven." Mr. Box just opened the door and said it like a warning. "Mr. Hanny, my house has no wine, only a fresh white flower on the grave." The other side immediately scolded, "Mr. Bonnie, your mouth still smells terrible. Today I brought my own wine, and I will kill you until there's nothing left." An hour later, 4 people were playing cards very enthusiastically. One of them said, "You should finish your hand now." At this moment, Liu Di suddenly pushed the door open and said, "You should go home and water the plants now." Mr. Box, annoyed by the gambling disturbance, is extremely irritated. "Target Emperor 3, why are you here? Is this little kid your guest?" He immediately pulled out his gun and fired repeatedly ahead. The crowd panicked, shouting and running away in all directions. You calmly sit down at the table, spread out the cards, and say casually, "Let's play a game," while I also brought a new poker set. Mr. Box still frowning and questioning how you managed to escape from Votuang and Daishich's pursuit and find your way here. "You tell me now if you think you're like when you received the order to hunt me down and decide which card to use to assassinate me." Liu Di then took the cards and said, "You've played many cards." But a faint smile played on my lips as I declared, "I only made one move." Mr. Box was so angry that he clutched his chest and struggled to breathe, then gritted his teeth and demanded answers with fury. "You evil emperor, have you already met Lord Coffee?" Liu Emperor calmly replied as if nothing happened. "I met him, he's dead, he committed suicide." Mr. Box, furious after hearing this, shouted angrily, "You evil devil Tam Emperor, you will definitely be punished. The cards in your hand have no trumps." He kept rambling on and on. "You don't understand the mission of the Poker Society." The boy decisively punches the opponent's face, knocking him to the ground. Liu Di held 2 cards in his hand and said, "And there are 2 more Jur cards." His eyes glanced at them. "They are at least level B reformed individuals, so they can be brought in during conflicts." Right now at the hospital, Koahi is thrashing on the bed. It turns out he's not dead and can sit up and walk out. As soon as he grabbed the opponent's arm, his body suddenly collapsed forward. C-Fi, now in the body, sat up and burst into laughter. "Lam Nap Duke. All right, from today on, my name is Lam Nap Duke." A sly smile spread across his face as if he wanted me to kill someone. No, I finally got here. I have to enjoy myself first." The scene shifts to the Institute of Medicine, where the big fire is still raging, and a flaming hand reaches out. Robbins walks out unharmed. Nyafi anxiously asks again, "Captain, is it confirmed?" "Do you believe what I said?" he answered decisively. "No way. An ordinary person isn't even a reformed person, yet within an hour, he killed 14 level A reformed individuals. Robin stroked his chin and said, "Are special forces out there? Have you gone crazy to have such delusions?" "Captain, I want to clarify again. It's not just within 1 hour, but less than 10 minutes. And also, when I was in China, the military didn't call him a person, but a god." The more he listened, the more he couldn't believe it. His tone sharp. "Don't bring up these things to me. Look at the documents you entered. Level 27, truly, a royal path." Faced with that suspicion, she remained very serious and did not change her words. "I am not lying. Everything is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go see him." At that moment, a young man ran over to await orders. "Chief Robbins, what should we do next?" "What to handle? Whatever needs to be burned down there, just burn it all." Robbins continued, "We will burn everything and then announce it was a natural fire." Nafi nodded and replied obediently. Only then did he notice the younger brother sitting far away as the special forces stepped out. "Who is that child?" She didn't hesitate to explain. "My child has been missing in Huaxia for many years." Hearing that, Robbins replied quite sarcastically, "Special Forces operative, is your private life really that unruly?" Nafi smiled and said, "This doesn't violate the organization's rules either." "He's not too strict either," he said seriously. "Okay, I allow you to keep this child with you, but now follow me back to the headquarters." Then the three of them boarded the helicopter and left. Below, a hand suddenly appeared. After a while, the helicopter landed in the European capital. In the northern suburbs of Nafi carried the little brother inside, followed by Robbins and his subordinates. Robbins then asked for the special forces to come out, telling her to put the baby down and go inside for a full body check. She frowned, showing no intention of obeying. "Full body checkup will take at least 3 hours." "Captain, what exactly do you mean?" He replied calmly. "Isn't it true that you said the war god of Huo would come to find you? While you're here doing the check, I'll wait for him." Nafi was not pleased and seriously warned, "Captain, you'd better be more careful. He's one of Ha's military personnel." Robbins, expression unchanged, said, "I will be polite. Of course, if he's very strong, I have to keep him for data analysis." The more she heard, the more uneasy she felt. "Captain, don't go too far. Forcing him to stay could have unimaginable consequences." He said, "You're overthinking it." Suddenly, the lights on the ceiling blazed red and blared loudly. A subordinate hurried in to report the situation. "This is bad, Captain Robbins. There's an intruder attacking." He looks down at the chaos coming his way. "Where did this reformed person come from again? Show some strength and send a team over." The subordinates obeyed immediately. Yes, Nafi recognized this person and secretly wondered if he had already died a long time ago. How is he still alive, and even so powerful? Robbins cast a probing glance back as special forces step out. Does she know this person? Suddenly, the younger brother said, "He is Tibelaria." Robbins, of course, just dismisses it as childish nonsense. "What do you mean, TBIA? What is this child saying?" Nafi said seriously about the identity of the person below. "Captain, this is the person who escaped from the experimental base. He doesn't seem too worried when he hears that." "Is that so? It does have some value." On the screen, TBA is now surrounded by 4 people. Robin dismisses the situation and speaks confidently. "The danger has been eliminated. Go check it out. He told me to go make coffee and wait for the war god of China to arrive, but just then I heard a strange sound. Looking back at the screen, I see all my subordinates have been easily defeated. How is that possible?" Robbins only then realized the seriousness and decisively ordered, "Special forces, get the child out of here. I will deal with this monster." The emergency exit door shattered apart, then was kicked open by TBA, and he laughed maniacally, free and wild. Robbins charged with a fist of fire, but he was taken down with a single strike. "Don't get in the way." Nafi holds her little brother tightly and pleads, "Don't hurt the child. Just target me instead." As Telleria's eyes blaze with a madness that seems to have lost all reason. "I came here for you, Your Majesty the Queen." At that moment, the boy shouted loudly, and he immediately recognized who was in front of him. "My little neighbor, so you're here too. I advise you to leave quickly, or else the violent bear will come and beat you up because of it." Telleria still thinks it's just a childish joke. "My dear violent bear, my little neighbor, I told you not to read violent comics. Now you're hallucinating, see?" But the kid still stands firm. This is not just paranoia. If you keep going, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Telleria was a bit angry then, her voice low. "I won't kill you because you're my neighbor of 4 years." My younger brother doesn't care about those threats at all. He's coming soon, making him clench his fists in frustration. "It's been 4 years, the first time I've heard you talk so much, but it's really annoying." Just as Emperor Liu appeared like a hero, the glass door shattered into 5 pieces scattered across the floor. Nafi let out a sigh of relief. "Uda, you're finally here. My little brother blames the bear for being violent. You're so slow." Telleria shouted fiercely, "Do you want to ruin my good thing?" He pointed straight at the opponent and declared domineeringly, "No, I just want to kill you and help the white and black game." Emperor Liu rushed forward quickly and punched Telleria's left hand, but he didn't seem to be hurt at all. Nafi was stunned and thought to himself, is he immortal? Seeing the opponent's strength like a beast spotting prey, I finally felt a bit of excitement, but Telleria was still confused. "What are you talking about? Who exactly are you?" Liu Dai continued to throw another powerful punch. Who am I? It doesn't matter. What matters is that I finally found someone I can fight for my second move. You kept throwing combo punches at him while talking nonstop. You really surprised me, making me keep throwing punches in response. Over here, Robbins is watching the scene unfold with a look of utter amazement, questioning himself. Is this man really the legendary flower god? After punching, Liu D rotates his wrist, blood flowing from the floor like a stream. The younger brother calmly said, I told you, you'll be beaten to a pulp. As the battle ended, Robbins stepped forward and said, I am the captain of the North American squad. I truly admire your strength. He smiled politely and said, I want to urgently represent our organization to ask you to join a small group called our Hero Organization. Robbins must persuade this genius, so he explained very earnestly. The Hero Organization has unlimited credit privileges. Future reformers are the trend. You can join us and remain free. We won't force you to do anything. Liu Day asked cautiously, what is the current situation of the Hero Organization you mentioned? He calmly explained that all members of the Hero Organization are currently B rank. They are distributed worldwide to handle difficult missions. But the sixth member was just killed, so if you don't mind, you could take the place of the sixth. The number doesn't matter. He rubbed his chin and accepted the invitation. All right, then I will join from today onward, and my code name is Dayluk. Robbins' mood brightened as if he had found gold. On behalf of all humanity, I thank you for your decision and then hand you a gold badge. You are now Luke, and you can use this badge and all our resources in the future. Motong appears and updates the information, including the communication module, identity recognition module, and GPS module. Emperor Lu asks curiously, why do you know that? Then he turned to Na Fi and the little brother and said, let's go home. Robbins watched her figure and wondered, Special Forces Agent Lai, where are you headed? Na Fi winked and half-joking, half-seriously replied, if we meet such a master, shouldn't we have some romantic connection with him? Then he also left, now looking at his phone after obtaining Liu Di's contact information. Robbins frowns and wonders to himself, am I just recruiting an uncontrollable superhero? The scene shifts to a helicopter landing in the middle of a dense forest, and the younger brother looks around, so excited that he can't help but smile brightly. Xiao Ha and Confronting, who were grilling meat, saw them, and the boy happily shouted, then ran over and asked, what's going on? Liu Day reassured his brother, don't worry, everything's been taken care of. He looked back and smiled, saying, just a new member in the family. Liu Day then started introducing them to get acquainted. Xiao Ha, this is Liu Xiaodi, a poor little boy. Come here and call me Xiao Ha. The kid also responds very enthusiastically. Hello, little Ha. Hello there, little brother. He continued introducing the other member. This person is Han Tang. He's a basketball player. He chews on the grilled meat and then asks an awkward question. The mighty Emperor Third. Is this kid not your twisted little brother? A matter of pride. So, I guess I can beat that kid now? The younger brother angrily points at the opponent and firmly says, I don't accept that person Con Tang eating this grilled chicken. Liu Di, hearing that, was helpless. At this moment, he threw something to him. Kon Tong, this is for you. Seeing the clown-shaped hand, Kon Tang immediately recognized it as the hand of the murderer who killed my wife. He stammered, he's dead, he's gone, overwhelmed with emotion. The mighty emperor. Third appreciates you. Your kindness, Kon Tang. I will repay you with my life. Liu Di waved his hand and told him to stop, then led the little brother inside the dwelling. The kid looked up in awe. Wow, what an amazing house. Liu Di smiled and declared, from now on, this will be your home. At this moment, a robot dog approached the boy's feet. I pick it up and laugh happily. The fierce bear, I really like this house. You feel reassured and slowly move to the shelf with the various boxes, then say, that's good if you like it, but you have to follow these rules. First, do not climb on the shelves. Second, do not go near the water pipes. The kid excitedly asked when he would be allowed to use the water pipes. Luda handed a robot to the young disciple and then set the contract down. Once this is fixed, I'll review it. The kid couldn't help but eagerly accept. Nafi peered in. Luda saw the opponent and asked, what are you doing here if you haven't received orders from the Special Forces Lai Ra? She awkwardly explained. Special Forces Liu Day, I am now with FIC, so I am considered your comrade in battle, and I have a duty to protect you. Then he asked back, do you think he looks like someone who needs protection? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Sir, are you here? Nyuk Diek stepped in, gazing at the robot display shelves and thinking to herself, I never would have guessed. He's truly a genius. Emperor Liu called for Nuak Diek when he saw her, and she spoke up. Sir. When glancing at Nhafi, there was no warmth in his eyes, and he wondered to himself, who is this fox spirit? You just pointed to your new invention and made a request. Nuak Diek looks at this. It can even talk. Mr. Nuak Diek welcomes you to our bar. She is amazed. This is Emperor Liu explaining. Everything here is operated using AI with an automated management model. Nyuffy quietly stops behind, surprised that he's also an inventor. So perfect. They told me they've finished all the design maps. Now only a reliable factory for production is missing. Nadiek smiled and accepted the responsibility. Sir, leave this matter to me. Among my connections, including some tech factories, price isn't an issue for you. Lu Di smiled and clarified. I mean, giving them a price they can't easily refuse. As long as she is satisfied with the factory, she has full authority to buy it. She immediately obeyed the order. Yes, at this moment, a phone call is coming in. You just answered the phone and asked why your mother called so urgently? Thu Van on the other end said your son is about to die. You're no stranger to this scene. Calmly, you ask how much they want this time. 50 or 100. She frowned as she recounted the story. Today, Mom won 100, but that little girl Trio Xuanlan provoked her, saying her son couldn't find a wife. Lu Dai then made a plan. Mom, I'll come home tomorrow to visit. Shu Yuan replied, That's fine. I'll be working tomorrow. Stay at home and wait for me, and I'll cook something delicious for you when I get back. Turn off the machine. He sighed in relief. Nafi quickly caught on and excitedly exclaimed, Special Agent Lu Dai, are you going home? Take me with you. Nuak Diek is also interested. Sir, I want to go too. Lu Dai wandered in the familiar jungle. Lai family, Nuak Diek, what are you both bringing? Nafi asked, I heard that when visiting someone's house for the first time, you need to bring gold, right? Seeing this, he broke out in a sweat and replied, Gold is something a man should prepare. Lu Di smiled and said, You don't need to prepare so much. We're just ordinary friends. I just want to prove to my mother that it's not because I can't find a wife. Nuo Diek silently thought, What a straight guy he is. Suddenly, someone was heard lamenting as they approached, taking a step forward. Tang was now kneeling, clutching his head and looking around. The gift I prepared for Paula is gone now. He clenched Lu Dai's hand tightly. The mighty Emperor III, the hand you gave me yesterday. I buried it here yesterday, but I can't find it anymore. Tong now realizes the warning was too careless. TBA is the most regenerative plant in the world. I guess that arm has already escaped and is starting to recover. My little brother calmly said, The violent bear already told you. He's been Tibularia all along. Finally, he laughed and said, Tang, congratulations. You now have the chance to kill him and take revenge. It left him stunned and speechless. What are you talking about, Third Emperor Powerhouse? The artifact I gave to Paula has disappeared. Lu Di placed his hand on the other's shoulder to comfort him and said, Don't worry, it will come back. Then the three of them drove to a large factory and got out of the car. In the workshop manager's room, a voice rang out. Do you think this is enough for me to buy your factory? He was so excited when he saw the pile of gold on the table. That's enough. Enough. After the deal was done, Emperor Liu turned and left, thinking to himself that these things would need his mother to take over. Outside, Nafi asked, What is this gift I prepared to bring to whom? He calmly replied, Nothing different at all. This workshop is the gift my mother loves the most. Ruoyi chuckled softly to herself, thinking, He's really quite straightforward. That evening, the sunset painted the sky in shades of red. Thu Van got off the bus. Lord Lu was still deep in thought. Today was really strange. Meeting that workshop master again felt like seeing my mother, huh? She stepped into the yard and saw the car on the grass, wondering, So my son has his own car now? But it seems like it's too old now. Then he opened the front door and went inside. You just saw your mother flattering her again. Mom, you look even more beautiful. Thu Van happily pats his son's cheek and says, You're even more handsome. Even more handsome than Zhao Xuanla's son by 10 times. Lu Di says, This time you've prepared a surprise for me. She asked, Are you surprised? Did you bring your wife home? Thu Van tilted his head and immediately saw the beautiful girls. Mother asked in amazement, Are you imagining things because you're getting old, son? Emperor Lu patted her shoulder and slowly introduced, Mother, these are my two friends, Ligia and Nan Ruo Yi. Both of them smiled and said together, What do you say? And Thu Van pointed at the other person, wondering, and asked, This little kid is the one you lifted up and carried the younger brother. Mom, this is the child I adopted, your grandson. That kid made her head spin. Oh my God. But then she turned around and left, not forgetting to remind him to set up the table for her. Young Diek asked, What is this, sir? You explain immediately. Mom, this is just to show off our strength. Lu Dai chuckled and reminded him, Lu Tud, you have to perform well later. The expressionless kid replied, Today I'll give you some face, a fierce bear. 20 minutes later, the front table had gathered everyone. Xuanlan whispered, So Van, are the two girls and this little one really the ones Emperor Lu brought back? Thu Van closed her eyes and confidently replied, It's not my child. Could it be yours? I told you already. My son is the best among thousands, and my daughter-in-law is outstanding. Little brother next to him watching the game suddenly spoke up. Grandma, I think Grandma shouldn't play that card. The grandma across has already played Ho Tam Lu Cuckoo. The grandma on the left has played Ho Vu Tiu, and the grandma on the right hasn't played any cards yet. Hearing that, she smiled and patted the boy's head to praise him. My grandson, this clever child makes everyone marvel, just like a little genius. After a while, the dishes were beautifully and abundantly laid out, and Xuanlan couldn't help but marvel. Little boy, you're quite skilled at cooking. At this moment, Dai Trang pushed the door open and cheerfully laughed. Emperor Lu, Dai Trang, I'm here, he said as he walked in. You didn't even let me know when you were coming back. My mom had to tell me. You just got here and started teasing him. You're so sickly and pale. How come your eyes are glowing? Dai Trang still pretends to be mighty and fearless, asking if that bastard who blinded my sister has been found yet. I'll go fight them in your place. Lu De chuckled and replied, You silly big brother, all you do is fight every day. Right now, a red car has just pulled up outside. Kai Tang walks out with a knowing smile, passing by Liu Day's Chevrolet SSS 454 1970 and marveling. That's really top-notch. Liu Di, where did you rent the car? Can't you survive in the city anymore? Truong Ki Tong, you're still as mature as ever. If you can't survive, come find me. I've already told the old man. The deputy manager's position was left for him and his brother. Xuanlan added, Truong Ki Tang, why does every word you say seem to carry a different meaning? He looked at the group of people at the gambling table and smiled as he spoke. Are those flowers from Ha Tui Town also here? Kai Tang's initial share from the project was 2 million. All the bets won or lost at the table are counted for him. She frowned. Damn, kid, just go wherever you want. He looked at Liu Day again and continued to show off. Take a closer look. If you stay in Huyantan, I might have time to introduce you to my friend who drives. At this moment, Nuoc Diek lifted the food, her demeanor graceful and light as she gently placed the plate on the table. Ki Thang stared in amazement. This is Liu Day, your friend. He questions if this friend of yours is a model, right? What about this person now? Could she also be your friend? She's mixed race. I only saw her on TV, but you still answer very comfortably. That's right. She's also your friend. Then he turned his attention to the younger brother below. Where did that kid come from? Liu Day replied succinctly. Oh, your son. That made Kai Thang break out in a sweat. Your son chuckled and reminded you, Kai Thang, so you took a puff on your cigarette. He was so jealous that he dropped his cigarette on the ground and yelled out, Do I look down on him? No way. I'm handsome, stylish, and wealthy, but I still don't have a wife. Then everyone went to their own tables to slowly enjoy the delicious food and wine. They enthusiastically cheered and toasted. Emperor Liu urged, Try the stir-fry yourself. Kai Tang dismissed it casually, saying, You cook? Can you really eat that? But after chewing a few bites, I was amazed and said, This is really delicious, but I still don't admit defeat. I'm so angry I could die, I really admire myself. Dai Trang, force him to drink until he gets in the car. You confidently declare that Dai Trang can't drink me under the table. What is he bragging about when he hears that? I was called the Death King when I was 13. Liu Day, you're not as good as me. Stop bragging and get drunk. An hour later, even with a strong mouth, he was already slumped over the table. Only the boy remained alert. Liu Di approached the next table to announce, Mom, I found a job now and I'm earning quite a lot of money. Tu van nghe vậy thì in long keng ngơi. That's great. Which company do you work for? Mom, if you have time, you can visit me. Does your mother remember Ajap? I remember. That kid always comes to our house to pick Mo from the tree, almost breaking his butt in the process. I smile and say, It's that kid. Now he's running a big company, and you're a senior manager there. You did well, my son. Very good. As expected, Mom was right about him. What does your company do? Liu Day explained that Creator makes software. She shook her head, having never heard of it before. Ki Tang over here was sleeping in the car when he suddenly sat up and asked, Is Creator Group working on Z Mini? Is it AZAP who's developing it? Yes, that's right. It's my company's. That's me, making him so stunned he forgets his native language. Seeing this, Thu Van couldn't help but laugh and tease. Zhang Qisheng, you've been surprised all day long. This little house of yours is about to fall apart because of you. Are you jealous of Liu Di working at a big company? He seriously warned. Aunt Van, the Creator is not someone to be taken lightly. Liu Di said, Mom, I have enough savings to build you a new house. Hearing that, she remained silent for a long time, thinking that at this rate, this small house wouldn't be able to hold up much longer. And in the end, she agreed. All right, I also have some savings. You want it, Mom? Tell me the standards. It has to be a tall house. Ki Tang stepped forward to speak. Aunt Van's taste is impeccable. Our first 200 square meter house in the town is unmatched. Liu Day, leave this to me. Original price. She smiled and said, I don't want our Liu Day to lose face. At that moment, he leaned close to Kai Thang's ear and whispered, This is your task. But the area has increased 5-fold and the garden 10-fold, then immediately transferred the money to him without hesitation. Your bank card just received exactly 10 million, sent from Liu Thang, sweating profusely. You don't need that much money. Liu Di smiled and said, The ingredients, design, safety measures, and security system all have to meet the highest standards, and it must be networked, making him have to give a thumbs up in admiration. You're really impressive. I bow to you. Completely impressed. Emperor Liu turned to speak again. Mom, from now on you'll receive 1 million each month. This is your pocket money. Transition to Europe, outskirts of Haitan City. In the crowded office, Hoover stood solemnly thinking to himself, D2, this time you can't escape. Then Hoover spoke out. Everyone, I want to say a few words, but it's still noisy around here, as if they don't respect him at all. Hu had to fire a shot into the sky, and everyone turned to look. Hu loudly threatened, Everyone sit here. No one is innocent. I have everyone's case files in my hands, so in the coming days you must follow my orders, or else face a long prison sentence. Then he continued, If you can catch Emperor 2, I can help clear your records and even offer a generous reward. Hugh carefully advised, Remember well, hide your identity properly. I don't want to actually go to war with them.
An enthusiastic officer confidently said that hiding their identity was their specialty and disrupting the network system was also their forte. Who then turned to someone and questioned him.
How is the IB address I gave you for Duong So? He reported that he couldn't trace it. No one is stupid enough to use their real IB address. Give me 10 hours and I can catch the boss. He was very pleased to hear that. Very good. So what is your plan? Swung So asked while smoking a cigarette. To find the trail, the first step is to provoke. We will hack into the Huanha hacker forum to leave provocative messages for D2, prompting him to retaliate so we can trace him. Thinking about the unfavorable scenario, asked, what if he wants to back down and hide? But Swung So said, that's fine then. We'll infiltrate the Chinese network company by hacking their phones. The people behind, hearing the plan, cheered excitedly like children, as if that would excite those primitive internet users. Hoover remains very cautious, reminding them not to reveal the European army's side, or they will end up as unidentified corpses. They all responded in unison to the order of the commander. At this moment, a message was sent on the Extreme Guest Corps forum. You hackers from China are primitive. Your technology is like decaying animals. Disgusting beyond belief. Your firepower is just a torn piece of paper, Turtle King. Come out and show yourself. You really want to insult us, don't you? Too bad. Within the next 48 hours, your Chinese hacker forum will all be under our control. That's right. Let me tell you, we come from an alien army of bugs. That makes the other factions unhappy. A said their team is too arrogant. B immediately responded. Yeah, we should take them on. They look confused and puzzled. Who is the fourth emperor? With such a powerful leader, have they already shattered their organization? Mo suggests calming down. Everyone stay calm. D shouted excitedly, the Scorpion boss has arrived. So you're wondering if the Scorpion god is protecting the Hoaha network. Explain. This time, I am not representing the government side, but the people of Hoaha. This time, I am coming down the mountain because I refuse to back down. He excitedly replied, okay. Boss Scorpio, we follow your orders and fight together. Xiang Sao is typing rapidly on the keyboard. He frowned and said, Zhuang So, don't tell me even the ordinary hackers of Hoaha can't handle this. He chuckled cunningly and replied, I'm just trying to attract the attention of the foolish Hoaha hackers. Taking over a few hacker forums is nothing special. I want to have more fun. Then Skull stood up and shouted orders. Team 3 received the command and 2 minutes later launched an attack on the Hoaha Network Enterprise. They immediately received the clear order. At that moment, at the headquarters of the Shinga group, multiple confusing programs were running on the computer screens. Mr. Da, something's wrong. Our system has been infected by a virus stealing user data. Ho Long orders loudly. Gather the black suits and white shirts and work to save us. Deep down, I think it's definitely not Lu Di. Your strength isn't greater than his. So who could it be, I wonder? At the small pond, my little disciple is happily playing with the water and feeding the fish. Suddenly, Lu Di received a phone call. Dongming, why are you calling me? He hurriedly announced that something big had happened. Where are you right now? I'm in the countryside. Dongming desperately demands to return quickly. The Hua network has been hacked, Sina is now paralyzed, and I suspect the next target will be. Hearing that, Lu Di immediately said, Little brother, we should go now. When the two entered the house, Thu Van was already waiting to ask, Son, what's going on? Our workshop manager said, You bought our workshop, right? He smiled and explained, Mom, my company and AJAP make a lot of money. I hope your work can be a bit easier and freer. Mother lowered her face, looking quite sad. Are you really just fooling around, my son? How can my mother run a workshop? Lu Di placed his hand on Thu Van's shoulder and confidently assured her, You can do it, Mom. I trust you, Mom. I have some things to take care of at my company, so I need to go back now. Take good care of yourself. The scene shifts to the Ha Homeland Cybersecurity Department. Within minutes, he arrives just as he pushes through the entrance. Dongming saw and spoke. Lu Di, you're finally back. He then seriously added, That computer belongs to you. Contact your company immediately to deploy the defense. Lu Di sat down on the chair to work, her gaze falling on the pink-haired person opposite her, and she couldn't help but think, the cybersecurity department's strength is impressive to be able to invite such a master here. She once raised the 5-star red flag of China in the European hexagonal building system. Lam Di, the most beautiful hacker in China, secretly admired that he's truly not an ordinary person. The Scorpion here disdainfully thought to himself that this person was just a network company boss. Lam Dio, who only knows how to make money through software, is useless in the event of a major crisis. Dongming then spoke up, Lu Di, how long can your mini still hold out? When the other employees heard this, they couldn't help but turn around and wonder, Gemini, is this kid from Jer Mini? Impressive. Hualong approached with a smile and asked, Do you still remember me, President Lu? I already lent you some money. If I remember correctly, the algorithm I proposed for your advertising helped increase your company's shares by 12%. He continued, Lu Tong, considering the help I gave you in saving our Xing'a. Relaxed, he assuredly said, Don't worry. I told you every business has its own mission. I won't just stand by and watch. At this moment, Mo Tong appeared and said, Lu Di, wait until I upgrade the program and the algorithm, then implement universal control on the PC. You should hurry up. Now, the program is running slowly at 1 to 3%. In the Hoaha Hacker Network chat room, a new member has joined under the nickname Emperor 4. Lu Di uses the identity of Day 2 to send a message to the group. Hello, everyone. I'm very sorry for causing trouble, but others are completely stunned. How did you get in so easily? The expert told everyone, I want to take this opportunity to prove to the world that our Ha China network is not a place to be trampled on casually. One account declared, we will not stand by and watch either. Ludi sent a message saying, everyone, I have decided to counterattack myself first. When the time comes, I hope you can help me out. Just wait for my news. The computer screen then displayed red and blue symbols. You watch intently, thinking that once they arrive, I want to see what skills they really have. A hacker under Hoover's command speaks up. Mini is the leading network company in China. If we can handle it, we will make history. Suddenly he became frantic. It's a ghost, yet he couldn't find any vulnerability. The guy next to him chuckled smugly. Now he's using the drill to attack my firewall. But when he stepped in, he couldn't do any better. And in his anger, he broke the keyboard and shouted. Skull calmly ordered, Teams 2 and 3, work together and attack the network of the people of Hoaha. I want their city to be paralyzed. On Liu Day's side, the staff are marveling at what you have created. Genie's firewall is too strong. The Scorpion approaches and asks Lord Liu, is the Genie firewall something you made yourself? Lamdi hesitantly asked, what is the name of this firewall? On the computer screen, countless red fragments cover the top left corner. He looked surprised and shouted, oh no, it's a scripted attack. Masquerading as ad plugins, it infiltrates various websites. Dongming broke out in a cold sweat and said firmly, their target was the traffic control system and they had to stop them at all costs. Lamdi frowned and said that if they arbitrarily interfered with the traffic data, train accidents, plane crashes, and all these incidents could happen. Scorpion sweat profusely and said, Captain Tan, this virus has infiltrated over tens of thousands of plugins. It will take at least 4 hours to clean it all up. Hearing this, he was horrified and clenched his teeth. What? Both of you are SS level hackers? Is there no other way? Dongming immediately thought of someone. 2D, you are both hackers, so you should be able to contact 2D. He nervously tugged at his shirt and urged through your organization to contact D2 quickly. Liu Day reminded him irritably. Dongming, stop shouting, he's not happy and protests. Liu D, don't cause more trouble, just protect your mini. You now admit I am 2 Emperor, Dongming asked in confusion. You really are the 4th Emperor? He immediately felt uncomfortable and reminded him. Liu D, you're being too reckless. 2D is an SSS level hacker, and the warrant for his arrest is equivalent to a murder charge. Dongming naturally didn't believe it and turned away, saying, I will explain to my superiors. If you can handle this internet attack, I will fight to get you the punishment you want. At this moment, Liu D continued typing on the keyboard. Dongming approached to hand over the responsibility, saying, my brother, this time we can only rely on you. You just need to listen and not hold me back for now. The space then fell silent. Suddenly, a beam of yellow light converged into a point in the middle, forming the image of a tall, muscular man holding a sharp spear. Lam Di, seeing this, asked in amazement, what is this? The man quickly throws away his spear. Over at Hoover, the staff frown and shout, damn it, the enemy has a defensive setup. This is bad. Spread out quickly. Breaking this script can generate a new one with attack commands and trace their source to find our IP address. The green frames on the screen are now steady, and she marvels at how powerful it is. He wondered, what is this program? Liu Day, satisfied with his achievement, slowly explained, this program is called Zhang Fei, a famous general from the Three Kingdoms. Zhang Fei of 10,000 enemies. Genie's firewall is called Gu Ji Ulai, a famous general from the Three Kingdoms era. Dian Wei. The Scorpion gives a thumbs up, praising continuously. Trung Fi, Dean V, the master of Emperor 2. This program is amazing. Turn to the great General Scorpio and tell him that Gig's program has already failed. Please inform the brothers that we must press our advantage. He agreed right away. Okay. Scorpio quickly sent a message in the chat group. Brothers, the 4th Emperor, God has repelled the virus attack from Gig's army in just 10 minutes. Is he with the great deity Tetra? Who is he? Hurry up and say it. He's not paying much attention, just focused on the announcement. We can go to battle now. Quickly clear the battlefield and prepare to counterattack. The other account replied, after winning, let's celebrate together. It's really exciting. KaiCap reminds you guys to put away your curiosity, get ready, and cooperate at any moment. That account will follow orders. Okay, a man of noble integrity appears through Emperor Liu's hand. You proudly announce to let them see my new program, with the mighty General Guan Yu, the top warrior of the Three Kingdoms. A cunning smile spreads at the corner of his mouth, allowing him to quickly trace Ib's location. Meanwhile, in the European Army's office, angry voices echo. Team 3 and Team 4 have been traced. Bone Soothe frowns and says, luckily their disguise was solitary. Hoover and his team then entered through the door, making him a bit nervous. Team leader, it's okay. We only lost part of our combat units. The battle isn't over yet. HV just gestured, and everyone aggressively charged in, then took control of everyone in the office. They ordered, do not move. He said through gritted teeth, you still have one chance. Steal the data from the Russian office and bring it here. Skullsweat nervously asked, do you want to spread a deep virus? You are violating the hacker agreement and crossing the line of humanity. Who sneers sinisterly and reassures you I won't harm the world. I just want to overthrow the Hua civilization. He bluntly threatened that if you don't do it, there is only one way to die. He frowned hesitantly, but I'm not sure if releasing the virus in the right spot is correct. Yu sternly said, I don't need you. I've already gone to find the strongest hacker in history on the left shoulder. The computer screen suddenly turned blue with floating numbers. Chuang-so looked on in shock. Remote control for the left shoulder. The butcher is using the internet to commit serious crimes? He said, Xiang-sao, if you can hack Xinya's data and bring it here, that will be considered a victory. He was immediately blinded by capitalism, secretly thinking that the high bonus, legitimate identity, meant he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life, and then he agreed immediately. Ensured the mission is completed, the scene shifts to Haishi Cybersecurity Bureau. Hoa Long speaks, Master Lu, please save Xinya. Xinya's data has already been stolen by those bastards, and now I don't know where it's been sent. You calmly reply, I know. Mr. Lu, if the data gets leaked and exposed, do you think you can just die without saving anyone? Because at that point, I'll be begging outside your house. I helplessly replied, I know. At this moment, Lam Dian came to comfort him and said, General Dang, don't worry too much. The data from Xinya is huge and will take about 10 hours to transfer successfully. Just as he finished speaking, Emperor Lu completed his current task. It's done. She looked puzzled and wondered what kind of program Lord Tu had written. Dong Ming opened the front door, revealing 3 unfamiliar men. He carefully introduced each person one by one. One was the director of cybersecurity for High City, another the commander of the Huaxi Security Bureau, and the third a 3-star general from the National Defense Command, General Zhao. Lu Dai nodded politely in response. Dong Ming leaned in close and said, whether you can turn around depends on your performance. Lu Dai raised his hand and loudly announced the launch of the program, then pressed a button on the keyboard, and beams of purple light gathered on the screen, breaking the trap. Lam Di was stunned to see this. These hackers are really cunning, having divided the stolen data into 7 parts. Lu Dai sneered, leaning back in his chair and saying, let me introduce everyone to my pursuit program, Zhao Yun. Hearing that, she was very impressed and approached to praise him. Great Emperor 2, with such a top-tier program, you only need 30 minutes? He replied seriously, no, just 10 minutes. I still need to write a few more counterattack programs. Then Emperor Liu turned to Scorpion and ordered, block all the roads Zhao Yun finds, we will press forward, and next should be my lord's turn to fight. He was also very excited when he heard that, and thought at last we are counterattacking, so he agreed. The screen displayed my majestic Chinese civilization with a history of over 5,000 years. This must be the place where your sewer rats can move. If I die, it's on me. The skull over here is starting to panic. It's screaming loudly. Everyone, think of a way to disable the trap for me. Restore the website and check the history of Hoaha to see if their customs might hold the key to solving this. An employee immediately went to investigate after receiving the order. There is good news from the boss's investigation. The data transfer from Xinga is very smooth and heading back to headquarters. He relaxed quite a bit upon hearing that. Good. There is also some good news. Now Emperor Liu has created the character Sun Wukong, targeting the European Union's National Network Security Center. Manager Zhao couldn't help but wonder, what are you doing, little one? Are you trying to ignite a war? You listen carefully and explain sincerely. Everything is just a move to demonstrate the strength of our Chinese hacker. Lu Di's corner of the mouth curled up with a look of pleasure. If we keep yielding, I fear the other side's ambitions will only grow larger. He asked seriously, I didn't see anything. How about you guys? The old man beside him replied, we see nothing either. With a fierce shout, he declared, Huaha, we cannot lose face. Damn it, the hover side is weakening. The skull boss is in trouble, and suddenly a warhorse appears among everyone. He was stunned and moved closer. What? Wukong continues to march forward proudly. Skull Huo panics and orders to activate the virus elimination program. The frightened employee said, Boss, we can't destroy it. Their horse can change itself. Motong appeared with a notification. The update is complete. It continues. The control of the group is ready. Liu Di can attack now. Liu Di looked at the computer screen and said, when the Geech army attacks Russia's fake data cable, that's their moment of death. He quickly typed into the group chat. Guys, I have to attack their base now. I need an IB zombie to face off against their IB zombie and break through their defenses. Immediately, someone replied, I trust you, Emperor 2. I can contribute 300 zombie IPs. Another person also started to respond. I'll risk it too. I can contribute 200 zombie IPs plus 2 more servers. The security room started to get lively. I also have the Great God Emperor 4. My IP address is Lu Dai. Just send a authorization message, no password needed. The other side was very impressed when they saw this. Impressive. I've never seen this kind of operation before. Suddenly, all the computer screens went black and the large buildings burst into flames. Lu Dai continuously operated the computer with the inscription above. Beneath the thick soul of Hoover's unconscious face of a young man, he turned away coldly, angry, saying, This bunch of fools has been exposed. I absolutely won't keep them. They must vanish completely. Hugh remembered the scene of continuous gunfire in the computer room corridor, and at that moment, he received a message. Hello, Minister Hoover Walker. I happen to discover that you are using a heart rate monitoring device. The pacemaker is synchronized with the H005 network. I've hacked into it. Now your network is in my hands, signed Tu Huaha Emperor. He gritted his teeth in anger. Devil. Day 2 is the name of the demon. At a military base, the entire unit is focused on the missiles. The countdown for the M417 Intercontinental Cruise Missile launch trajectory at 28 degrees north latitude and 112 degrees west longitude. Dozens of large ships are heading toward the port of a big city with towering buildings and European-style white houses, while Rip sits at a large table, speaking with a slightly angry tone. I told you to put pressure on the network in Hot China. What kind of situation have you created now? Who exactly is this person? HVANA said. He is Tu Emperor, the creator of 7 programs named after 7 ancient heroes of China, directly crushing us. If that's the case, is the Ha hacker really talented? Hu whispered. I admit I underestimated Ha. What are you panicking about? Ha probably won't dare to declare war on us. Han, worried about his safety, urged again. With 1 minute and 20 seconds left, I advise you to go into the safe bunker. Am I afraid of him? Dream on. As soon as the time runs out, he'll withdraw on his own. Han's voice became even more urgent, with only 30 seconds left. At this moment, Rip impatiently stood up and shouted, Don't keep talking about that stupid countdown anymore. The man turned around and ordered Han, Secretary Han, quickly contact General Cam of the Cobra Force. Han could only helplessly follow the order. Yes, Mr. President, the missile was also quickly launched. The officer nervously turned around and ordered the subordinates. Where is everyone? Quickly calculating the missile's target, he immediately pressed the alarm bell. The subordinates quickly reported, Commander, the missile's target is the White House, expected to reach in 1 minute and 30 seconds. The commander hurriedly ordered, Connect the phone to me quickly, or was stunned to receive the information. What? He quickly said to Rip. This is bad, they really fired the missile. Now Rip urgently says, Protect me quickly and set up defenses. Han ran off but then stopped and turned back to look at Rip. He hesitantly informed Rip, the president, that the weapon and defense systems near the White House had been disabled for a long time. Rip exclaimed in shock, What? And quickly composed a message to send. Sorry, I am currently conducting a cybersecurity experiment and accidentally interfered with the internet system of the Ha Empire. I am Rip GS, representing the negligent staff, and I sincerely apologize to Ha. I hope our two countries' relationship remains good. The missile flew straight toward Rip's building. Ludi sent a cold message, but it was still not enough. Rip anxiously continued to compose a plea to make amends. I am willing to sign a peace treaty with Ha and never violate it again. At the same time, I agree to reduce import tariffs for Ha and support its economy. Ludi immediately typed a message, reluctantly accepting the invitation for him to enjoy the fireworks celebration. Outside, the missile that just exploded burst into a spectacular display of flowers, while Rip sat idly in the room watching the outdoor fireworks. That Tu Emperor is just a madman, almost destroyed my Europe. The whole company watched this incredible trick and cheered. That counterattack was truly amazing. Lu Day smiled and said, Sometimes you don't need to follow the rules when playing cards. Sometimes the results can be surprisingly effective. True Trung Quan was pleased and praised Lu Day. Truly effective. He almost ignited an international conflict. At this moment, an employee rushes in to deliver a message. The central leadership is calling. The director calmly asked, What did the leader say? The staff member scratched his head awkwardly and said, The leader criticized our match this time as pointless, and said he wants to meet the young emperor too if there's a chance. Lu Di saw this and said, Trust me, Director Zhao, I will use my abilities for the right cause, and from now on, no one will dare to mess with our China. Team leader, a deep virus is attacking our central system, and it's very difficult to counter. The system is under serious threat. Lu Day sat back down at the table and said, See, it's my turn to step in again. Placing his hands on the keyboard, he softly said, I plan to use physical methods to deal with this person. Dong Ming, standing nearby, asked curiously, Do you know who the intruder is? Lu Di doesn't turn around, calmly saying, I not only know who he is, but also where he is turning around with a sinister smile. He is the left-handed hacker wanted by many countries and is currently in Haishi, China. The High City Cybersecurity Bureau is 1,000 meters away. He has seized the nearby power lines and is preparing to destroy the Ha Homeland Cybersecurity Bureau. Then, Lu Day calmly stood up and said, Everyone, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Chief Trio Kwang solemnly said, I saw nothing. Dong Min quickly ordered, Who's there? Hurry up and open the window or door to let some air in. Lu Day smiled softly, bade everyone farewell, and said we might meet again someday. He quickly left the office. Director Kwang turned to instruct Dong Min. Dong Min, from now on, there will be many people wanting to kill the two, so his identity must be kept secret. He quickly accepted, yes. Director Zhao advised that since Liu Di is said to be your former classmate, the Haishi Cybersecurity Bureau still needs a deputy director, so you should go and fill in. He carefully told Dongmin that our expectations for you are not high. Besides your daily work, just maintaining your old classmate relationship. Dongming raised his hand and solemnly accepted the order. Yes, I will do my best, for sure. Director Zhao quickly left. Lin Di nervously said behind him, Team Leader Zun, I want to make friends with 2D. What do you think? Dongming Yu Ngai raised his glasses and asked, Who is 2? I don't know him. I only know your friend Lu Day, who has some skills. So I want to get to know that Luda guy at the European White House. Han is carefully reporting the situation to Rip. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Rip got straight to the point and told me the key issue. The two hesitated before reporting the missile. The deployment of fighters, naval defenses, and heavy weapons has all been exposed. He continued reporting, and the more he said, the more it hurt Rip. 2D's program has withdrawn, but he is still waiting for an escape route. Our technicians can't stop him, which means 2D can return at any time. Rip angrily shouted, "Damn it, contact Ha immediately, prepare the treaty draft, and order Gan Tin to officially prepare to enter Ha." Han was stunned and said, "So this is the situation you arranged." Rip smiled, satisfied with his plan. "Wasn't it me who promised to invest in Ha?" Gan Tin Corporation is one of them. Han becomes more admiring the more he hears. "Sir, are you truly prepared? Do you plan to bring forward the era of human modification ahead of schedule?" Rip calmly said, "I have no way in the field of the Huaha network where the 4 emperors are." His eyes looked a bit cunning. "When it comes to human evolution, there's no Emperor 4. Rip stood up and ordered Han to tell the Gen Tin department to win the hearts of the people of Ha before anything else. Lang X told the heroism. He turned to continue speaking, informing Cam that the Snake Force had infiltrated Ha and was coordinating with the intelligence department. Rip sneered and said, "What good is a skilled hacker anyway? I have to make him understand who the true ruler of the world is." Han happily smiles. "Sir, your situation is truly impressive. I greatly admire it. I will arrange everything now." Rip pondered for a moment and then instructed, "Wait, from now on, all my plans for reform, even those related to the King of Hell, must be cut off from the network, or quickly obey the order." "Yes, sir, Mr. President." Rip still has some requests. "Also, bring me the books related to the history of the Ha dynasty so I can see what advantages or disadvantages they have." Immediately, the documents were brought to Rip's office, and he quickly asked, "Are you sure these books don't overlap, Han?" Han replied, "That's right. Yes, Mr. President." Rip lightly put on his coat and told Han, "I want to go outside and get some fresh air." "Let's go." Han seems completely at ease and happily accepts. "Yes, Mr. President." The two of them step into the elevator. Rip bitterly thought, that damn 4th Emperor. But this era isn't just about the internet. There are other things you can't even imagine. The elevator quickly descends to level 150. My Supreme King of Hell, the massive robot, is gradually taking shape. Rip smiles contentedly at his creation. My trump card is enough to make the whole world amazed. Luckily, you haven't activated the King of Hell yet, or our only controller would also be rendered useless and destroyed. Rip turns around confidently and says, "Professor Percy, rest assured I know the success rate of modifying the controller is very low. I won't use it recklessly." He also quickly urged Percy, "I can buy enough time. You must ensure the progress of the King of Hell is completed on schedule and also try to produce as many controllers as possible." The other parts are being assembled into the robot, producing metallic sounds. In a brightly lit room of an apartment complex, Hua Duke stares intently at the computer and smiles contentedly, saying, "Tetra Dog, still want to find my hideout? I've placed 36 identical fake signals across the country. Let's see how you're going to find me." Fake Duck sneers sarcastically, "What kind of protector of the Emperor? I would never have thought even if I were to die. I'm right next to you." The sound of knocking on the door suddenly coming from outside makes him think, have I been discovered? No way. Fake Duke went to the door worriedly and said, "If so, leave it at the door." Lu Day kicks the door hard, knocking Gia Duke away. Lu Day thought Hitlon, làm sao có thể dụ dỗ ngoài cửa với kiểu tấn công vật lý như vậy? Mo Tong quickly scanned the informant. This person is probably also a reformer, definitely related to human machinery. He specializes in building him up. Lu Day was a bit surprised. Could it really be like that? On the contrary, you're a bit twisted. Gia Day gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Are you, by any chance, D2? How did you find out it was me?" Lu Day immediately argued, "Excessive electricity use, abnormal internet activity, a single apartment, many orders like raising pigs. Does that seem normal to you?" Gia quickly thought and said, "Tute, hacker, we have the faith of hackers. You can't attack offline. If you have the courage, let's fight a life and death battle online." Ludi happily accepted, then forcefully smashed God Duke's computer before calmly stepping in front of him. "Now there's no internet. We can discuss a bit. Why did you get reformed?" At this point, Gia Duke stammered, "Are you also a reformed person?" Ludi smiled and said, "I don't really know how to explain this." Strange sounds started coming from behind Gia Duke. The explosions around Gia Duke start happening suddenly, leaving Lu Day a bit confused. Motong quickly explains, "There are electronics in his brain and they just blew up directly." Lu Day immediately deduced that it was not just a matter of the demon hunter searching through all his files. Motong quickly found information about Gia Duke. His name is Gia Day, a former European soldier who joined a secret European experiment 3 years ago. After it failed, he was cast out into society, and the reason his brain exploded is that whenever he feels sufficiently terrifying, he will detonate. Yada falls to the ground as Lu Di calmly walks out, and a loud cry echoes across the vast sky. Kon Tang was knocked face down on the hard ground. Xiao Ha jumped onto Kon Tang and said, "Brother, Kon Tang isn't focused, hiding at the window of the building, waiting for the chance to attack little brother Liu." Kon Tang, feeling wronged, looked up and said, "I just want to challenge your family starting with the youngest." Lu Di kneels down to analyze with Kon Tang. "Kon Tang, I have a riddle for you. If one hair breaks one of your legs, 2 hairs break 2 legs, and 3 hairs break 3 legs, then how many legs do you need?" Kontang awkwardly and sadly said, "This many legs? Kontang doesn't have that many." Liu Dai frowned and said, "It's good that you know." Then he turned and walked away, leaving Kontang to pat his head awkwardly and mumble, "This. Sir, young Master Liu has gone on a hunger strike. I'm so tired. Liu Mo, I not only helped the country defeat the hackers, but also have to deal with that kid at home." He approached the younger brother and softly asked, "What trouble are you hiding from me again?" Little brother West, holding the robot seriously, says, "Violent Bear, I told you. As long as I finish fixing this robot, I can play with the production line." Motong quickly relays the information to Liu D. This kid is really talented. With skills like this, he could become a master mechanic. Liu Dai was also surprised by his level. The armor assembly line is fully equipped with heavy machinery and high-precision tools, yet they still want to limit it with advanced skills. It seems they still underestimated the situation. He immediately ordered Motong to shut down the production line and set up a password lock. Motong held up his hands in surrender and said, "I am preparing a bioelectric chamber to accelerate your body's evolution." Liu D quickly ordered, "Leave those for now. You sit down to negotiate with your younger brother. I'm planning to find a school for you. If you can score 100 points in the exam, I will let you operate the production line." The younger brother calmly retorted, "Violent Bear, I find it strange that you trust me." Suddenly, Liu Dai's phone rings. Hak San's tone on the other end of the line was a bit tense. "Little brother Liu Dai, I am sorry to you. The eldest brother has been taken by a group of Tanzanian mercenary soldiers, and his fate is still unknown." He also quickly shared his location with Liu D. Location? Liu D stood up, turned around, and told Royi to take care of the boy. "Xiaoxia, call the young lady now to come with us. A helicopter is already in the sky." Xiaoshu, fully equipped with the necessary gear, turns to say goodbye to Liu D. "Brother, I'll go ahead now." Both Lord Liu and Xiaohua reminded her to stay safe. She quickly jumped off the helicopter. Xiaoshu confidently spreads her arms, enjoying the atmosphere surrounding her. Old Shu, sitting in the control room, turns back in confusion and asks, "President Liu, we're now at an altitude of 1,850 meters. Why did she just jump down like that?" Explosions quickly erupted on the ground below, making loud noises. Through the communication device, Xiao Yu reported that he had reached the safe location. "Brother, I'm ready. With me here, you can do as you please." Liu Dai smiled and said to Tiuha, "Let's go." Xiaohua is in position, lightly nodding in readiness. Old Q turns around, his voice curious and a bit worried. "Is that the voice of the girl from earlier?" Liu Di reassured him. "Lao Ku, just focus on driving. She's my sister. It's okay." At a military base, a group of people is lined up neatly in 2 rows. Emperor Liu's helicopter is preparing to land nearby. Gray Bear nervously observes the approaching guests and says, "We're only maintaining this form to welcome a business owner. Is that really necessary?" Haksan immediately dismisses his thoughts. "How? Did you forget a card at the bank?" Bringing up that matter made the Gray Bear even more regretful. "That was my carelessness. If you give me another chance, He-Sun will stop Gao Zam from continuing his words and will place absolute trust in you." "Stop talking. If it were someone else, I wouldn't believe. But you're Gray Bear of Thien La. How could you ever let your guard down?" Shichmi stepped out from the ranks to give her opinion. "Teacher Guan, I admit that Da's capture was our negligence. But the enemy is just a mercenary convict. We can handle it ourselves. Why bother asking for outside help?" Heishan calmly said, "I know you all are proud, but Chi-Chi, when he arrives later, you should tone down your attitude." "On what grounds?" The plane quickly lands and Liu Di and Xiaohua confidently step out. The people from the Thien La organization immediately started discussing when they saw the figures of the two. A handsome young boy and an 18-year-old? With that soft skin, does she really look like a strong warrior? Liu Dai stepped forward and immediately asked directly, "Captain Haksun, where have you been?" "Immediate rescue deployment." Hek-sun calmly said, "Kid, there's no rush now. We still have 3 hours left." Liu Dai was a bit confused. "What do you mean?" Hak-sun smiled and clearly explained the situation. "Who do you think Mr. Da is? Do you think our Heaven's Abyss organization is just for show? If it were truly dangerous, could we really wait for you?" He handed a secret letter to Liu Di and said, "Read it yourself." The paper contained a message left by Mr. Da. "Xiaohei, I'm going up the mountain tonight to look for mineral deposits. Tell little Liu Dai to come here, and remember to come back to save me after 8 hours. I'll go ahead first." Liu Dai gradually understood the story, so Haksun recounted the message that the eldest brother had left while I wasn't paying attention and had already left. He mentioned his real concerns, but the eldest brother is an expert in human modification techniques. They only managed to persuade him to conduct research on the modification technology, which isn't life-threatening. But this time, I can't tell what medicine the boss is selling in his bottle. Liu Di calmly agreed, "I won't wait that long, at least an hour. Then Xiaohua and I will take action to tie him up and bring him here." Heishan continued, "I may not understand the intentions of the eldest brother, but at least I can guess one of his purposes." Liu Di was a bit surprised. "What?" "Of course, it's my young soldiers. He wants me to seriously train with them?" Hek-san said happily. "That's only half true. Mainly, I want these soldiers to be reformed, but they refuse to accept it." Liu Di asked with some confusion, "Why is that?" Hak-san explained, "I am very confident in their strength. They are definitely the best among humans. That's why they look down on and envy the reformers. Emperor Liu immediately asked, "So you haven't met any reformers yet?" "I've seen them, but saw those mutants lost and none survived. Looking at my young but strong soldiers, Haxun still doesn't feel at ease. Although they are very strong now, I know that the future belongs to the reformers. I don't want my soldiers in the future to die at the hands of the reformers." At that moment, Liu Day realized his main goal was to change their mindset through me. Haxun heaved a sigh of relief, saying, "Yes, I think the eldest brother also has this idea. After all, you are the strongest reformer I have ever met." Liu Di glances at this top young person in front of him and confidently says, "This is the right person for the job. I will definitely help you complete this task. Moreover, I will give these border guards of Huochia a Will Awakening opportunity." Gray Bear approaches politely and greets. Mr. Liu greets him back. Liu Di also politely extended his hand to greet Chief Gao Zam, who smiled politely and said, "We are like old friends now." Sit laughs heartily and approaches to greet. "I've come to challenge you to a hand wrestling match, Boss Liu." "Oh, you're welcome, Boss Liu." He warmly shook Liu Di's hand. "It's an honor, an honor." Liu Di also responds politely. "Hello there, Sip." Feeling the strength from Liu Dai's hand pressing against him, his power was very strong, truly two possibilities. He quickly intended to invite Liu Dai to a fight. "Boss Liu, your strength isn't bad. Are you interested in competing with us?" Liu Dai modestly said, "Not yet. Wait until I save Mr. Da, then I'll fight everyone." At that military zone, there are all the equipment and facilities for a large army, with guards watching around everywhere. Under the floor covered with empty bottles, Da, now tipsy, holding a wine funnel, said, "Lizard monster, what support do you have here? Bring everything up here. Don't hide anything anymore." Aiden, angry, said from the side, "I'm not a lizard monster. I am Aiden Trap of Dead with a bounty of 3 million. He pointed a gun at Mr. Da's face and gritted his teeth. "Rich man, you're about to drink all the base's alcohol. When will you start working?" Mr. Da calmly smiled and said, "No rush. Finish drinking and then talk." The door was immediately kicked open and the intruder barged in aggressively saying, "Old man, you'd better not try anything. We have met your conditions. I give you 3 days to produce the antidote for the reformed person. If not," Mr. Da interrupted and said, "Wait a moment. You need to rest first before working. Understand?" The kidnapper lost patience and grabbed Mr. Da by the collar. "Are you trying to buy time with me?" Mr. Da challenged him directly without hesitation. "Come on." The angry clawed kid was about to attack the old man. He pushed Mr. Da onto the chair and turned around to give an order. "Bring the people here for me." Molly and Luke Keat are dragged away by the kidnappers. He is thrown forcefully onto the ground in pain. The kidnapper approached, holding Molly's head and lifting him up, saying, "Look carefully. If you don't do the research for me, this will be your fate." Mr. Da just closed his eyes, praying for his friend, hoping he would go to heaven. "My old friend, Professor Mali," the kidnapper snarled threateningly. "Remember this. In 3 days, you will become a headless corpse," Mr. Dam said, looking at him with contempt. 3 days and 2 hours is enough. Someone will come here, and then there will be no more wine to drink." The kidnapper sneered, "Don't worry. I won't let them go without returning." He turned around to give instructions, saying, "Aiden, watch him carefully." Mr. Da remained calm as he continued negotiating with Aiden. "Lizard monster, give me your wine, and I'll let my son spare you when the time comes." The kidnapper turned around to warn, "Are you crazy, old man? Just do your job." Deep inside the large mountain forest, Emperor Liu glances at his watch and hurriedly says, "It's time. You've calculated the timing and made the conclusion. Mr. Da has been waiting too long, so he should go back and rest. Only 10 minutes, you who don't keep your promises." Haitian turned around and commanded the whole team. The officers prepared to set out. The entire Dongthane team responded clearly. They immediately started running one after another. Liu Di checked the time on his watch and sighed, 1 minute 50 seconds. "Very fast. Basic qualities are fine. Let's go." Then Liu Di and Xiaoha led the team and started moving out. "Why do I feel like Liu Di and Tioha are actually siding with us?" Ditch Mai sneers at the two of them dismissively and then quickly looks surprised. "Are you joking? This is our territory. The city folks are relying on it." "Where is he?" Emperor Liu quickly lands. The Heavenly Demon Army has also arrived. The entire team is exhausted and panting in admiration. "Impressive. You rushed here in no time. Isn't this supposed to be the battlefield?" Liu Di observes the enemy's base and comments to Xiaoha, for the first time feeling that there are so many level B mutants. At least 20, the enemy is not weak. Gray Bear explains his plan to Heishan. "Commander, this is how I intend to carry out the operation. I led Team 1 and 2 to attack directly. Team 3 and 4 flanked from the sides. Team 5 encircled them, and the others supported with firepower." He turned to look at his teammates. None of them dared to meet the gaze of the Gray Bear. Motong immediately provided information about this area. "Liu Di, this place is a bit strange. The plants are unusual. There must be some radiation chamber causing their genes to mutate." Liu Di turned back and warned, "Everyone stay calm for now. Tiuha and I will go check it out first." Sit, hearing this, angrily retorted, "What the hell is your crazy friend talking about? Are you planning to turn into a dice or something by going in alone?" Liu Di turned back to reassure him. "Don't worry. Then, Yu and Xiaoha jumped down into the enemy's military base. The gray bear above was a bit worried. This guy is really crazy. Prepare for supporting fire. Hyo-san quickly stopped him and said, "Don't rush." Chimi anxiously said, "Officer, if he dies inside, how can we face Tianla in the future?" Hae-san immediately defended you. Lu Dai is not an ordinary person. She has her own limits. Lu Dai responded and called out, "Then Trong, Teotu!" Fire immediately upon receiving the signal. The enemy guard team was immediately attacked. Liu Di and Xiaoha continued to advance into the enemy's outer base. Xiao Shu kept attacking the soldiers, leaving them no time to react. Sip watched the scene in awe, impressive. So there is actually a huge sniper team behind him? The gray bear watched in amazement at the sniper's extraordinary speed. No, at 9 o'clock there should only be one sniper. But with this shooting speed, how is that even possible? Hae-san must know exactly who the mysterious attacker is. Sure enough, this time even Xiao Shu has stepped in. An animal-shaped foot stomps heavily onto the ground. The kidnapper steps out boldly and roars loudly, immediately firing a shot. The kidnapper immediately caught the bullet, crying out in pain, and was soon attacked by several more bullets. He collapsed immediately after, and as he fell, the little monsters appeared. Seeing this, Liu Di quickly signaled to Xiao Thu. "Xiao Shu, all right, change your position. When you return, I'll buy you a gun." Xiao Shu quickly leaves the hiding spot. Luda signals to Xiaoha. "Let's go, Xiaoha. Time to practice your hand." "All right, brother. I'll do it." Xiaoha darted forward like lightning, delivering each strike with such speed that it could take down a monster in a single blow. Liu Di immediately felt satisfied upon witnessing this. Xiaoha has made some progress and can now hold out for a while. Hae-san reminds him, "Kid, haven't you noticed your own flaws yet?" Shipme, naturally competitive, refused to accept defeat. Not seeing. "Sir?" "Officer, I request permission to go into battle." At this moment, Mr. Da was secretly worried. "Oh no, Xiao Thu has arrived. That little kid Liu Di has also come, and maybe Xiao Ha is here too." The old man firmly demanded, "Hurry up and give me your wine. There's no more time." Aiden felt disrespected and angrily gritted his teeth. "Don't cause trouble with me, you old man. Those rescue guys of yours will soon die at the hands of our mercenary regiment." Mr. Da laughed and said, "You're about to die. Don't you know that?" He just heard that and his blood boiled, claws growing sharp. This murderous intent surged forward, but it's better to let the old man sleep. Let him die peacefully. Suddenly, something hit the ceiling and caused an explosion. Someone's foot kicked Aiden square in the face, knocking his jaw askew. It turns out Liu Di is happily saying, "Old man, life is pretty comfortable, isn't it?" The old man coughs a few times, and you teasingly ask, "Old man, what trouble are you causing this time?"
Da frowns and replies, "What do you mean? Did Tuha and the others arrive too?"
Emperor Liu said, "Don't tell me you just want to drink wine. Do you know if you hide even deeper, the entire border will be overthrown?" The old man turned to deny it, saying it wasn't true. Suddenly, out of nowhere, little Ha fell down as if he had been sprinkled with salt. Then the boy sat up suddenly as if nothing had happened. "Hello, Uncle Daru." The old man smiled and replied, "Good girl, Xiaoha." A horde of monsters emerged from the pink hole. Emperor Liu raised his hand and said, "Mr. Daru." The old man frowned and questioned, "What are you doing?" He looked at the wine bottle he just took and smiled, saying, "Do you want Xiaoha to get hurt?" Mr. Da questioned, "If you already knew, why didn't you take action?" Liu Di replies, "I just don't want you to drink. Your toxin levels have long exceeded the limit." He decisively throws the bottle forward. "Xiaoha." The boy grabbed it with confusion. Brother Liu Di cheered excitedly. Xiaoha prepares to fight with all his might. Xiaoha immediately drinks like he's drinking water. Then his whole body erupts with incredible power. A monster charged recklessly and was immediately hit hard. Mr. Da watched and felt regretful, then sighed and said, "To Lu Dai, you've changed a lot after these days. You have a bit of the aura of a strong person." You laugh and ask, "Old Da, tell me, what exactly are you here for?" The old man casually replies, "Of course, to drink wine, and then if the opportunity arises, to teach the little guy a thing or two." The modified humans outside, with skin like divine lizards, are a sign that humanity has been around for millions of years, and the next stage of evolution is about to begin. Emperor Liu frowned and asked, "Are you talking about human modifications?" Lao closed his eyes, sighed, and said, "Human modifications are just a means for rapid evolution that people desire. The evolution of humanity will be divided into 4 types. The old man explained in detail. First, artificial humans. Second, artificial life. Third, the later genetically mutated humans. Fourth, those born with innate jealousy. Then he said seriously, "If I'm not mistaken, you definitely belong to the rare 4th type." The old man observed carefully and deduced that these guys are probably basic mutants, but since they've been staying here all along, they've been affected by the radiation. Mr. Da looked down at the corpses below and spoke. If they were normal people, they would have died from illness long ago. But these mutants are very jealous, and in just a few years of radiation exposure, they have evolved. He said that if I'm not mistaken, radiation is only for humans, or rather, it's the key to the jealousy-driven evolution of those who are already jealous like us. Moton then appeared and said, "Lu Dai, Mr. Da is not wrong. As the second phase of human evolution's top scientist, it is indeed radiation. We must find the source of the radiation. Does the robot arm belong to you, Xiaoha, and did you make it for him? He nodded. The old man was very pleased and praised him. Good, Mr. Da indeed was not mistaken about you. Human evolution is not just about physical changes, but your brain is also different from ordinary people. Mr. Da slowly moved forward and softly said, I have also explained the principles to you, and I have found a place for you as well. Now you kids can figure out the rest yourselves. Found it. Heishan sensed something was wrong with Kodyu and immediately gave the order. It's over. He's become so berserk that he's killing people. Arrange a transformation team to defend, but do not endanger his life. Seichin Realm obeys the order, yes. At this moment, Emperor Liu stepped forward and called out, Xiaoha is no longer conscious and hits anyone he sees. Emperor Liu and Xiaoha rushed into a fight exchanging moves. You aimed straight at the boy's vital point, and Xiaoha immediately fainted. Mr. Da, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel regretful, wishing he had waited for half a bottle for himself. Little Ha has drunk too much. Haksan then teased, So, big brother, are you here because of drinking alcohol? The old man nodded in agreement and turned to see someone he recognized. Xiaoshu, at this moment Lord Liu spoke up. Help me take care of Xiaoha and Mr. Da. I need to go get a few things. No one is allowed to come near. Heishan reassured him. Just go ahead and rest assured. In a clearing within the large forest, he approached the tall stake driven into the ground, seemingly connected to the main body behind it, then removed his outer garment and threw it aside, gripping the stake tightly with both hands. And with calm strength, he pulled it up. It turned out not to be a stake, but something that looked quite like a large tank. Da, the one next to him, said, There's no need to be so surprised. We've seen strange machines like these during World War II, only people just didn't realize it. He threw it aside, creating a large hole in front of him, and Liu Di jumped straight down without hesitation. Below are countless machines identical to the one Liu Di just saw. These things are all outdated. You glance at the large boxes and think to yourself, I found it. The jadium element with the strongest radiation in the world. Mr. Dam smiled. It seems he found what he was looking for. Black Mountain pointed and ordered everyone to get on, and they all obeyed. Yes, they saw you bring all 3 crates into the base as soon as you left. Emperor Liu said we still need General Haksun to mobilize the army to transport this stuff to Haithi and ensure it doesn't get exposed. He questioned, What do you need this stuff for? Mr. Da didn't hesitate to explain everything to you. It knows what it's doing. Haksun still hesitated to say, but this is the border of the country. Transporting something this big is a bit difficult. Liu Di reassured him, I will stay here for a few days to help you solve this difficult problem. Hearing that, he smiled with satisfaction and replied that it was good. The scene shifts to the camp where everyone is resting. Da is sitting on a chair to relax, while Liu is here injecting monster blood into a test tube. He looked at them and thought these documents needed careful study at home. Early the next morning, Black Mountain gathered his troops and loudly ordered them to prepare. Lord Liu smiled in praise. Not bad. Without the reformers, they would truly be the best among humans. Heishan turned and said, Kid, you've already agreed with me to make these kids admit their fear. Of course you remember. Captain Haksun, rest assured, I will do my best. He then turned to his subordinates and said, Aren't you all eager to challenge Liu Dai? Today is a good time to rest. Your opportunity has arrived. Suddenly, the gray bear calmly pulled someone who was about to step forward. Heck's son asked if anyone else was dissatisfied with the reformer, and he gritted his teeth as he said, I believe Liu Di's strength is probably at the highest level among the reformers. We are soldiers who rely only on our own training. How can we fight against him? Liu Dai said, The times have changed now. Gray Bear replied, We've heard things like that many times before. He closed his eyes tightly and began to speak. Everyone, there is always someone better. I once faced a high-level reformer who knocked me out with a single move and was 10 times stronger than me. Xiaosha here feels something's off and wonders who this person is. Emperor Liu is describing someone from Thailand. Handsome face, wearing sportswear, carrying a metal stick. He was extremely serious. We fought for 5 seconds and the outcome was clear. Yet he's only the lowest ranked assassin in the international organization. Then the boy here finally realized who Liu Dai was talking about. Confronting. You also introduced yourself very enthusiastically, just as you should. Yes, it's the Master Confronting. Everyone around was amazed and wondering to themselves, is he really that strong? No way he's joking, right? At this moment, Black Mountain heard something familiar and thought, wait a minute, this Confronting name, I think I've heard it somewhere before. He suddenly realized that it seemed like Duan Hua had mentioned a certain person who came to Liu Dai's house and was then defeated, losing his confidence. That name seems to be Confronting. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Is the strength of the international experts really that powerful now? Are we truly that limited? Black Mountain is helpless and fed up, not wanting to talk. Damn it, this guy is seriously talking nonsense. Is this how he says he will make his heavenly clan fear? Liu Dai is still acting confidently with his hand on his forehead, claiming there are countless experts internationally. I'm also afraid that one day I will face a strong enemy who will directly kill me. He was not wrong to say that. The international situation is dangerous everywhere. Emperor Liu speaks words of encouragement. Everyone, based on our strength, it seems we can reach the A3 level of the reformers. I truly admire that. If we can improve further through rehabilitation, the future will definitely be even better. He clenched his fist firmly, speaking with determination, so everyone must always maintain their strength. Moreover, the path is Tianla, but in the end it was abandoned by the new era. Are they willing to accept that? Hearing this, everyone seemed to be energized and took turns saying, I agree to undergo the transformation. I agree, and so do I. Sip raised his hand and said, I still have some doubts. Liu Day's strength is not bad, but our Tianla organization's capabilities have yet to be fully demonstrated. So he pointed at Xiao Shu and challenged him, saying he wanted to compete with someone from Liu Day's team. I also come from a sniper background. I admit I'm not as good at long-range shooting as Xiao Shu, but my close-quarter skills might not be worse. Mai, what are you doing? They're only 18 and still just kids. He even touched himself and said, I'm only 20, just a bit rough. Another person, seeing this as cowardly, interrupted, saying, men with tough skin should challenge girls from other families. That made Shichmi furious and shout, I just want to show the strength of our Tianla organization and not be looked down on by others. Haksan also secretly thought helplessly that kid Shichmi is clearly showing off in front of the girl. That's really unprofessional. Xiao Thu here isn't afraid of any of them. Shichmi is right. A skilled sniper also has good close combat abilities. A young man loudly reminded him, Shichmi, you should show the spirit of Tianla, but don't hurt anyone. He looked confident and sure of victory, then chuckled proudly and said, Miss Xiao Thu, please. She slowly moved forward. Heishan crossed his arms and spoke. All right, a slight adjustment to the atmosphere in the army is also acceptable. He continued, now the soldiers' moods have been shifted by Emperor Liu. Bing Long agrees to undergo reform, but the success rate is uncertain. Mr. Da turns around and commands, follow me. Old man enters the camp. Emperor Liu questions, Mr. Da, what is the current success rate of rehabilitation? Mr. Da took a test tube and replied, in theory, it's 50 to 60%. If it fails, it's probably very hard to survive. Heishan behind him spoke, that's also why I never force soldiers to undergo reform. Outside, there are continuous shouts of encouragement. Cheer up, Ambush, keep going. Ludi smiled and said, every soldier is a national treasure, the best among thousands, with no room for error. He volunteered, I will work with you to improve the medicine in the coming days. Mr. Da turned to question, do you know about these things, little girl? These documents were partly obtained during Haken's genetic modification, and the rest are methods you summarized after optimizing. Ludi confidently states that he is the best at those techniques, understanding the secret to immortality through consuming cancer cells and manipulating DNA sequences. Ong Da feels quite satisfied and praises, very good, but these methods also come with endless complications. Liu Dai reassured him, don't worry, Mr. Da, I have also figured out a way to improve it. Suddenly, Shichi flew in and collapsed onto the ground. He sweat profusely trying to save his honor, accidentally being knocked away by Tiu Thu. Just a careless mistake. Then he ran out with force to continue. Haishan frowned and asked, so what? The young lady isn't an ordinary person either, so the soldier's trust must be shattered now. He sighed deeply, filled with sorrow. Over here, you speak up, Mr. Da. We can take advantage of the strength of the soldiers' bodies outside. At this moment, Xiaothu and Red Plum are engaged in a fierce battle. He raised his voice and said, Xiaothu, I want to be friends with you. I have decided to undergo the transformation. If I don't say it today, I might not have another chance later. Hyo-san then whispered to himself that some soldiers might have to sacrifice themselves during this transformation. Fine, let them play that way. 3 days later, Mr. Da marveled that nearly 100% success rate was 98%. He was very surprised by how Liu Di handled this critical issue and then took a sip of water, saying, this old man will have a successor in the future, with a 98% success rate, and no one in this world can compare. Heishan also felt somewhat reassured. With such a success rate, my soldiers can all be kept safe. Liu Di said excitedly from behind, Dad, I'm back, and he held up a small glass cage containing 2 strange creatures, saying, I also brought a good item. The old man immediately recognized the creature. The ant is getting bigger. Kid, what are you doing with them? Liu Di explains that the formic acid of the ant Vastu causes at least level 11 pain in humans. Upon hearing this, Mr. Dai marvels, saying he wants to use this pain to stimulate the immune response of the cells inside the test subject, originating from the test subject themselves, to reduce the failure rate by 2%. Kid, you're really something. You smile and say, Da is truly Da. Haksan asked suspiciously, are you saying the success rate of the modification is 100%? Liu Dai smiled and replied, to be precise, with the physique of the heavenly law soldiers, the success rate is 100%. Mr. Da stroked his chin and said, to be more precise, the success rate of the first stage is 100%, just like Xiaoha and the others. Reaching the 4th stage is truly impressive. Liu Di was truly impressed. In 4 stages, Mr. Da was indeed ahead of the game. Heishan then turned and walked away. I will report to my superiors immediately. Once I get approval, we will proceed with the modification right away. You suggest we can take samples here for research, but if we want to proceed with the transformation, it might be a bit rough. He turned back and explained, you don't understand, kid. If my spirit goes to the experimental transformation center, Long Wei will definitely absorb it, which would be very beneficial for old Tao Ten Ha. Hyo-san firmly said, Big brother, Emperor Liu, tell me what equipment you need and I will send it here immediately. And he also nonchalantly took out a piece of paper. Don't worry, I've prepared everything in advance. Then he placed it in Haeson's hand. Just use this list to assign tasks, he agrees. All right, I'm leaving now. Then Lu Da only then wondered, Master Da, Long Ui. Is that the old man's answer? This is a national secret. Little Hawk 2 really doesn't see you as an outsider. The old man continued, all research data on human modification from China is concentrated in the secret Long Ui project. Lao Da chuckled happily and said, you'll soon become a famous figure in Long Ui too. Lu Dai confidently said, reputation doesn't matter. The old man here has entrusted us with an important task, and whether China can secure its position internationally depends on you kids. The helicopter is flying high, followed by 2 or 3 others, all carrying large crates. One has drawings of thorny rose vines and a sword stabbed horizontally. Lu Dai immediately realized that this was truly the Special Forces team of Hua Ha Dongfang Shenjian. An hour later, at the camp, you stand upright and say, everyone, to ensure the success of the experiment, we added formic acid to the potion. Will you be able to endure a high level of pain? The crowd resolutely shouts the slogan together, just cry once, useless in hell, useless in the Hua Ha team. Old Da laughed heartily, praising their spirit. Very well, the experiment begins. The crowd enthusiastically responded in unison. Yes. At this moment, many people are lying on beds, tightly bound, with the doctor holding a syringe in his hand. He turned to ask, Old man, name this medicine. The old man replied, This is a reformative drug for our Chinese descendants. Call it the old man's serious designation for the first-generation Flame King. The doctor inserted the needle into a young man's body and announced the start of the injection. His whole body immediately reacted violently, and the room was filled with continuous cries of pain. Emperor Liu spoke, This formic acid is a deadly poison. Just 0.016 is enough to make an adult faint instantly. The pain lasts longer than 3 days. Mr. Da next to him added, The formic acid in this potion is extracted with very high purity, and the dosage exceeds 0.016. Haeshan eagerly said, This is also the moment to test the soldier's patience. The heart rate monitor keeps beeping loudly as a young man with bright eyes and clenched teeth screams in panic. The doctors hurriedly urge each other, Hurry up! Emperor Liu couldn't help but marvel internally. Indeed, he is a hero with integrity, worthy of respect. Based on different physiques, the modification time ranges from 10 to 30 minutes. A young man ran over to report that Commander Hai Shan was in trouble. He continued, saying that about 3 meters outside the border, many unidentified moving objects appeared. He was so frightened after hearing this. This is not good. There are enemy troops, a force of 2,000 soldiers including armored vehicles and tanks. Outside, a large explosion is happening, and a strange device is flying in the sky. He recognized it at a glance. The European observation device, 90 centimeters from above, is operated by Tan family mercenaries. Xiao Shu immediately took a combat stance, gripping her gun tightly, and fired a shot that hit the target. The European device was knocked down. Hyo-san was furious, shouting loudly, How dare you enter my territory and recklessly open fire in my area? You are too brave. He turned back and said, Kids, just stay calm and accept the reform. The old man led his men to attack. Countless missiles are falling from the sky. Mr. Da immediately understood the enemy's intentions. The enemy seems intent on blowing up the base, and Xiaothu below keeps firing non-stop. Heaton loudly announced, With Xiaothu here, this base is like an Iron Admiral's uniform, but Lu Dai can't keep going like this. Roll up your sleeves and get ready for battle. With me here, everyone doesn't need to worry. Lu Di begins assigning tasks to his 2 siblings. Xiao Shu, keep the airspace secure. Yaoxia, stay at the base and watch out for a surprise attack. Heisha nervously reminds you, Don't let your guard down this time. The enemy has heavy weapons and over 2,000 troops. You answer, You're old now, so act accordingly. This made him furrow his brow in anger and shout, Don't mess around, kid. This is not the time to show off. Liu Di sped through the air like a missile, leaving Hakusan below in shock, silently wondering if he was really human. This little brat is becoming more and more powerful on this twisted path. We can't just stand here and watch. Follow me. Let's charge forward. Mr. Da appeared and spoke. Zhao Heizi, don't cause any more trouble for little Emperor Liu. In the forest now countless tanks lay still there. A soldier opened the hatch and asked, Captain Hu, are you sure you want to cross this endless border of death? He angrily shouted, The border of death is your head. They killed my eldest and second brothers. I will crush them to dust. Hu loudly ordered, Send those kids in. Kill the leading soldiers of Huaha. One head, 100,000 tiles. So hundreds of people in tanks began to move out, shouting, Kill! Kill them! At this moment, another soldier pointed to the sky and announced, Captain Hu, they have missiles. Look, they are coming toward us. He immediately drew his large gun and ordered, Shoot it with the machine gun, blow it to pieces for me, then crazily fired round after round into the sky, mocking their missiles as the trash of Hoaha. He only then realized the problem and shouted in shock, Captain, that's not a missile. It's a man in a white shirt. Hu obviously didn't believe this absurd claim, Nonsense, that kid must have been scared by Hua-Ha, right? He turned back trying to see clearly, but whatever it was, I shot once and it will be. At this moment, Hugh's eyes widened in horror as if he had seen a ghost. Before he could realize the problem, Liu Di had already rushed down and delivered a hard blow to Hugh's head. The two soldiers witnessing this froze stiff. Is the captain dead? No way. They immediately pointed their guns at Liu Di and fired continuously, with each bullet hitting the tank where he was hiding.
But who would have expected that Liu Di would tear the tank into two pieces with a single strike? The soldiers were now scared, sweating profusely as they nervously whispered to each other that he was a modified human from Hua-Ha, capable of tearing apart a tank.
Liu Di threw them back without a word, leaving the European soldiers stunned as their commander lost the ability to fight. What the hell is that? Can a reformer really be that powerful? Mo Tong appears and reminds you that Liu Di, your body still can't handle these kinds of heavy weapons. The distant tank fired an incredibly terrifying shot, a shell that pierced armor and caused the place where you were standing to explode. Luckily, Liu Di managed to dodge just in time. He sat up, wiping sweat from his face, thinking to himself that it was really quite difficult. Mo Tong chuckled and said it's done. It shrugged and said that with such poor internet, it's very hard to hack into the tank. My team and I hacked some satellites to turn off the tank systems. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, if it weren't for the satellite, this attack would have been unstoppable. Mo Tong reminded him. After returning, Liu Di quickly proceeded with the upgrade phase. If I could control liquid metal, fighting like this wouldn't be a problem at all. Just then, a bullet came flying, and I quickly jumped aside to dodge, then continued speaking after I finished dealing with it. The tanks suddenly came under a barrage of lightning and were controlled. Liu Di seized the opportunity to charge and destroy them. The European soldiers were screaming in pain and chaos. He thought to himself they were just nameless mercenaries. It would be quick to deal with them. At this moment, Liu Di sensed something and turned around. Seeing a group of people standing straight without shirts, he immediately recognized them as the latest super strong mutants. 283 people, very satisfied with themselves. This is Tian La. Well done. So Emperor Liu stepped back to let them show their new skills. A slight smile appeared on his face and he said, well then, let me see what the Tian La organization is truly capable of after the transformation. That energy radiated everywhere. Even the European soldiers could feel it. Everyone from the Heavenly Law organization, their faces filled with murderous intent, shouted, if you touch my Hua-Ha border, leave your corpses here for me. The members of the Heavenly Law organization and European soldiers charged forward together, their shouts echoing through the sky. Kill! Charge! The warriors of the Tian La organization were well trained, so their strikes were precise. Although outnumbered, the Tian La forces gradually gained the upper hand. Liu Di stood to the side watching the battle, nodding in approval. This is the true Tian La, not the others. 10 minutes later, as expected, the European soldiers were completely defeated with bodies scattered everywhere. Shichimi hurriedly searched for Liu Di. Where is Boss Liu? Could it be that he's not? He frantically searched through the piled-up corpses, shouting, Boss Liu, don't die! I don't know how to explain to Xiao Shu. While on the cliff, Liu Di was lost in thought, feeling that this C-grade reformed person was missing something. At this moment, Mr. D and Black Mountain also arrived, with Black Mountain praising the achievements of the Heavenly Abyss warriors and their excellent combat results. Liu Di also leapt down to meet Hakusen. Seeing that he was completely unharmed, Shichimi finally let out a sigh of relief. That's great. My brother-in-law is safe. Hakusen expresses his gratitude to Liu Di. Liu Di, thanks to your help in resolving the hidden threat, not only did you assist us in completing the renovation, but you also saved our lives. Shichimi also stepped forward to speak a few words on behalf of the organization to Liu Di. I represent the Heavenly Forest organization and promise that if you need help in the future, just send a message, and our 283 members will be there no matter how far away. He guarantees that once the message is sent, we will be there even if we're thousands of miles apart. Everyone, the warriors of Tian La, bowed their heads to Liu Di. He smiled and replied, you're too modest. I can see the spirit of the Chinese army. This trip was not in vain. At the same time, Liu Di's helicopter has also arrived, and Hakusen's tone reveals his regret. So, you're leaving now? Emperor Liu nodded. The Vedium we found is stored in the barracks. If it were an ordinary person, they would find it hard to endure. So I still had to ask Commander Black Mountain to arrange transportation to counteract the radiation and help me get to High Thi. Black Mountain immediately agreed. It's a small matter. Liu Di turned to Mr. Da and asked, are you coming back with me? There is a plan. He quickly waved his hand. I can't just pat the little kid on the back and send him off. Mr. Da stroked his chin. The in-laws' kids still haven't shown their special abilities. We need to observe further. He told Emperor Liu, young Liu from Central China, wants to verify the experiment researcher. I, the old man here, don't need to reveal myself, so I want to write your name on it. You seriously told Mr. Da that the name must be written after his. As he spoke, he whispered into Mr. Da's ear, and the more he listened, the more his face showed signs of shock. 1, 2, 3, the kid has quite a few aliases. After everything was arranged properly, the helicopter carrying Emperor Liu quickly left. Haitian looked over the battlefield and then slowly asked the Heavenly Law warriors, Did you approach the 2,000 people from one unit with heavy weapons, and did I get there quickly? Did you all eliminate them? One of them honestly replied, Captain, when we arrived here, there were fewer than 1,000 people left, and all the heavy weapons had been destroyed. Chi-Chi also added, moreover, the enemy was so frightened that they lost their fighting spirit. Hearing that, He-sun couldn't help but be shocked. If that's true, Liu Dai alone killed nearly 1,000 people and destroyed all the tanks. The helicopter finally brought Liu Dai back to Huajia, and you, Tu Thu, and Tu Ha slowly stepped down from the plane. Master, the little brother has tried to open the production line several times, but I have stopped him each time. Otung proudly reported to Emperor Liu that in 3 days he had attempted 10 times, 6 times hacking the defense system and 4 times breaking through firewalls, all of which he had prevented. Liu Dai crouched down and gently stroked the little brother's head, saying, it might be a bit disrupted to send you to school. I need to do some experiments in this cemetery. Staying here will harm your health. You told the kid, can I stay at Sister Nuwak DX place for a few days? The little brother stubbornly refused. I won't go. I want to stay here and watch the experiments. Liu Dai softly reassures the boy that Chi Nuwak DX place is in the underworld, with gangs and violence, and things can get deadly, which makes the little brother suspicious and ask if it's really true. Liu Dai decisively replied, then let's do that. Yafi frowned and wiped her sweat. My brother has been thoroughly renovating many laboratories recently, with no attempt to hide the existence of the reformed. There are still many things the FIC needs to deal with. I won't stay with you. At this moment, news about the clones is spreading widely on the internet. Liu Dai suspects that someone is behind this curiosity-driven story, pushing it forward. He secretly thought that this kind of news would cause chaos among the people, yet the military secretly approved it. A few days later, in Liu Dai's laboratory, he calmly held up a test tube. The shelf already had 3 labeled test tubes. The abilities include the lizard's radiation power, the chain's metal control, and the black and white slope's regenerative ability. Liu Dai quietly calculated that he would need to start building a radiation room next. Motong carefully assessed that this was a complex project, requiring not only sophisticated equipment, but also efforts to control the spread of radiation. 4 days later, Liu Dai was soaked in sweat, one hand holding a screwdriver, the other wiping his sweaty face. Finally done, able to isolate 90% of the radiation leakage, with elementum arranged inside. Motong also had to praise Liu Dai. You used inhibitors to limit the radiation leakage. Impressive. Liu Dai lowers a test tube and the main door closes. Motong quickly begins analysis, marking the second stage of the new humanity, pushing boundaries and possessing many soft characteristics. Liu Dai told it, I think I have felt its power now. Motong continued to guide Liu Dai. Next, you just need to analyze the DNA's electrolysis response to the strong radiation source, then reconstruct the sequence based on your own second stage human DNA. After success, try to simulate the DNA structure of the Maiche people to gain that ability. Hearing this, a smile crept up Liu Dai's lips. You asked Motong, do our current videos have enough to help me evolve? Motong is also not sure. It suggests we could first test the theoretical aspects of the science and technology. Then, the radiation beams began to shine on Liu Dai. Your whole body is suddenly enveloped in a powerful light released from nuclear energy, and Motong has to exclaim in shock. Liu Dai, you are the first person to come into direct contact with Jedium's radiation at such close range. Liu Dai clenched his teeth and said, Motong, I can feel a force blocking you from proceeding with my DNA modification. Motong advised him, Liu Dai, the radiation force isn't strong enough. Your DNA's endurance can only keep it stable if we continue. Your body won't be able to take it. However, Liu Dai firmly refused. We can't stop. Let's try testing Maiche's DNA model a little. Motong reminded him, you can only hold on for another 70 seconds. Then Liu Dai screamed in pain. Motong quickly halts the decay process as Liu Dai is now completely exhausted. He kneels down, gasping for breath, then Liu Dai pushes open the radiation isolation room door. He quickly activates his sensing ability, causing the cup on the shelf to move immediately thanks to Liu Dai's telekinesis. You shout out loud. The cup immediately flies up. Liu Dai assesses that this is Maiche's ability. Metal control. My DNA has changed by 10%. My ability to control metal is still limited. Motong praises you with satisfaction. My good boy, Motong's prediction was right. Liu Dai, you've evolved even further. Liu Dai clenched his small fist. If used properly, its power would be beyond imagination. Motong carefully warned Liu Dai, but don't forget, it's a tough, sharp, and highly flexible metal. Liu Dai strokes his chin, looking thoughtful. If I could use it to make machines, weapons, or robots, it would be like having a god among us. Motong shrugged, thinking that even if the weapon is shattered, it can still recover on its own. He acted on his thoughts, and Liu Dai tried using the bracelet to exert pressure on the nearby iron shelf. From now on, you conclude that controlling other types of metals is less effective than mastering the core metal. Liu Dai points to the bracelet and says, Motong, I've named it Void because it has no form, is infinitely adaptable. And Motong also thinks this name suits it perfectly. That's right, Liu Dai asked Motong, how do I upgrade the DNA shaping sequence? Enhance the ability to control metals. Motong activated the system screen and responded to Liu Dai. Next, we need to find as many radioactive metals as possible, preferably those that have undergone natural decay. It explains that continuous explosions release large amounts of radioactive material into the atmosphere, and this area is classified as a restricted zone. On the screen, a factory area appears. Motong points at the screen, seeking wealth amidst danger. To obtain perfect radioactive materials, we need to explore this place first. Motong told Liu Di that before exploring, you also need to use the fused divine snake wire to gain radiation resistance. Liu Di suggested, let's take this opportunity to go to Africa to collect core-type metals. Motong immediately agreed. Alright, since this can't be recreated anymore. It told Liu Di, you go first. Your ability to exchange functions has improved. Motong will carefully prepare food for you. Liu Di immediately sat down. Just then, a golden dog suddenly came out of the radiation room. Based on the dog's condition, Liu Di suspects that this dog has been exposed to radiation for a long time. You probably think it's a stray dog. The dog shows friendliness, and Judong approaches to get close to Liu Di. The boy gently pats its head. From now on, consider this place your home. The food Motong ordered will be delivered soon. There are cakes and chicken thighs, very plentiful. The dog, having not eaten well in a long time, is eating enthusiastically. Motong also has to marvel at how good this dog's eating ability is. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a dark, dirty hand suddenly appears from behind the bushes. Then, a black shadow with glowing eyes suddenly appeared and bit its own arm. The shadow gritted its teeth and bit through the arm to tear it from the body. Then, the severed arm fell to the ground. In an instant, that arm transformed into another shadow, identical to the main entity. It grinned savagely and said, everyone who blocks my way will go to hell. The shadowy figure narrows its eyes and asks, what did you say? The two shadows stare at each other silently. What do you think of a place as poor as that? I've arranged the most luxurious car for you. Liu Di just smiled and said, when did you start doing these petty things? The taxi driver turned back and handed Liu Di a cigarette, secretly thinking to himself that this must be a big client. This ride is enough to support his family for half a year. Liu Di casually brings the cigarette to his mouth and happens to see the taxi driver praying sincerely in front of a photo hanging in the car. The photo depicts a beautiful young woman with golden hair. After finishing his prayer, the driver turned to explain to Liu Di in African, and Motong helped translate. This is the saint of Africa, Jubu. Her magical power is boundless, helping them control the locust plague. Motong deduces that she is a person with extraordinary abilities recently appearing in Africa, with a 50% chance of being a reformer. Liu Di involuntarily raises his head, his expression contemplative. Recently, mutants have appeared all over the world, which is not unusual. Soon, the taxi driver took Liu Di to a remote village. In the center of the village, there is a giant yin-yang symbol. Liu Di slowly steps out of the car, momentarily stunned. The girl in front of Liu Di was beautiful and graceful. The young woman introduced herself to Liu Di. Hello, Mr. Liu. My name is Misa. Welcome here. I can be your guide to help you find a mineral deposit. Liu, it's getting dark. I'll arrange a house for you to stay in first. Liu smiled and said, no rush. Miss Misa, do you know where in the village I could find a liquid black metal that flows like water? Are you here because of your demonic blood? She reminds Liu Di. Liu, that liquid can be harmful to people. The elders in the village say it's a ridge, but I believe more in science. It's probably some kind of mineral or metal substance. At this point, a faint smile appeared on Misa's lips as she recounted that someone had seen a shadow inside the mineral deposit and heard terrifying screams, possibly involving monsters. Emperor Liu raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of amusement appearing, and reassured Misa. Miss Misa, don't worry, I'm not an ordinary person, and I won't get hurt. Where's the mineral deposit? Misa stroked her chin and said, it's on my family's land, but you have to get my father's approval first. He's very eccentric. Inside, Liu Di secretly cheered. Good, I just need to use an effortless method. So, you directly asked Misa, her father, right? Take me to meet him. Misa then took Liu Di to her house. In front of Misa's house, Liu Di noticed a mound of earth. You whisper to Motong, I can sense Vo's presence beneath this burial mound. It's definitely here. Misa pushes the door open and steps inside. Her father, Muda, is focused on counting his rosary beads. Misa hesitantly told him that a guest wanted to visit the quarry car at the field. Muda's face suddenly twisted in anger as he cursed. Damn it, devil's blood isn't something to touch. Then he pointed at Misa and said, you little bitch, useless girl like you, only know how to read books, can't farm, I'll beat the worthless daughter like you to death. As he finished, he viciously grabbed a piece of wood to hit Misa. But fortunately, Liu Di reacted quickly. You grab Muda's arm to stop him. Liu Di negotiates with Muda. I won't give away the land for free. Unexpectedly, Muda roared fiercely. You are just like those bastards wanting to sell the blood of demons. Gods will punish you. Misa, knowing her father too well, held onto Liu Di's hand. Liu Di, on behalf of my father, I apologize to you. Let's leave this place. Misa, it seems like you're not like the others in the village. I want to go to university to study agriculture and then return to help the farmers. But it's very difficult to achieve. Misa said sadly, girls here have no status. In the end, I can only marry someone else and have children. Liu Di shook his head and said it wouldn't be like that. Just then, the two of them came across a large blazing fire. Misa cheerfully exclaimed, Liu, you're really lucky. Today is the village's festival day. I'll take you on a tour. A large crowd gathers around the blazing fire, with a young man in black and blonde hair standing solemnly at the center. Misa introduces his background. This is Master Depp, who has recently come to the village to spread the teachings. He has come here to perform a ritual for the villagers to help us. Emperor Liu silently wondered if it was someone who had been transformed, but he couldn't sense any energy. Meanwhile, the villagers were sincerely praying with their hands clasped. Depp then spoke. The followers of your gods. Plants cannot grow on your land because it has been cursed. His face suddenly turned grim. Someone has provoked the evil spirit. He is on this land. Today I will show everyone the evil god. Then Depp raised his hand and muttered a strange incantation. Ludi watched him and wondered, what is he doing? Depp suddenly picked up a piece of wood and shouted, Evil God's messenger, appear now! He said that and threw the piece of wood into the fire. Immediately, a shadow suddenly appeared from the flames. The villagers all shouted, Great Master, save us! Depp sinisterly smiled and directly reached out to stop the shadow. I have used my magic power to kill it. Seeing Depp's foolish actions, Emperor Liu couldn't help but sneer and say, What do you mean, evil god? It's just a trivial chemical reaction. It's true that false gods run rampant, deceiving the ignorant villagers. Depp continues to talk nonsense, believing that to kill the evil god across this land, he needs to strengthen his spiritual power. For my magic power to grow, I need precious metals and gemstones. The villagers hurriedly knelt down before him. He shouted in obedience to the divine envoy. Only now does Depp realize the presence of Liu Di and M. He glances coldly at both of them. Seeing the messenger, Liu Di sneered coldly and knelt his head to the ground. Deppe carefully assessed Liu Di, judging from his appearance and aura that he was likely someone from elsewhere, not as foolish as the villagers, in case he uncovered the truth. Thinking this, he cleared his throat softly. Someone from another place. We don't mind if you don't believe in our faith. We are generous and do not mind your disrespect, so please leave the village quickly. The villagers, still in a daze, began to whisper among themselves, saying that this outsider disrespects our gods and disrupts our worship. Get rid of him now! Misa immediately stepped in front of Emperor Liu. What are you all trying to do? Please show some respect to my guest. At this moment, the village chief's phone suddenly rings and he hurriedly answers. Hello, Mr. Fao, he's here. Yes, I understand. After hanging up, the village chief loudly ordered the villagers to stop everything, then happily approached to shake hands with Liu Di. Liu, from now on you are our biggest landowner. So doesn't that mean I will work for him in the future? How rich does that have to be? Depp continues to play the god and demon, but as long as the evil gods are not defeated, the crops cannot grow, and all efforts are in vain. Liu Di calmly told him, Tomorrow you will come here to exterminate evil spirits and demons for everyone, right? I'm also here to join the fun and show everyone what a miracle looks like. Hearing that, Di secretly thought, what kind of fool outside is this with the same profession? Liu Di turned to the village chief and said, let's go see my land. The village chief politely stepped aside for him and gestured over here. At night, the bright moon shines in the sky as three figures, Liu Di, Misa, and the village chief, walk together through the darkness. Liu Di carefully examined the land on the field. Misa stood beside him and calmly spoke. The seeds have been planted for many days, but due to the drought, they haven't sprouted. Liu probably didn't get much either, holding a stone in his hand, his tone cold and detached. Drought is just one of the reasons. Misa, do you think there is still an issue with this land? Is Liu trying to test me? So, she carefully gives her own assessment. The land here is red soil. I guess it has high mineral content and acidity, making it unsuitable for planting crops. The village chief looked confused after hearing Misa's explanation. Misa, what are those things you mentioned? Liu Di was actually very pleased. You're very kind, Misa. You should be more confident in the future. At this point, Liu Di turned to the village chief and asked for his help, saying, Chief, I need a warehouse, a large amount of clay and water as well. The village chief nodded and said, I will arrange everything. Soon, everything Liu Di needed was prepared and in place. Huaha boss, everything you asked for has been delivered. The delivery guy told Liu Di, my truck broke down and you said you would give me a new one. Liu Di calmly replied yes, while Misa carefully examined the materials just delivered, including lime fertilizer, calcium pliers, and magnesium powder. Liu Di smiled at Misa and said, tonight I need to make fertilizer. Observe carefully. Misa happily exclaimed, with Mr. Liu, I will remember carefully. The next morning, the fertilizer was prepared and poured into each barrel. Misa happily discusses with Emperor Liu, Lord Liu, I will go find the village chief now to mobilize the villagers to help you with the fertilization. However, Emperor Liu has a different plan. The villagers are too slow, wait a little longer. Our equipment will arrive soon. An hour later, why are we heading to the Air Traffic Control Command? A senior officer stepped forward and reported to the commander, we have 4 agricultural spray drones that have been assigned for use. Commander Kwang ordered sternly, all technicians, handle this immediately. At this moment, the computer suddenly announced, report to the commander, 2 land survey drilling machines and the unmanned transport aircraft are about to take off. The commander angrily stood up and roared, who the hell has no eyes? You dared to steal my plane! An officer quickly spoke up. You hacked into our system and left a message. The message reads, may I borrow your equipment and return it within the day? After reading it, the commander tiredly slumped into his chair. Everyone, listen carefully. That fourth emperor is someone we cannot mess with. If he wants something, just give it to him. Do not interfere. At the same time, while the villagers were still sleepy, what was that in the sky? At this moment, a swarm of drones was being deployed. Liu Di takes Misa to the fields. Muda sees his daughter and grabs her hand, shouting, "Misa, come with me. You've been chosen as an assistant for the ritual." Misa turned to look at Liu Di, her face confused. Liu Di, alone, reassured her, "Go ahead, don't worry. I can handle this task by myself." Soon, at the place where Depp was performing his heretical ritual, the villagers, entranced, knelt before him, clasping their hands in prayer. Misa stood beside Depp, holding a scepter in her hand. Depp stands on the platform shouting, "Listen up, people. This is forged from the metal you have offered." He instructs the villagers. After entering the fields, plant the stakes into the ground every 100 steps, and in 10 days it will banish the evil spirit. But forget about the outsider's land. He will not receive my protection. The kneeling people immediately shouted, "Yes, Master D." On the nearby rock, Liu Di silently watched Day pretending to be a god and a demon. He secretly calculated that in 10 days, this fake god would have already run away. Meanwhile, Depp is still lost in his love spell or curse. That outsider's land will be the most desolate place in this village. At this point, he shouted provocatively at Liu Di, "Where is the outsider who said today he would show everyone a miracle?" Liu Di waved his hand from the cliff. "Over here!" Immediately, 4 drones carrying a fertilizer tank flew over. Depp gritted his teeth, wondering what ability he had to command drones. Misa watched the planes, secretly thinking they were the medicine Mr. Liu had prepared. In an instant, the entire barren dry field was covered with fertilizer. Depp scoffed coldly. "Just an agricultural spray drone, how can this be called a miracle?" The villagers also agree with him. The fertilizer doesn't work at all. "We also tried spraying earlier, but the seeds still didn't sprout." Liu Di remained calm and slowly said, "What is called a miracle naturally requires patience. I will wait patiently with Master Depp." 4 hours later, the villagers, still exhausted from blindly hammering wooden stakes into the ground under Depp's orders, sighed tiredly, and one of them unintentionally glanced over at Liu Di. Over there, M runs over to Liu Di with a worried look. Liu Di's water source in the ground has no water. Liu Di simply smiled calmly. "Water will come naturally. It just takes time to lead it there." At this moment, a cone-shaped mass suddenly appeared amidst the thick smoke. The cone-shaped object is actually a giant drill, piercing deep into the earth, and soon a stream of water burst forth violently. The planted seeds gradually sprouted, and the village chief exclaimed in amazement. Everyone was stunned. "It's a miracle heaven has eyes." The village chief hurriedly knelt down at Liu Di's feet. Liu Di calmly told Misa, "You are a person of great power. You must help us. Go explain to everyone." Misa hesitated briefly. "It's me, Mr. Liu." Liu Di looked at her with eyes full of trust. "It's her." Supported by Lord Liu, Misa confidently declared, "Everyone. This is not supernatural power or magic. This is science, the power of knowledge." The villagers cheered happily after hearing Misa's explanation. "That's great." At this moment, Liu Di's gaze turned sharp as he glared at Depp and said, "Master Depp, do you want to run?" He directly exposed that he was using science to deceive the villagers for money. "Return everything to me and I might give you a way to survive." Depp, knowing there was no way out, hurriedly knelt down and begged, I will pay, please spare me." The angry villagers shouted, "Deceiving us! He must be punished! Catch him and feed him to the pigs!" "That's right, let him see the pigsty." Then everyone rushed forward together, grabbing and restraining the villain. He panicked, crying out desperately, "Help me! Help me!" Suddenly, 2 black cars arrived from afar. Emperor Liu was slightly stunned as a group of people dressed in black stepped out of the car, and one of them stepped forward to speak on behalf of the group. "We are from the Luanda War Department. This person is the commanding officer of the War Department. Among the people, who is the village chief? Hurry up and speak." The commander of the War Department continued, "Our War Department has detected the plane. The reconnaissance plane came from that area. What exactly is going on here?" Liu Di calmly replied, "The plane is used for fertilizing. The reconnaissance aircraft is used to find water sources. Both are for this land." Looking at the fields where crops are growing, Vice Mayor Luanda is also amazed. "Are these seedlings the work of a Chinese scientist?" Misa stands beside Liu Di to confirm. "That's right, everything is thanks to you, Liu." This is the fertilizer that has been distributed. Through irrigation, the seeds have sprouted. Emperor Liu continued, "I will tell Misa the location of the water vein." Receiving the document from Misa, Deputy Mayor Luana happily expressed her gratitude to Emperor Liu. "This is truly a blessing from God. Mr. Liu, you have solved a major problem for our country." Liu Di smiled and said, "It's a small matter. I came here mainly to explore the mineral vein." At this point, Emperor Liu turned to Muda and asked, "Mr. Muda, can I buy the mineral mine on your land?" He decisively replied, "Liu Di, from now on I only trust science. I am willing to give you that mineral deposit." Those witnessing Muda's completely changed attitude couldn't help but admire Liu Di. This young Chinese man surprisingly managed to awaken the superstitious villagers. Then, Liu Di told the Luanda War participants, "Everyone focus on planting techniques. You can ask Misa, I need to complete the purpose of this trip." Deputy Mayor Luanda enthusiastically told Emperor Liu, "What do you need us to coordinate? I will do my best." Emperor Liu asked him to seal off the mine again and keep the villagers away. Deputy Mayor Luanda immediately agreed. All right, I will arrange a few guards to accompany you, Mr. Liu. After that, everything was arranged for Liu Day. Deputy Mayor Luanda silently watched his figure. At the entrance to the mine, Liu Day instructed the bodyguard stay here and wait for him. Yes, Misa hesitated briefly. Liu, this mineral deposit is still too mysterious. Before you could finish speaking, Liu cut her off. Miss Misa, rest assured. Liu Day gradually realizes that the place he's standing isn't just an ordinary mining site. A strange feeling creeps in as he steps into a deep, hidden crevice beneath the earth. This is not an ordinary mining site, but a crack beneath the earth. Liu Day extends his hand to activate his inner strength, unleashing a powerful move that causes the cave to shake and rocks to fly everywhere. He raised his hand to shield himself from harm, and darkness seemed to swallow all sounds. Then, a low growl echoed from the depths. Liu Day whispered softly to Motong, worry rising as the mysterious noise resonated within the dark cavern. Could there really be a monster? Motong chuckled to reassure. Liu Day tries to explain everything with science before the strange noise in the cave, saying don't be afraid because the air in this crack is quietly causing the sound. Liu Day sighed, but his vigilance remained, fully aware of the dangerous position he was in, still expecting someone to suddenly appear. Motong speaks. We are now 60 meters below the surface. Liu Day feels that something is waiting for him ahead, something undefined, an invisible and terrifying void. I can sense that what lies ahead is nothingness. Liu Day slowly moves forward, each step taken with great caution. In front of you is a strange space, with a transparent membrane separating you from the image of a person who looks just like you. Liu Day gently touches the transparent space membrane with his hand. The person in that space stood still, neither moving nor speaking, and Liu Day couldn't help but feel suspicious about the strange phenomenon before him. Motong, what is going on here? Motong replied, he really exists, he means no harm. The moment Motong finished speaking, the person in that space disappeared, and the surrounding magnetic field twisted the space into a distorted, looping maze. Motong describes the strange phenomenon. The moment he left, there was a change in the magnetic field. Space collapsed, and even three-dimensional spaces overlapped. Liu Day was surprised by what he heard and asked again. Do you mean he came from another space and then traveled back through time? Motong immediately replied to him. Yes, he has already broken the fifth multidimensional space. Motong's worldview has been shattered, Emperor Liu muttered incomprehensibly, as if sensing a strange connection to what is about to happen. I have a very strange feeling. That feeling is myself. Motong complained angrily. Motong, you've also left me feeling confused. Trách Motong nghiệm mắt giờ ngón tay trở lên càng bạo. Liu Day theo du doan của Motong. Trong vòng 10 phút cái mở khoảng này sẽ sụp xuống. Emperor Liu seems to have realized something, his eyes full of confidence and a hint of mystery. Motong, I feel this is what I left behind for myself. Both of them are turned away, looking at a glowing piece of technological information floating in the air. Hopefully, we still have time to study it. A bright yellow energy vortex appears, surrounded by streaks of light and shadows that give a sense of intense movement. A chain of gold with a red-orange diamond-shaped crystal gradually appears from the energy vortex. Liu Day's eyes are full of delight as he sees the crystal chain. Motong assesses that the object's programming quality is extraordinary, with immense power and a structure far beyond current technology. This thing has absorbed at least over 1,000 tons of liquid metal. Its quality must be a programming that would shock others. Emperor Liu closed his eyes, trying to use his inner strength to shake it, but he found it was completely immovable. As Liu Di prepared to touch the glowing necklace, Motong immediately warned him that its power was too great and could break his bones. Liu Di ignored the warning, reaching out to grab the necklace with a determined look. It was truly heavy, but not impossible to control. Motong muttered in dissatisfaction, I really need to upgrade my abilities because my current function can't even explain the existence of this thing. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space trembled briefly. A string of glowing characters like blue lightning streaked across the sky, twisting into a spiral shape, then condensed in front of Liu Di. There are 864 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining. Motong immediately spoke. This is the countdown clock. Emperor Liu stepped back half a step, a suspicious feeling rising in his heart. He muttered to himself as if questioning, but also as if trying to decipher a message. It seems something will happen after 36 days. Am I warning myself about something? What is it after all? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed and the entire space shook violently. From the outside, you can easily see the cracks left by the recent explosion. Misa stands on the surface of the mine with a panicked expression, unaware of what's coming. The mine is about to collapse. The ground cracks open with dust flying everywhere. And a huge pit appears right in front of Misa. One of the Luanda War Department personnel shouts, indicating the direction beneath the mine. The mine is about to collapse, Misa exclaimed in horror. What? The commander of the Luanda War Department raised his hand and gave a decisive order, his voice echoing throughout the area. Everyone, run away quickly. The members of the Luanda War Department immediately rushed out of the collapsing area. Misa suddenly froze, feeling that something was wrong, as if a huge force was breaking out from the ground. The commander of the Luanda War Department broke into a sweat, surprised and thinking, what is happening? Is there magma underground? He exclaimed. Everyone, run away now. At that moment, a cloud of white dust obscured from the bottom of the pit, shot straight into the sky and then landed back on the ground. That was Lu Day. You landed with such force that the ground shook. As soon as Lu Day touched down, Misa rushed over, her eyes full of worry as she hugged him tightly, trembling. Lu, you're still alive. Liu Di laughed softly and said to her with a helpless smile, Misa, you don't need to worry. Didn't I tell you? I'm not an ordinary person. The commander of the Luanda war orders with a serious gaze, scrutinizing me. After all, you Lu are the one guarding Africa. You need to clarify your identity with me. Liu Di's eyes briefly showed understanding as he calmly replied in a deep voice. So, it has been like that all along. You slowly open your hand, revealing a light brown rectangular object with a brown patterned circle in the center and a border of 5 yellow stars. Commander of the Luanda war. Bang Huang stammers in surprise. FIC, you are the hero commando of FIC. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eye as if he was about to be pulled back from the brink. That's great. At last you sent someone to help us. Lu Day turned away with his remaining arm, gently holding Misa's waist, his eyes shining with determination, coldness, and indifference. I think it's better for my colleagues to handle helping you. I'm just here to take this. Liu Di remains calm, but his eyes hold a hint of nostalgia. Everyone here, I have to return to my country. Maybe we'll meet again someday. The Luanda war army lined up neatly, the heavy atmosphere like saying farewell to a hero leaving the battlefield. The sleek black car sped away, leaving a trail of dust in the fading sunlight, with lingering gazes watching its shadow. Inside the car, flickering light from the built-in control device illuminates the interior. Lu Day sits quietly, gazing out the window, but his hand clenches a necklace that still shows 863-1237. He pondered. Time is indeed still passing. What secret does this necklace hold? I can't help but wonder about the strange phenomenon in the mineral mine. What exactly is that thing inside the mine? The tank speeds through the forest roads, and the motorcyclist suddenly screams. Oh my god, what is this? Are these parasitic worms? Lu Di calmly gazed at the dark void ahead, where among the insects there was a beam of light, definitely from a powerful modified human. In front, a swarm of blackened mutated insects like a wall was flying towards, covering the entire sky filled with dust. The car is rushing straight into that strange swarm of insects, while the motorcyclist clutching his head looks like he's about to cry. Oh my god. My car, my treasure. Lu Di immediately opened the door and jumped out of the car. At that moment, the wheel screeched loudly and came to a stop. Lu Di opened the door and stepped out, revealing a shocking scene before him. A woman lies on the ground, her torn pink dress, long blonde hair, and a body covered in wounds, her eyes still closed. Lu Di can't help but be stunned and exclaims, "What is going on with this woman?" Moto's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "Isn't this Saint Duer?" Lu Day observed silently, noticing a strange scent on her. It seems her injuries have caused her to lose control. Lu Di slowly got up, letting out a faint moan, while Juber whispered weakly, "You two, run quickly." Liu Di quickly lifts her onto the roof of the car. Jir urgently warns that someone is after him. "You two run quickly." Moto's voice is full of determination. "But she is our saint. I can't just run away like that." Ruber suddenly lost strength and collapsed forward. Luckily, Liu Di caught her just in time. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke billowed around the area. The three of them are standing there grinding their teeth, voices full of caution. "That bastard Liu Day is over there. We need to be careful." At that moment, a howling wind echoed from the forest as a modified warrior charged forward like a raging storm, with eyes full of white, revealing a fierce hatred. This is Hunt Dog 32. Liu Di squinted and observed, secretly assessing. This guy's hostility was very clear, and he was also a capable reformed soldier. To prevent the situation from turning unfavorable, Liu Di quickly diverted attention and suddenly pointed into the distant forest, asking, "Moto, look over there. Is there a flying saucer?" Moto carefully looked in the direction Liu Di pointed. "Where is the flying saucer?" Seizing that brief moment, Liu Di shouted coldly, "Drop dead!" Without a moment's hesitation, you dash forward and deliver a full-force strike directly at Hound 32. Your sharp attack with unstoppable momentum causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly and sending Hound 32 flying away. Meanwhile, Moto was still confusedly searching for where Liu Di's flying saucer was supposed to be. Liu Di didn't have any flying saucer at all. Moto turned around and didn't see the Hunter 32 anywhere, then asked, "Where did that scoundrel go?" Liu Di smiled faintly, his eyes calm, probably scared off by his intimidating aura. Moto chuckled half in disbelief and shook his head in resignation. "So that's how it is. All right, Liu Di, Moto, and Juber get into the car." Liu Di looked at Juber, who was closing his eyes anxiously, and asked, "Moto, can you find a small abandoned house nearby with no other residents, or is it all about using money to solve the problem?" Moto, a bit worried, turned to look at the two sitting in the back seat and replied, 15 minutes by car to my house. Rent is 300. Liu Di said happily with bright eyes, also being protected, not spilling out or dropping outside. The car sped down the deserted road with the wind howling past. At the same time, at Perseus's mansion, Tron Q sat in the middle of the grand hall, his presence exuding a dark purple aura. "Sir, the African raid was very successful. I have sent people to track them, and within 3 days, the African reformers will be completely untraceable. Tranku smirked and said, "From now on, we don't need to pay attention to such a small country. Once this is dealt with, we will march in." Waha, he looks tense. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." A group of people forcefully kicks open the door, smashing it open. 12 people in black FIC uniforms walk in with authority, approaching Tranku step by step. One man shouted loudly, "Tranku, today you won't escape." Tranku sneered and said, "I never thought about running away." Suddenly, the FIC agents all drew their guns and aimed directly at him, the sound of gunfire echoing loudly through the hall. His face darkened as he screamed, and the killer dog slaughtered them all. The rustling sounds from behind the chair, as many dark figures rush out, howling like wild beasts. The reformed and violent ones pounce on the FIC agents like starving dogs. FIC agents shout amidst the gunfire and blood. We fight to the end, relying only on our physical strength. The scream echoes through the hall, indicating the battle has likely been decided, as pools of blood splatter and stain the grand hall red. Chanku growled with a triumphant look in his eyes. "No one can stop our Perseus." The man from behind approached the shepherd and whispered in his ear, "Your Grace, the 30-second hunting dog has exceeded the time to return. It's very likely." The shepherd furrowed his brow, his cold eyes flickering as he spoke in a low, slightly mocking tone. "I was careless and sent more hunters over there." He nodded slightly, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. The beautiful woman has a very strong scent that makes her easy to track. They step out and stand in front of the door, while in the yard, a pack of mad dogs growl like demons. They just successfully pushed back the FIC team. Chanku glanced over, a satisfied smile on his lips. At the same time, that motorcycle house was not very luxurious. The space is silent, with midday sunlight streaming through the blinds and shining on the slender body, lying peacefully on the wooden bed. Dubois remains unconscious, her pale face and closed eyes. Lude sat on the edge of the bed, 2 fingers resting on his chin in thought, first tending to the wound to prevent infection from the hot weather. He gently leaned down, reaching out to remove her shirt for disinfection. Suddenly there was a click and the door swung open. A girl in a purple dress shouted loudly, her eyes filled with horror. Before he could ask, she immediately grabbed a nearby vase and rushed forward, aiming to throw it at Liu Dai. She shouted angrily, "This pervert dares to look down on our saint." Liu Dai was stunned. "This girl, listen to my explanation." Smack! The broken vase shattered on Emperor Liu's head, porcelain shards falling to the floor. She gritted her teeth and explained, pulling her hand away from the saint's chest. At that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed again as Moto stepped inside, looking fearful. "Oh my god!" What happened? Just from buying medicine, he hurriedly stepped in to stop it. "Let the saint rest first, and we will go downstairs to clear up the misunderstanding." Under the living room, Liu Di sits on the sofa, rubbing her forehead where she was hit. She stands with her arms crossed, her face serious and her eyes still guarded, while Moto stands in the middle acting as a mediator. She was angry, and who told him to take off her bra right when he was caught? Emperor Liu sighed helplessly. "Now it's fine. Clearly Miss Thuong was just acting normal but was misunderstood as a troublemaker." Moto stepped forward to explain everything to her. "This Mr. Liu is a benefactor. The car was a gift from him to me." She suddenly paused, her eyes flickering, then softly said, "I'll bandage the saint first." A few minutes later, the steady sound of footsteps echoed on the floor. The door opens, and a young man with brown hair and cold eyes, carrying guns on both sides of his pants, enters like a police officer. It's Sheng Sheng angrily questioning, "Why is the saint missing and appearing at your house? Is there someone else who looks down on the saint and dreams of her?" She wipes her hands and responds, "I have already helped the saint heal her wounds. Sin is that little ha-ha kid with bad intentions towards the saint." She continued, "Your brother must punish him." After hearing this, Sin threw the handcuff at Liu Di and shouted, "Put it on yourself and follow me later." Liu Di caught the cuff, frowned, and continued with a sharp voice, "Don't even dream of pretending to be smart." Sin turned to her and said seriously, "I will take you to see the wounds of the saint and your colleague so we can quickly surround this place. No need to worry." The sound of footsteps leaving the room and the door closing left Liu Dai alone in the room. He quietly held the handcuff in his hand, his eyes contemplative. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the forest outside the window. Outside the window, in the woods, the shapes crawling low with saw-like mouths are terrifying. The Chanku modified dogs appear, snarling like monsters escaped from hell. That girl looked surprised as she looked out the window. She asked Sin if we, the police, were disguised like that. He stood behind, asking again, "What disguise? Our people haven't arrived yet?" Then, both of them looked down through the window and saw a group of mutated dogs. Liu Dai's voice echoed, saying this place was surrounded and to leave quickly. Liu Dai observed and assessed them, noting they were all B-level mutants. He stood at the secret door, watching and evaluating the mutated dogs of Chanku. Carrying out brutal experiments to create an army like this must have cost countless sacrifices. Liu Dai clenched his fists tightly. Could it be that this display of power is meant to challenge the reformed soldiers from other countries? They are truly inhumane. The mad dogs rushed towards Liu Dai all at once, their footsteps like thunder and claws tearing into the ground. Moto trembled in fear. "My God, Liu is about to be torn to pieces." He gritted his teeth and said sharply, Hua kid, they are not normal people. Quickly retreat to your room. The girl helped Juber to stand up, staggering backwards. She struggled to open her eyes, her voice weak but determined. Everyone, don't act so I can go. She gasped for breath with a serious look in her eyes. To them, Liu Day was a threat to their lives, which is why they attacked him in a coordinated assault. After hearing that, Liu Di became even more amused, smiling challengingly. Well then, let's see if they have the guts.
Dubo, weak and whimpering, don't be afraid. I came to save you.
Boom! A mutated dog is kicked hard against the wall, causing it to crack and debris to fall. Liu Day seizes the opportunity and rushes in like a whirlwind, knocking down 5 hunting dogs in an instant. Liu Di stands amidst the dust, hands in his pockets looking very cool. He throws a punch. With his normal strength, everyone already knows the outcome. Boom! His punch like thunder strikes the modified hunting dogs. The pack of hounds was thrown aside like torn puppets, flying into the forest and smashing their heads into trees, while some soared onto the tiled roofs, falling like rain. Some of them crash into the wall, their backs hitting the hard surface painfully. Emperor Liu slowly approaches the surviving dog, hands in his pockets, and tells it to keep its life and go call its owner here. The mad dog lowered its tail and ran away on 3 legs, not daring to look back. Witnessing what just happened left Joubert stunned. This man's strength is 30 times mine. Who is he really? Suddenly, Duer felt something was wrong. Her face grew pale and her strength waned. She gradually collapsed and fainted, with no one able to catch her. Inside the house, Liu Di sat silently on the sofa while Mo Sin and the girl stood nervously in front of him. She bowed her head sincerely and said to Liu Di, "The disrespect towards our saint is just a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take it to heart." Liu Di calmly replied, "It's okay, but from now on there might be fights, and I will compensate for any damage I cause." "Compensation? That's 30 lives. You have to come with me to investigate." Liu Day gently raised the handcuffs and asked back, "Do you want me to go with you?" Sin, confused, "This officer is inviting you to cooperate with us." Liu Day thought to himself, "I already knew how to seize the opportunity." Liu Di smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you." 15 minutes later, a man in uniform approached and shook hands with Liu Di. Liu thanked him for stepping in to help. Turns out that was Commander Malo. He continued to praise our saintly hero. Emperor Liu responded modestly, "Commander Maluo, it's just what needed to be done, no need to overthink it. Just this scene." Commander Maluo guarantees the scene will be handled. "Liu, you can rest assured this is a small matter. I will find someone to handle it." Liu Day suddenly spoke in a deep, cold voice, saying, "After Tulin Maluo finishes handling the scene, he will have everyone else leave first." Commander Maluo was stunned. "So, you mean there are still people coming here to assassinate?" Liu Day coldly replied, "Yes." In the room, the warm, dim light falls on Duer peacefully lying on the bed. Liu Day stands beside her, gazing at her with a gentle sigh. He carefully reached out and pulled the blanket up over her, but suddenly, a smooth, white hand grabbed his wrist to stop him. Duer softly said, "I want to nurture the next generation with you, a hero of Hoaha." Liu Day was startled, awkwardly smiled, and said to her, "Are you sure your nerves haven't fully recovered?" Zuber's eyes are bright and his face flushed, but he is full of determination. "No, my mind is very clear right now." She placed her hand on Liu Di's chest, her eyes blazing. "It might be our duty to combine with true strong warriors to produce truly powerful generations." Emperor Liu is panicking inside, calling Mo Tong in his mind. "Mo Tong, I think I've encountered an attack I've never seen before." Mo Tong assuredly smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just a tense reaction to a confusing situation." A black limousine sped like an arrow across the road. In the car, the cold-faced sheep with a fierce aura kneels before him, a modified live dog at his feet. The man driving the car solemnly promised him, "I will create a new army of dogs in 3 months. Tranquillo growled like an angry beast. "He wasted my time. He must die." As the car sped down the road, 2 strangers appeared blocking the way. The one-eyed man introduced himself, saying, "We are members of the Indian Legal Authority." The man next to him announced, "Today we are here to take your dog's life." Tranquillo opened the door, sneered, and said, "Here come 2 clowns to entertain us again?" "Kit!" The sound of a sudden brake. The car stopped by the roadside. He lunged forward like lightning, grabbing the heads of the 2 men, pressing them hard onto the ground, and the 2 bodies lay motionless. From afar over the forest, the scenery is incredibly peaceful as if nothing has happened. On the hilltop, Commander Maluo looks through binoculars. He was surprised by what he saw and thought to himself, "So this is the leader of Perseus? A real monster." The sheepsnake suddenly roared wildly and ran into the nearby forest like lightning. Commander Maluo looked through the binoculars and couldn't see the sheep handler anywhere. "It's a disaster. Everyone get back." He turns around to give orders to his subordinates. Everyone move forward by 1 kilometer to find the right moment and immediately deal with the shepherd. Back in the room, Duer stood up and put down the blanket. "If a strong person from Huaxia disagrees now, it's okay. Once I've made my decision, no matter where you go." She places her index finger on her lips, blushing seductively. "I'll go along to team up with you." Emperor Liu sweat with a helpless expression, secretly thinking how suddenly he got caught up in a mess. Suddenly, he stopped and realized something, glancing sharply out the window. I quickly shake off my human form. The enemy is already attacking. I have to fight back or I might die at the hands of the enemy soon. Boom! An explosion shook the entire forest, sending dust and debris flying as walls shattered into pieces. My full of murderous aura, with blood-red eyes, I shout, fists clenched in anger. Who killed my dogs? Come out and die! Liu Di rushes out, a light shining behind him like a war god descending from the heavens. He grits his teeth, murderous intent rising high. I really didn't expect there to be a master like you in Huaxia, but today is your day to die. Liu Di silently thought that he was a creature made up of beastly elements. Motong was fast and difficult to catch. We must gather his blood to benefit from merging his powers with ours. Liu Di sneered and asked Tranq, do you guys have no one else in your organization? Tranq didn't answer, only punching hard into the wall beside him. He charged like lightning, throwing fists at Liu Di while shouting, "The proud Beast King!" Liu Di dodged swiftly, his agile form like the wind surprising him. You're very strong, I can't quite keep up. The back and forth punches continue non-stop, as if they're just sparring without getting tired. Tranq frowned, thinking to himself that he could easily dodge every punch of his opponent. What is he trying to do? Pretending to be weak? Liu Di's back hits the wall, his eyes flash, and the battle intensifies as each attack destroys the surrounding scenery. Liu Di panting heavily, his eyes serious as he throws a punch. You're too strong now. I have no choice but to use a deadly move. The shepherd roared and threw a powerful punch. Both of them swung their fists, explosions of earth and rock, the ground cracking and dust covering everything. Dust billowed around. The angry sheepman said, "That arrogant con artist trying to run? No way out for you." A golden ring spinning rapidly shot towards him, suddenly whizzing past his body. The ring grazed the sheep's chest, leaving a long cut. Emperor Liu stands in front, raising his hand as the gold ring returns to him. The man lies sprawled on the ground, stunned. What is happening? Chanku collapsed to the ground, unconscious, his breath fading as the rubble behind Liu Di became the backdrop for his imposing stance. Commander Maluo and his soldiers then appeared, surrounding the scene. Commander Maluo was surprised but also let out a breath of relief, realizing that after killing such a powerful opponent, Liu Yi had also been seriously wounded. From afar, Juber silently observes, pondering that the previous battle was strange and Liu seems to be hiding his true strength. Ruber sits down, his gaze full of suspicion as he looks at Changkyu's corpse. Are they just leaving like that? There are no truly strange wounds. She carefully lifted his shirt, her eyes suddenly fixed. This wound definitely has an issue. Ruber gently touched her chest, where the skin was slightly sunken, and she was stunned to realize this was the actual shattered heart. This is the real cause of death. So, could Liu have some kind of space attack ability? You're truly too powerful. Zuber stood up and turned to Commander Maluo with a determined look. Commander, I am willing to participate in the International Reformers Tournament you mentioned earlier. Commander Maluo was surprised. What? Didn't you refuse to participate in fights like that earlier? Doer placed both hands on his chest and bowed his head shyly. I want to face Hoaha. The one he keeps in Huaxia is definitely unmatched. I have to find him to have a child and nurture the next generation. The commander's walkie-talkie drops to the ground. Commander Maluo looks at her with a frozen face, silently wondering what the saintly person is saying. The news about the world's first rehabilitation monitoring organization, FIC, defeating the organization that posed the greatest threat to international rehabilitators, Perseus. Commander Robbins wondered silently which organization had actually defeated Perseus. Why didn't you come here to explain? Suddenly, the landline kept ringing non-stop. Commander Maluo said over the phone, Captain Robbins, we will always remember everyone's help, the people of Africa. Captain Robbins frowned and asked, Commander Maluo, are you sure you are one of us? Commander Maluo confidently confirmed, I saw with my own eyes that he is a member of FIC, but he has other duties that prevent me from revealing his identity. Officer Robbins thought to himself, Lamb is growing up more and more. I can't let this continue. If the truth is exposed, our FIC organization will be even harder to defend. I have to explain. The team members entered the room and cheerfully praised their captain. Then an FIC member added, sealing all information and secretly sending someone to directly attack Perseus offline. Did you send the assassination team number 5? Another member asked. Only he can do everything without knowing whether he's a god or a demon. Director Robbins muttered, I've also thought about the assassin, but he refused to take orders after hearing that the leader of the hero organization was crippled in a fight. He forced a smile. Another FIC member spoke up. That's right, Captain. The guild leader said you did very well this time, so there's a reward. Supervisor Robbins silently calculated in his mind he could only bet now. He needed to find the right moment to coordinate with the assassin. Hearing a notification from the computer, Robbins quickly sat down. The notification appeared on the computer. This is the duty we must fulfill. Our senior leaders have been urged by the International Reformer Alliances. Become the judges of the International Reformed Person competition, and surely we'll let assassins compete so our Eagle Empire can claim victory. Judge Robbins silently analyzed. With the assassin's strength, they probably won't be enough for the international stage, so we'll just have to cross that bridge when we come to it. Luana International Airport, planes are taking off one after another in order. Liu D closes his eyes and leans his head back on the seat. Unexpectedly, this trip to Africa turned into a frantic escape back home. Mo Tong laughed heartily. According to data, straight men in the late stage when pursued by girls tend to react sluggishly and become brain dead from drinking water. Emperor Liu glared at Mo Tong, his face darkening as he pointed at himself. Mo Tong, what do you even understand? Who's been chasing after me? Mo Tong smugly mocked Liu D. Just look at that sluggish reaction. Emperor Liu sighed helplessly. Why not just accept it and go hide then? Liu Day pulls a crystal necklace from his pocket, the faint orange glow reflecting off his hand, surprising everyone. Mo Tong places his hand on his chin, narrowing his eyes as he observes, the metallic inside seeming to have been inserted in a very special way. He pondered that if that's the case, then this small necklace is just a door. The small screen on the necklace now shows 852 hours, 59 minutes, and 3 seconds. Liu D whispers, after the time runs out, what exactly will happen? The plane Liu Day is sitting in has landed at Haishi International Airport. You look at the crystal thoughtfully. 20 hours have passed, and thinking about the future where you have to travel around the world to search in radiation zones along the route, you wonder how much more time you'll waste. Tint, the system notification pops up. Secret file number 122 from the White House in 1997 and 2007. 2 alien UFOs have infiltrated Europe. The frame completion rate has reached 94% and is kept at a secret base in Florida, Europe. Moton happily rubbed his nose. This is the secret data from the White House's floppy disk from the previous system breach. But to have such documents, this could become a means of public transportation. Emperor Liu sternly shouted, Mo Tong, stop messing around. How could this become a big deal? Then he turned his face like flipping a pancake, placed his hand on his chin, and stroked it happily, saying to Mo Tong, well, maybe we can go check it out sometime. It should be fine. He smiled contentedly. So, it's decided then. Let's go have some fun. Suddenly, the plane encounters trouble, and inside there are countless screams of distress. The flight attendant tries to reassure everyone, saying, passengers, please do not panic. There is a minor urgent issue with the landing, but once we resolve it, we will attempt to land again. Liu D opened his eyes, looked up, and assessed that although this was an unexpected situation, it couldn't be ignored. With a loud bang, the surroundings exploded into clouds of smoke, clearly indicating significant damage. With a thud, a foot from above lands on the ground, and a muscular pink-haired man appears with a loud bang. The passengers look out the plane window and gasp. The passenger in a stylish black suit exclaimed in surprise, Tiete! The blonde-haired passenger exclaimed in surprise, it's the superpowered hero Tiete, while the passenger with hair covering his eyes cheered happily. Tiete has come to save us. Emperor Liu looked pleased. Another reformed person appeared before everyone. How interesting. The plane has successfully landed at Haithi International Airport. Passengers and reporters rush forward, surrounding Tiete. Cameras flash as one passenger demands his signature. Tiete, please sign for me. A reporter raises the microphone to interview. Mr. Tiete, may I ask where your superpower comes from? But Tiete's face remained cold and did not answer. Liu Dai watches from afar. Mo Tong speaks up. I just got the surveillance footage. Tiete didn't have any flights. He had been waiting near the airport since early, seemingly deliberately coming for this rescue scene. Tiete approached Liu Dai sharply and asked with a keen gaze, do you have something to say to this person? At that moment, 2 girls nearby were filming a TikTok. The short-haired girl in a red strapless dress holding her phone and gazing at Liu Dai with infatuation. Wow, that kid is really handsome. This year, younger brothers are no longer in fashion. Liu D confidently waved his hand and replied that he liked tea. Nothing's wrong. The airport is bustling with people passing by. Breaking news flashes on the airport screen. The Spirit Organism Corporation has discovered the mysterious body enhancement, opening a new chapter. Liu D raised his head and frowned, wondering what had happened in just a few short days since the mysterious biological enhancement of the Teen Chuck Corporation. Moten appears on your right shoulder and responds to Liu D. The hacker who is a modified human on your left shoulder is actually someone from the Teen Chuck Corporation. Liu D sighed heavily. Do they really want to reveal everything about the reformer? That kid just hopes Europe won't go too far. Otherwise, I definitely won't stand by and watch. Scene change to the abandoned land outside the city. Liu Dai's car stops in front of 2 luxury vehicles. A group of people in black suits was already waiting. Liu D got out of the car and approached the suited group and the blonde boy standing there. Confronting, who is cold and calm, told the group, my brother has told you that you are not suitable for 3 reasons, so leave here quickly. If you forget, Confronting is a poker club member who appeared in chapter 153. Seeing Liu Dai arrive, Tu-Ha was surprised and immediately stepped in front of him, pointing at the men behind and explaining what happened. These guys want to buy the cemetery and the surrounding land. At that moment, the people from the Teen Chuck Corporation approached, with a cold voice saying, we want to buy this place and turn it into a research and transformation center, no matter how much it costs. Liu Dai put his hands in his pockets and smiled softly. It's been a while since I last met someone so wealthy. The people from Teen Chuck Corporation put their hands on their chests and replied, that goes without saying. Our Teen Chuck will become the brightest company in the world, making Huaha's people tremble in fear. Lu Di raised his index finger and smiled. 10,000 million yuan. The people from Team Chuck sneered. You're a poor fool. Lu Di clarified, we use square meters as our unit of measurement. He smiled dangerously. This area of mine is about 50,000 square meters, with 10,000 yuan per square meter, totaling 500 billion yuan ready to be turned into blades. The Team Chuck member frowned and signaled a terrain vehicle behind. If you are so stubborn, then let our hero Tiete speak with you personally. Lu Di silently thought, Tin Chuk is indeed not an ordinary character. If they can't buy him, they will prepare to pressure him. You walk past the Team Chuck representative with eyes like lightning, as if the hero of the steel armor has personally arrived. Crack, the sound of knuckles cracking echoes. Emperor Lu walks toward the car with a dangerous smile. I think I should take the initiative to greet him. Lu Di pulls the car door handle, a decisive click echoing in the tense atmosphere. Inside, Tiete is sitting with a cold, straight gaze like steel. The light from outside shines in, creating a faint halo that surrounds his strong body, like a warrior resting before battle. Lu Di silently observes and evaluates him. Just an A-level reformed person, probably only a subordinate in the Team Chuck Corporation. Lu Di placed his hand on Tiete's shoulder, just patiently waiting inside the car. Tiete felt a strong force pressing on his shoulder and marveled. The power was too great. There was truly no way to resist. Suddenly, the scene outside becomes chaotic, with the car's wheels deforming as if malfunctioning. Gradually, then, suddenly, boom, boom. One by one, the wheels exploded as if crushed by an invisible force, the car body tilting as if about to lift off the ground. In front of the Team Chuck Corporation's people standing around, they gawked in shock, unable to believe their eyes. They have never seen such a miraculous scene before. One touch from a man was enough to disable the entire vehicle. Lu Di quickly slammed the door shut, the bang echoing through the emptiness like a warrior's declaration. Tiete sat inside, too afraid to move or step outside. He turned his sharp gaze directly at the confused group from Team Chuck Corporation behind him. Hero Tiete said he didn't plan to come out here. The person from the Team Chuck Corporation stammered and opened his mouth to reply. You are a reformer from Hua. Lu Di crossed his arms, a slight sneer of arrogance on his lips, and in a cold steel voice said to the people of Team Chuck, Don't mess with me, or I'll make sure your faction has no place to survive. The people of Team Chuck gritted their teeth and retorted angrily, Wait and see! Your grave will bury you sooner or later. The convoy of Team Chuck group departs through the dust and smoke. Lu Di stands still, sighing as he watches the cars speed down the road. This organization will definitely be a troublesome thorn in the future. Inside a cozy dining room, a table is set with a variety of delicious-looking dishes, still steaming, illuminated by warm lights that fill the space. Lu Di, Confronting, and Lu Di's younger brother, all wearing blue jackets, sit together eating, their eyes fixed on the live broadcast of the Team Chuck Corporation meeting. I am the CEO of Team Chuck Corporation, B. Ramgari. The applause echoes throughout the hall like thunder. Thumping sounds. B. Ramgari continues in a deep voice. Humanity's evolution is not far from us anymore. Our biotech corporation has gone through 3 generations of inheritance with a research history. Over a decade, we have made significant breakthroughs in human genetics. Today, I am here to declare that the Team Chuck Corporation will officially lead the world into the superhuman era. The hall buzzed with whispers and chatter. Suddenly, a person dressed entirely in blue appeared, with cold eyes like a ghost stepping out of an electronic screen, causing the entire room to fall silent for a moment. The whispers in the hall grew even louder, and a guy in a white shirt recognized that it wasn't the online hacker after all. The guy in the black shirt was surprised and couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming that he really exists. A guy in red added more information. He is the evolved human created from essence. Ho Quang stands beside the CEO, looking down at the hall. B. Ramgar smiles confidently. Our Team Chuck Corporation's slogan is to provide the best living conditions for humanity, so all of our superhumans are here to serve everyone. Suddenly, Tiete appeared from nowhere, carrying a 1-ton electric pole, and greeted the audience and everyone. I am Tiete. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person to make the announcement because I was outside saving people. The audience in the hall erupted in excitement, realizing that these heroes had already protected our people long ago. The crowd cheered even louder, praising the Team Chuck Corporation, the great Team Chuck. So impressive. B. Ramgari continues to introduce on stage, his voice full of confidence and energy. Next, please welcome the most internationally recognized organization. FIC B. Ramgari guarantees they are the supervisors, ensuring that the powerful heroes of the organization will not cause any harm to others. The applause roared loudly. Thud, thud, thud. North American FIC team leader Robbins appears, waving to everyone. The FIC introduction is announced over the microphone, with nearly 200 offices worldwide and close to 1,000 special forces. The murmurs and whispers resumed in the hall. FIC is indeed very powerful. It turns out that in the field of superhuman abilities, humanity has reached such a level of perfection. Bird Ramgar took a step forward, arms open as if welcoming something great about to happen. Everyone below solemnly introduced him as the strongest hero of our organization. A beam of light shines down from above as someone rushes down at high speed, flashing brightly with the roar of a jet engine. Whooshing through the air, a figure speeds down from above with wings on his back, Reaching at least a few hundred kilometers per hour, someone in the hall shouts, "Celestial Traveler!" The Celestial Traveler turns gently and slowly descends near Bird Ramgar and Robbins. He takes off his helmet to reveal his handsome face with golden hair, a high nose, and a smile. The audience erupts at this flashy appearance, and a sexy black dress girl exclaims, "He's so cool!" The girl in the pink dress next to her shouted loudly, almost jumping out of her seat, "He's so handsome!" Inside the room, the three of them are still watching the screen. Confronting, chewing on a giant chicken leg, speaks sarcastically. "Tisk, tisk, tisk. Look at these girls shouting so much their lungs are about to come out." Confronting said sarcastically to Lu Di, "You're the second strongest person in the world, so why don't you have any fans?" Lu Di replied calmly, "Just to please the public." Suddenly, Lu Di's phone rings with a familiar sound. "The kid congratulates you on your reward. Do you have time for us to meet up?" Lu Di frowned and thought to himself, "Manhwa probably contacted me because of the Teen Chuck Corporation, which is just what I wanted to find out about too." He quickly replied, "All right." The scene shifts to a small, quiet restaurant with the classic style. Lu Di sat across from a middle-aged man wearing a loose shirt with silver streaks, but his eyes remained sharp. That was Manhwa, a veteran instructor of the underground organization within the Tianla Underground Network. He said that Yu and Liafi had cracked the child trafficking case and even burned down their hideout. Manhwa smiled as he pulled out a stack of money and placed it on the table. "Not bad. This is the reward for the enthusiastic citizens that I personally went to receive. 2,000 yuan. He glanced at the boy pouting and complaining that it was too little, but this was already the highest reward for officials.
Lu Di nodded in thanks for the organization's recognition, and Manhwa suddenly sighed.
"I'm afraid I won't have the chance to receive awards in the future anymore. The sudden appearance of our Special Forces reformed individuals is also becoming less popular." Liu Di's face turned serious. "Such an ostentatious display. What kind of attitude does our Huo state government have?"
Manhwa gestured with a finger for you to come closer and whispered quietly that what our country is currently building is the technology of the reformed people. Manhwa gently sighs as he holds his phone. Our country's reprogramming technology is outdated and must incorporate new innovations from other nations. Emperor Lu's eyes flash with realization. It's clear that the Huoha government has no intention of revealing the existence of Tianla to the outside world.
"But this makes me very frustrated. Over time, the people will become fond of foreign things, and then we will face great difficulties." He looked at Lu Di with a serious expression, every word like a sealed decree. "Aren't you going to stand up for us to show some pride for Huaha?" Lu Di remained silent for a moment, understanding in his heart that the Ha government was just waiting for the right moment. He decisively refused him, and Manhwa stared directly at his face, disappointment in his voice. "What? Why would you, a little brat, not love your country? Didn't you tell me before to help you research the renovation techniques? When will it start?" Liu Di awkwardly rubbed his head and smiled, still less than a month. Suddenly, the phone rang loudly, breaking the tense atmosphere. Liu Di stood up, slightly bowed, and said, "Sec Leader Manhwa, I have other matters to attend to. We'll talk another day." Then he put 2,000 yuan into his pocket and left the restaurant. "Don't I understand you yet?" He may appear calm on the outside, but that doesn't mean he's not taking action. Lu Di stands outside the restaurant, phone pressed to his ear, watching the bustling crowd pass by, a familiar voice coming through the line. "Liu Di, the superhero? They just contacted me to discuss the spokesperson role." Liu Di raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. "Has this superhero obsession already started to influence me?" A Jap, my friend from university and now CEO of the company I invested in, said, "I'm not really interested, but since other companies are competing for the representative role, I have to protect my brand image." Lu Di calmly said, "Signing is fine. If the company needs it, I can just create a few heroes for you." The NG app shouted, "Lu Di, you're talking nonsense again, just like that. Only one person. No more negotiations." The scene shifts to the largest gang in High City, on the 5th floor of the Christian Association building. In a spacious room, a boy stands before a tall, muscular man and an advanced machine, with bodyguards standing at attention around them. The boy is little brother Lu. He sat cross-legged on the machine, swinging his foot, and asked the man in front of him, "Big Bull, have you learned how to operate these machines yet?" "Crazy Niu." The big guy beside him scratches his head and laughs. Hey, little brother, you're definitely fine." Suddenly, the door bursts open and Lu Di appears. The guards saw Lu Di and all shouted together, "Your Highness the Second." Lu Di approached the young disciple and frowned slightly when he saw the tattoo under the boy's arm. "What's going on?" Little brother Mingman raised his hand to show his tattoo to Liu Di. Liu Di chuckled shyly, rubbing the back of his neck. The little guy said, "He wanted to get a tattoo to fit in, but it's just a sticker." Lu Di ruffle. Lu 2D's hair playfully and said with a teasing tone, "So you've become a black society boss after just a few days of playing around?" Liu Xiaodi looked proud with both hands, his eyes shining mischievously, unable to be born into the underworld and causing chaos. Liu Di was slightly stunned by the mature words of the little boy and couldn't help but let out a sound. "Huh." At that moment, a girl with long red hair approached, her eyes serious but still gentle. "Sir, the factory has produced many ant shops, so that is Nam Nuak Diek," she continued, her tone steady but clearly confident. "We've been conducting research and testing these past few days. As she spoke, she patted little brother's head with admiration in her eyes. My younger brother is incredibly talented in this area. He can teach us how to use these devices. Liu Di looked at Liu Xiaodi with a thoughtful expression. The boy's talent in electronics had already shown itself more than once, and he would only get better in the future. Liu Di suddenly spoke seriously to the boy. Give me 3 minutes to erase those tattoos for me. Liu Di quickly pointed to the tattoo on his arm and grinned mischievously. This is a tattoo embedded in the skin with ink. It won't come off in 3 minutes. Liu Di slightly raised his eyebrows and calmly replied, so when it's cleaned, then you can come back. Then he turned his back towards Ngu Dian. Ngu Dian, you take him away! Without hesitation, Ngu Dian immediately hoisted Liu Xiaodi onto his shoulder as the kid struggled fiercely, shouting loudly, Let me go! Let me go! After a while, Liu Di held a major meeting in the internal conference room, his voice ringing clearly. Today, our agenda is to understand the technology, followed by specific content on promoting implementation. As he spoke, he held the remote to turn on the large screen behind him, inviting everyone to view the documents. A beep sounded, and the screen lit up brightly, displaying various intelligent machines across different industries. Behind these machines is a control system called Boibon, he continued, his eyes shining with pride. Everyone could also see it as a security officer capable of monitoring user news. The staff below were all stunned, each secretly thinking they thought it was just a mechanical armor assembly line, but it turned out to be a second-tier high-tech system. Liu Di continued in a slightly deeper voice. I'm not worried about these manufacturing machines, but about internet technology. Just then, the phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. Liu Di picks up and sees the name of Haishu Cyber Security Bureau Tan Dongming. As soon as he presses the button, a familiar loud voice immediately sounds from the other end. Liu Di, save me quickly. I'm about to be killed by you. Liu Di chuckled mischievously. What should I do? Captain Tan said seriously. Tan Dai, remember clearly. But right after, Dongming angrily shouted. The top beauty hacker of China wants to get to know me every day. His voice booms loudly over the phone. Find a time for us to meet soon. I'm about to be annoyed to death. Hearing this, Liu Di thought to himself that whatever was missing would come. And isn't the person who specializes in the internet already here? With Lam Di's strength, handling this matter would be easy. Dongming's voice rang out again, urging them on. The location is the 5th corner tower of the Christian church, current time. 20 minutes later, a girl with short pink hair gently pushed the door open, exuding a charming yet sharp aura. Liu Di quickly stood up politely and invited her. Miss Lam, please have a seat. We are discussing the company's software system, and you happen to be able to help us with some guidance. Lam Di gently sat down, her eyes showing clear confusion. Seeing Liu Di's people looking like gangsters, she trembled slightly as Lai Ni responded. The meeting continued, with Liu Di repeatedly explaining the functions of the waiter system, while Lin Di listened and thought to herself in amazement. This is incredible, truly divine. This waiter system really amazes people. Suddenly, she stood up bravely, her voice trembling but determined. Is your company still hiring? That was the question Liu Di had been waiting for, and he responded immediately. Of course, we welcome Miss Lam Dai to join. 3 days later, all the Bak Ho Fong stores changed their signs to look the same. One night, the signs appeared all over Haishi, shaking the entire city, as Liu Di solemnly appointed Nam Nuok Diep in the meeting room. Later, Nam Nuok Diep became the person in charge of the meeting dismissal. As he was about to leave after finishing, his gaze caught a familiar figure snorting provocatively at Liu Xiaodi. The little brother felt uneasy, but before he could react, Liu Di grabbed his collar and pulled him away. Following him, the younger brother was panicked. Hey, hey, little brother struggles and yells. Let me go, violent bear. Let me go. Soon after, they arrive at a private office where Liu Di throws Liu Xiaodi onto a chair, his face distorted. Oh man. Liu Di points at the computer screen showing several schools and firmly tells the kid, choose one. Liu Xiaodi protests, I won't go to school. Gao Bao Luke. Liu Di lights a cigarette and puts it in his mouth, calmly saying, you have to choose one. The boy raised both hands in determination and said, I want to stay here and study machines. I can even work as a free research assistant for you. Liu Di coldly replied, there is no such option. Liu Xiaodi jumps down from the chair, standing face to face with Liu Di, eyes shining as if about to cry. That violent bear, I know all those theories, even understanding the thesis on quantum force physics. Don't send me to school or I'll go crazy, okay? Liu Di sighed, leaning down to ruffle the boy's hair in a slow voice. Knowing that I am a little genius, I need to learn how to interact with my peers so I can easily integrate into society. Liu Xiaodi paused for a moment, then pointed at the computer screen, his eyes shining when he saw the words, Haishu Talented Elementary School. It goes to a peaceful and safe environment. The little boy looked up at the person opposite him and shouted inwardly, no bullying, you're too cruel. He crossed his arms, pouted in a sulky manner, and declared firmly with a sharp tone as if plotting a scheme. Then, I won't hesitate to tell you my plan. I will cause trouble quickly enough to get expelled. Liu Di only slightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze still calm as if nothing happened, and he responded slowly but firmly. Then, I have no problem telling you that I am the school principal and no one dares to expel you. As soon as the words finished, little Liu desperately struggled and wriggled like a small worm caught in water. Mom? The woman's voice came from the other end, both stern and filled with concern. Is my cursed son and my precious grandson still doing well? Liu Dai glanced at Liu Tiu-Dai, who was crying and tearing up, then nodded in response. He's very healthy and will find a group of friends soon. That's good. I have something to ask you about the Hero Academy established by the organization. Do you know about it? Thu Van's soft laugh echoed through the phone. Your cursed son told you a secret? Your lost father was once a genius expert. Like thunder in Liu Dai's ears, he was stunned. For years, your mother never mentioned your father, not even his name. What? Moto immediately activated the screen search mode, scrolling through a series of information. Liu Zhengqing, an internationally renowned geneticist and brain neuroscience expert who announced the discovery of the mystery of the human brain in 1998, then disappeared. On the other end of the phone, Shu Yuan continued in a slow yet determined voice. Go be a hero yourself. Liu Dai clenched the phone tightly, his expression unchanged, but his eyes darkened slightly. Your mother isn't suitable to mingle with them now. Your son is much better than them. Thu Van sighed quietly, but with full of confidence. Mom is not someone who cares about face either. Your father once said you are the most perfect work of his life. A faint smile flickered on Liu Dai's lips as she listened to her mother continue. Your father once said that if you come from the national spirit, you're not an ordinary person. The motorcycle continues to update information with a steady robotic voice. From 1999 to 2004, Liu Zhengqing served as an advisor for the Scientific Jealousy Department at the European Tainchuk Corporation. After a few moments of silence, Liu Dai spoke. I agree with you, Mother. I will visit the Tainchuk Corporation. Thu Van looked relieved and smiled happily. Haha, just a little push from my son Duto. No need to go overboard. Liu Dai replied briefly. All right, I understand. Then you hang up. Moto reminded in a deep voice that the intelligence agency is just like other reform organizations, with core data completely not stored online. Liu Dai nodded slightly, already planning that if he wanted to investigate, he could only infiltrate from within. Liu Dai gently lifted Liu little brother out of the towering five-cornered building and, as they reached the grand hall, a shocking image of a dog flooded their sight with a giant screen displaying a dazzling blonde-haired young man. No one else but the Celestial Traveler, the character causing a storm across all media outlets. Wow, that guy is pretty handsome, Violent Bear. You should take a look. Liu Dai silently thought to himself, winning the hearts of the people. Just then, a shiny white luxury car stopped right in front of Liu Tiu-Dai and his companion, with big curious eyes asking, Bully, where are we going? Liu Dai mysteriously replied, You will find out soon. The car took them to a small shop with a simple sign. As soon as the two entered, a quick-witted middle-aged man approached warmly and asked, Are you kids here for office supplies? I have a lot of good stuff here. The shop owner held up a pen case decorated with a Celestial Traveler and excitedly said, This is the best-selling item in the store. The two brothers, Liu Di and Liu Dai, silently felt a deep sense of boredom. They are everywhere, just like the stars. Liu Xiaodi approached the counter, looked up, and with a slightly mischievous tone gazed at the shop owner. Uncle, still give me a set of Spawn Boss, or someone will be jealous, said Liu Di as he stepped beside Ton. The shop owner quickly grabbed the complete set of the Heavenly Traveler from the pencil case to the book bag and responded promptly. All right, Liu Di turned to look at the little boy and said to his younger brother, I won't mind these things. Liu Xiaodi quietly turned away and walked off, muttering a cryptic phrase that was actually a cover-up. Then they were led into a politely furnished reception room. In the room, a young woman dressed simply but exuding an air of knowledge, future teacher Lai N.D., was sitting and waiting as she looked at Liu Dai and said, Liu, children usually start school at around 7 years old. Then she looked at Liu Tiu-Dai with a hint of concern in her eyes. Your child is too young. I'm afraid he might get bullied. Liu Xiaodi immediately raised his index finger to his face and confidently said, Don't worry, I will try to protect their dignity. After all, I am just a kid. Liu Di sitting beside him watched the boy, his eyes revealing a fake smile. Li Anzi nhẹ nhàng hô một tiếng, cố gắng che giấu sự ngạc nhiên, dù con nhỏ nhưng rất hiểu chuyện, nói chuyện cù nhu thật vậy rồi. Cô lịch sự nói với Liu Dai, anh Liu, giữ lại phương thức liên lạc gì, sau này tiền dễ ban chuyện của rượu nhỏ. Liu Dai nodded and said, Yuli might have to trouble you in the future. This child of mine is not easy to raise. Hearing that, Anne smiled shyly. Liu Anji, you can rest assured leaving your child with me. I will definitely not let those kids bully him. All three of them stood up. Andai looked at the clock and said, I should go with you now, little brother. Liu Dai quietly watched Andi and the little brother leave, a vague sense of worry rising in his heart. He softly said to reassure himself, hoping it would be so. A friend request from an account named Jinny Li Anji appeared on Liu Didong's phone screen. He accepted the friend request and immediately the screen switched to the chat interface, with the first message appearing enthusiastically. Welcome to Liu Ho Dai's father. Welcome, welcome. Liu Di quickly responded politely. Thank you, everyone. In the future, if my son makes a mistake, I hope everyone will forgive and overlook it. The other side responds immediately. There's no need for the three younger brothers to be so polite. Liu Di muttered to himself softly, gazing into the distance. My next younger brother is about to start school. In front of Liu Dai, the Hero Academy gradually becomes visible behind the rows of green trees. You stop your bike, open the door, and step out, looking up at the majestic school with its imposing architecture. A lively scene catches your eye, countless people gathering in front of the gate, forming a dense crowd. Liu Dai silently thought, I didn't expect the Hero Academy to be so popular. Just then, a young man in a dark purple shirt approached and patted Liu Dai on the shoulder warmly. Hey buddy, that's your friend Mai, the guy continued, sounding very familiar. The first gate requires punching with a force of 180 kilograms. Did you know that? Liu Dai was a bit surprised, his mouth slightly opening in an O shape. I saw the selection criteria online. The boy in purple suddenly glanced around sneakily and quickly took out a small pill from his pocket, holding it up to Liu Dai and whispering, This pill can temporarily boost your strength. 5,000 units? I have a few. Immediately, the robotic voice of the motorcycle echoed in Liu Dai's mind, claiming it was a powerful drug booster. He still tried to persuade and continued, My friend, we can negotiate the price. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Dai shook his head and walked away, thinking to himself that no one would believe such a stupid scam skill. As he took a few steps, a chubby person wearing sunglasses blocked his path, grinning smugly. If it's 500,000, you can start the inspection now. Liu Dai couldn't help but shake his head and think, this kind of middleman job is really developing fast. As the two people argued, the screeching of a car brake suddenly cut through the noisy crowd, and a dashing man in a brown suit stepped out of a luxury car with an imposing tone. No matter how high his offers, I'll double it and take it. The fat man squinted at the man with a challenging look. This young master, that kid bid 1 million. Do you have enough money? This person is Lamb's agent. He raised his head and replied to the fat guy, Isn't it just 200 million? I'll take it. Liu Dai stood with his arms crossed, thinking to himself that he needed to teach him a lesson. He decisively offered 30,000. The actor smirked without hesitation. I'll pay double that, 600 million. Một củi răng rồi quay sang nổi với Liu Dai. Anh em không cao thêm chút nào sao? Liu Dai seems to be at a disadvantage. I give up and let him go. At this moment, Moto announced, Liu Dai, I've finished fixing the registration system. Come over in 5 minutes. Liu Dai secretly thought, I have to move quickly then. He started pushing through the crowded crowd, trying to find his way to the registration area. The instructor shouted loudly through the loudspeaker, overpowering the surrounding noise, announcing that the weight limit for the attack punch had increased to 230 kilograms. He held the list in his hand as his voice echoed through the loudspeaker. The next person for Liu Dai. Amidst the noisy crowd, Liu Dai raised his hand confidently and shouted, It's me, Liu Dai thought to himself. This is Huaha, and perhaps this sacred place cannot be privatized. Behind Lamtak, the subordinate gritted his teeth as he watched everything unfold, secretly cursing. That damn kid dares to mess with me. Next time I see you, I will break your legs. A health check staff member told Liu Dai that Liu Dai was to perform the first step of blood sampling. Liu Dai frowned and replied, I saw on the test notice that this step could be skipped. The staff shrugged and said, I was just trying to kindly remind you that HL blood will receive special treatment. He continued with a slightly resentful tone. But since you refuse to cooperate, I will assume you are passing up this opportunity. Liu Dai looked him straight in the eyes and firmly replied, I choose not to cooperate. The staff member gritted his teeth, secretly thinking he was a Chinese. He marked the name in his notebook and then turned to Liu Dai with a faint smile. The young man's choice was clearly smart. After all, the outcome was still the same. Liu Dai paid no attention to the sarcastic remark and quickly moved to the strength testing area. Standing in front of the machine, he silently assessed it just like his brother's underground laboratory. An attendant nearby spoke. You're testing Liu Dai here, and there's a place to warm up over there. You only have 5 minutes to adjust your timing. Liu Dai shook his head gently. Thank you, I don't need to. The robotic voice of the motorcycle echoed in Liu Dai's mind. Your test is coming up. Liu Dai, you need to control your power within 0.35 to 0.38%. Liu Dai gently flexed his wrist, thinking to himself, so even signaling strength has its difficulty. Suddenly, a charming purple-haired girl in a tight red dress was watching intently from above. That is Li Bak Vai, one of the instructors at the Hero Academy. She looked down at the contestants and sighed softly. Neither day had produced any talented individuals. Liu Dai take a deep breath, slightly bend his knees, and a faint sound of air escapes. The inspector sees this and thinks, is it really necessary to make such a show just for a punch? Actually, Emperor Liu was struggling to control his power and punched straight into the machine. The numbers on the electronic screen keep jumping and rising rapidly. From above, Toon Nguyen watches in surprise, realizing this person's strength is quite impressive. The big screen shows the final number 223, and everyone around is whispering and talking with regret. It's such a pity. If he had come earlier, he could have easily passed the selection. Emperor Liu was sweating and thinking anxiously to himself. What if the control fails again? How can I talk to my mother then? Will little brother Liu laugh at me? Is this not allowed? Liu Dai punched forward with his hand, secretly thinking that it seems he can only cheat. At the same time, his punch created a huge shockwave with the machine, which displayed a message congratulating him on passing the strength competition. One of your two opponents wondered if the numbers could still change. How did he do that? Toon Nguyen, watching from above, wondered if this was the sound of a supersonic explosion. Someone else in the stands was also surprised. This kid might become a hero in the future. Liu D also easily passed the running segment with a time of 49.8 seconds. In the bullet dodge section, he was not weak and successfully dodged 10 shots in a row, achieving a valid result. After the competition, Liu D rubbed his aching body and secretly cursed that these test results were not from an ordinary person. This was truly an act of theft. The system displayed a notification that the special talent selection was recruiting the top 0.001% of physiques. A person holding a document in hand couldn't help but marvel, truly surprised that such a divine being still exists. Tung-Wit looked at Liu Day with a mixture of confusion as all his achievements barely met the standards. Is he truly hiding his strength, or has he already used all his power? She is filled with determination. No matter what, she must win him over. Tung-Wit Lanlaw approached to introduce herself. Hello, Lord Liu. I am Tung-Wit. You have passed this test. You are now a member of my team. From today on, I will become an instructor during your training. Liu Day also happily extended his hand to greet back. Hello. As soon as I shook hands, her information appeared fully for Liu Day to see. Motong stroked his chin and said, then 6 years of her records are missing, but there is data indicating her final employer was Tao Chang'e. Liu Day tried to recall how Tao Tanha was the person in charge of Longhui, mentioned by General Black Mountain, and also someone from the Re-Education Research Center that Hua Ha was hiding. Looking at Tung-Wit in front of him, Liu Day seemed to realize something. It seems that Hua Ha is under the influence of spiritual functions, but is not enduring passively. A man runs over and says, Liu Tiep, from now on you need to sign a contract with our trust company to stay free in the student's dormitory and also receive various precious medicines. Liu Di asked again, so signing the contract means staying in the dormitory? The man calmly replied, yes. Without hesitation, Liu Day said, I refuse. He looked a bit dissatisfied and said, what is this? Liu here isn't begging you. These are mandatory terms. Tung-Wit stepped in front of you and said to the other person, let's handle the procedures later. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. The man's face showed hesitation. This, Tinchuk's medicine, I suggest you accept it. Emperor Liu casually replied, that's only natural, but I don't accept the rules. But how could I miss out on a good deal? Su Yue, hearing this, suspiciously thought this person somehow seemed shameless. Someone else, unhappy, said, how can this be done? You have to follow the procedure. Tung-Wit ignored him and told Liu Di, forget about it. The company will invite me later. She led you to a room and proactively opened the door for both of you to go inside. As soon as they entered, she ordered the others, open it. The other person obeyed her and opened the coffin, revealing small bottles inside that seemed to contain some kind of medicine. Liu Di quickly opened the chest door wide. The man beside him was displeased. Be careful, these are very valuable. Motong nearby examined this medicine and found it strange because it involved either plants or microorganisms with humans as hosts. Hearing this, Liu Di was a bit surprised, so he picked up a bottle and opened it. The man panicked, be careful not to touch it. Some of the medicine has already escaped, forming a strange blue smoke. Liu Di quickly closed the lid and smiled, saying, if it doesn't move, then don't move. He whispered to himself, the color of this medicine really makes people lose their appetite. Liu Di turned around and said to Ziyue, I refuse to use it. She angrily replied, don't think you can have everything. I protect you because you are Chinese. Liu Di waved his hand and said, don't talk like that. You're a teacher figure, so you should be tolerant of students. If I say I will surprise you, what then? He stepped outside and waved, saying, wait until your team finishes their meeting and then call me. Goodbye. Tung-Wit thought irritably. He's just another difficult high tester. Luda stepped out of the building, where many people were gathered. One of them was surprised that the young boy in the white shirt, who had just entered, had already passed. The person beside him said, that's really impressive. Emperor Liu paid no attention to them, only smiling with a hint of mystery. The agent in the corner secretly thought that kid actually passed the entrance exam. He clenched his fist tightly, but inside he was not happy at all. Good, I'll wait for you at the Hero Academy and I'll make you regret messing with me. In a strange circular room under the blinding sunlight, tiny cells keep moving. They are blue, like the drug from earlier. Liu Di looked up at the microscope and thought that the activity of these cells was very strange. Moden explained to him that this enzyme will soften the DNA strands, making future modifications easier. It nervously explained how this drug works. If the softening process isn't properly controlled, the DNA could be completely altered, causing the subject to disappear or transform into a deforming monster. Liu Di immediately understood that the organization wanted to use this method to control the Chinese people. Realizing their intentions, he firmly decided that if that was the case, he would definitely not stand by and watch. Otong said to you, I can try to find a way to neutralize this enzyme. Liu Di glanced at the clock and thought, Xiao Di is about to finish school. I need to go pick him up. At school, the bell rings loudly signaling the end of classes. Outside, many people are there to pick up the students. The little brother is playing with a group of kids. They are surrounding him with very excited looks. Liu Di glanced over and silently marveled at how quickly this kid had made friends. Soon after, he took the little brother back to his own house. Liu Di opened the door with a creak, and the two of them stepped in full of energy. A small dog quickly ran out, wagging its tail. Little brother happily hugged it and asked, "Do you have a name? If not, I'll call you Hong Boy." Little brother runs around holding the dog, and Liu Day reminds him not to break things recklessly. The kid argued back, saying it's for the upcoming craft class at school. Liu Day felt helpless. That reason was reasonable too. Little brother happily laughs, ignoring him. Motong appears and says to Liu Di, "Let it torment itself. We still need to research the drug with the techniques of the reformed, so we can't take care of it." Liu Di keeps tinkering in the laboratory, sometimes holding test tubes, sometimes staring into the microscope to examine. After a long while, he picked up a pen and wrote something, seemingly a prescription. Liu Day held a test tube in his hand, and Motong happily said, "The medicine to deal with the final core is ready." He stared intently at the medicine bottle in his hand, thinking that while researching medicine these days, he had also been examining human DNA. Liu Di stroked his chin, noting that everyone's DNA is different, and if evolution is to occur, fusion might need to be tested. Motong stroked his head in confusion, not quite understanding. Liu Di reached out and pressed a button on the controller, instantly bringing up a screen filled with data. You start explaining to Motong that, simply put, each cube in the Rubik's Cube represents a piece of DNA, and by rotating it, different combinations are achieved. This means selecting the best genes for the assembly, but the process still carries risks. Liu Di agreed, so the fusion process must avoid the risk of mutation rejection. Looking at the screen in front of him, Liu Day told Motong that completing the combination would require countless rotations.
This method is very good. I'll try it out. Liu Day smiled and assigned the task to him.
"First, help me gather enough DNA data, then I will recreate a model of the rotation sequence," Motong signaled happily. "Okay, don't worry, leave it to me and it will be done quickly." The screen displays countless DNA gene combinations that look extremely complicated. Liu Di sat in front of the computer, continuously tinkering, and after what felt like forever, he finally released the keyboard and let out a breath. The next step could be completed automatically through the program. Motong sat with his arms crossed, sighing. "We just need to proceed with the manufacturing experiment. Defeating the core is only a matter of time." Liu Di sat on the chair with his eyes closed, asking, "How's the sleep?" Outside, the sun was still blazing, with no sign of cooling down. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wake up! Wake up!" Liu Di looked up at the boy in front of him and asked, "What's wrong with Xiao Ha?" The boy shyly said, "Brother, sorry to bother you. I know you're resting. The school, little brother needs you to come there for a bit." "What's wrong? Did I make a mistake at school?" Yaosha explained, "Today my younger brother's school is holding a craft invention award ceremony." Emperor Liu stood up excitedly and said, "Then I have to go cheer him on. I'll brush my teeth first and wait for you." You turn on the water to brush your teeth and wash your face. Looking at yourself in the mirror, you decide not to shave, thinking it's better to let the beard grow a bit to avoid unnecessary trouble. Immediately after, Liu Di arrived at Ankiet Elementary School where his younger brother was studying. The girls, blushing, praised him, saying, "This parent is so handsome, with a masculine beard, I wish I could contact him." Liu Dai walks down the street, secretly cursing his own irresistible charm as countless parents can't help but glance back. After walking for a while, Liu Dai finally saw his little brother. He happily ruffled his hair and asked, "What are you doing?" The little brother retorted playfully, "I thought you wouldn't come because of my fierce bear, so I would miss out on my great invention." He then pointed to the person beside him and said, "This is Fan Ba. His parents are busy with work and couldn't come with him." Emperor Liu smiled and greeted the boy. "Pan Ba, hello?" The boy obediently replied, "Hello, Uncle Liu. The young master is very loyal. I am very foolish. I have no inventions." Little Hero agreed to take him along. He patted the boy's head and praised him, saying, "You are all good children, and I have already given you the top spots in my heart." Little brother folded his arms and frowned, saying, "I don't need your reward. I need to make the teacher gasp in surprise." Prince Liu muttered in dissatisfaction, "That kid is the strongest recognition from that world." The boy didn't really care, and no one knew. The exam quickly proceeded with the boy presenting his invention, while countries and the red path were marked on his basketball-shaped globe. Under the stage, the judges and parents kept clapping. Another boy stepped forward and said, "My handmade work is a wind-powered generator that can light up a lamp." Little brother sat watching with disdain at the childish creations. Emperor Liu asked the boy, "Where is your work?" The younger brother clasped his hands together and said mysteriously, "That's a secret." The host on stage announced, "Next up, please welcome inventor Liu Xiaodi." Amidst the applause, the young inventor confidently steps onto the stage as the judge behind pushes their group's product forward. The kid proudly introduced himself. "Next, I will demonstrate an invention that will amaze the world." A judge secretly thought to himself that this kid was a bit boastful. The young disciple on stage began his introduction. "My invention is a suit that not only resists wear and tear, but can also withstand temperatures up to 900 degrees and even stop bullets." The proud kid holds up his invention's cover, called 100, implying it doesn't need to be replaced for 100 years. Another judge was surprised. How could such a young child know so much? The little brother folded his arms and asked, "Do you all not believe?" The proud kid continued, "Then I will perform it for everyone to see." "Fanba?" The kid next to him quickly responded, "Yes." Panba yanks the curtain forcefully, trying to reveal the invention for everyone to see. But before they could finish pulling it down, a loud crash sounded from outside. The parents were all caught off guard and someone shouted, "Help me!" Liu Di quickly grabbed the two children's hands to comfort them and said, "Don't be afraid." Outside, some thugs carrying guns entered the room. The robber leader shouted, "Don't move or I'll spill your blood one by one." The crowd immediately crouched on the ground, clutching their heads in fear. The thief threatens you to cooperate peacefully with him. Once the high city government transfers the money, you'll be safe. After saying that, he ordered his men to tie them up. Outside, the parents and teachers had also been completely subdued. Liu Di sat among them, silently marveling. This is truly strange. Huaha's security is the best in the world. He stroked his chin, assessing this action. Even if they succeed in stealing, this is the city center. Escaping will also be a problem. Mo Tone beside you spoke up. If you want just a few seconds is enough to deal with these trash. I still want to see whose play this is. You closed your eyes as if expecting someone from the divine organization to come and save them. Liu Di smiled contemptuously. So it was all just a show orchestrated by the divine organization. Little brother shyly asked, "A violent bear brother isn't going to do anything?" Panba immediately responded to the kid. "Little boss, what are you talking about? Why let your three brothers go alone?" Someone saw their commotion and scolded them. "Don't say anything else, or we'll attract the attention of those bandits again. We better hide." Liu Di comforted the two kids, saying everything would be fine and heroes would come to save them soon. The little brother looked upset and asked, "So we're just going to let those people take the spotlight?" Liu Di smiled and replied, "That kind of petty trick I have no interest in participating in." A thug, seeing their commotion, warned, "Hey, don't talk." But the murderous aura emanating from Liu Di is overwhelming. The thief broke out in a sweat, thinking this man doesn't seem easy to mess with. Then he turned around and walked away, deciding to just forget about it. Outside the elementary school, there are many people surrounding the area. A reporter with a microphone is reporting that the criminals have fortified their position without any gaps, and the special forces have no way to break in. Both sides are at a deadlock. She worries and wonders whether our hero, the protector, can arrive at the scene to resolve this crisis. While they were talking, a shadow suddenly swooped down from above. The hero didn't waste time and kicked the two robbers hard. A parent happily said, "The heroes are here. The children are saved." Outside, the soldiers stormed in and fought the robbers in the cold wind. Oh my god, they really came. The others all thought at the same time that superheroes are indeed brave. A few punches were enough to break through the criminals' defenses. The leader of the robbers was then defeated and lay motionless on the ground. The three superheroes stood imposingly among the robbers, and the parents expressed their gratitude. "The children are safe now thanks to the heroes," the monk spoke. "Everyone, there's no need to panic. Maintain order and punish the criminals. Protecting Sister Anne is our duty as heroes." Liu Di looked at the crowd surrounding the hero with disdain. "Little brother pretends to know everything and speaks up. I've seen through your violent bear side long ago. You just don't want to reveal yourself." Liu Di explains to the kid that you're still young and don't understand that what they're playing with is public opinion. I need an opportunity for them to climb higher and fall harder. Plan Ba called from afar. "Young master, I'm afraid this exhibition can't go on. Once we're done packing up, could you ask your father to take me home?" The young junior quickly agreed, teasing Liu Di, now only fit to be a driver with the ambitions of a violent bear. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Teen Chuck Corporation, a tall building in the city center. Bram sat in the chair and asked Lawan over at Da Chao how close they were to being ready, and Lawan confidently replied that they could start at any time. Vam, adjusting his glasses, continued. "Our hero is down in the field. Everyone's eyes quickly rushed to the next disaster site to save it, feeling truly great." Then he chuckled triumphantly. "Lo Sao, Lo Lang," replied. "But the scale of this matter is not small, and a specific plan has not yet been set. I fear they won't be able to handle it." As expected, Bram angrily asked, "What do you mean if we can't handle it? Others will log out." Then he corrected himself. "Without losing a few people, how can the Chinese realize the greatness of our spirit?" Lon immediately agreed after hearing and said, "Your strategy is truly brilliant, sir." Bo Ram, after being praised, smirked cunningly. At elementary school, Liu Dai's talented driver quickly left the scene. Sitting in the car, the younger brother and Panba are happily eating ice cream. The little boy Panba doesn't forget to tell Liu Di his home address. "My Uncle Liu lives in the Haiduang area." "Thank you." You just drive and reply to the kid. Uncle knows you need to cross the North Bridge over the Hoi Hai River. Not long after, the car drove onto the bridge where countless vehicles were rushing non-stop. A loud bang echoes, as if a support beam of the bridge has broken, and a strange humming sound like a source of power controlling that support beam resonates. Suddenly, terrifying cracking sounds echoed as numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the bridge, forcing vehicles to brake suddenly to stop. Someone stepped out of their car and warned, "The bridge is about to collapse, run quickly." Hearing that, everyone quickly left their vehicles and ran in the opposite direction. They screamed in fear, "Run fast!" The abandoned cars quickly fell into the Hoi Hai River. The rescue team quickly received reports from the residents, and the listener, sweating profusely, asked again, "What collapsed at Hoi Hai Bridge?" Another person also received a similar call and promptly responded, "Okay, we're on our way." The three heroes from earlier appeared again, walking past everyone and saying, "Everyone move aside. We will go ahead to rescue." Then the three heroes swiftly flew like lightning toward the Hui Hai Bridge.
The others are all being manipulated and marveling. Luckily, there are heroes here. One with a backpack instructs the others.
Everyone quickly gather your belongings and report the scene first. Emperor Liu looked at the disaster before him, puzzled. Another incident happening? You look up at the hero flying like a bird above your head, filled with suspicion. Is it just a coincidence that a hero appeared just in time? The bridge suddenly collapsed. A person accidentally falls from the bridge shouting in despair, and the hero quickly catches him. He comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, we're here now." Tietade forcefully bent the car door open, revealing a fragile girl inside who couldn't move. Everyone outside cheered and praised them. The heroes had arrived and been saved. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the bridge, unable to bear the weight, continued to collapse. The cars that were still on the bridge just now are now falling into the river without hesitation. There is a helicopter flying above, seemingly observing the situation. Botvam frowns and pretends to cry, saying, "We have to apologize to the people. It's really a pity. Our heroes are truly too few to withstand such great difficulties. Sir, I suggest you control your expressions better. You don't seem seriously injured." Botram chuckled and replied, "I have a hard time too. My heart is blooming like a flower. Yet I have to pretend to be sad." His face twisted into a disgusting expression and he said, "Oscar still owes me a prize. Emperor Liu, stay away from the collapsing area." He looked there with concern. The little brother inside says loudly that the violent bear and those hero groups aren't doing well. They can't keep up. He ponders with his chin in his hand, unable to just watch the people of Ha die. The little brother jumps down from the car door as if he's about to do something, and the kid smiles and asks, "The violent bear doesn't want to be too obvious, right?" "It's okay. I've been prepared for this." The kid walks to the back of the trunk, and Liu D asks curiously, "What are you doing now, little brother?" Little brother pulls out the invention from earlier that the kid hasn't been introduced to yet. "No need to thank me, it's what I should do." Little brother pulls down the screen. Liu D is surprised. The kid just played a game of chess like that. The kid said nothing and simply said, "This is based on your number." Emperor Leo quickly reached into that shirt, put it on, and casually praised, "Not bad, it can handle urgent needs." Panba excitedly on the car, "Wow, so handsome." The little brother is very satisfied. Making armor for his father was worth it. Panba suddenly shouted, "Are you crazy? Why are you making my dad go there? Even heroes can't handle this anymore." I look down on that kid for being blind. Just wait and see the real hero come. Then the kid points ahead and tells Liu Day. The fierce bear charges forward. "You didn't forget to tell the two kids to stay in the car and not go out. Then you rushed to the scene of the terrible accident." Fanboss smiled and praised, "Little brother, your older brother is so powerful." My younger brother proudly replied, "The real power is still ahead of us." Liu Day quickly approached the collapsing bridge area to receive rescue. The reporter suddenly asked, "Another hero arrives?" In front of Liu D, two steel cables are gradually snapping. Soon after, it completely snapped and seemed beyond saving. But Liu D still quickly and skillfully grabbed one end tightly. Later, he landed holding the steel wire and touched the ground. Outsiders were stunned, wondering how it could be that this was hundreds of tons of reinforced concrete. But for Liu D, it felt weightless. He held it effortlessly and pulled. Tetsute looked at the person in front of him with some confusion and immediately asked, "Who is your brother in which organization?" Seeing that, Liu D immediately threw the steel rebar to him. "You arrived just in time to hold this steel cable for me while I checked the bridge." The guy couldn't react in time and had to agree. But as soon as Liu Day let go, he was flung into the air by the steel wire. Seeing that, Liu D couldn't help but criticize, "What a useless person." The reporters also ran out of words to describe him. Stop Ram, holding the tablet and watching the scene, shouted angrily, "What's going on? Who is this?" Leon also broke out in a sweat. "I don't know either." Liu D stands on the collapsed building, contemplating a plan to repair it. He raises his hand to gather energy, then throws a powerful strike forward, releasing the energy far away. The fragments from the explosion gradually come under his control, and they are slowly stitched back together into a small piece of rock. The green-clad hero watched this and was speechless. How could two D-goats be more powerful? That rock was placed into the water. Its weight was so great that the water splashed up very high. Everyone who fell was caught by that piece of rock. Liu D calmly watched the fragments gradually mend themselves. He seems to have found peace, finally able to face the danger and leave without worries. The reporter has been wondering all along who this hero really is. Then Liu D leapt over the cars on the street to reach his own vehicle. When he got there, he tidied up his clothes a bit before opening the door and stepping inside. As soon as he entered, my younger brother praised the fierce bear for his impressive display of strength. Liu Day also complimented the kid in return. "This invention of yours isn't bad. It can help me not hold back and try my best." The kid smiled happily and replied, "This is something I should do." Suddenly, Fanba asked, "Does Batluba still lack a son?" Liu Day quickly corrected the boy. "Kid, how can you casually accept a third parent?" Fanba retorted loudly, "Your mother is very beautiful, and your family has a lot of money and inheritance in your hands." Liu Đệ nghe vậy, không còn tranh cãi với rượu trẻ nữa, cứ dễ cho nó nói gì, rồi rốt nhiên nhận ra rượu ghi do khiến mắt cậu trở nên nghiện trong hỗn hợp. Traffic on the bridge seems to be gradually returning to normal. Liu Day rested his hand on the window frame, thinking that these people must be members of Longweed because they came to help due to the bridge incident. Watching someone being arrested in front of him, he silently thought that Longwei was indeed patient. Tung-Wei, seeing everything was settled, also smiled comfortably. She went to his car. If Liu Dai had been at the scene, helping out like that would truly make him worthy of being chosen for the Hero Academy. Liu Dai replied without courtesy, "Sorry, I still need to take my child home." Tung-Wei wondered, "Do you have 2 children?" Fan Ba inside quickly called out, "Brother Ba." Liu Di bowed and said, "You're not her father." But instead, Pan Ba didn't obediently stay silent and said, "Your mother is just as beautiful as her. You remind little Fan Ba with outsiders here. Can you please watch your words?" The younger brother cross-armed responds to Tung-Wei's question. "I also wasn't born from him," Tung-Wei said confidently. "Liu Dai, I really underestimated you. Your tricks are not bad, starting everything from a kid." Liu Di stroked his hair and replied, "They really weren't born from me, but I have to bring them back." Before he could finish speaking, Tung-Wei cut him off, saying with a slightly angry tone, "You better not say anything else. Who knows what you came to their house for?" She turned and walked away, not forgetting to remind you to watch your conduct, and also said that she would take back her earlier comment about your weak strength, fearing it might cause more trouble. Seeing the figure just leave, Liu Di took a deep breath and turned back, somewhat reproachfully saying, "You guys are really something. His file hasn't even been created yet, and it's already been destroyed." Watching the slow-moving cars, Liu Di silently judged that they could probably be gone within half an hour. Mo Tong sat on his hand, inspecting what he was holding. This is a high-density metal commonly used to make resonance devices. Hearing that, Liu Di understood that the person who previously went to raid the school had identified the escapee criminal from Europe and brought him back to Europe for resolution. Liu Di secretly wondered why Huaha still remained silent. If this goes on, I might not be able to hold back anymore. Inside the building housing the Spirit Corporation, Bram is furious, slamming his hand on the table and clearly losing control of his emotions. BFAM's voice is filled with resentment as he laments that such a good plan was compromised by an anonymous black-clad figure, revealing the hero's incompetence. "I'm so angry I could die." He ordered them, "Hurry up and start the mutation plan for me." He hesitated a bit. "Sir, that technique is not yet perfected. Starting it arbitrarily could be dangerous." But he no longer cared. He couldn't worry too much. Even if it was a desperate situation, he had to carry out this plan. The bridge collapse was quickly reported by the media. Everyone quickly searches for the identity of the black-clad hero. Who is this hero who lifts the bridge with his bare hands? So, the strength of the organization compared to him is too weak. If Hai Thi had appeared in time, he would definitely be the hero of our company, taking the center position and much stronger than those foreign heroes. Therefore, there have been many changes in the Forder rankings. The staff member reports. The black-clad chairman is widely known online, and although no one has ranked him yet, his reputation is very high. The staff member nervously says it wouldn't be fair not to promote him. The chairman rubbed his forehead and said with a hint of helplessness, knowing that earning money isn't enough. He also has to respect authority. Another employee worriedly added, "Right now, the supporter of the black-clad person has about 500 million, seemingly capable of crushing all the heroes on the leaderboard." The chairman decided to keep him in the top 4 because the second-ranked celestial traveler cannot be touched. The news of his promotion is a major client for us. That employee felt a bit disappointed, thinking that this bonus victory was probably lost. The Forder rankings were quickly announced, with the black-clad individual in 4th place. But the online community was not satisfied with the comments. "It's unfair. Why is the black-clad person only ranked 4th? Could it be that the heavenly traveler is more powerful than the black-clad person? Right now, there is a name on the Trin estate." Fan Ba got out of the car and said, "I'm here, thank you." "Lord?" Lu, Trin, Long saw the kid immediately shout, "This precious boy is so annoying." He was worried and carried the kid. The school was robbed, the bridge collapsed, but luckily the child is safe, thank heaven and earth. Fan Ba smiled and replied, "My dad is safe because Uncle Lu saved me and brought me home." Trin Lung patted Fan Ba's head and thanked Liu Dai. "Luckily, without you, Trin Ra and I would have been doomed." That guest just helped out casually, no need to thank him. Trin Long proudly introduces his brother. "My name is Trin Long. My family has a tradition of selling sweet potatoes to leave a name behind. It will definitely be useful to you in the future." Liu Dai bowed and replied, "I am Liu Dai. I hope to receive your guidance more in the future." Trin Long excitedly pointed to his house and said, "If you're here, just take a cart of sweet potatoes and go." Liu Dai politely waved his hand and declined, "No need." Then he opened the car door and said, "I hope we meet again, Mr. Trin Long." Trin Long rubbed his head in confusion. "Why is this kid so polite?" Pan Ba asked in confusion behind him. "Dad, where are Mom and the others?" He turned around and replied, "She's at school." The little boy smiled and asked, "Can my mom take me to school tomorrow?" The scene shifts to Liu Di's house. Liu Di and Xiao Di went inside, the kid holding something and saying, "Don't bother me, I have to prepare my revenge plan." He didn't stop him and agreed immediately. "I'll follow your lead." Liu Dai walks to another place, looks at the machinery in front of him, and silently calculates. "We're halfway there, but it would be great to have better equipment." He looks at the device he has and evaluates it. These devices are too outdated and not capable enough. Mo Tong pounded his chest and said, I will handle it. I will order high-precision tools from both domestic and international sources. Of course, those are just preliminary components. Liu Day immediately became excited and said, "That's enough. I must personally create a machine to perform Ruby." Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. The early team of the Spirit Academy had been formed, and they would gather at 9 o'clock tomorrow at the base. After renovation, the basketball court seemed to have become the Academy's headquarters. The actor among the gathering snorted in displeasure. Liu Day looked at the scene before him, silently thinking that the situation was already clear. On one side was Hua, on the other was the international community. Tung Wei led the way inside and said, "You should get to know each other first. I am Tung Wei, in charge of both teams and also the instructor for the Hua team." "Damn it, are those foreigners in the same team? Isn't this supposed to be China?" Tung Wei continued to explain, and not only that, in the future, everyone will have to fight each other, with the strong winning and the weak losing for the right to reform. The boy in the green shirt suddenly sneered, "Have you got a boyfriend with such a good figure, officer?" She did not respond, but slowly approached the young man. Then a hand grabbed his neck tightly and wouldn't let go. Tung Wei lifts him effortlessly with one hand, everyone around secretly sweating, thinking this instructor's tactics are too domineering. The young man was so uncomfortable he could hardly breathe, and at that moment Tung Wei finally threw him to the ground. She teaches coldly, "The first lesson here is to learn respect." She paid no attention to the young man and said, "Now I invite the students to introduce themselves." The students then obediently sat on the bleachers in the basketball court. A chubby student introduced himself, saying, "I come from a rural area of China and work hard every day, so I have some strength. You can call me Tu Yuan." The actor immediately turned to the person next to him and said, "Tho Nguyen is the name of a type of beetle that spends all day buried in the ground and is also called a land turtle." The person next to him burst out laughing and asked, "Really?" A figure appears and responds, "What's so funny about that?" A fiery blonde girl introduces herself. "As for my real name, you don't need to know, my nickname is just a copy." After the introduction, she calmly puts the lollipop in her mouth. Another confident young man introduces himself. "I am Tai 33, a former soldier." Oh. After the introduction, he leaned back and sat down next to Thon Nguyen. Emperor Liu looked at him with suspicion, wondering if he was a bodyguard from the Yin family or the Thiet family. Then it was the turn of two people dressed in traditional Chinese clothing to introduce themselves. "My name is Lok Long. My name is Sword Tiger." The foreign individuals below looked down on them with arrogance. Bunch of weirdos. Tung Wei walks over to Liu Day and says, "You're here." The observer saw him and whispered, "That's the kid. He passed all the tests perfectly." He arrogantly spoke before Liu Day, "You don't need to introduce yourself. I've already thought of a nickname for you. It's Abtuyanan." A group of foreigners below burst into laughter. Liu Day calmly replied, "What right does a foreigner like you have to judge me?" The arrogant agent said, "I have HL blood type and the potential to become the most powerful reformer among your stupid group, so you don't deserve to be on my team." Liu Day asked Tung Wei, "Are there competitions among our students?" She thought for a moment and replied, "There is, but only after the training is over." I remember something and added, "My name is Liu D, with D similar to the character for younger brother and younger brother." The agent burst out laughing upon hearing that. Truly just a kid. Tung Wei glared at him and the others, causing him to immediately become frightened and fall silent, beads of sweat covering his face. A blue-haired man stood up, as if a strange power was flowing through his hand. He clenched his fist, easily controlling that power. Thong Nguyen wondered, "Is this a special ability? Even the KCH level is a bit surprising. Isn't he still unmodified?" He confidently introduced himself, saying, "I was born able to control electricity, and even more honorably, my older brother is the superhero, Ho Kwang." Lok Long thought to himself, with such heroic bloodline, the future is limitless. And even Kiem Ho thought the same. Probably someone was already escorting him during the test. The agent cheerfully smiled and said, "It's my turn now." He confidently left his seat and walked to the center of the stage where everyone had just been standing to introduce themselves. He was performing martial arts while introducing himself, saying, "I am Lam Tak Nan, born into a martial arts family in China." Thief 33 sweat and thought he had to say it. Chung's martial arts skills are really excellent. Thong Nguyen elsewhere also has similar thoughts. After his transformation, he's definitely a master. But Liu Day doesn't seem to respect him at all. Lam Tak Nan can't blame others for being as useless as his name. You're lucky to be born into a family of martial arts representing Chinese culture, but then you join the international side. That really makes things difficult. Liu Day, don't boast here. When the match comes, I'll break your bones in an instant. Liu Day stands up, his voice full of challenge. "Choose now and today will be the day." Thong Nguyen kindly advises, "Calm down, my brother. If we start a fight now, we will be at a disadvantage." He thought for a moment and agreed, so he decided to follow his advice. A burly foreigner introduced himself, saying, "I am Jack, my specialty is boxing, and I am skateboard. My specialty is PA." Thong Nguyen asked curiously, "Why does the international team have 7 members while our team only has 6? She smiled proudly and said, "Our team has one more person. She is very strong and doesn't need basic training."
Hello everyone. Don't forget, I'm also here. I'm the instructor of the international team from the Trust Corporation.
He reached out to Liu Di and said, Lenat, I'm very pleased to meet everyone. As their hands touched, a surge of energy seemed to explode between them. Liu Di also realized this and opened his eyes in surprise. He whispered to Motong, this feeling is like a kind of sensing. It speculated for a moment before replying, you and he seem to have been affected mentally from the contact. Thinking of this, he ordered it. Motong, investigate him. Quickly, Motong crossed his arms and replied, I already did. Lenat, a European professor who was in a coma for 7 months after a car accident and then recovered spontaneously, joined Genie and then pointed out something unusual in this information. It's strange that the hospital he was admitted to is the hidden coffee hospital of the Poker Society. Lord Liu wondered about this. Could it be just a coincidence? I don't think he's one of the reformed. Lynott suddenly said, let's not waste any more time, and quickly split into training teams. After saying that, he led his team members to leave one by one. Tu Nguyen approached her team. Now is the time to reveal the truth about the organization to everyone. She coldly continued, I come from the Ha army. Our Ha cannot accept outsiders occupying our land. Thong Nguyen and Kapkich listened carefully to her words, which resembled an underground international struggle during peacetime. Tu Nguyen also understood them. If someone didn't want to be involved in this battle, I can understand. She was honest with them. Now you can withdraw. Emperor Liu felt somewhat satisfied and thought, the strategy of the Hua Ha army is to hold firm and fight solidly. Thong Nguyen excitedly said, what's so special about this instructor? Just do it. Kapkech asked curiously, so are we now international special forces? Lak Long crossed his arms and said, it's not certain that this is like relying on learning to challenge foreign countries and achieve international victory. Sword Lake pounded his chest confidently and declared, our glorious China cannot be humiliated like this. How could we let outsiders deceive the world? Ludi raised his hand to speak. Tu Nguyen asked him, do you have any opinions? You're not very patient, so you asked how to quickly advance through the qualifiers, or directly defeat the international team to win. Tu Nguyen honestly shared his thoughts. First, he couldn't do the second because there was no way to do that. She spoke a bit hurriedly, saying that this training session includes an enhancement test, a physical endurance test, even facing difficulties test. She looked at her team members with a very serious tone, emphasizing that no item could be skipped, as they are all necessary steps to become a hero. Suddenly, outside Tiete appeared. Everyone congratulated him on joining the elite group, and I came here on behalf of the elite group to give awards to the students. Tu Nguyen looked at the person sent over, feeling a bit annoyed. Sending character 4 clearly looks down on the Hua Ha team. Tiete approached Thiet 33 to praise him, and the trainee, who looked at him at a glance, knew he was an extraordinary martial artist with unlimited potential. Then the guy took the medal and said, the first medal is for you. Thiet 33 sincerely replied, thank you, I only serve under Hua Ha. Thiete awkwardly smiled, I support you. Next, the person looked at Thong Nguyen and said, I will put the medal on for you, farmer. Thong Nguyen smiled and replied, sorry, I prefer the black hero who saved the bridge. Thiete immediately recalled his dark past. As he was about to speak, the person next to him said, my medal can just be left aside. I have joined the Black-Clad faction and will support him for life. Looking at Liu Di, Tiete thought to himself, this person seems very sincere. He probably won't refuse me. Thiete appeared in front of him and said, this guy, I didn't expect him to be interrupted before he even finished speaking. Sorry, I can't wear it because I am from the Black faction. What do you mean? Huh? Really? When you grab a weapon, you just chew candy without any emotion. Thiete shyly replied, this brother really knows how to joke. He stood straight and said to everyone, if everyone already has faith, then I will leave Hui Truong here for you to handle yourselves. As he turned away, Thiete's face showed clear anger. That tiny little Hua Ha dared to disrespect him. Ever since today's training, you guys are probably done for. Long Long gave a thumbs up in praise. Lu just now played so well. Thiete heard him say he's a man in black and looked even more displeased. Emperor Lu honestly replied, it's nothing, just the truth. Tu Nguyen was very pleased and said, everyone did a great job and maintained their composure. Tu Nguyen once again began to lecture her team members. Although our strength is formidable, our combat skills are non-existent, she said with some concern. The European Cobra team, a renowned special forces unit with distinguished achievements, is assisting with the training, and Jianhu expresses some admiration. Europe is really enthusiastic about supporting this mission. Lak Long was a bit surprised and replied, so they even invited such skilled people just for training the students? Tu Nguyen smiled reassuringly and said, but rest assured, our Hua Hua army will not just stand by and watch. The sound of footsteps echoed as several people approached, standing in a straight, serious line.
Đồ ăn hoa xuất hiện với dòng nội tịch thu, những giữa trẻ con mai ngay nữa sẽ thuộc dấu chiến giàu mạnh nhất của Hoa Hạ, thành viện rồi giặc chiến hải thị, huấn luyện rồi trở thành người bổ luyện cho chung. Ông ấy cuối nham hiểm các nhạc chuẩn bị dọn nhận kỹ huấn luyện khắc nghiệt. As he was speaking, Don Hua suddenly spat out the sip of tea he just drank, his face contorting as he thought why Emperor Lu would make a student into a joke. He felt a bit dissatisfied, thinking that every time he exaggerated about his strength, he always ended up facing this kid, and he was so frustrated. The aura from Duan Hua just now also diminished by half, and he silently lamented that this kid probably came here for the technique of the spiritual core.
and he guessed that he couldn't avoid it either, so he came here to learn secretly. Tun Nguyen saw his changing expression and asked, Duan Supervisor, what's wrong? It's nothing. I was just overwhelmed by the authority of your students. Actually, there is another way for the kids to beat the international team. Lak Long raised his hand and asked, What method is that? Duan Hua smiled. If their strength is enough, they can directly challenge and defeat those international teams. He chuckled to himself, glad that Lu Di was here, so there was no need to waste time. Just fight directly. After hearing his words, Tun Nguyen's team didn't react much. She spoke up to advise this is not in accordance with the Academy's rules. The officer asked her again, Do we even need a rule for this? Our daily challenge initiation is the simplest way to train students, he said cunningly. If our academy is young and someone accidentally hits the opponent hard enough to be injured and can't participate in training, they will naturally be eliminated. Duan Hua stroked her chin and promised that as for the students who accidentally hit someone, I guarantee they will be safe and sound. Everyone seemed to praise me as if I could reach the sky. This strategy is perfect. Thong Nguyen suddenly spoke up. With such strong international teams, I can't fight against them. Cap Cac also agreed and said, According to the statistics, our win rate is less than 10%. Sword Lake also said similar words. My current strength is not enough. I need to train more, and once my strength improves, then it's not too late to fight. Lạc Long dựa thầm, nếu chúng ta dối dấu với họ thì e rằng chúng ta sẽ bị thuần nặng. Thiết 33 dùng yến, không nói gì. Emperor Liu was very excited again. I agree to fight. Everyone was in disbelief, and Jian Hu tried to dissuade him, saying, Brother, don't cause any more trouble. Duan Hua smiled and said, As you can see, the general, with everyone's strong support, I will go ahead with this decision. Everyone else also thought that the overwhelming support wasn't just for Liu Di, and he suddenly burst out laughing, saying, All right, now let's head to the international team over there, on the other side of the field. Duan Hua led everyone, saying, Follow me, and Liu Di and the others had no choice but to follow. Suddenly, Liu Di's phone kept ringing, and as soon as he answered, the voice on the other end hurriedly spoke. Has your son passed the Hero Academy exam yet? Many of our young people who just returned from the exam are locking themselves in their rooms. If you can't pass the exam, then don't take it anymore. It's not a big deal. Liu Di replied, Mom, I passed the exam and now I'm getting ready for the next class. Your mother happily praised you. My son is so talented, Lu Qinthan really wasn't lying. Suddenly she said, if your son passes the exam, he might still be disqualified. So if you have time, go back home for a visit. Your father left some things for you to see. They look impressive and might help Kanhoa take a few people to hunt tigers. Lak Long, the 33rd concubine, walks in and forcefully pushes the door open. The person in the pool immediately turned to look at Duan Hua. Thong Nguyen looked at the scene before him and muttered, What is going on? The pool in front splashed everywhere, with people underwater throwing punches and fighting back and forth. Astonishingly close. The It 33 frowned. Under such intense pressure, he could still exert such power. Lak Long also sighed. The international team is truly formidable. Jianhua looks on with disdain, then steps forward to face Commander Kamen. Kamen remains seated and greets him. Commander Jianhua. He crossed his arms and looked at Duan Hua. The chief officer came here openly to investigate whether my training process was legitimate, right? As expected, it suits his shameless personality. Duan Hua lifted the water bottle and took a sip. No need to investigate. My purpose here is to challenge. Kamen looked up at him. A challenge like that could lead to international issues. Duan Hua squeezed the water bottle in his hand. Stop talking nonsense in a cold voice. My team from Hoaha wants to challenge your international team. Hoaha said through gritted teeth. Right now, immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the swimming pool behind him roared with splashing water, and someone stepped onto the shore, challenging him. Kamen's people broke their arms and said, Finally, I get to straighten you out. Tep 33 looked at them and asked, Where's the good in that? How can we defeat them? Kamen stood up and looked at Duan Hua. Duan Hua, my only task is to train the students, and the regulations clearly state that students are not allowed to fight before the 3 exams. La Long Tuing Wen and the others breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Kamen the general has principles. Kamen turned to look at the Huaha team standing at the entrance. He must clearly identify his Huaha team. There's no chance against my team. That's the difference between superior talent and inferior. As soon as he finished speaking, Lak Long and Thong Nguyen were about to burst with rage. What did you say? Duan Hua stands beside him, sternly scolding Kamen. You idiot, are you blind and looking down on people? Kamen frowned. Duan Hua, do you dare to insult me? I also want to challenge. I want my team members to crush yours. Duan Hua achieved his goal and immediately accepted the bet. All right, let's go with that. Kamen approaches Duan Hua, but I will be the one to decide the rules of the battle. Old man, then you better listen to me. This is where the battle will take place, and members of both teams will enter to compete. The team whose members succeed in getting the most people out will be the winner. He turned to look at Duan Hua. We'll wait outside. Thong Nguyen stroked his chin and wondered if the instructors couldn't see, which might mean they could get away with killing people. Kamen looked at Duan Hua, General Duan, and said, The students are still just young men. Fighting could easily lead to serious injuries. I have a suggestion. Maybe he should pause for a moment and then continue, saying that each side should have some team members go inside the building with the students to ensure their safety. Donghua secretly despised, outwardly acting as a protector of the students, but in reality, he not only wanted to suppress the team members, but also to conveniently pressure the Special Forces team from High Thee. But it's fine, since that kid is there anyway. I told Kamen, for this battle, there's no need to use my Special Forces team. Then Donghua added, "All right, General Kamen, all your dozens of people go ahead, and as for me," Donghua turned to look at Thongween. "Kid, come here." You're surprised and point at yourself. Huh? Now I am ordering you, Thongween, as a member of the Special Forces team in charge of the squad, to follow the Cobra team into the building that protects the students' safety. I don't have that kind of strength. Donghua pats your shoulder. What matters is whether you have the strength or not. He whispers softly, but listen carefully. I want the Cobra team to not let a single person step out. If you can do that, I will agree to any condition you set. Both sides tense up as Emperor Lu stands nearby and laughs. Donghua is just using me this once, but I guess that's okay. Cam looked at Donghua. You really have no eye for people, casually ordering a fat guy and even wanting to challenge my Special Forces team. Donghua sneered and said, I promise that if you defeat him today, I will publicly admit that my Special Forces team is not better than the Cobra team. Kamen frowned. Donghua, I think you've become senile after retiring, but this is your own fault, so you better watch out. Donghua nodded confidently. All right, kids, go ahead. But before either side could make a move, someone stepped forward to stop them. Wait a moment. Toon-Wit looked at them. Officer Doan, with such a large-scale fight, I have to report and ask for instructions from the leadership. Ludit, hearing that, asked for instructions. What instructions? You're serious, risking the country's honor by dawdling for orders. Toon-Wit frowned and called out, Brother! Lok Long and Kim Ho, standing nearby, sighed silently, already unmotivated to fight the international team, now facing the Snake team as well. Isn't this just like going to your death? Tyet 33 said. If we want to give up now, it would shame our country's military honor. He decisively heads forward. If anyone is afraid, just stay here. I can handle them alone. Episode 33 just left. Long and Sword turned to look at each other, then quickly followed. Wait for us. Hua turned to his subordinate and said, Bring my chair here and sit down to have some tea. On the other side, Kamen took out the walkie-talkie to contact. The Cobra team listens to the command. Your mission is to protect the students, especially the Hua team, especially that fat guy. At this moment, someone stomped onto the ground and approached. Toon-Wit didn't need to turn around and asked, Lieutenant Lynott, where did you go earlier? The students are about to fight inside the classroom building. Lynott smiled and said, No problem. It's the perfect time for me to see which student has the strongest physique. Toon-Wit glanced at Lynott and thought to herself, why has Lynott been acting so strangely ever since he appeared? Kamen ordered through the radio, then turned to look at Donghua, who had lifted the chair and set it down beside him. What are you looking at with such disdain? You're meddling too much. Kamen did not reply, and once again picked up the radio to give orders. The entire team of Cobras followed the intense 4-level training command. Toon-Wit stared intently at Kamen, aiming to incapacitate the opponent completely or even destroy their spirit. Putting down the radio, Kamen turned and said, Donghua, I want you to lose with your dignity intact and to make an announcement to the world. Donghua smiled while holding the water bottle and said, You are overthinking it. Inside the classroom building, the corridor seemed to be filled with the sound of wind whistling. The Hua team gathered in one place. Tuyet 33 spoke first, saying, Since it has come to this, there's no need for everyone to hide anymore. He ordered CPKCH to scout the terrain. She nodded. All right. Cap Cac drops a few bullets onto the ground. They clatter and roll away, one by one falling down the stairs. After hearing this, Sword Tiger spoke up. Our enemies in the east are few. Our strategy is to concentrate entirely on the 5th floor with a defensive counterattack. He assigned 33 people. You follow me to face them head on, and Cap Kitch will provide the information. Lak Long suddenly launched a surprise attack. The guerrilla forces prepared to support everyone, ready to break through defenses when necessary to counter the enemy. Sword Tiger wiped his sword and, standing next to the scout, reported, They have reached the 2nd floor. Sword Tiger looked up and said, Lu Day, you're not like us, not strong enough. Stay in this room and stay safe. Halfway through speaking, he suddenly froze. Where is Lu Di? When did he disappear? Thon Nguyen muttered. There's only one way out of the room. Lak Long wondered, could it have disappeared right in front of us? Cap Catch immediately denied, that's impossible. Suddenly, the entire building shook. Cap Catch said, Captain, 3 enemies have fallen from the 2nd floor. From outside, you can see the building constantly erupting with explosions from various locations. Kamen said, Donghua, have you seen this power yet? He said, We are no longer the Cobras we used to be. Kamen started to boast and laughed loudly, saying, We have developed a type of injection that can double a soldier's strength for 20 minutes before battle. This time, you won't win. Donghua smirked and crossed his arms, looking at Kamen. Commander Kamen, I can't help but ask, how did you come up with that technique of taking off your pants to fart? Kamen was so angry he almost choked on his words, just standing there criticizing and gossiping, so you better forgive him. Tungweet sighed, only hoping the trainees wouldn't get hurt, or the next training session would be even more intense. What's going on here? The enemies kept getting knocked back one after another. Kapkach frowned. Could it be Emperor Lu? Captain, should we go take a look? Kim Ho lacked dough. The situation is not clear yet. No need to stir up trouble. Our current task is to guard this place well. The 5 of them just stood there listening to the sounds of fighting and clashes coming from inside the building. Kim Ho looked at Tong, who was showing signs of cracking, and thought to himself, is Tran Ya trying to bring the building down? Kim Ho muttered, no way. No one could be that strong. People outside couldn't understand what was happening inside, only hearing continuous explosions and shockwaves, until suddenly there was a loud bang and part of the building exploded, rocks flying outward. The people outside hurriedly moved away. What kind of battle was happening inside? The house has collapsed? The subordinates of Duan Huasan look all pale. This snake team is too powerful. I'm afraid even our special forces can't match them. Only Kamen stood there in shock like everyone else. This can't be. Our soldiers aren't that strong. Duan Hua stroked her chin and said, you can't be like that, kid. Things are getting too intense. How can I protect you in front of the commander anymore? A foot steps out from the smoke inside the building. Liu Di rushes up the stairs like lightning. Kamen's people can only run forward, head down. Damn, that crazy white-shirted little brother grabbing the snake team member and stabbing him into a concrete pillar. Let's run now. Suddenly, he bumped into a figure in front of him and fell to the ground. The Kamen member looked up and shouted, are you blind? Can't you see I'm running? But facing Liu Di, I quickly changed my attitude. Big brother, I'm weak and fragile. I can't handle these punches. Liu Di smirked and said, are you from a martial family and so modest? Looking at the person sitting on the ground, come here. Even small locusts have meat. Lend a hand to help dismantle this building. The other person shook his head and said no. Liu Di didn't wait and immediately threw punches, hitting rapidly, causing the man to lose several teeth and swell up lying on the ground. Liu Di looked at him, unable to fight anymore. Death is inevitable and the aftermath is hard to handle. At this moment, someone from the corridor is running over. Liu Di raises his head and smiles. I hope you can withstand a few punches. Those blinking red dots have already fought with over 30 people in just a blink. Kim Ho tries to estimate 5 floors turned into 2. It seems we won't need the ladder anymore soon. He tells his team to try not to reveal their identities and to keep the information about the other expert secret. Yes, she thought to herself. The current situation is entirely caused by Emperor Liu himself. No one outside can see what's happening inside, only that it's constantly shaking. This big building is about to collapse. What kind of competition is this among the students? Is the Cobra really that powerful? You're creating such an overwhelming aura? Cam furrowed his brows tightly. What is really going on here? My snake is not that strong. Hua was a bit worried, not sure if the organization would make her pay the price. Using that kid just once was too costly. He looked over at Kamen. General Kamen, the match in this building was your decision. Commander Kamen, the current situation is beyond control. I suggest you quickly order the competition to stop. Kamen was silent for a moment before saying, it's really no longer possible to proceed. He picks up the radio and calls. The Cobra team responds to the command. But on the other side, there is silence with no reply. Kamen then calls the Cobra team members who receive the message. As soon as he finished speaking, the building in front of him suddenly erupted with more booms, and water began to appear in increasing amounts. A final explosion, like a drop that overflows the cup, caused the building to collapse immediately. The entire building is now just a pile of rubble, shrouded in thick smoke that blocks the view. Thongween stepped out of the smoke, looked at the people lying on the ground, and said, I know some people might not believe it, but this really has nothing to do with me. Kamen stepped closer to Thongween. Hey, Fatso, why are you still standing there? Where are my soldiers? Thongween replied blankly. I didn't do anything. Kamen didn't believe it and went to check. He pushed Thongween aside. What? A gust of wind blows through, clearing away some of the dust. Kamen saw his team member lying on the ground, covering his mouth with his hand. Oh my god. Kamen growled in anger. Who did this? An unexpected heart attack struck. Kamen put his hand on his chest as Don Hua stepped forward to pat his shoulder. This old man. Old Kamen, don't try to make a scene. No one would care if he died here. Kamen gritted his teeth and looked at Don Hua. His older brother looked at the pile of broken things in front of him. Kamen asked loudly, causing the flower segment to stand nearby with a headache. In the end, who did this? The sword tiger raises its hand. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything. Tit 33 also shook his head. I didn't do anything either. Kame gritted his teeth and said, this can't go on like this. If not you, then who else could it be? Suddenly, there was a loud clattering ahead, the sound of footsteps on the ground, as Liu Di was dragging someone out by the collar. Kamen immediately looked alarmed, while Don Hoa appeared smug, and Thiet 33 remained silent and unresponsive. You quickly pushed the person to the ground, and the atmosphere suddenly became eerily silent. Liu Di scratched his head and said, I don't know anything either. Kamen pointed at you and said, it's you I looked down on. It's you who did it. Liu Di stepped toward Kamen, shrugged and asked, do you have proof? Old General. Kamen was so angry he couldn't speak. You, his body suddenly swayed. Duan Hua casually catches one as he passes by. Are you okay? Kamen moaned and called Omeg. Don Hua patted his shoulder and urged him to get up. Old Kamen? Toon-wit, watching from afar, also fell silent in surprise. Is all of this just because of him alone? Liu Di dusts off the dirt on himself.
Not has been watching all along and suddenly becomes very excited. Too strong, too strong. His physique is exceptional.
Liu Di looks at Toon-wit and says, now that our opponents are gone, we don't need to compete anymore. Please have the examiner call me on the graduation day. Toon-wit hesitated slightly. Before she could respond, Liu Di had already turned back to talk to Donghua. Chief, this post-battle cleanup is a bit difficult. Is there any problem? Donghua crossed his arms and sighed. I really respect you. Fighting is fighting. Why involve other things? Emperor Liu didn't respond but turned and left, bidding them farewell. I'm leaving now. Everyone take your time. Thiet 33 and Kim Ho are still in shock. This guy has never been through any training, but is still this strong, truly an unpredictable master. Old Kamen, your team has all been defeated. How does that feel? He stepped forward and patted Kamen on the shoulder. You're right. This really is the difference between the superior and the inferior. Kamen slapped away Donhua's hand on his shoulder. Don't let me find out who it is, Donghua sneered disdainfully. If he wants to keep looking for death, I won't stop him. Then he lifted his flask, took a sip, and ordered his subordinate behind him to post a notice that the European Cobra team had been defeated by a fat chef in the Special Forces. Yes, though Nguyen, standing behind them, also listened carefully to the conversation. You said, Captain Don, I am not a chef. He turned to look at you. Fatty, shut your mouth. Big head, thick neck, if you're not rich, then you're a chef. Are you someone with money? Tho Nguyen scratched his head and said no. Donghua shrugged and said, then it must be right. Luda took out his phone to check the 137 missed calls from teacher Leon D. He answered the call, and the other side immediately said, Lu, I give you 30 minutes. Come to the school right now. Lu Day looked at his phone, which had just hung up, and said to Motong, help me check the cameras at the school where my little brother is. On the camera, the little brother is seen tricking the teacher into chasing him around, kicking objects to trip him, playing chess with another adult, making him so angry he almost had a heart attack. Lu Day sighed. This brat has caused chaos all over the school. Motong said, that's really exciting. Little brother faces off against a university professor. He even has many fans and is much better than you. Around 20 minutes later, Liu Di stopped his car in the schoolyard. The principal, sitting in a wheelchair, directly said, Liu Di's father, our small school is too inferior to accommodate this divine being from your family. The younger brother crossed his arms and snorted. Liu Di scratched his head, grabbed his collar, and said, sorry, principal, I glanced at you. Let go of me. The principal continued, for the ancestors' sake, you don't need to say anything else. Little brother Liu has already been expelled. Little brother frowned and protested, I graduated already. Liu Di quickly said, Headmaster, Ms. Lee, you both see how small this kid is. If he can't go to school, where else can he go? The principal waved it off and said, go wherever you want. Your genius freak of a son. Then suggested you keep him at home waiting for the Nobel Prize. I can only stay at home since no school dares to accept me. Liu Di clenched his fist. This kid, no school dares to take you in? Then, I didn't know who you were. But later, the principal called the two of them back and said, wait, student Liu Di. Congratulations on becoming our school's representative student. The president of the Elementary School Student Council, who also received proposals from middle school, high school, and even university, looked at the younger brother and said, but you still need to complete your semester at elementary school. Little brother crossed his arms and looked at Liu Di, saying, I hate you, you violent bear. Liu Di looked at the principal and Andy, saying, teacher, you've worked hard. Principal helplessly replied, why would Mr. Liu say such a thing? Liu Di also didn't hesitate and immediately took Xiaodi's hand to leave. Let's go. We'll go back to school tomorrow. After Liu Di and the others get in the car, the principal finally speaks, 10 minutes ago here. My superior told me that even if I leave, I must keep Liu Di here. He muttered, what is their background? At night in an apartment in the city, Adai leaned against the balcony talking to Toon-wit. Sister, today our school had a prodigy. You could say he's a genius in love. Toon-wit replied while looking at her phone. Adai continued recounting, a 4-year-old boy who today spent 10 minutes reading through 6 years of elementary school textbooks, 2 hours completing high school courses, and 5 hours finishing his college major. Andai was talking passionately. Toon-wit pondered silently. Andai told her about Xiao Di almost being expelled from school. She chuckled softly, as the principal was determined to expel him, but somehow their family used connections to force him to stay. A genius is a genius, but he's too capricious, just a troublemaker kid. Toon-wit sighed and replied, Anya, what trouble could your kid possibly be? No matter what you say, he's just a kid. She straightened up and asked, what do you mean by a disaster? Only one student from Wuxia. He is the real disaster. Toon-wit thought of Emperor Liu, that student's name, who today challenged the international team and broke all of their bones. Now, the entire international team has been eliminated. The senior leaders of the organization are very angry. He even caused the Snake team trainer to be beaten to the point of losing, then destroyed the 5-story office building and didn't even bother to admit it in front of everyone. Toon-wit laughed. The students in your group are still very proud of this, calling him Lu Thao Do. Ondai excitedly said, Sister, that student of yours is really impressive. With everything going on at your school, you're probably more stressed than I am. After saying that, she suddenly hesitated. But it's Lu Thao-du. On-dai hesitated before continuing, saying that the kid in her class who kept challenging over a dozen professors was called Lu Challenge. As soon as she finished, Toon-wait immediately stood up, and the two sisters focused their thoughts.
刘考了解站
Toon-wait smiled at her and said, Andi, you're quite good at making connections. This student of mine isn't married yet. I only have his information. A great disaster teaches smaller ones, a man named Liu Dismantle and another named Liu Challenge. A strange father and son pair, a calamity to the world. Toon-wet looked up at the sky and said that no matter what, her genius kid and her violent student are among the best. As teachers, we should do our best to support them. Adi nodded, and your sister said very reasonably. At Lu Day's house, Lu Day and Tu Day are sitting facing each other. Lu Day crossed his arms but asked carefully, why would you do that? Tu Day rested his chin on his hand and replied with boredom. First, I don't want to go to school. Second, they look down on my inventions. Lu Day looks at the kid and says, the world has its rules. No matter how talented you are, you have to move forward step by step. Breaking the rules is not right. You think I'm just like you, clearly so strong myself, so why not just join the Hero Academy and beat them all to take what I want? People say it's just a normal system. How can it be like that? You're so young but already thinking about breaking the system. What will you be like when you grow up? Little brother pretends to be mature, frowning deeply. I'm not like you. Rules are set by those with strength. You come from a humble background, which makes you stick to habits that limit yourself. This is just running away. Lu Di immediately stood up. Where did you learn such unrefined words? Little brother also stood up, looking up at Lu Di. What do you mean by refinement? I'm not your father either. The boy angrily raised his hand and finally lowered it, saying, tomorrow you'll go back to school and I will monitor you through the camera. If you perform well, you'll be allowed to skip a grade. Lu Di turned and left. If you cause trouble again, all electronic and mechanical devices will be confiscated and you won't touch any of them. The younger brother watched Lu Day's back, snorted coldly, then turned and ran inside. Lu Di, I hate you. Over in Europe, at Pete Bua Medical School, Bachman paces back and forth outside the school gate. He pondered, where is my son really? Suddenly, Bei Ming saw something ahead and he immediately kicked off and jumped up. Bachman stepped forward to stop a woman and activated his hypnotic skill, asking her, what did you see right after the genetic research lab caught fire? Her eyes glowed blue as she obediently replied, the big fire lit up the sky. I saw nothing. There was a very handsome man with a helicopter. Bei Ming asked further, how was the helicopter? The girl honestly replied, the helicopter is very beautiful. License plate Lu D001. Bachman frowned, finally finding a clue. After questioning, the Waithoi mean also ended. The girl falls to the ground. Bei Ming makes a call and says, messenger, I have an important task for you. Help me investigate a plane. Later, the other side sent a message to Bei Ming, the user of the plane, the creator group Lu D. Bei Ming read it and then crushed the phone in his hand. So it's you, Lu Day. You ruined my plan and took my child. This time, don't expect to survive. The next day, at my younger brother's elementary school, when Lu Day took him to class, Fanba stepped forward to greet everyone. Little senior, Father Lu, hello everyone. The kid points to the beautiful woman standing behind him and says, my mom brought me to this school. Let me introduce you to everyone. Lu Di was stunned. Is this Fanba's mother? It's so different. Fanba stepped forward and whispered to the younger brother, do you feel like my mom and your dad have something going on? My junior brother rolled his eyes and said, he's not my father, and he definitely won't be your father either. Emperor Lu looked at the woman in front of him and quickly thought, what's going on here? How can I do this? Forced to be with that promiscuous woman? This is definitely a scam. Deep Van smiled and said to Lu Di, you don't need to feel awkward. Judging that all three of them are kids, I obviously didn't come here to change fathers over that. Luda exhaled, so that's how it is. Then he heard Deep Van continue, I came because of your matter. Lu Di scratched his head in confusion. Do I have something else to do? She looked at Lu Di. Or maybe we should go somewhere quieter to talk. Inside the coffee shop, 2 glasses of water are served to the two of them. Deep Van gestures with her hand towards the 2 glasses. Lu Di was a bit stunned. What kind of ability is this? Did you modify it? Deep Van pushes the glass of water towards Lu Di, trying it out. As she lifts the glass to observe, Lu Di thinks to himself, so her ability has a miraculous effect of transforming fragmented things into something whole. At this moment, Deep Van spoke. I, Deep Van, unskilled since childhood, learned fortune-telling from my master. Seeing you, your face is delicate but hides a strong aura, calm inwardly but with a regal appearance. Lu Di blankly listened to her words and said, simply put, you, Lu Di, have the appearance of an emperor. Empress Lu laughed and said, you praise me too much. I am just an ordinary person. How could I have the appearance of a ruler? The eyes of Empress Lu brightened as Deep Van's information immediately appeared before him. Deep Van, a merchant selling leaves, has an unclear identity but no signs of past transformations or connections to international countries. Lu Di thought to himself, she seems like an ordinary person. Could it be that he was mistaken about her abilities earlier? Could it be simply to remarry again? Deep Van raised her glass and took a sip. her extraordinary strength reaching the heavens and earth, preferring to hide her identity while often acting heroically to help the weak. Ludi asked her, "Do you really see that?" Deep Van put down her glass. "Van Boss said my family called you a black hero." She smiled and said, "Lou, don't worry, I'm not a gossip. I just came here today to warn you that a dark line has formed on your forehead, and in 30 days you will definitely face disaster and fall into an abyss." Lou D remained silent, then asked what kind of disaster. But Deep Van shook her head and replied, "It's destiny reading. I can see but cannot say." After saying that, she stood up and said, "I have learned about this and will not just stand by. I will entrust someone to help you, Mr. Lou, rest assured." Then, Deep Van simply left. Lou D sat there, still not understanding what was really going on, wondering what kind of person this woman truly was. You look at the teardrop-shaped gem in your hand, the final countdown coincides exactly with 30 days later. At this moment, Lou Day's phone suddenly rings, and as he answers, a shouting voice immediately comes through, blaming him for causing the high-level officials of the organization to be angry, allowing trainees to fight each other at will. "They're about to start the match," Emperor Lou asked excitedly. "Again, it's okay, just destroy it again." Inside the Hero Academy's experimental lab, everyone is gathered around, and chatter fills the air as the C-level cyborgs recently upgraded by the Institute are present. I heard it's even a C5 level. Bot Vam appears, and if everyone can achieve C-level modifications, we'll surpass the other countries behind us. He looked at the people in the room, and that black-clad hero was just a product of some modification company. A random creation. Boss Vam stepped up beside the modification chamber, nothing compared to our seasoned techniques. He looked down below and said, "Today's gathering is at the request of Lord Rip." Bram's eyes hardened. Mr. Rip does not like the hot water. Does everyone understand that? Someone stepped forward and said, "Bram, our island always acts according to Bram's orders. We are willing to be the first to sign the alliance agreement." Bram nodded and asked the others, "What about everyone else?" The others thought for a moment and then replied, "I will sign, no problem." The noise below grew louder with approval.
"We also have no problem. Our country agrees to sign." At this moment, someone stepped forward and said to him, "I will lead you to the talented physique and express my loyalty."
"But your level C modification technique, we only heard about it through rumors, and I heard that your student seeds were defeated by Hoaha yesterday." Bram immediately replied, "It was just an accident yesterday. I just met the young man you brought earlier. Very strong. 1 in 10,000. Dealing with those Huo kids is no problem." Bam looked up and said, "My level C reformer is just strengthening my power." He clapped his hands twice, and the members of the Spirit Corps immediately brought out some outfits. "Everyone, put on these clothes. They can protect you from injury." The two people below looked at each other and asked, "Radiation, are you using radiation for the transformation?" B. Ram confidently patted his chest and said, "Everyone get ready to witness the greatest creation of this century." The League members quickly put on their protective gear.
The transformation chamber door rumbled as a foot emerged from the smoke, revealing an enormous, terrifying figure. B. Ram looked up and called out,
"Countess." The eyes of the reformed one turned red. "Everyone, the Count C5 inmate from our facility is here. Anyone who wants to verify, come here quickly. Brother Hemvo Tang, you two go up and test him." The two called and Hemvo Tang immediately stepped forward. One person draws a sword. Another lifts their leg to attack the Count. Unexpectedly, before reaching him, he grabs both of them by the throat. The Count ruthlessly threw them up onto the ceiling. Everyone present in the laboratory was stunned. It's been less than 2 seconds. Have the two Marshall brothers already been defeated? Now someone from the modification team steps forward saying, "I'm B9. I want to see how much stronger the C level is compared to me." Countess, frowning at them, said, "No need for such trouble. Everyone, attack together. After all, your entire lives only deserve to fight me once." The others hearing this immediately became angry and charged with weapons. "Let's teach him a lesson." A group of people stomped and jumped, rushing at the Count to kill him. The Count stood with his arms crossed, watching them. "Sorry, everyone. The Count's strength is too great, so he can't help but be a little arrogant." The Count's hand reached out and immediately grabbed one person's head, then turned to seize another's, prompting Bram to panic and give an urgent order. "Count, they are allies. Do not kill them." But the Count completely ignored his words and continued to act ruthlessly. The ones who were so eager to attack earlier immediately turned and ran away. "Run now! Save me! Run quickly!" Bastvan was knocked down and sitting on the ground. "Count, you can't kill me. I am your benefactor." Countess looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Sir Bram, you once said that the mission of the spiritual department was to defeat all the reformed from China, and now I alone can wipe them all out." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion right in front of him. "Tran has a big hole in it. The people in the laboratory are betting with Bram. Your father has lost control, and my expert also died inside. Your modifications will affect the morale of the reformed. If this gets out, the spiritual beings won't be at ease." Boss Ram turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Quickly contact FIC. If they can defeat the Shepherd, they also have a way to stop the Count." The other replied, "Sir, rest assured, we've already contacted them. They are currently on their way here, switching to a scene of a car speeding down the road. At this moment, Emperor Liu is driving while attentively monitoring the notification on Motong's screen. On the test paper, there was an uneven number with a few words written beside it, saying, "I am a turtle's son who pulls back his head." Liu Dai and Motong both saw and simultaneously held back their laughter. At this moment, the Count appears behind Liu Dai's car, smiling confidently, victorious. "All the Chinese are damned, and you are the first." Then the Count kicked off and landed right in front of the car with a loud bang. Liu Dai stared blankly at the person in front of him. "What is this?" Motong scans the information for you. Count, explosive physique, explosive strength. The modified human hybrid. Liu Dai's side, once again dealing with a modified person, they are everywhere, especially in the military. Motong told Liu Dai that this person is very strong, with a body radiating energy. Someone playing with fire by using radiation to modify humans, but he originally couldn't withstand such intense power, so his nerves are damaged. Hearing this, Liu Dai immediately stepped down from the vehicle. "Damn it, they don't spare the young. They don't spare the women. Now even this mentally dull, four-limbed developed fool dares to bully me?" Lady Count clenched her fists and charged forward, while Liu Dai calmly stood his ground with his hand raised. "You're good." That punch from you hit the Count from a distance. The Count was struck with this blow and was immediately sent flying 100 meters, crashing into the distant wall. Liu Dai flicked his wrist and asked Motong, "Is there more?" Motong shook his head. "No, but about 800 meters ahead, I feel a strong pressure wave." "Emperor Liu, we can't let the thieves go empty-handed. Let's go steal from them." Liu Dai turned around and opened the car door, shaking his head in disagreement with Motong's words. "Motong, you talk nonsense. What theft? We are here to deal with threats." At this moment, a crowd is rushing forward, but before they even get close, an explosion erupts ahead, and the Count is sprawled among the wreckage. "Stop pushing forward and call the Count." His subordinates look around. This is where the Count was thrown to the ground, and you are frozen stiff. Someone spoke from behind. "Are you all okay?" The group turned around to see the three people with advanced equipment behind them. FIC members are too powerful. It seems their weapons have really proven effective. The Alliance members step forward in front of FIC. "You all arrived just in time. Luckily you're here, or this mission could have turned into a mess." The FIC member raised his hand and said, "But we just arrived." The other person shook his head and smiled, saying, "It's okay. It was already very quick, and they defeated the Count in just a moment. Everyone's FIC is too strong." The FIC members didn't understand what was happening and wanted to speak up to explain. Things are not as you think. Actually, at this very moment, their earpieces emit a signal, and the FIC members immediately answer. "Yes," he smiled and continued, "everything is like this. With such a level of modification, they are completely powerless against our new progress science and technology." Robin shouted through the earpiece, "Stop boasting and come back here quickly, or you'll risk being exposed." The FIC team received the order, immediately saluted the League members, and then left. "Everyone, we have other missions. Please keep today's matters secret." After they leave, the remaining people marvel at the greatness of selflessness, working for the people's benefit, and keeping secrets without seeking fame or profit. At the FIC branch in Haithi, Robin sat in front of his friends and asked, "Are you sure you didn't see the person who made the move?" The person who came to rescue the market earlier replied, "I vaguely saw a car moving, then it disappeared in an instant." Robin's ordered a camera check. The camera turns on, immediately replaying the image of Lord Liu's car on the street, also clearly showing the face of the driver as Lord Liu. Robin is stunned and begins to search. He was stunned. It's him. When it's time for your powerful hero team, the one who defeats the beast is him. Robbins orders his subordinates to quickly contact the Special Forces for me. At the testing facility of Tinchuk, Liu Dai is sneaking inside. "Motong, on my first time stealing something, I feel a bit nervous." Motong crossed his arms and looked at you. "Isn't this what you called eliminating a disaster?" Liu Dai nodded and corrected his words. "It's my first time eliminating a disaster. I feel a bit nervous." Motong floats behind silently. "Don't worry, I'm here. You'll be absolutely safe." Emperor Liu quickly ran ahead, so it's still manageable. "What? Did Duanhua loudly talk on the phone? And was the call to the police cut off by someone else? Did the surveillance of the entire Eastern Department fail?" He was stunned. "Looks like the International Criminal Organization has their eyes on our Hai Shi." Duanhua sat down and ordered the person on the phone to work quickly and send personnel to the East Department to search. He pondered, "Why does it have to be Hai Shi? Could it be that provoking the kids to fight yesterday has brought this retribution today? Over there, Liu Dai has already gotten inside. The reformed person from earlier lost control right here. This place really is hell on earth." Motong checked around and reported that there were no survivors left. Emperor Liu jumped down from above. Looking at the two radiation barrels in front of him, Motong said, "This is high concentration polonium 210. Liu Dai asked, and a tingling sensation seemed to spread through the air. Motong explained, "This means the polonium 210 has leaked." Liu Dai glanced around and asked if we could still use it. Motong nodded. "Of course, polonium exists in the Earth's crust, so it's very difficult to obtain. What we see in front of us is a significant amount of highly concentrated artificial substance. The essence fruit indeed has real power." Motong reaches out to check and then tells Liu Dai that your DNA sequences are changing rapidly, and your previous wounds are healing very quickly, showing signs of mutation. No, the blast is too strong. Your body can't handle it. You must be taken back to the laboratory at the cemetery to control the mutation. At this moment, Mo Tong waved his hand and said, Liu Di, come look at what's inside this. And Liu Di, following his lead, approached the large door in front of them, pushed it open, revealing a large amount of polonium inside. Liu Di was stunned. Damn it! Mo Tong immediately shouted, Oh my god, it's all polonium. This discovery is incredible. Liu Di, we're making a fortune again. Liu Di said to him, How can a small business have so many radioactive elements? He has the support of the military now. Mo Tong said, These polonium, if they have undergone nuclear fusion reactions, could blow up half the hemisphere. Liu Di picks up a cloth and says, This has to be taken away. Mo Tong nods, I understand there are enough reasons. Stealing things is only to protect the people. Liu Di covers the pile of polonium with a cloth in front of him, then looks at the computer beside him. Liu Di operated a few controls on it. Mo Tong stood to the side, observing. These parameters are all related to radiation mutants, too outdated to be usable anymore. Mo Tong asked, I am very curious why all the modification tools do not use the internet. Could it be to prevent our own people from hacking in? Liu Di chuckled and said, Mo Tong, this world is very strange. We can only consider ourselves the best. Mo Tong told Liu Di, we should go now. The activity on the internet is too intense. The Spirit organization is even risking picking up corpses, and the cleanup crew is almost at the point of exhaustion. Liu Di's car immediately left the Spirit organization's laboratory area, heading to the front checkpoint where Don Hua's people stopped him, and he rolled down the window. Are you his kid? So wherever something happens, you're always there too? Dean Hoa turned to his subordinates and opened the door. The other person replied, yes. He thought to himself, with the upright character of this kid, he definitely wouldn't cause any trouble. Does this matter involve you in any way? I'm on my way to school. The higher-ups in the spiritual office have also taken action. Retaliating against them quickly yielded some intel. Liu Di smiled faintly. All right, Director Duan, you've worked hard. The car sped past Duan Hua and drove away. His subordinate stepped forward to report. Captain, the rear of that car has sunk down. It must be hiding something very heavy. Duan Hua took a sip of water. It's nothing serious. Could he still be hiding a nuclear device in his car? He thought to himself, wishing he could count on him to help fight back against the spiritual officials. Inside the school, two teams are facing each other on the field below. Design 33 looks at the opponents, quite intrigued. They crippled one team, then another team appeared. Emperor Liu watched from above, taking this opportunity to assess the strength of the Huaxia team. A top international expert, arms crossed with disdain, looked at the group. A farmer, a Taoist, a former soldier, an IT guy, and a bunch of thugs. Someone next to him said, now you're short one team member, and we know to only send 2 fighters to challenge you, breaking all 4 limbs so you can't be reformed anymore. If any of you dare to step forward, I'll leave you with only 2 arms. So come on, step out here. Ho Sword sighed, originally intending to follow China's customary warm welcome for guests. I think killing them is enough. Tease 33 also frowned and agreed. The Sword Tiger drew out a couple of talismans. Let that blonde kid go. The international expert sneered, you, backward peasant, still using a treasured sword in this era. Does the sealing talisman work on the corpse king? Try sealing me then. Sword Tiger drew his sword, activated the talisman in his hand, and the demonic talisman of fiery karma laughed. A sudden burst of flames pushed the international expert back a little, and the Sword Tiger immediately seized the opportunity to kick him in the chest. The Flower Maiden standing above was also surprised. This technique appears just in time to explain to Liu Di that his sword is forged from volcanic rock. This is a piece of iron that sparks when struck together, igniting the talismans. A highly skilled sorcerer. Emperor Liu marvels at how truly in sync he is with the times. Before the international experts can react, another Huaxia fighter uses speed to strike and lands a powerful punch to the stomach in an instant. Mo Tong looked on in slight panic. The shock device in this girl's hand contains at least 500 yuan worth of electricity. Thong Nguyen also stepped forward, hugging someone and pulling weeds from the ground. He fights in his own style, forcefully driving the other person's head into the ground, making a cracking sound. Liu Di watched in fear, clutching his neck and muttering, this guy's neck is probably broken too. Mo Tong called out to him, Liu Di, look at Thiep 33, he doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. It observes the 33 and then says this is a special combat technique of the International Vampire Underground Forces. Liu Di adds that it is said to be the result of 2 years of efforts by a military reconnaissance unit in Huaha. Black Lung also refused to fall behind his teammates, quickly taking down one enemy, who immediately knocked out and fell to the ground. Liu Di watched as the Ha team quickly organized the international team and marveled. You smile. The members of the Ha team are all very strong. The Ha army is indeed pretending to be weak to catch the strong. They really know how to play. Big Brother Liu.
Họ kiếm cuối nói với cậu, chúng tôi ra chiến đấu rất giỏi. Lần này may mắn có anh chỉ dẫn. Liu Di khó hiểu. Tôi chỉ dẫn sao?
Kim Ho nodded. Of course, in the previous battle, you told us not to hold back if we couldn't endure. If we have the strength, just do it. There's no need to be resentful. Liu Di secretly wondered, am I really such a person? He looked at the people in front of him, this Hoa team. They seemed strange on the outside, but were actually very strong. The Ha Army's efforts to gather them must have taken a lot of effort. Maybe it would be more efficient to hand them over to the reform team. Tungui, watching nearby, also felt a bit relieved. So her team members were actually so strong, she had been overly worried. At this moment, someone far away is also watching them. Lynott smiled mysteriously and said, Hwaha is truly a treasure trove. The physical quality here is much better than in Europe. Over there, Emperor Liu was a bit worried. There are still a few tons of radiation-emitting materials in the vehicle that need to be dealt with first. He turned to the swordhounds and said, Call me when it's time for graduation. After finishing, Emperor Liu turned and walked away. Miss 33 watched his back with confusion. Why is this great master so obsessed with graduation anyway? B-Ram was startled and sat up suddenly. Lao Sam helped him up and reported that it was actually true. B-Ram let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was FIC members who acted, and they agreed to help us keep it secret. He frowned. At least no serious consequences resulted. Lao Sam continued, Sir, I don't know why the Hwaha police suddenly surrounded our entire area. Bot Ram relaxed. What? Lao Sam replied. Luckily, I risked my life to clean up the mess at the scene. They won't find any evidence. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. But sir, the 6 masters from the 6 great nations have all fallen at our place. They are preparing to accuse us. Bram felt a bit of a heartache. Lao Sam reassured him about this. Please rest assured, the talented individuals they sent here are all at the Refinement Academy. Vetvam then let out a breath. That's good. At least we have this protection, and we still hold some control. Lao Sam frowned, still not finished speaking. But sir, those people earlier were defeated by the Hwaha team. 2 of them are seriously injured, and the rest are unconscious. B-Ram's pupils constricted as he collapsed onto the bed, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lao Sam quickly caught him and said, Sir, don't be stressed. The technical team has found the reason for the failed modification. Once we redo level C, the 6 great allied nations will definitely come crawling back to us. The pain subsided. Vom gradually calmed down. I'm fine. Is there anything else? Lao Sam hesitated for a long time before saying, But sir, all our radioactive materials have been stolen, so this experiment cannot continue. Bram was struck by this news like a bolt from the blue. What? The monitor immediately emitted a long beeping sound indicating Bram's abnormal heartbeat. Lao Sam shook him, saying, Sir, please wake up. Mr. Rip wants you to explain in person. Liu Day drove home, opening the trunk to take out several containers of polonium. Liu Di carried it inside. Mo Tong looked at the little red fox in front of him and advised Liu Di to prevent this little dog from turning into a monster later on. Liu Di, you should keep it under control a bit. Liu Day replied, I know, closed the door. Mo Tong immediately checked and reported, the total amount of polonium is too large. You can divide it into 3 doses for absorption. This type of radiation is too sparse, and its effectiveness will decrease over time. Liu Di asked, So if I want to evolve quickly, I still need to find ways to concentrate other radioactive materials. Mo Tong smiled and replied, The yellow part is the result of the previous modification. Next, we need to continue to simulate Mi-Gen's ability to control metals. Liu Di nodded and said, Moat, I am ready now. This time just 1 breath and I won't be affected by the radiation mutation anymore. Moat asked him, Liu Di, are you trying to show me what perseverance really is? Liu Di nodded and said yes. The machine immediately activated, sending radiation straight into his body. Beijing clenched his teeth and endured. Outside a white car stopped nearby. Gok Fuang asked the man sitting next to her, Is son next to her? Beijing, is our child really here? Bachman nodded. He hid his strength well. He mobilized numerous new connections to find his whereabouts. Gok Fuang hesitated. But this is Liu Dai's home. He is so powerful. Bachman holds her hand tightly. Now he has the strength to oppose Liu Dai and can even defeat an entire territory. In the future, our family might not have to worry about food and money anymore. In front of Liu Di's house, the younger brother was led out of the car by Nha Fi. Chili came out, and unless a violent bear begs you to come back, you won't bother with this necklace to live with him again. Yafi laughed and said, If you leave your 3 brothers, you'll regret it. You have no idea how much I admire you. From afar, someone is watching the 2 young disciples. Ngok Fuang covers her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Bachman, he must be your son. As soon as he finished speaking, Bachman immediately rushed away. Suddenly, someone stepped in front of him. What's going on here? What did you do? Bachman stammered. That's my son. Kontang scratched his head. Huh? Are you crazy? Before he could finish speaking, Bachman suddenly lunged forward and threw a punch at Kontang. Everyone trying to stop me from finding my child is dying. Kontang frowned. This person is too strong. They must be an enemy of the Emperor III's powerhouse. He grits his teeth and says, Come on, if you can get past me, he said. Kontang shouted, Drink. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit in the stomach by Bei Ming. Kuntang was knocked back with a loud crash. Yafi stared in surprise at the person lying on the ground. Who is that? Bachman enters from outside. Inside the laboratory, Emperor Liu looks up to observe the situation outside. Seeing Bei Ming arrive, you immediately tense up. We're doomed. Mo Tong realizes Liu Di's intention and immediately says, Your condition is such that going outside means death, and the mutation has already started. It can't be stopped. Liu Dai responds, You're so weak right now that only at this moment can the enemy arrive. Luda calls Motong, tell him to increase the radiation to the maximum level. I can endure it. Motong replies, even at the highest radiation level, it would take at least 5 to 8 minutes. Ludi immediately shouted, then seize the opportunity. Outside, Bei Ming was approaching Nafei, but before he could do anything, an uninvited guest arrived. My queen. Bai Ming turned around and said, are there more people coveting my son? He immediately struck TBIA. Stay still for me. Who are you to stop me? Backman clenched his fist tightly. Anyone who harms my child must die. He turned to Ngok Fuang and said, Ngok Fuang, take back our child. I am here. Ngok Fuang listened and immediately ran to Nya Fi. She lifts her leg to kick Nya Fi and says, give my child back. Nya Fi tells Ngok Fuang, you're not worthy to be a parent. Over there, suddenly a crackling sound came from his whole body as he burst into loud laughter. And behind him, a group of strange creatures barked and rushed forward. He panted heavily. Damn it, the wolf-type psychic power is useless against these brainless monsters. Over there, Ngok Fuang and Nya Fi are fighting fiercely, and the monsters immediately seize the opportunity to attack. Just as Tibalaria was about to reach Nya Fi, the second-generation Gao Gao dog lunged to protect her, biting Tibalaria fiercely but overwhelmed by their numbers. The dog is immediately surrounded. Ngok Fuang calls out to Bak Min. He activates his attack skill. None of you are allowed to go. Charge at me all you want. Don't even think about touching my child. As soon as he finishes speaking, Bei Ming was immediately slashed in the back by a monster. Ngok Fuang hurriedly ran up, worried. Bak Min. But the monster also raised its hand to slash directly at Ngok Fuang. She tremblingly looked at Bak Min and called out to him, Bak Min, our child! Before she could finish speaking, Ngok Fuang collapsed to the ground. Bak Min was surrounded by a horde of monsters. Seeing this, her pupils immediately constricted. Ngok Fuang, no! He cried out in pain. Lu Day inside, watching the situation, was just as anxious, unexpected that this black and white Juko would return now, bringing so many clones with him. Just as Mo Tong announced, Lu Di's transformation was exhausted, it might be over. Lu Di roared, unleashing his energy, and the door exploded instantly. Lu Di stepped out from the flames of the mortal world. As soon as Teleria saw him, her hatred flared up. You are the one who destroyed my body. Lu Di shook his head. I guess I was too careless. You launched an attack at Turbolaria. Someone like you should have gone to hell a long time ago. Teleria and his clone minions immediately fled in chaos, but Lu Day showed no mercy to anyone. You launched a series of attacks aiming to kill them all. Backman lay on the ground, looking up towards the younger brother. After finishing, Lu Di and the Tibalaria also turned towards Nafi and the young boy. He sat down and ruffled the boy's hair. It's okay now. At this moment, Beiming is trying to head towards the younger brother. He raised his hand. The boy furrowed his brow at Lu Day. The violent bear, what does he want to do? Lu Day said, Little brother, let him see me. The younger brother shook his head and said no. Baknin called out to his son, then relaxed his grip. He was no longer breathing. The young disciple hugs Lu Di and looks up at the sky as police cars arrive at the scene. Lu De Hoi Tu De, do you want to know who these two people are? The little brother was silent for a moment, then replied, I know now. I can feel that they gave birth to me. The kid clenched his fist by his side, but they are not worthy to be your parents. The little brother gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. They abandoned me from the moment I was born and locked me in that underground room for 4 years. Lu De sighed. They might not be good people, but they definitely didn't abandon me. It was just a matter of necessity. He sat down and ruffled your head. You're still young and don't understand how much they have sacrificed for you now. The little brother pushed Lu De's hand away from his head. I don't need sacrifices like that. They mean nothing. The little boy looked up at Lu Di and said, Violent bear, I only know that you broke the iron door of that underground room and took me out to see the world. Lu Di sighed to himself. Does this kid really think that way again? The younger brother continued, You have always been a hero in my eyes, fighting evil and destroying villains. You've never been one to talk much. The boy turned away, but lately I've been holding back my patience. I also feel uncomfortable, but no matter what, keep going. Luda's slightly surprised. He realized that this little brother always acknowledged him. He stood up and looked at the distant flower arrangement, feeling troubled by the scene of burying these two together, completing this doomed couple. You pat the younger brother's head and teach the boy that he is human and should not forget gratitude. After building the grave, you and I will go to burn incense for them and honor our parents in heaven. Lu Di smiled and said to the kid, And you? Just wait and see. For now, I will stay in this mortal world and become a hero everyone admires. Suddenly, a car approached. Manhwa frowned and said, You're meddlesome to come here again. Lu Di looked confused and asked, Captain Duan, what's going on? Duanhua explained, These FIC people are developing very well. I heard they have made some achievements internationally and are on the rise. Lu Day nodded. I see. If there's nothing else, I'll take my junior brother to rest now. The kid was just scared by the threat. Emperor Liu turned and walked away, while the FIC team also got off the car and approached. Robbins led the group and spoke first. Commander Duan, thank you for complying with the international treaty and sharing with us the information about the reformers' case. He shakes hands with Duanhua. The rest is up to us. With FIC here, nothing will happen. Robbins continued, "It's just that your team's information sharing is quite confusing." Donghua asked him with a smile, "Why is that?" Robbins took the documents from his teammate and handed them over as a large-scale battle of the reformed humans had just taken place here. A mysterious lone figure unleashed countless swords to wipe out dozens of fierce B-level reformed humans. Donghua nodded. "That's right." Robbins stroked his chin thoughtfully. Dozens of monster corpses were split in half. "You're making this up to be too unbelievable." Donghua took a sip of water and replied, "Whatever you think, think. The case is over now. We're preparing to leave and don't want to bother the people here." Robbins looked at the two bodies of Bei Ming and Ngok Fuang on the ground and said, "Keep the two modified human bodies here for research purposes." Donghua frowned and said, "That's nonsense. This can't happen." Robbins said, "We have just been granted priority in handling the bodies." Donghua, angry, looked back to see a car stopping in front of Liu Dai's house. A girl steps out, and Ngok Lin arrives. She looks at the white house in front of her. "Isn't this Liu Dai's house?" Ngok Hai approached Donghua. "Uncle Don, why did you call me here? What is the matter?" Donghua shook her head in sympathy. "Very sorry, but this body is my sister." Ngok Fuang Ngok Hai calmly said, Mrs. Robbins stepped forward to hold back her grief. "Her family, along with a person involved in the case, we need to take her body for research." "Who are you again?" "My sister is already dead. Why do you still want to take her away?" Robbins replied firmly, "I assure you, we will protect her well." At this moment, Nhafi appeared from behind, looking at Robbins and saying, "Captain, I advise you to stand down." Nhafi said, "There is someone giving orders. We must bury them. They are someone we cannot provoke." Robbins frowned. "Special forces are here? What are you talking nonsense about? Who is it that we can't mess with?" "And then, I have something very important to do." At this moment, someone knocked and Liu Dai appeared before them. Robbins looked at him and said, "Luke, he's here." Liu Dai raised his hand and released a wave of energy. The people around quickly moved away from the aura. "This is Liu Dai calling Robbins." Robbins immediately replied, "I am here." Liu Dai continued, "This is exactly what is in the report, causing everyone to be swept into a cloud of dust in the dark night." You frown at Robbins and say, "So the Special Forces agent Lai said I am the one who cannot be touched. Do you have any comments?" Robbins immediately shook his head and said no comment. Emperor Liu just joked, "Of course we won't take the corpse's neck anywhere." He looked submissive in front of Emperor Liu, the hero of the Luke Empire. "When you have free time, come to the headquarters and sit around. All positions in FIC are at your disposal." Liu Di chuckled softly. FIC is an agency overseeing reformed individuals, still lacking a sense of justice, just serving the great powers like a hunting dog. Does that truly make him a hero? He tilted his head and looked at Robbins, saying, "But your words are not bad either. I wouldn't mind FIC surrendering to my side." Hero Emperor Liu, stop joking about FECS. But before he finished, Liu Di ignored him and turned to talk with Ngok Hie. "Your sister's matter will be handled by the division chief." He pats her shoulder to comfort her. "The current era has changed. After she returned to the corporation to gather the M69 project members, she selected them rigorously. After selecting the right people, wait for my command." Ngok Hai responded immediately. Then Liu Di turned to look at the second Gao Gao dog beside him. Luckily, this time it was quite a hassle. After saying that, he coldly carried the dog away, ignoring the others behind, and laid the Gao Gao on the floor. Emperor Liu noticed the younger brother sitting dejectedly aside. "This boy has endured quite a few attacks, so how should I comfort him now?" At this moment, Nhafi pushed Kontang out of the wheelchair, and as soon as he arrived, he was loudly complaining about the pain. "Kwantang is angry. That young guy earlier was unreasonable, and I, the master, was momentarily careless and got injured by him. My little brother is amused by Kwantang's current look." Liu Di scolded the kid with a smile. "If you haven't thanked Kwantang yet, he only got hurt protecting you." The little brother firmly shook his head in refusal. "I don't want to thank him. He stole your cake to eat it." Kwantang felt so embarrassed because of what the kid said. "So what about the second generation Gao Gao dog? It's broken now." The little brother sadly replied, "The second Gao Gao dog is so pitiful." Kontang sighed. "Am I not even as good as a dog?" Liu Di suddenly said to the younger brother, "Give me a chance. In a few days you won't need to go to school anymore. Fix the Gao Gao dog and the household devices can be used freely." The younger brother excitedly jumped down. "Really?" Liu Dai nodded, just as he was also at home working on a few inventions. Time passes. An hour later, Liu Di stands in front of a truck and smiles, thinking that the device capable of creating a magic array has finally arrived. Dinner is served at home with many delicious and eye-catching dishes. Na Fai carries the food over and says, "Enjoy your meal, everyone." Kontang watched Liu Da working in front of him while eating, as Liu Da held the cold metal device again. Over there, my younger brother is also diligently fixing the second-generation barking dog. Kontang saw the barking dog spitting fire and immediately exclaimed, "That's impressive." He saw Liu Da approaching with a needle in hand and asked, "Kwang Jia de Tom, what are you doing?" The needle pierced into Kontang's hand without any emotion, drawing a little blood. Liu Di left coldly and then walked away. Kontang was speechless, saying, "Third Emperor, you're really too much. This is the 5th time you've taken my blood. I have nothing left. Wait for me to recover first and I will defeat you." Liu Di glances at him. "Kontang, be good for a bit. I'm thinking of a way to make you a real expert. You push the lever, and the device in front of you starts up. At the Hero Academy, ZUA stands in front of the Hua Ha team, talking, as everyone remains curious about the 7th member of the Hua Ha team. That person has arrived today. She looked at them and heard that his strength is undeniable. So she suggested everyone treat each other well, to avoid being beaten into a wreck by their own people. Kim Ho laughs and says, I want to inherit Emperor Liu's ideas. If you're not convinced, challenge me. I really want to fight the new member to see who is stronger and who is weaker. Toon Nguyen immediately rejected. I suggest you immediately withdraw that dangerous idea of yours. Black Long stood nearby and said to Sword Tiger, watching the officer's reaction, Is this new student really that hard to handle? Just then, a girl with purple hair and a cold expression entered. Thon Nguyen looked at her. She seemed truly icy and difficult to approach. The girl hadn't spoken yet when a boy appeared behind her to introduce himself. Hello everyone, I am the new member. You can call me Nguyen Dong.
This is my sister Han Dong.
The Hua Hua team members were surprised and widened their eyes. Are they two people? Toon Nguyen looked at their attitudes speechless. When did I say there was only one 7th member? Thong Nguyen scratched his head. Do the two of you share the same identity? You really know how to play. Nguyen Dong explained. There is a reason for this. My sister and I are only 11 meters apart at the furthest. Jianhu looked at the two of them and said, I heard the instructor say that your strength is very powerful. I wonder when we will have a match. Nguyen Dong laughed and said, What do you mean very strong? My grandfather arranged for us to come here to help Hua Ha win glory, and he said that the two of us are not compatible for teamwork, so we can train together. Kapkek and Thong Nguyen looked at them in surprise. These two people are not difficult to approach according to the price the teacher mentioned. Sword Tiger scratched his head and stepped forward to warmly welcome them. If you've joined our Ha team, then from now on we're classmates. Cap Catch finally spoke up. Why didn't Han Dong say anything? Are you perhaps embarrassed? Nguyen Dong explained on behalf of her sister. She was born blind and cannot see anything. The entire group of swordhounds looked at Han Dong in surprise. Huh? Catch KCH covers her mouth. Sorry, Miss Han Dong. I am also a girl. I will take care of you from now on. Thong Nguyen nodded. Yes, we will also protect you. Nguyen Dong took a step forward and said, Thank you, everyone, but only I can take care of her. Then looked up and waved, saying, Xiaoha, everything here is very good and safe. You can rest assured. Xiaoha nodded in response, indicating he understood, then immediately disappeared before everyone's eyes. Jianhu secretly admired that with this speed, this person's strength is very powerful. He asked about Nguyen Dong standing beside him. Nguyen Dong, your older brother is so talented. Is he a reform hero? Nguyen Dong nodded. Let's just say that. All the brothers in our family, only my sister and I are ordinary people. Toon Nguyen smiled and said, No wonder old Chu, the military doctor, has no weak subordinates. Lu Day watches the screen from his house, observing the situation at the school, smiling as it seems Xiao Dong is getting along well with everyone. He then turns to hand Nafi a small scroll, saying, Here, take this to your supervisor. No, she went to see Robbins. He immediately asked, Did Lord DeLu have any instructions? Nafi holds the paper in her hand as Lord DeLuc says, I will go handle some matters. Robbins quietly makes calculations. So then, Lord DeLu has owed me a favor, a beginning of mutual exchange. He smiled kindly at Nafi. Okay, no problem. Robbins opened the paper. Inside it was written, I want all your FIC files and also the information on the reformed person. The one-day deadline. FIC personnel also saw this and immediately approached to talk with Robbins. Captain, this is our confidential information. Who is the person coming to search through this? That's really crazy. And also, why do we have to guard his house? Robbins waved his hand and ordered them to go do their jobs. What do those two find confusing? Captain, did you really agree to such an unreasonable request? Take a careful look again. Robbins immediately grabbed his collar. What do you understand? Come here. That person was startled. Robbins said this seriously. No matter what demands the Emperor makes, I must fulfill them for me. Anyone who dares to block my way after a day, I will deal with them cursed. Those two hurriedly left, muttering in frustration. Who exactly is this Emperor Realm guy? Robbins watched their backs. Without the Emperor's order, our FIC would be nothing. At the high-rise building of the organization, Bram glared hatefully at his missing middle finger. You damn Huanan people, you made me suffer the punishment of Lord Rip. This grudge over losing a finger, I will definitely settle it. He turned to Lao Sam and asked, Is everyone here? Lao Sam nodded and said, Sir, everyone has arrived and is waiting for you. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. As everyone entered, a girl stood at the door offering tea. Professor Han invited him to join for tea. Minister Lim invites you for tea. At this moment, Bam pushes the door open and enters. Everyone immediately stepped forward and asked eagerly, Lord Postrom, we trust you once again. Your experiment will not... My men have brought heavy weapons, so don't even think about letting my people challenge you this time. Boss Vom smiled confidently and said, I dare say to Commander Tao Than Ha that I have everything planned out. He looked around at everyone in the hall. Bram clapped and said, Everyone, wipe your eyes and get ready to witness the results of our research. They frowned and asked, Where exactly? They looked towards the detention center, and that metal cabin was completely empty. I didn't expect the girl who was serving water earlier to come out and greet us. Hello everyone, my nickname is The Witch, and my current strength is C6. This person was the one who served us tea and water earlier, gentle and polite. Bot Ram walks up to stand beside the witch. Everyone here with a young lady wizard, then the basic reformation's loss of control is nothing to worry about. He glanced at her and then gave an order. The young lady wizard begins to walk. The wizard steps forward and touches the cabin. Her arm crackled with sparks as she lifted the cabin high into the air with one hand. She used her strength to lift it high above her head, then struggled to split the cabin in two. The witch smiled and let her hands fall. The people below are wide-eyed. This power is terrifying. There is no longer any doubt that a level C has special abilities, such as increasing their own temperature to the point of melting metal. She coldly clenched her fist, and the wizard threw a powerful punch forward. With a bang, the metal piece instantly exploded, and she continued to fly forward. The person below marvels at how powerful a level C can be. Botvom, standing below, speaks up. The strength of a level C reformer is so overwhelming that it can't be fully demonstrated on site. You can see it in this video. He confidently said, if the allied countries want to upgrade to level B, I can consider helping them upgrade. Botvam paused for a moment, then continued. But Ha is not my ally, so Director Tao, you can only come to observe. He shrugged dismissively and said haughtily, I paid a terrible price to acquire the skills I have today. Botvam approached Thane Ha and obviously wouldn't share it with outsiders. Thane Ha looked at him and said, are you trying to provoke me today with this invitation? Botram chuckled. I was too harsh as a commander, I just wanted to set goals for you guys. Professor Han called out to Bram. Mr. Bram, to show our sincerity, I have brought a special gift. He takes out a suit of armor. This is my country's latest research achievement. The soldier's armor can increase strength by 400% and defense by 200%. Botvam looked at them and smiled quietly. The competition among the students at the Refinement Academy doesn't forbid the use of homemade equipment. Botvam looked at Than Ha. A few days ago, I went abroad for training and brought back a health recovery technique. Now, all the members of my injured international team have recovered. Thane Ha frowned. A small island nation where snakes and mice coexist, along with some ridiculous armor. I wonder if those kids are okay. On the other side, the Huaha team is sitting together, chatting happily. Tungwit frowned. No training opponents. Truly relaxed, like going on a picnic. Just then, a few people approached, all wearing armor provided by the allies to Bam. The international expert spoke. The Ha clowns. I'm back again with completely new gear to suppress you. Sword Tiger looked at them and said, what can a defeated clown in a costume do? We will also defeat those guys. He looked at the international expert he had beaten badly before. Yellow-haired guy, you recover quickly, but why haven't your hair grown back yet? They all put on their helmets at the same time. The fools of Hoaha. Our armor can withstand high temperatures and is immune to electric currents 4 times stronger. He flipped off the Sword Tiger guys. The Spirit Academy isn't a place for a bunch of country bumpkins. The Sword Tigers are speechless. You really are a bunch of petty people. Lok Long looked at them, proud with their equipment. Tung Wheat frowned. It looks like a tough battle ahead. It's all because Emperor Liu started with such a poor opening. Sword Tiger advances forward. Noan Dong, you protect Han Dong. We will go ahead. The international master throws a punch at the Tiger Sword's stomach. Useless. Take my move. Kuk K also sends a bolt of electricity at them. She frowned. What's going on? How come she's not injured? Thong Ween is dueling another guy on the other side, supported by armor and even stronger than him. Noan Dong folds his arms and steps forward. What kind of man fights a girl? He stretched out his hand to the international expert and said, come fight me. That person was immediately provoked and quickly changed direction to rush at Noan Dong, wanting to die. But when his punch came down, Noan Dong was no longer in the same spot. Where did he go? Suddenly something lit up in front of him. Han Dong kicked him hard in the head. He immediately fell to the ground with his damaged mask covering one swollen eye. The international crowd was a bit panicked, but he was already defeated. What kind of person are you? So powerful? Lak Long was surprised. Noan Dong and the others are so strong they even looked down on the armor. Tung Wheat was also surprised from afar. These two sisters fight together so well, they are truly unbeatable. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed across. Unfairly, an international expert suddenly appeared and grabbed Noan Dong by the neck. Ho Kwang appeared out of nowhere. Each team is limited to 7 people. Are you allowing 2 people to act as the 7th without permission? There can only be 1 person fighting. Tung Wheat from outside shouted, stop! One of us isn't here. Ho Kwang glanced at her. That's their problem. Over there, Han Dong didn't see his brother and immediately panicked. Noan Dong, my brother. Little brother, the 2 international experts are about to seize the chance to attack Han Dong. The opportunity is here, take him down. Unexpectedly, Han Dong nearly went insane, his eyes rolling back as he screamed and clutched his head. The 2 international experts hesitated, sensing an invisible force. What's going on? Don't move. Lina has been watching for a while and also seems excited. Such a good physique. Han Dong on the other side keeps shouting, and small explosions keep happening around him. The arc light is caught off guard. What's going on? He didn't seem to notice what just appeared in the sky. Lu Di just arrived and punched away the lightning. He cursed, you damn idiot, yet you're still causing trouble. Lu Di helps Noan Dong up, and the 2 look at Han Dong who is clutching his head in madness. Lu Di calls to her, Han Dong, no Dong has returned. Han Dong immediately calmed down upon hearing that. Brother. Ludi approaches to pat her head. Han Dong calls out to him. You're here too? Ludi smiled and said, Sorry, I was careless and arrived a bit late. Suddenly, a powerful electric current shot up behind him. Ho Kwang Tan approached Lu Di and said, You guys actually killed the entire international team. Lu Di glanced at him, determined to make the one who hurt us face punishment. He put Noandong down on the ground, and Lu Di looked at Ho Kwang with a cold face, this fool. At this moment, he also realized the situation was dire, and there was no way to directly oppose this person's power. Hurry and run away. Seeing that Lu Di was about to lose his temper, Tung Wiet shouted, Lu Di, stop! Don't make the situation worse. But Lu Di seemed not to hear, soaring into the sky. Ho Kwang, do you think you can escape? Lu Di's fist rises, carrying boundless power, and he punches straight into Ho Kwang. Just then, Than Ha also rushed over and shouted from below, Stop! Stop right there! Lu Di turned around and saw a crowd running towards them from afar. Than Ha looked at Lu Di and said, Think about the consequences. The International League members shouted, You people are too bold, daring to kill our students, and I have tolerated it this long. The demon and the wizard also arrived. He looked at Liu Di, and you still want to kill the hero of the lake. The wizard's eyes widened. I will deal with him. Feng Ha quickly blocked them when she saw the International League members trying to step forward. Wait a moment, this is Hua Ha. No one is allowed to act first. We need to clarify what is going on here. The members of the International Alliance frowned. The people of Huazhong are all extremely cruel, and Than Ha wouldn't know how to argue even with 100 mouths. Lu Di looked at them and said this was their fault first, so their deaths were deserved. Hearing this, the International Alliance members looked stunned. Is that kid crazy or what? What the hell is he talking about? Liu Di continued. 6 days ago, the people who died were victims of your organization's experimental jealousy. Could there be fewer than these people? Do you think no one knows about this? The people from the Spirit Organization responded, It's just a loss in the laboratory. So, as long as you're a Reformation organization, you can kill people at will? He choked on his words. This one loudly claims to be the strongest reform organization recognized by the international community. No one is allowed to question us. The members of the International League nodded in agreement. That's right. To achieve such research results, we won't question or doubt our credibility. Lu Di was so furious he almost lost his temper, but he forced a smile. In this twisted world, as long as you have strength and power, you can avoid all sanctions, right? Lu Di nodded. Good. I will keep this life for now. Soon, I will legally take his life. If he dares to harm my family, he won't live for more than a month. The International Alliance group suddenly got furious, saying, You talk arrogantly and still want to leave? Chung Ha quickly intervened when they tried to start a fight, and everyone stopped. This is Huazhu, not your place. Just wait for the results. He looked at Noandong Handong and the others on the other side. They are So's people. How could they hurt others? The International Alliance member clearly does not accept such an approach. He has killed people from 6 of our countries. This is an international case. Then Ha shrugged and said, So what? The others gritted their teeth and said, Wait for me. We will launch an international lawsuit. These murderers? Not a single one of them will escape. Thane Ha chuckled softly. The process of an international lawsuit takes at least 30 days. Before that, they were under our jurisdiction of Hoa Ha. Emperor Liu helped Noandong up and said, Let's go. Handong nodded. All right, brother. But there was someone blind enough to block their way, a witch standing in front of them. Stop for me. Liu Di looked at her and said, Who dares to stop me? He suddenly unleashed his power, and everyone within 100 meters was electrocuted and paralyzed. They clutched their heads and said, This person is too strong. No matter how we try to stop him, we can't hold him back. If the world is already in chaos, then don't blame me for using my own methods to straighten out this mess. In the office, Than Ha calls Duan Hua. Duan Hua, bring your bodyguards and follow me to arrest a few people. General Duan Hua, with your dragon tail there. Do I really need to come myself for such a trivial matter? Upon hearing that, Duan Hua immediately became serious and said we would come right away. 20 minutes later, at Emperor Liu's house. Dao, the great general, don't tell me you're after the person he's been tracking here. Than Ha nodded. That's right. My team has been following this trail all the way here, always guarding this spot. He can't escape now.
Do you think you don't know who he is? Than Ha replied to Duan Hua with confusion.
After some investigation, they are common folk with decent resources and connections to Mr. Suo. Duan Hua asked, Is that all? He thought to himself, probably this kid couldn't hold back, but Emperor Liu probably isn't that reckless. Seeing Than Ha walking ahead, Duan Hua called him back. Old Tao, your man, don't act yet. Than Ha turned back to reassure Duan Hua. Don't worry, he's a citizen of China. I won't act impulsively. Duan Hua was worried, fearing that the kid might kill more people again. Emperor Liu's laboratory door opened, and Duan Hua looked around, realizing he had never been inside before. Who is this kid sitting in front of him with the barking dog? The robot next to him looks very formidable. Han Dong is sitting on the bed next to Nuan Dong. Xiaohe asks the uninvited guests in front of her what they are here for.
Duan Hua was surprised. I know Xiaohe. Could these 4 be Dara's children? Could one of them be injured?
Looks like this is a big deal now. He whispered to Thanha, Tao Tuan Quan, these people are quite powerful. Cheng Ha replied, call in a few more people. If he resists, then it's best to use force. Cheng Ha, Duan Hua, and Ziyue all went together. General Thanha's men used a scanner to check around. Commander Tao, there's no sign of any modification on this person's body. Tung Wit nodded and said, of course he doesn't have it. He's just a member of the Ha team. Don Hua stepped forward and said, kid, this kind of thing always needs to be handled. For now, come with me to the bureau. I'll find a way to keep you safe. Thanha added, right now facing the international community? Lao Su can't protect you anymore. Aren't you paying attention? FIC has already surrounded this place. Once you're taken to the international arena, the situation will become even more dangerous. Liu Di's hand kept moving on the keyboard without pause. Thanha frowned. This young man is too stubborn. Kid, others may not understand you, but I do. You are fighting evil with righteousness. Thanha was stunned and nudged Don Hua. What are you talking about?
Don Hua shouted at him, don't try to stop me. He then turned back and continued speaking to Emperor Liu, saying that a month ago, he single-handedly killed all 30 international assassins who infiltrated Hai Thi.
Half a month ago, you helped me deal with an international child trafficking case, using the strength of someone who slaughtered underground detention centers in Europe, defeating over 100 evil doctors and 14 level 1 reformed individuals. Then Ha stepped forward to stop Duan Hua. Are you crazy, Duan Hua? Dao Quan, be quiet. I haven't finished speaking yet. 5 days ago, I approached the sea-level target alone, a fierce reformed person with healing abilities. Here, your plan to assassinate the FIC soldiers with a single dark storm attack has turned to dust. Looking at Emperor Liu's back, I see you as a hero in my eyes. The subordinates surrounding Duan Hua were all wide-eyed, their ability to make up stories incredible. After finishing his impassioned speech, Duan Hua continued speaking. But this time you put General Tao in a difficult position. Do you think General Tao will forgive your previous actions of saving the children and clearing the harm? Just to take credit for this? He sighed. Tao Tenha might not be like that. He has no conscience, you know? The people behind him muttered quietly to each other. Chief Doan, are you crazy? How can you insult General Tao like that? And also, can he really kill more than a dozen level B reformers? Someone stepped forward and handed the case file to Duan Hua. Officer Duan, is this the case file? Duan Hua held up the secret file in his hand. Today, some lucky people will take away the top secret of the Marine Special Forces. Than Ha took it and read the code name of Hoaha's divine deity. Why is it that I, Longui, still had no idea such a character existed? Duan Hua looked at him. General Tao, I think I can handle it. After all, I can't catch him anyway. Than Ha said, Kid, you're very strong enough to become a national treasure, but you're really putting me in a difficult position. Between nations there is mutual restraint. Once they have spoken enough, Liu Dai finally stands up, turns his eyes away from the computer. You two are overthinking it. The rules of this world are set by the strong. Than Ha frowned. Why does your kid have such a dangerous way of thinking? Liu Dai looked straight at everyone and said, Because I am the strong one. I told them, your subordinates could have been even more powerful, but you failed to address their inherited genetic connection issues. Than Ha hesitated and asked, How do you know? Liu Dai replied, Because the second Emperor Dam was researched by me and the Da family, I am the one who developed the reform drug for you. And fifth, step forward and say that the strength you have today is also because of me. Liu Dai speaks reasonably, so it's only fair that those who wholeheartedly repay their benefactor do so justly. Cheng Ha nodded upon hearing this. All right, with this reason, I will help you hold them off. Liu Dai smiled and said, All right, from now on, my plan is to establish a rehabilitation center. Liu Dai looked at Cheng Ha and heard that establishing a rehabilitation center requires recognition of international strength. Then, at that time, invite Commander Tao to lead the support. Than Ha shrugged and said, The current status of Europe is very high. They are leading and making things difficult for you. How can you succeed? He said seriously, I really appreciate your second Emperor Dam, but this is far from the level C modification technique of the spirit function. Liu Dai nodded. The second Emperor Dam was really not good at that time. I only thought of the idea in 10 minutes. What? In just 10 minutes, Liu Dai clapped twice, and suddenly behind him, several cubes appeared on the ceiling with inscriptions. Namo Model 0023, Now version 7805, Now version 1569. Tao Than Ha's subordinates stared in shock.
This is Liu Dai explaining to them that the force field cube can be simulated to create a database of the most perfect biological data.
This is a serious invention of mine. The core of the human modification agency is the divine method of the devil. Just take the example of the teacher Tunuit family. Input her DNA into the 3 levels of the cube, then combine, select, optimize, and develop a plan, followed by transforming her strength to be at least 10 times stronger than now. Tunuit listened silently. The Anchi Corporation is a cooperative agency with your military. I will give them the 4-tier cube technique as a thank you for long-used support. I forgot to mention Anchi Corporation is also mine. You have a close relationship with the Flower Limit Agency and even want to challenge the international side. Aren't you afraid that your family and loved ones will be threatened? Than Ha's subordinates stepped forward. General Tao, your order is to investigate the person named Liu Dai. There is no information about him in any records. as if he doesn't exist. Liu Day smiled, saying, General Tao, what you said makes sense, so my current identity is that of an stateless soldier. Thane Ha frowned and said, in an era where all information is on the internet, for this information to be completely blank is terrifying. Plus, with your incredible strength, you can do anything and no one can stop you. Liu Day shook his head, not worth mentioning. It's only the first step. His subordinate leaned in to whisper to Thane Ha, Tao Tongquan, the official letter has arrived at Longwei headquarters, and he wants to fight our reformers. Are they really going to fight each other? This clearly is an attempt to suppress us. Thane Ha looked at Liu Day. We can't let you keep representing the Ha army. This limits your identity, so I can only ask for help from the old man Hawk's son. I hear his subordinates have recently encountered a level C expert. Liu Day looked at him and said, does the general not know about the recent situation of Tian La? Thane Ha looked confused and said, I don't know, only one person in Hua can command Tian La, and we don't have the authority to access their information. Thane Ha took out her phone and called him. He sighed, hacked. Son and I have never gotten along, and now that things have come to this, I can only humbly beg him. Hello, Ha Kao Tu, what do you need from me? Thane Ha chuckled softly. It's nothing serious, just need your help with something, Hack-san asked. Isn't that an order from headquarters? But before I could say a word, Chung Ha started to get angry.
That old man Hawk's-san actually dared to hang up on me. Emperor Liu looks at him. We really need to build a dam to protect Hua or Longwei. You won't be able to stand against it.
Alright, I'll call Tian La now. Thane Ha was stunned. You? Maybe they'll respect you for helping them reform and send a few experts here. Emperor Liu nodded faintly. Thane Ha watched his back, hoping his reputation would be helpful. A moment later, Liu Day returned, and Thane Ha asked if he could make it. Yes. How many of you? A lot. Thane Ha has a divine presence. Today I believe in you, little one. I will protect you. But what about the FIC outside? As he finished speaking, Robbins walked in carrying a stack of papers. Hero of the Empire, here is all the FIC data, including secret bases. Is there anyone you wish to punish? As long as you give the order, our FIC will support you wholeheartedly. After speaking, he turned to look at Thane Ha. Hello everyone, I am the North America Division Leader of FIC. Robin Liu D smiled at him. It's nothing, you go ahead. Thane Ha was very surprised to see Robin's respectful attitude. Girl, what other identity does this kid have? Over at Tian La, there are loud explosions coming from the training area. Heishan gathered in front of the cliff, and the people from Tian La quickly assembled. Master, Hack-san looked at them. The news from Haishi has arrived. What? Are you the one staying behind? Haishan nodded. Haishi has some matters to attend to, so you need to go back there for a visit. Take 10 days off to see your loved ones and consider it your personal matter. He looked down from above and said, I've set up a ground net to station at the base, so who can go? The people of Tian La Dongthan replied, in the end, we can all help Lord Liu with some matters. Heishan smiled contentedly. All right then. The two groups from Hoa face each other. Emperor Liu calmly leaned against the cliff, Boston leading the international team to criticize them. Commander Tao, Emperor Liu can still appear here because of your excessive protection. Thane Ha responds to them. Before the international trial begins, everything falls under our jurisdiction in Hoa. No one has the right to question, he thought. The situation has come to this point. I can't lose my momentum. Boston sneered and said, well, your guards for him are fine, but they won't be able to protect him for much longer. At this moment, an elder from the elite group stepped forward, pointing behind him and saying, I am the chief officer. These three are top-tier sea-level experts, capable of leveling all of China. The elite and international crowd immediately burst into loud laughter. Thane Ha's subordinate hurriedly reassures him. The leader remains calm, paying attention to his heart. Thane Ha clenched her fists and said, don't worry, even if I die, I won't die in front of them. Thane Ha looked at B-Ram. B-Ram, wait there. Our Hoa experts are on their way and will definitely make you so scared you can't control your bladder. Bram laughed loudly. Are they coming now? I am really looking forward to going home. The international crowd laughs mockingly, but I fear China is just using a group of B-level fighters to hold them off. Bam smiled and said, Commander Tao, rest assured, no matter what, we only sent 3 level C fighters to avoid saying we are bullying you. Liu has been just watching silently all this time. Stop staring at him. I didn't expect that a small student like you would be protected by the Ha state authorities. His eyes lit up, but you're just hiding behind Longwei's fragile facade. Emperor Liu smiled kindly at Bram. You should be happy. You're not worth me making a move because you wouldn't be able to handle it. Bram's pupils constricted, and he laughed even more maniacally. I kind of like your little brat. You're so arrogant. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter blades whirring came from the sky. The international people looked up first, wondering why there were so many aircraft heading to China. A crowd is useless. The door opens and someone jumps down from above, landing directly with a loud thud. Wait for the dust to settle, and the people of Tian La still stand perfectly intact in front of everyone. The international folks are stunned, falling from over a meter high without a single injury. Based on this person's appearance and physique, their strength is definitely not weak. Bram's subordinate checked with the scanner and reported. Lord Bram is a C6. He frowned. Waxia really has C-level experts. Bo Ram grits his teeth, dismissing others, but so what? just one person. On the other side, Thanha was also extremely surprised. That old man from Black Mountain is quite something. He really kept it well hidden, yet there's a C-rank expert among them. As soon as he finished speaking, another person fell to the ground, almost cracking the earth. Bram's subordinate reports again. Sir Bram, there's another C6. Bram is stunned. Huh? Huaxia is only one person less than us? Suddenly, someone spoke up, not necessarily convinced. Bram and the other two quickly looked up to the sky, where dozens of helicopters and hundreds of people were jumping down, with explosions constantly erupting on the ground below. Everyone landed safely and waited for the dust to settle before lining up neatly. Bram's subordinate swallowed hard and reported, Sir, 283 people, all of them are C6. The international team turned around and said, Bram, this world now belongs to Huaha. No one can stop them. Thanha could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He confidently said, this is what Huaxia really is. The people from Tianla all said in unison, Sir Lu, the news just arrived. We have traveled thousands of miles to get here. Emperor Lu stood up to greet them, then said to Bram, if you think you can do something to me, go ahead. Bram quickly stepped back. Stop hitting me, I give up. But Emperor Lu had no intention of letting them go. Sorry, it's getting late, sweetheart. The others sit down on the ground. The Heavenly Demon group charged forward like a storm, but we won't be responsible for those who retreat injured, and the reformers from the spiritual sect are also pale with fear. Liu Di told them, don't kill anyone, just take the blood from that modified girl for me. The Tianla people replied, yes. They quickly launched a large-scale attack. Emperor Liu smiled as he watched the situation unfold. The blood of that witch girl can create a special high-temperature ability, a rare DNA form with limitless potential. 2 minutes later, the people from Tianla stepped forward and handed Lu Dai a bloodstained piece of clothing. Lord Lu, during the chaos, this is all I could get. Lu Dai nodded, accepting it. It's enough. At this moment, the modified individuals from the spiritual core were trying to escape. Emperor Lu called them back. Stop right there! 3 or 4 of the reformers trembled in fear and turned around. Emperor Liu simply said casually, everyone, I will establish a completely new facility in a day. I hope you will cooperate there. Kai nodded, then coldly ordered them to leave. Go away. Thanha waited until the troublemakers had gone before stepping forward. Kid, how can you do that? The soldiers of Tianla are all just rookies. The people of Tianla replied on behalf of Liu Di. Tianla, we owe you our lives for what we have today. Thanha sweat nervously, thinking, one life, how many of you are Tianla? Who could threaten you? Emperor Liu looked at the people from Tianla and said seriously, brothers, there's no need to mention it. Really not worth mentioning. I sincerely thank you all for today. The people of Tianla still seem reluctant to leave and tell you, Lord Lu, we only held back a little earlier. That's right, Lord Lu, the strongest in Huaxia. Where is Confronting now? We want to challenge him. Emperor Liu immediately stiffened upon hearing it. Confronting is dead. They believe the false stories from earlier were true. What should we do? One of the Tianla team members stepped forward and spoke to the excited person who wanted to challenge. CMY, don't bother Mr. Liu anymore. My people have already sent the message. Confronting has always been in a place with white architecture. I have this position. The group from Tianla looked even more excited. That's great. Emperor Liu invited them, and when everyone comes to High City, I must host and treat them well as the host. Everyone can come to my house, and coincidentally, my house is the one with the white architecture. Sit nodded in agreement. If Lord Liu has spoken, we shall obey without hesitation. Brothers, let's go. It's time to visit Lord Liu's house. Everyone nodded in agreement. All right then. Liu Di leads them away. Follow me. At Liu Di's house, Confronting, with his hand in a cast, sat in a wheelchair eating ice cream inside, the strongest at the peak of the 3rd Emperor level. These kids are like little hussies. Liu Dai greeted him and even thoughtfully changed to a different nickname. Little Tai, how have you been lately? Confronting Ngatho scratches his head. The powerful Emperor 3, I am Confronting, the top master of Tai Kok Confronting. Liu Dai was speechless. Great brother, I can only help you up to this point. The people from Tianla behind immediately started making noise when they heard this name. He is Confronting, but why does he seem so weak? Someone holds up a portrait of Confronting for comparison. After examining it, Shichmi tells his team, apart from being weak, everything else looks exactly like him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tianla group gathered around Confronting's wheelchair. Today, we want to challenge you. We are at level C6. What about you? Who are you all? One wrong word and we fight. At this moment, Liu Dai stepped in to intervene for him. Everyone, Confronting is too weak right now and still a patient. Defeating such a fragile person would damage the reputation of our warriors. Shichmi asked him, so Liu, what do you mean? Liu Di smiled and replied, I will help him with a simple treatment. Just one night is enough. When he's healed, everyone can come and fight him. The people of Tianla immediately agreed, saying Liu Dai was the wisest. So tonight we will stay here and fight Confronting tomorrow morning. Liu Dai nodded and said, everyone wait a moment. 50,000 land-sharing shrimp are being delivered. You'll definitely like it. Shichmi laughed loudly. 50,000 is generous. Then thank you, Lord Liu. Liu Dai pushed Confronting away. I'll come to drink with everyone in a little while. The group from Tianla immediately ignored Confronting, regardless of Liu Dai pushing him inside. As soon as they entered, Confronting quickly spoke. "Thank you, Third Emperor, for saving me. This debt of gratitude, I will repay you someday, Confronting." Liu Dai asked him with confusion. "Confronting, what are you trying to do?" Confronting looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Just run. Are you waiting here to die?" Liu Dai chuckled and said, "My recent improvements in modification techniques have been significant, and I can help you become truly strong." Confronting's eyes lit up. "Really?" Liu Dai reached out his hand, a surge of power gathering in his palm. The cast on Confronting's left arm immediately shattered. Liu Dai called out, "Follow me." I led Confronting to a spacious area. "This is my modification device." He was extremely surprised. "That's so advanced." Confronting enters the transformation chamber. The door closes. Motong displays information for Liu Dai to see. Confronting's talent isn't bad. At least he can reach 0.6 to 6% of your ability. Emperor Liu smiled. "So it's not too bad." Not long after, the door of the rehabilitation chamber turned off, and Confronting strode out with great momentum. "Tam Emperor, my wounds have healed, and I've become stronger." He steps in front of Liu Dai, and I also feel that my power has increased. "Next, you'll nod and even praise me a bit." Confronting puffs out his chest and says, "I am too strong now." "What level am I at now?" Liu Dai estimated and guessed. "It could be level D, E, or F." Confronting was surprised. "Huh? Really? Then I have no rivals." Emperor Liu turns and walks out. "Go on." BK is testing Tianla's strength. Confronting is still a bit afraid and asks again, if he can't win, can he run away? But as soon as I stepped outside, there was no one in sight. Where is everyone? Emperor Liu crouched down to pick up the paper on the ground that read, "Lord Liu apologizes, Tianla is not dead but missing." General Black Mountain suddenly ordered, "We must regroup. The military command is as firm as a mountain. We will meet again another day." The 283 Heavenly Law soldiers. Confronting timidly stepped forward and then confidently said, "They were scared off by my aura." Liu Dai, accustomed to his attitude, changed the subject and said, "If all the soldiers have left, then do me a favor." Confronting nodded and cracked his fingers. "No problem. Maybe we should have a fight first." Liu Dai sighed. "You think you're okay now, don't you?" Liu Dai clenched his fist gently and threw a punch that sent Confronting flying away. Confronting was knocked back 1,800 miles and crashed into a tree in the forest. He clutches his chest and coughs loudly. Liu Dai stands in front of Confronting and asks, "Are you ready to go to work now?" He nodded and said, "I can." Liu Dai took out a uniform and handed it to Confronting. "Put this on. Let's go now. Wait for 3 hours at 7 kilometers from Haikin Line and wait for orders." Before leaving, Liu Dai also advised, "This time, you need to look a bit more handsome." Confronting nodded. "Thank you, my friend." General Tao, the chairman, has finished the preparations and everyone has been invited. Thane Ha sighs. "You want to build an organization of reformed people recognized internationally? I admire your courage, but getting approval from 27 superpowers worldwide is very difficult." Liu Dai nods. "That's right. Once they agree, it's like releasing a tiger back into the wild. And then my manufacturing rules must force them to respect it." Thane Ha sighed and said, "You're thinking too simply. Do you think they're a bunch of fools? Moreover, what do you have in terms of material conditions?" "General Liu, rest assured, I have everything prepared." He was surprised. "When did you get ready?" "Why didn't I know that?" Liu Dai stepped forward and whispered to him. "Last night at the skyscraper inside the hall, on the screen was Thane Ha. He was the one who announced today's event." "Let's go." Birdram was the first to speak up and question. "General Tao, you clearly know that Emperor Liu is guilty and even publicly support his establishment of a reform center." Liu Dai frowns. "My reform organization is not affiliated with any country and no one can interfere. But if anyone dares to go against my orders, I will stop them outright." His eyes flashed, "But since he has made enemies with me, I will definitely make him pay 100 times over." The members of the International Alliance on the screen immediately mocked him, saying, "This blonde guy is so arrogant." An old man chuckled and said, "Do you have assets? Just talking about establishing a reform facility with your mouth, can you really do it?" Liu Dai pushes Chung Ha aside and asks Commander Tao to borrow his screen for a moment. A piece of paper is projected onto the screen, stating, "The military announces that the Creator Corporation fully supports the new Punizer Rehabilitation Facility with an unlimited support fund of over $1 trillion. Liu Dai chuckled softly. "Forgot to introduce myself. My rehabilitation center is Punizer." He innocently asked the International Alliance members, "Is this amount of money enough? Can everyone sign now?" Bam was stunned. This kid actually has connections with the Creator. Then he shouted, "Do you think having money makes you so great? But you say your rehabilitation center doesn't belong to any country, so it can't be built on any national territory?" The old man nodded in agreement. "That's right. Without a base, we can't sign anything." Emperor Liu stands up. "Don't rush. Stay there." "Hold on. We're on our way now." The International Alliance members snorted coldly. "What are you talking about, kid? There is only water there. Now many huge ships have appeared on the sea." The members of the International Alliance were surprised that the white ship was the largest cargo ship in the world. Hai Thon Hu, and the person next to him said, "Besides, the other two ships are also quite impressive." The old man in the Alliance widened his eyes. "How does this kid have the ability to command such a huge ship?" Stop acting crazy and grab the computer screen. Kid, you want to use these large ships as a base? No way, that sea area doesn't belong to you. Ludi smirked and said, everyone watch carefully. Those large ships are heading towards the same island. Emperor Liu's gaze becomes more serious. Botram was so frightened he couldn't speak. The people from the International Alliance also remained silent, watching the situation. Botram quickly picks up the phone and makes a call. The person on the other end responds. This is the decree of the god of Silver Emperor 5. No one has the right to stop it. Boss Vom is confused in the meeting room. What do you mean by the divine decree? What are you talking nonsense about? The person on the other end coldly shouted, you are just a mortal. How could you understand the affairs of my gods? The phone was knocked aside. Bram gritted his teeth and asked Liu Di, did you use some dirty trick? Liu Di smiled. Maybe. This is the power of faith itself. The ships keep releasing smoke as they move closer to the shore. A lift is lowered down and placed on the ground, with people continuously moving down. Than Ha looks surprised and says, well done, kid. With such a large crew and equipment, the Van Truong Chowlob and Diakoi could be built in at most 10 days. Vom slammed his phone onto the table, gritting his teeth, and said, if you have the resources, then what? The most important aspect of a renovation company is the technology. Do you have it? Are you a renovation hero or not? This was originally meant for a dog meat vendor. I refuse to support it. Than Ha frowned. What do you guys know? The in-laws reformation technique belongs to this kid. Liu Di stopped him. Tao, the commander, asked to borrow his screen for a moment. He switches the projection to a suburban area. This is the outskirts of Haishi, 7 kilometers outside Haijing. Les Ram frowned. What does this mean? Could this kid have figured out our plan? Inside the screen, a train is rushing at terrifying speed. The train driver inside is pulling the brake, but the wheels are still screeching as they grind against the track. The train driver was panicked. Why didn't the brake work? The international observer saw the chaos and also felt worried. What is going on? This is so dangerous. On the screen, a reporter is interviewing Tian Dian. Mr. Tian Dian, do you have any message for Fan? Tian Mian looked into the camera and said, I am the embodiment of justice and will always protect everyone. Then suddenly a loud explosion sounded behind him. Tian Mian quietly smiled, but when he looked up, his face had turned serious. Everyone step back, I'll handle this. The reporter watched Tian Dian's figure fly away and said, ladies and gentlemen, there was a train accident on Qingdong Street just now. Luckily, our superhero Tian Dian bravely rushed in to help. Everyone is watching. The women below are captivated by his appearance, each one staring in fascination. Tian Dian is so handsome, moving faster than a bullet. Tian Dian flew away without any fear at all. Just as he stepped onto the roof, something suddenly streaked past him at a speed even faster than his. The people below are also stunned. Who is that black shadow? Moving even faster, Kon Tang in a black cloak flies past Tian Dian. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Tian Dian was stunned. What the hell is going on? His speed is even faster than mine. The reporter below continues to speak. That black figure is really skilled, completely overpowering Tian Dian. The other side's cunning assassin has landed, his cloak billowing. The villagers immediately shouted out in anger. Is this guy a hero in black or what? The people from Than Ha in the meeting room are also stunned. Could this be? Emperor Liu calmly crossed his arms and continued watching. Inside the screen, it shows Tian Dian pulling 2 people away from the accident. Hero Tian Dian has saved the driver. They are safe now. The people nearby are still very tense, but the train is still out of control. If not stopped in time, the train will crash into the city and explode. At this moment, a hand reached out to stop the train, and Tianmian tried to use all his strength to slow down the train. He's sweating bullets. Who the hell designed this scene? Are you trying to kill me or what? Can't the people stop you in fear? They tense up and shout, it's about to explode! Kon Tang looks at the weakest form of Tian Dian with slight disdain. Just a little chicken. He jumps to the ground, touches the train with both hands, shouts once, and lifts the entire train up. The whole train immediately leaves the tracks. The people stared in shock at what was unfolding before their eyes. The black hero was even stronger than Tian Dian. Kon Tang lifts the entire train into the air to make it explode overhead. The people below, seeing the thick smoke and fire, are filled with worry. But the danger has now disappeared. But where is the black-clad hero now? At this moment, Kon Tang steps out from the sea of flames, and the people breathe a sigh of relief as the black hero is unharmed. This person is really too handsome. Kon Tang smiled and introduced himself to them. I am Punisher, the black-clad organization. He patted his chest and said, it's just a trivial matter. No need to make a fuss. The people cheered and praised. My black-clad hero, the Punisher, is too powerful. The next second, Kon Tang immediately stomped on the ground, jumped onto the roof, and ran away, leaving only a farewell. Everyone will see you again. The townspeople frowned as they watched that figure disappear. The strength of the black-clad hero is at level C or possibly higher. He is a member of the Booster organization. Do they really have such powerful people? Bam, in the office, seeing that things weren't going as he expected, was furious and frustrated once again. The black-clad man turned out to be Liu Di's person. Liu Di looked at his attitude and immediately seized the opportunity to question him. Bam Ram, what are you so scared of? Bram tried to calm himself and replied, I'm not scared. My hero with the blindfold just made a mistake, and besides, didn't he already save 2 drivers? Luda chuckled and said, You can't fool everyone with your self-righteous act. From today on, your organization's situation will only get worse. Bram shouted at Lude, What does it matter if you have someone in black? If you want to establish a reform organization, you need signatures from 27 countries, and it's not possible right now. Lude didn't reply. He looked straight at the screen and said, Everyone, I believe in your judgment of Punizer's strength, so if there's no problem, you can sign now. The international team immediately started discussing among themselves. The name Punisher Organization, with its strong financial backing and impressive rank, was hard to believe. This fully meets the requirements for establishment. The black hero under his command is also a very powerful expert. They took turns responding to Emperor Liu. We agree, we also agree. Byram is still trying to salvage the situation. So what? Anyway, we absolutely will not sign. The person behind him immediately chimed in agreement. If Europe doesn't sign, we won't sign either. Emperor Liu leans on the table, calmly looking at him. What are you supposed to be? A small company, and you think you can represent Europe? Don't worry, Ram. Our leader will personally tell you no. As soon as he finished speaking, Rip's image appeared on the screen. He said, I personally came here to refuse. Rip held up the paper and said, This kind of joke, I won't sign it, get over it. But the screen in front of him displayed a line of text that only he could see, showing an image of Emperor Liu holding a broom and a message saying, If you dare not sign, I will turn your White House into a wasteland in 10 minutes. After Emperor 2 finished reading, Rip immediately changed his attitude and fake smiled, saying, Everyone, there's a little issue here. I will sign right now. Then he loudly told everyone present in the meeting that everyone had to sign for him. Anyone who dares not to sign is an enemy of Rip. I guarantee that during this trial, I will suppress all those people. The international folks looked at each other with confusion, hearing that Rip was going crazy and acting wildly. So, could it really be true? Les Vam, sit back down in your seat.
It's over. This time it's really over. Everyone has agreed. After saying that, Rip shifted the topic to Lu D.
Who is this lord anyway? Lu De sneered coldly. This old man Rip still wants to probe my identity. He replied coldly, Emperor Wu. As soon as Rip heard these 2 words, sweat started pouring down his face like rain. 4 and 5, hacking is 2 days domain, reform is Ngu days domain. Does he want to suppress me for life then? Then he turned to order Bram. Bo Ram, just focus on developing your reform career with Emperor Liu, and don't bother me if there's nothing else. Lao Sam muttered behind the scenes, Emperor Wu Xianxi. Lu De looked at him. Thu Bak Min is really clever. Even the assistant CEO of Teen Chuck has been brainwashed. You talk to Lao Sam through the screen. Sam, from now on, take good care of your boss, and if he's unhappy, you come to me instead. Lu De said then turned and left. B-Ram and Lao Sam also got out of the car and left. As soon as they got in, B-Ram gave an order. Lao Sam drives back to the company to review the strategy. Lao Sam obediently replies, Yes, sir. Bram grew angrier the more he thought about it and muttered under his breath. Inside the secret headquarters meeting of the elite in China, Bram said to the 5 people sitting around the round table with him, We can't just stand by and watch that little bastard grow. Mr. Bram, the skills of the secret organization members. Stop pounding the table and calm down. I'm supporting you all. Its Punisher is only one hero in black reform attire. We need to quickly train a C-level assassination team against that black-clad guy, he said maliciously. If one-on-one doesn't work, I'll bring a crowd. Are the others hesitating? This matter, Vam. Stop crossing your arm and watch them. Stop wasting time here. Does any of your organizations not bleed? Someone spoke up, but if his base has been fully developed, it would definitely be able to rehabilitate more than just the prisoners. Another person said, I have a level B reformed individual who is water psychic, able to move quickly underwater and hold his breath for 10 minutes. Maybe he raises his hand. I can deliver C, 4 explosives underwater here. Boss Ram nodded. That's exactly what I want. Someone overheard and looked a bit alarmed. Everyone just wants to blow it up. Bot Ram sneered and said, So what? Isn't that deserted island in the middle of the sea? It won't harm anyone. After some persuasion, they decided to follow Lord Bam's words. Without cruelty, they wouldn't be real men. Over at Lu D's house, the interior is fully equipped with ammunition, robotic arms, and legs. This is the gift he gave to the kids, so get used to it quickly. Liu Di laughed and said to everyone, From now on, I will enhance all of your physiques. Xiao Ha Handong and the others. No Dong cheered up and said, Thank you. Emperor Liu then looked down at the younger brother standing below. Isn't it true that you've always wanted to go to that technological research island? Today, I'll give you permission. Really? That's amazing. Liu Di just finished talking with his junior brother and turned around to see a few people appear in front of him. 3 men stepped forward to introduce themselves, saying, Lord Liu, we 3 brothers. One resigned from the Yen family, one is a veteran, and one is uneducated. Came here especially to support you. We have already directly destroyed the Hero Academy and are here to serve under your command, Big Brother Liu. Nyafi also appeared out of nowhere complaining, These days, special forces from FIC are busy dealing with petty disturbances. So boring. Only Nu Nu also spoke up, saying, If you have orders, Nunu will not hesitate and will do it immediately. Confronting, carrying his cane, walks over. You can let me do anything, but I just need to keep this handsome look. Emperor Liu smiled and said, If you join Punizer, you will no longer have a nationality or identity. The others replied in unison, Lord Liu, you can arrange these matters. Emperor Liu nodded and said, All of that is useless. Then I welcome everyone. The helicopter takes off, the constant whir of the blades echoing loudly. Inside, a group of people are standing. Lu Di asked them, Do you all trust me? They all replied in unison, Everything has been arranged. We will obey absolutely. Luda led Xinyuak inside first into the third-level power block suitable for the first trainee. Next was Nafi into the secondary power block suitable for a B-level trainee for enhancement. He looked at the others, with the fifth level prepared for special people like spring, summer, autumn, winter, to awaken. According to Lu Di's arrangement, everyone took turns entering their designated transformation chambers. Strong Emperor Third, what about me?
He recently underwent a transformation and has been repeatedly connecting DNA without fully understanding it. If he continues, he will die. Confronting shook his head. I don't believe it.
At this moment, someone approached. A worried girl asked, Great Emperor Third, are you really going to start like this? Lu Di smiled reassuringly and said, There's no need to worry. You'll understand these techniques soon. Your current task is to keep good records of these logs. The girl looked suspiciously. The record? Is there anything left to record now? Emperor Liu gestured towards the training grounds. Of course, to note down our Punisher's strength. Yes, Lord Emperor Tam. After 3 hours, Emperor Liu went out to the cliff by the sea. You see my younger brother sitting over there? When did this kid run out here? Inside the room, Confronting was dozing off when suddenly a loud noise startled him, and he quickly sat up. What's going on? A modification chamber has opened. Jiaoxia steps out. The girl frowns and assesses the boy. The testing machine's range is level E. He has exceeded the testing limits. His combat power is extremely high. Looking at the phone screen, which shows some lines of Punizer's personal notes on the level of the reformers and their sudden burst of combat strength. The girl sighed. This reform really is astonishing, and everyone is a powerhouse. The sun rises higher, and the sunlight becomes increasingly fierce. The city no longer feels peaceful. High Thai District's Jiaoku has a 20-story building that experienced a natural gas explosion, with the 18th floor severely burned and filled with thick smoke. On floors 19 and 20, more than a dozen residents are trapped inside. WO keeps posting new updates from Punisher's reports. The man in black is heading to the scene of the incident. Netizens are commenting, Why don't they see the hero from the trust organization? Someone in black is that skilled. One person is enough. Below the exploded building, a group of reformers is waiting. Now we just need to wait for the fish to bite. The online community notices something is off. What are these people planning to do? It seems like this fire was caused by them. So cruel. Confronting also timed his arrival perfectly. As soon as they saw him, everyone became excited. The man in black is here, truly brave. Confronting arrived and immediately rescued the victims from the scene. Netizens marveled, the man in black is too powerful. It didn't take long for him to free everyone trapped inside. The people below watched intently, preparing themselves. When he leaves the scene, we will immediately close in on him. His subordinate spoke worriedly. Boss, it seems he's not a C rank, and we probably can't fight him either. You don't believe it? He frowned. I don't believe that the 7 of us can't handle it. The black hero must disappear completely from this world. When netizens see their rebellious attitude, they immediately condemn them. How could they do something so malicious? My brothers and I know where that building is. Let's gather people there and deal with those guys. The Punisher report continues to be updated online. Everyone, stay calm. The evil reformed people will naturally be punished by the reformed ones. Seeing Confronting fly away, the others hurriedly shouted to each other. He went ahead and chased after him. The reformers immediately followed. Confronting lands in an empty spot and stops. The others have also arrived, so the leader called out. Black Clothes, are you waiting for us here? They just finished speaking and immediately drew short swords in their hands. Some netizens are asking if they are the German army. Could they be foreigners? The leader, the dark-clad man, this is your burial site. In an hour, your body will be dismembered and drift away with the ocean currents. Confronting glanced at them and said, I really want to kill you all, but I'm about to miss my flight. I've been ordered to go on a business trip to Africa, and then he disappeared immediately. Bye-bye. The people below are stunned. Where did he go? Why did he disappear without a trace? The netizens were stunned. Did he run away? Fine. If you can't fight, run. At least he's smart. Just then, another person descended. Tietu introduced himself. I am Punisher. Tietu and his henchmen, get ready to face the punishment. The online community immediately commented, that guy seems very powerful. This is another member of Punisher. Tietu looked at the people in front of him, slightly bent down, and the area behind where the 7 people stood suddenly exploded before he could understand why. The people online stared in shock at them lying on the ground. Are all 7 of them dead? These guys are useless. Punisher's methods are too ruthless. Rip sat in the office, grinding his teeth in frustration. How did someone else see through his plan? What rank does the reformed person developed by Emperor Liu actually hold? He picks up the phone and orders. Torpedo plan, execute immediately. Outside the cliff, the sound of crashing waves echoed. The Water Snake team members spoke up. Sir Water Snake, the 4 of us have come here to support you as ordered. Each of us is carrying a part of the grenade to ensure the explosion succeeds. Water Snake looked at them, thinking their support was truly unnecessary. Underwater is my world. No one can defeat me. He just pointed to that island in the middle of the sea. I can reach that island in 10 minutes, and in 15 minutes it will be completely submerged. The water team members are discussing among themselves, but don't notice a device hovering above their heads. Their images were all captured without missing a single detail. Netizens are buzzing with speculation. Do these people want to blow up Punisher's base? That snake guy seems to be a local. Who are these people anyway? Why did they have to switch and kill the black-clad person all the way in Africa? Punisher, everyone, make sure to protect your base well. Water Snake moves forward to give instructions to his subordinates. Wait a moment and stay close to me. Remember not to reveal your head. A subordinate asks him, Sir Water Snake, don't you need an oxygen tank? It's about 12 nautical miles away. The Water Snake scoffed contemptuously. Laughing, it said, What is this? I can hold my breath for 30 minutes underwater. Just wait and watch the show. Then he jumped into the water. The Water Snake swam as fast as lightning. Underwater? This is my world. Panizer is about to sink to the bottom of the sea. The screen shifts underwater and someone sighs in amazement. Well done, underwater swimming. Punisher's technique is indeed top-notch. The Water Snake kept swimming without noticing. Tho Nguyen had been waiting for him down there for a while. As soon as he saw the Water Snake, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had arrived, or he would have suffocated himself. Netizens are stunned. What's wrong with this guy? How long has he been waiting in the water? Tho Nguyen kicks off and flies away. He mumbles about planting rice. Tho Nguyen embraces the Water Snake, causing a shockwave to erupt underwater. The upper half of the Water Snake has been embedded into the seabed. Tho Nguyen introduces himself. I am Tho Nguyen of Punisher. Meanwhile, on the water surface, Thiet Tu is also ready with his weapon. Dark shadows immediately surfaced underwater, revealing the Water Snake's henchmen in camouflage. These evil people with their treacherous assassinations deserve to die. Thiet Tu rests his gun on his shoulder. You can call me Thiet Tu or Thiet Tom. Amidst the online chatter, some people wonder if Punisher isn't afraid of punishment for doing this. Inside that tall building, Bosvam, seeing that the Water Snakes have all been dealt with, is furious. How many heroes are there really among these Punishers? Moreover, each of them is incredibly powerful. He gritted his teeth. Emperor Liu is too cruel, leaving no way out. It seems I have to run first. I can't act now. And right now, Emperor Liu on the other side has also guessed Bram's thoughts. Should I hide for now? It's not that simple. The online community is very excited. The punishment begins. Bowser is live streaming, inviting everyone to watch. Finally, it's happening. Who is being punished? It's definitely some villainous figure again. The scene shifts to a factory area. This is the warehouse of Thok Kwok Dao Biochemical Company. They conduct research on toxic bacteria for the sake of everyone. The researcher who died over 100 people was called the Bacteria Unit 730. 730 has been silent until now. During the war, they once supported the Huaha's policy of biological warfare. Oh my god, that's too cruel. The factory workers were stunned. How did they find out about all this? He descended from the helicopter with 33 words and was immediately greeted by a few people waiting inside the factory. Terror 33 reaches out and strikes the poison gas canister beside him. This evil act must be punished by Punizer. This is Thiet 33 Punizer. The poison gas erupts from his punch. The people waiting inside the factory were immediately poisoned. After taking care of them, Thiet 33 calmly opened the door and left. At the European Gen Research Institute, the place is filled with the bodies of experimented animals, and CCH is punishing the people inside. I am CCH, a cute Punisher. I hate people who abuse animals the most. She reached out and bent the iron bars gently, causing the lions inside to roar, then quickly leapt out, biting the people who had mistreated them. He snorted coldly, Karma is a bitch. The Punisher's story continues to be updated online. Next up, the European faction. The lights in the laboratory turn on as someone enters, and seconds later, an explosion erupts somewhere. Heavenly Eye, the perspective of God, the super strong black-clad Punisher, doesn't need to panic. Punisher's tactics are only to punish the wicked. Their tactics are really clever, don't they see us as fools? The protests online are growing louder, with people gathering outside the Teen Chuck building, holding banners that say National Security from Huaha, and shouting slogans against the unscrupulous merchants. The national pride of the Huaxia Nation. The pride of the Huaxia Nation. Bo Ram sat silently in his office, unfazed and stubbornly smiling, and said, So what if the truth is exposed? How is Bunnis doing again? Bram holds a disc in his hand here, with E-level modification techniques, now immediately enhancing our hero. Eliminate Punnis for me. Bram enters the laboratory, looking at the person in the incubation chamber, and there is more than one person. Baltram secretly felt proud, Emperor Liu, and what did you say about punishing murder? I want to see how you plan to find me. At this moment, the red light on the transformation chamber flashes on, and a loud alarm sounds as a transformed person steps out. Bortram laughs loudly. Success at last. No one will be a match for my abilities anymore. The others in the laboratory looked a bit scared, too terrifying, as if their eyes were hiding a madness. Jatai looked at Bam. Mr. Botram, I feel really tense right now. Where can I go to cool down? The other clone nearby agrees. I also feel the air in this room is suffocating. I need to go outside and breathe. Bram nodded. Yes, I've been overwhelmed lately, feeling really pent up. Let's go. After the celestial practitioners finish their experiment, everyone will join to eliminate Punisher. There is also new news online now, an international announcement that the E-level reprogrammers have been created with a reporter on the scene. A case is unfolding on the street. A man wearing a hat has captured 3 people, and the Special Forces team of Haishi has surrounded the scene. Tianmin shouted to those present, "Black-clad person, bring the black-clad person here now. I want to fight him." The onlookers asked, "Is this Tiandian guy just under pressure from public opinion and turned evil?" Tiandian looked at the crowd in front of him and said, "I don't care about that damn channel. I'm just trying to tear apart the black-clad guy. They're oppressing people too much." He gritted his teeth and said, "Listen up, everyone. If the black-clad person doesn't show up in 10 minutes, I will kill everyone here." The surrounding people whispered in shock. So this Tiandian is this cruel, still holding a grudge over the train accident. Hua in the crowd calls on the phone and says, "This bastard's evidence is clear now. No need to guess anymore. Shoot him directly." The other side replied, "Yes. Snipers are already lying in wait on the rooftop of the building." Tiandian quickly dodged to the side. "Are you joking right now? A small sniper trying to kill me? Dream on." Hoa Gunshot was startled, but he dodged away. Tiandian clenched his fist and the entire Haishu rushed forward. "I'm not afraid either. I have 8 minutes left to kill the man in black." The people around are confused, probably never heard of him before. He's about to lose his temper. Who can stop him? Suddenly, their attention shifted to someone who just arrived. Who is this person? It doesn't seem easy to break through. Where did little Ha come from? Tianmian looked at the boy and said, "What are you? I want to see the person in black." Tianmian clenched her neck tightly in his hand. "Step back or I will kill her." Xiao Ha whispered, "My brother said, anyone who wants to kill must have 3 reasons. First, deceitful, deceiving everyone. Outwardly beautiful but rotten inside." The boy frowned. Second, bullying the weak and causing danger to those even weaker than himself. Tianmian shouted, slurring his words, "I will kill you first." Xiaoha didn't let him speak further, directly throwing a punch. Tindin was knocked out so badly by Xiaoha that his head was dizzy, his eyes rolled back, and everyone around was stunned. Isn't Tiandian supposed to be a level E? How come he didn't even give you a chance to fight back? What kind of strength does that young man have? Is he a Punisher? Tiandian fell to the ground, looked up and said, "Wait, I only made 2 mistakes. I'm not yet qualified for you to kill me." Xiaoha knelt down and patted his head. "The third sin you committed is to live." A second later, everyone saw Tiandian's arm go limp, blood spilling onto the ground. Xiaoha stood up and shouted, "Punisher Ha!" Over there, Xiao Xuan is heading to a place, arriving in front of a villa where voices are talking inside. "Little sister, don't hide. Aren't you a fan of his? Today I finally have some free time, so be a good girl and spend a little time with your hero." The girl, still wrapped in a towel, nervously stepped back. "Don't come any closer or I'll be blind." "I didn't realize you were such a beast before." Tiete smirked lewdly. "It's too late, little canary. Besides serving my hero, you have no other choice." At this moment, Xiao Xuan kicked the door open with her foot. The two of them, Tiete and the girl, turned back and the internet was stunned. This is the hero Tiete of the city, the strong warrior, the hero who saved passengers on the flight at the airport. They keep criticizing him, the lecherous and perverted Taiti, for abusing his hero status to deceive young girls and imprison them for his own pleasure. No one expected that the usually noble and outstanding Taiti could be so beastly in reality. This Tiete is a beast. The girl immediately ran over to Xiao Xuan after seeing her. Netizens immediately noticed something was wrong when Xiao Xuan touched the girl's arm. Tite had roughly torn the girl's arm hair, and it was hard to imagine what might have happened if Punisher hadn't arrived in time. Xiao Xuan is unaware of the online comments and calmly adjusts the girl's arm back into place. Does Taiti still keep filming them? It's okay. I don't care what anyone says as long as I'm happy. I don't even bother with the exciting live streams. Tiete looks like he's about to rush over to them, and netizens comment that no wonder Tietian was so crazy earlier. He is just jealous. Right now, Tiete is in heat. His eyes lit up as he sneered and said, "Little sister, if you've come this far, don't go." Tiete's chest suddenly swelled, tearing through his outer shirt. "Are you Punizer? Let me see what you can do to me." The girl next to Xiao Xuan muttered, "Tiete has always been very strong. This little Punizer girl is in danger." Xiao Xuan's shoe tip appears with a blade. She lifts her leg to kick Tiete's neck. He laughs loudly. It's just itching. Very comfortable. But before he could finish speaking, his neck was cut off. Xiao Xuan landed on the ground, holding the girl and said, "Trust me. Don't look. I am Punisher Xuan." Netizens keep marveling at Punisher. One spring, one summer, cold as a death god. Bram in the observation office also found it puzzling. Why is that? Both the Celestial Realm and the Steel Tusk are at level E, so why are they still no match for Punisher? At this moment, another modification chamber is also lit up. The announcement sounded. Boss Ram turned to stare at it. This time, it's enough to stand up to Punisher, right? The door opens, revealing a blazing fire inside. The witch steps out from the sea of flames. Bram shouts loudly, "Witch, witch!" The people in the laboratory immediately grabbed fire extinguishers to put out the fire, but as soon as they approached, the witch used both hands to choke them. Bastram turned to call the nearby Heavenly Traveler. Heavenly Traveler, hurry up and stop the witch. Who would have thought that the Celestial Traveler watching all this would suddenly die of fright? Why is Punicer so powerful? The witch has lost control. Everyone's gone crazy. I definitely won't go to get myself killed. He didn't answer Bram, but quickly broke through the ceiling and left. Bram called after him. Hey! Celestial Traveler, hey! Celestial Traveler. He was stunned by this unexpected action of yours. What on earth is going on? From above, Noandong and Handong also suddenly land. Punisher Noandong, Punisher Handong. Stop Vam, angry and cursing at the two of them. Punisher, you damn demons! Stop Vam points at the witch and brazenly orders Noandong and Handong. Everyone, hurry and contain the witch. She can't keep burning everyone like this, or the entire building will be set on fire. Netizens watching from a godlike perspective are also deeply worried. The dark side of the destructive witch, she herself is extremely treacherous. Having been granted the chance to reform but killing 3 teammates just to eliminate all rivals and heroes, is there really no one good at all? The fire keeps raging in the laboratory. Botvom feeling hopeless. It's over. Everything is lost. You two just bury yourselves with our hero fragments. Handong closed his eyes, his body blazing with the magnetic fire. But Rom widened his eyes. The magnetic field was too strong. He didn't have time to say anything before seeing Handong raise his hand, a gust of icy wind blowing in. What kind of move is this? It looks very terrifying. The witch who was just going crazy was crushed flat on the spot by a pile of rocks. Handong frowned, his hand tightening slightly, causing the broken stone pressing on the witch to explode instantly. Netizens marvel at life's fragility. Someone so huge just died like that? What kind of terrifying power is this? Handong stretched out his hand and another explosion erupted in front of him, shaking the entire Divine Organization building and causing the wind to blow fiercely, making the flames flare even higher. Handong told his younger brother, "The mission is complete. Let's go." Netizens saw the collapse of the Spiritual Organization's building. It was too cruel. The organization just disappeared like that, vanished from China. And some people took the opportunity to dig up the past. Heavenly travelers, underground society figures, haunted by hallucination drugs. During the mission, they crashed a civilian plane, and all the wreckage and bodies were secretly disposed of by the organization. No one knew the true nature of the Heavenly Traveler, such a cowardly person. People like that shouldn't be allowed to live. It seems he has escaped. I hope he won't meet a good end. In the wreckage at the Teen Chuck site, a lightning bolt suddenly appeared and saved Bram. Netizens were unexpectedly surprised by this unforeseen turn of events, never expecting these two to survive such a disaster. Such evil people should not remain in this world. The lightning bolt that escaped with Bram disappeared, and the netizens are calling out that Punisher will surely deal with them. Over there, at the edge of the void, the hero of divine rank is fleeing, with the Sky Traveler using a plane to escape into the night. He is fleeing into the Snow Mountain, with 3 hero Punisher chasing after him to make him a murder victim. The sword hunters, Tiet Tu and Xiao Shu, are tracking the trail. This time, they've caught up within 1,000 miles. The bad guys can't escape the law. That cowardly guy hiding in this pile of snow, who could find him? Yanhu raises his hand to make a seal, calming them down. Everyone stay calm. As he finishes speaking, hundreds of talismans fall from the helicopter above. Is this a divine being appearing? The sword hunter is wielding his sword and dancing. I, the sword tiger, am a Bunizer. He just finished speaking, and immediately a barrier was formed around him. Netizens are stunned by this ancient technique combined with modern technology. It's terrifying. I am over 70 years old this year and have never seen anything like this before. At this moment, the Heavenly Traveler also emerged from the snowdrift, but as soon as he showed his face, he heard the gunfire ringing out. This technique is amazing. Xiao Thu raises her gun and aims at him. Xiao Yu fires a shot that pierces through the Heavenly Traveler's body. Netizens keep praising, this divine skill is just too powerful. Later, they return to the cliffside when suddenly a small explosion occurred in the sky. The sword tiger behind Lu Di spoke. You have a fierce aura. You're probably not a good person. Lu Di smirked and said, this guy once injured Nuan Dong. I will personally kill him. Guang Huang raised his hand from above, crackling with electricity. Suddenly, a long spear appeared in his hand. Emperor Lu praised, can it be turned into a weapon too? It really can determine the winner. You raise your right hand and a sword immediately appears in Lu Day's hand. He observed for a while and felt that the sword still wasn't long enough. Suddenly, several long iron bars caught Lu Day's attention. You reach out and draw them in, combining them into a longer sword. Emperor Liu is temporarily satisfied and says, fine, let's use this for now. What kind of move is this? The tiger sword hesitated before transforming into a sword in the air. The lightning bolt from above raised a spear and flew down. Liu Di, you little brats, prepare to die. Liu Di smiles, ready to fight. But no one noticed that on a rocky outcrop, a tank was moving its gun barrel and suddenly fired a shell toward the floating shadow in the sky. Liu Di looked up and saw the spot where the lightning had just been standing explode. The sword, Hongan Ra? This is completely confusing. What just happened? Liu Di immediately turned and ran toward the tank. Sure enough, my little brother was there. You pinched the kid's ear. Kid, do you know? This thing is very dangerous, little brother chuckles. This thing has some flaws. If the internal energy could be increased, the power of this weapon could be at least tripled. Liu Dai had nothing more to say to his disciple, as this was intentionally limited by him. Kid, do you want to destroy the world? Liu Dai turned back and said to Nafi below, Li, take it away and bring it to the experimental cemetery later. She nodded in response. Fine, the little brother shouted in defiance. What are you talking about? Liu Dai said casually, as if it was nothing, relying on him. At this moment, a helicopter arrives, and Confronting jumps down from above. As soon as he lands, he greets everyone. Long time no see, I am the handsome man in black. Liu Dai calls out to him from the tank. Confronting. He immediately jumps over there. Come here. Liu Dai pats Confronting on the shoulder. He was undercover in Africa. You did a great job on the mission. Confronting laughed loudly in response, and Liu Dai, still maintaining a mysterious aura, continued. I will tell you the true purpose of your trip this time. Confronting asked curiously, Is there someone more evil? Liu Dai shook his head and said, In a little while, an international friend will arrive here, bringing a beauty. Confronting's eyes slightly lit up. And then what? Emperor Liu smiled. If I'm not mistaken, this beauty has already fallen for you. At this moment, a boat is approaching from afar with Commander Malak and Juber standing on it. As soon as he stepped ashore, Commander Malak greeted him politely. Holy One, serve faithfully. Emperor Liu responded politely. Commander Malak. Confronting's eyes were fixed on Du. He is so beautiful. Commander Malak salutes Emperor Liu. I am truly honored. I am actually the first in the world to be granted the permission to go to your island of spirits. Liu Dai smiled at him and said it's too much. Everyone is still among the small nations that haven't yet carried out the evil reforms worldwide. Doer stepped forward and asked Liu Dai, so why haven't we seen the Black Hero yet? Liu Dai glanced at her. In this aspect, it's settled, but that Confronting guy. Confronting from behind Liu Dai spoke, smiling kindly. Are you the young lady who just called out the name representing a handsome and powerful black-clad hero? Du nodded. Yes, that's right. Emperor Liu turned to leave, secretly smiling at the two, feeling the plan had succeeded. Inside the meeting room, Commander Mala took out a large box and placed it on the table. This time, we are here to thank everyone. He opened the box, revealing 3 beautiful blue gemstones inside. Respectfully yours. Emperor Liu picked up the gem, and Mo Tong immediately provided all the information about it. This is a gemstone recently discovered in Africa, used solely to enhance the strength of the modified humans. Mo Tong explained further, but it was useless to you. However, we can use it for reformation, to create more effective radiation-resistant enhancements to speed up your radiation absorption. Commander Malak continued, Your Majesty Liu, this is our national treasure. We call it the Holy Stone. We used it to carry out the reformation of the Reformed without any loss. He explained the reason why the Holy Stone was brought here. Now I, on behalf of the people of Africa, present it to you as a gift. Emperor Liu stood up and pushed the box toward Commander Mala. Then he handed him a piece of paper. Commander Mala took it. After reading this, Commander Mala was very surprised. Lord Liu, how did you know that this sacred stone cannot be stored? How did you know that when the reformer reaches level C, the effect of the sacred stone will diminish? He deeply worships Emperor Liu. Mr. Liu, you actually listed all the best ways to use the Holy Stone. It's only been 2 minutes. That's incredible. This truly is a miracle. Emperor Liu told Commander Mala, I don't need this sacred stone. You can take it back, but remember, using modification techniques to benefit the people will lead to bullying the weak. Commander Mala respectfully took your hand. Now I understand why Punisher is so powerful. So it turns out he was a superhuman scientific saint of the world. 5 years have passed, and now Emperor Liu is sitting at home watching TV, where General Mala is being interviewed. The host's voice echoes, The International Modification Contest, please invite the winners to the stage to share their thoughts. Commander Mala said honestly, Today's reward is not only for our Africa, but half of this glory also belongs to Emperor Liu of Huaxia. The reporter below heard the name Liu Di and recalled the old days. It seemed a long time since they last saw that great official. I heard that he built a fortress of light and is now researching how to transform people within that fortress. Liu Dai raised his hand to touch his right eye, and before he knew it, a long time had passed. Having gained my right eye and met Ma Tan, my life changed dramatically. I turned around and looked back, and my little brother waved his hand, calling out, Violent Bear, come see my reformed person. Liu Di nodded and stood up, saying, Okay, you can go into the laboratory with the kid. Liu Di sighed. Even now, this kid can do it alone, so I guess I have a successor for my future. Liu Di's thoughts couldn't help but drift away. The future military potential of China would be unpredictable. Yeah,